This industrial park is not very big, but it covers an area of at least 4 or 5 square kilometers. There are many buildings of various sizes in it, representing various industries, but they are basically controlled by the park itself, with unified supply, and people inside basically do not need to go out. The entire industrial park is surrounded by a wall. The wall is not very high, so it is not difficult to climb out. However, this place is remote and there is a jungle behind you. Ordinary people would be scared to go in, let alone escape from there. This month, there have been several cases of people escaping in the middle of the night. Without exception, they were caught and beaten half to death in public. Some of them have not been sold to other places and their whereabouts are unknown. It is said that they were all tired and hungry, lost their way in the jungle, and were caught by search dogs that smelled their scent. If you want to go to the town, you must go through the main road at the gate, but there are several people guarding it with guns. The guns are known as weapons of equality for all beings. Changqing is also immortal now, and it is not an easy task for him to rush out with someone. It's better to have a midnight snack and leave quietly. However, what Changqing didn't expect was that an accident happened the next day. In the morning, he was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly woken up by the system. Host, go down quickly, your mission target is about to get into trouble. Huh? Changqing jumped up from the bed. What's going on? Team leader Zhao Lu has taken a fancy to her and brought some people to snatch her away. The system voice also sounded a little anxious. Depend on, Changqing cursed, quickly put on his clothes and rushed out. Where is Song Yen? He asked as he ran. I drank all night last night and slept soundly in the dormitory. Changqing, these supervisors just settle accounts, beat people, drink and sleep every day. They have no professionalism at all. He hurried downstairs and just as he reached the door of the office area on the second floor, he heard a man's voice. Miss Shi, what's so good about being in group 2? Song Yen is a guy who doesn't understand romance. Come with me to group 3, and I guarantee you'll have everything you need. Zhao Lu was drinking, sleeping and beating people all day long, and he didn't really notice that such a beautiful woman had come to the opposite group 2. If he had known earlier, he would have definitely taken her to group 3. Shi Tsai felt nauseous when she saw Zhao Lu's greasy face. He was so close to her, and the smell of a hangover rushed into her nose. She subconsciously took 2 steps back. I'm doing fine in group 2. No, there's no need to change groups. She naturally knew that the person opposite her was the head of group 3. The head had great power here and she couldn't afford to offend him, so she spoke in a weak tone. This gave Zhao Lu the illusion that she was still saying one thing and thinking another, so he immediately stretched out his fat and short hand and tried to hold the girl's hand. Shi Tsai screamed in fear and quickly backed away, as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. Now everyone could see that she was really disgusted. The fat on Zhao Lu's face also collapsed. This guy is really not giving Zhao Lu any face. Miss Shi, I advise you to be more sensible. In this park, my words still count. If you offend me, before Shi Tsai could react, a voice was heard at the door. So what if I offended you? Everyone looked over and saw a young man standing at the door with his back straight. He was tall and looked like a spear piercing the sky. Although there was no anger on his face, his aura was very domineering. Evergreen. Shi Tsai shouted, immediately ran over and stood beside him. Zhao Lu's face became even uglier. He glanced at Changqing with a sidelong glance, his expression very unfriendly. Is this boy your boyfriend? Without waiting for an answer, he waved his hand. Beat him. The 2 people following him came out immediately. What? Su Zigue, aren't you going to leave? Changqing did not retreat at all, but instead looked at Su Zigue who was hiding behind. He's just leading the way. The man who walked forward grinned and reached out to grab Changqing. This was their usual tactic, to control the person first and then beat him up at will. Evergreen, Shi Tsai's face changed drastically. It's okay, just stand back a bit. Changqing glanced at the crowd and saw expressions of sympathy, indifference, or gloating. Instead of retreating, he moved forward, stretched out his long arm and grabbed the man's arm. Snap, there was only a crisp sound, and the man's arm immediately fell limply. He just let out a scream when he was kicked and retreated several steps, court death. Seeing his companion fail, the other big man didn't reach out to grab him, but kicked Changqing in the face. However, he obviously underestimated the opponent's strength. Changqing grabbed his ankle with his hand, then kicked him in the crotch. A dull sound was heard, followed by a heart-wrenching cry of pain. As soon as Changqing pushed him forward, he immediately fell to the ground, covering his crotch with both hands, veins bulging on his forehead, and it was obvious that he could not recover all of a sudden. These moves were so quick that the winner was decided in less than 3 rounds. The 2 men fell to the ground and struggled for a long time. There was a constant look of horror in everyone's eyes. This guy is really a tiger, he even dares to beat the dog. Changqing not only dared to fight the management, he also walked towards Zhao Lu step by step. This time, he was full of energy and murderous intent surged in his eyes. You, Zhao Lu wanted to shout and scare him, but his legs trembled involuntarily. That look was really murderous. What do you mean by me? After Changqing approached, he pulled out Su Zigue, who was hiding behind and trembling, and punched him like raindrops. Beating up the supervisor is a big deal, but beating up a few lackeys is not a big deal. Su Zigue didn't expect that the focus would suddenly shift to him. He wanted to resist, but he had no strength to do so. This guy was determined to kill him, save he had just shouted a word when he was punched in the mouth and the rest of the words were stuck in his throat. You bastard, are you trying to cause trouble for your grandfather? You're the one trying to sow discord between groups 2 and 3, aren't you? Are you trying to create a conflict between Manager Song and Manager Zhao? Let me tell you, Group 2 is all under the protection of Director Song. He's not someone you can mess with. Last time you said that Manager Song was weak and impotent, I wanted to beat you up, but I didn't expect you to dare to stir up trouble. Su Zhigue, who was being beaten, said. When did he ever say that? What about trying to sow discord between the two groups? This is really worse than Douyi's Injustice.at this time. Song Yan, who had just arrived at the door after receiving the news, showed a look of relief on his face. Damn, my group 2 finally has a tough guy. Su Zhigue was trying to sow discord between the second and third groups, and he even dared to say he was impotent? Wasn't he just a little weak? This guy was simply courting death. Cough cough cough. He coughed twice and walked in slowly. Chongqing, stop it. Don't beat him to death. Chapter 492, Escape from the Fraud Industrial Park in northern Myanmar. 13. Chongqing naturally knew that it was unwise to kill someone at this time, so he decided to stop while he was ahead. After knocking Su Zhigue to the ground with another heavy punch, he took a step back. Come and let's go wild in Group 2. Today's game is considered light. He rubbed his palms and cursed. At this time, Su Zhigue's face was already bruised and swollen, and Zhao Lu's face was extremely ugly. Those who beat him in front of him were trampling on his face. Boss, Su Zhigue wanted to plead for mercy, but Zhao Lu glared at him fiercely. You disgraceful thing, get out of here. What else could he say? Su Zhigue could only retreat in disgrace. Ha, Lao Zhao, you've become a manager and your temper has improved. Song Yan knew Zhao Lu. Seeing him embarrassed, he felt very happy and the smile on his face became much more sincere as Zhao Lu's face darkened a few shades and he snorted coldly. Old Song, you taught me well. Even a piglet dared to hit my people. After a pause, he looked at Chongqing and Shicai. For this matter, I'm going to take that kid to Group 3 for punishment, and I'm going to take this woman away too. Under normal circumstances, if the opposing team leader wanted to target a piglet in his group, Song Yan would definitely give him face, but what kind of occasion was it today? Moreover, Chongqing was the top performer, and the performance of Group 2 depended on him. Of course, we cannot allow the other party to punish us. Besides, he didn't even dare to touch that woman. That was the leader's order, and her family would have to pay a large sum of money to redeem her. He couldn't make trouble at this time. He laughed immediately. Old Zhao, you want to teach my people a lesson and take my people away. You really don't take me, Song Yan, seriously. As he spoke, his expression became serious. I'm putting it right here, you can't take either of these two away. Song Yan was full of energy at the moment and spoke decisively, which made many of the onlookers admire him. Good. Manager Song is so domineering. These people seemed to have forgotten Song Yan's strictness and couldn't help cheering, as if it was not Song Yan who beat them. As Zhao Lu's face became even uglier. He didn't expect Song Yan to be so tough. He was willing to fall out with him just for 2 piglets? Do you really want to? He was a little exasperated, but before he could finish his words, Song Yan walked closer and whispered something in his ear. In an instant, his expression changed drastically. He glanced at Shicai nervously and left without saying anything. Everyone? Manager Song is awesome. Manager Song is really amazing. He scared that guy away with just one sentence. They actually came to our second group to snatch people. This is really too much. Fortunately, Manager Song is protecting us. Amidst the praises, Song Yan walked up and patted Chongqing on the shoulder. You did well. He put on a smile he thought was very charming and looked at Shicai. Don't worry, Miss Shi. In our group too, we will never let anyone bully you. Chongqing felt a chill and waved his hands. It's okay, I'll go back to sleep. After saying that, he turned around and walked upstairs. Song Yan's face changed. This guy is really arrogant. Get to work. Don't you want today's performance? He turned around and cursed at the crowd who were watching, then turned around and left. I have to find a reason to deal with some of these useless guys tonight. Chongqing had already laid down on the bed again at this time. Although his sleep was interrupted, it did not affect his mood at all. Morning time is suitable for lying down, he said. System, I feel like I'm on a mission. Although I feel like a motherfucker in my heart, the system is still very considerate in words. Host, continue to catch up on your sleep. I'll be watching you and call you if anything happens. Chongqing, you don't look so happy. Well, at worst, you can just memorize 2 more soul fragments. He waved his hand, and the system revived in an instant. Hey, host, you really understand Tonzi. Don't worry about me doing things. Its chest patted loudly. Chongqing was of course relieved, so he fell asleep quickly. On the other hand, Su Zhigue was not so lucky. He wanted to offer a beautiful woman to manager Zhao to avoid being targeted, but not only did he get beaten, but he also made Zhao Lu lose face. He was so nervous when he returned to his workstation early that he was distracted several times while chatting with people online. When he saw Zhao Lu approaching the office area with a stern face, he was almost scared to death. Su Zhigue. You're trying to kill me. Take me down to the first floor. Su Zhigue immediately collapsed to the ground. It's over. These are the only 2 words in his mind. When he reached the first floor, he realized that Zhao Lu really wanted to kill him this time. 2 half-naked men were looking at him with lustful eyes. Manager Zhao, spare me. Spare me. I didn't know Rin Changqing was such a good fighter. Su Zhigui's limp body immediately began to struggle, and the panic in his heart was beyond words. He knew those 2 men. They were famous perverts in the park. What they liked was not women, but young men. If you fall into their hands, you will be neither alive nor dead. It is 1,000 times more terrifying than a water dungeon. At this moment, he suddenly regretted it. Why do I have to target that guy? I always suffer losses, but I never give up. Now that's good. I'm afraid my life is about to end. Zhao Lu naturally would not be moved by his plea for mercy. That guy used to rely on his uncle's power, but now he is just a stray dog, and he has long wanted to deal with him. This man is at your disposal. He said it lightly, and as he watched Su Zhigue being dragged into the punishment room, a cruel smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. This kid, if he dares to harm him, he will learn a lesson. Who would dare to touch the woman the leader likes? If I really succeeded, I would probably be the one suffering the punishment now. Damn you, pig. He turned and walked out, and behind him came Su Zhigui's heart-wrenching wail. Chapter 493, Escape from the Fraud Industrial Park in northern Myanmar. 14. Changqing got up at noon and prepared to eat, when the system came to tell him that Su Zhigue had been punished for the whole morning. Only then did he realize that such a thing had happened. However, this is understandable. Zhao Lu lost face and definitely wanted to find someone to vent his anger on, and Su Zhigue was just that punching bag. Hey, the punishment this time is a little different. The system's voice was excited. Oh? What's the difference? Changqing raised his eyebrows. The system's figure flashed, and it leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words, then it moved away again, holding its stomach and laughing. Changqing, he looked at the system strangely. You're not still recording it, are you? No. The system paused, laughing. I'm a man with sophisticated tastes. How can I record that kind of dirty-eye video? It looks serious, Changqing. Why don't I quite believe it? Is he dead? But I heard that those 2 guys had killed people before, which shows how crazy they are. No. The system said. He held on. Changqing only felt his scalp tingling. That guy had really strong vitality. During lunch, Shitsai always glanced at him secretly and spoke in an unnatural manner. Thank you for saving me today. Have you ever learned martial arts? Halfway through the meal, she finally asked what she wanted to ask. I practiced for a while when I was a kid, following the ones on TV. Changqing picked up a bite of food for himself. He had been taking this young lady out to eat recently, and his bonus was almost used up. Although the other party said that they would pay him back after returning home, he always felt uncomfortable seeing the money in his pocket getting less and less. Ha! Shitsai was actually amused by his statement. Just learning from TV is enough to learn like this? Maybe I'm just gifted. Shitsai, what a vicious word. On the way back, Changqing told her about his plan to leave tonight. Leaving tonight? She was a little surprised, but without waiting for Changqing to say anything, she nodded again. Okay. Let's go tonight. Changqing nodded that he was tired of staying here and it was time to leave. He had thought about blowing up the entire place, but that would obviously cause a lot of unrest. As for rescuing everyone and becoming a hero, he had never had that idea. Firstly, the matter involved 2 countries, and if it got out of hand, he might not be able to return home. Secondly, he was an indifferent person, and what did other people's lives and deaths have to do with him? If he took great pains to save people, it might not end well. According to the plot, there seems to be a multinational joint operation a year from now. I could probably hand over some of the information here first, as it would be considered a small contribution. Back in the dormitory, he muttered to himself. System, you recorded a lot of videos, right? He asked. No. The system's eyes dodged. Yes, I must have recorded a lot. When we get back, we can edit it and make a documentary to expose the real situation here. Changqing said. That's good. The system jumped up immediately, then it thought of something and scratched its head embarrassedly. I just recorded some real scenes. Changqing, just don't stare at me while I'm taking notes. Also, have we traced it back to their main account? When we leave, let's transfer all the money. He warned again. Don't worry, it's just a small problem. The system laughed maliciously. With its ability, it can make money from the bank in minutes, and no one will be able to trace any clues, so setting up a fraud group account is no problem at all. Since he was getting ready to leave, Changqing went to the office area in the afternoon, which was quite rare, and brought some snacks and cigarettes to distribute to everyone. There were still 2 or 3 of his roommates from the factory who were still holding on, but they had long lost their former enthusiasm and were a little timid when they saw Changqing. There was no way. Changqing had changed so much, and he was a privileged person. He had some face with his superiors, and they couldn't compare. Hey, Changqing, do you know? I heard that Su Ziguei was killed by brother Ouyang. It's so tragic. One of his roommates even made a gossipy remark when he was handing out something, with a gloating look on his face. Really? I haven't paid much attention to this. Changqing said this casually and walked towards the next person. These roommates were tricked by Su Ziguei and were holding a grudge against him. Seeing him in trouble, they couldn't help but laugh at him. This was understandable. However, Changqing was not interested in discussing this topic with them. After all, it was a bit bloody. The afternoon passed smoothly. In the evening, neither Changqing nor Shitsai appeared in the office area, but no one cared. After all, those two people are special cases. One has good performance and the other has a wealthy family. The employees were still discussing the snacks Changqing had given them in the afternoon. Some said that Changqing had done particularly well today and was very happy, so he treated everyone to a meal. Others speculated that he seemed to be very close to Shitsai recently, so maybe there was some good news, so he wanted to celebrate with everyone. They didn't know that Shitsai had been targeted by the big boss for a long time, and they thought Changqing was so powerful that even the supervisor gave him face. The next morning, Changqing still didn't come, and no one paid much attention to it. But Shitsai didn't show up either, which was a bit strange. Although she was relatively free, she usually appeared in the office area during the day. Could it be that the two of them were really dating and missed the time? Do you think those two are really dating? Someone couldn't help but ask, unable to suppress the sourness in their tone. It's understandable. Everyone is living a hard life, but you are not only free and not punished, but you are also in a relationship? This is too uncomfortable. I don't think so. Although there is no explicit ban, but someone took over the conversation, but couldn't explain it clearly, because everyone was working hard for performance and had no worldly desires in their hearts. They had never thought about women before. It's not like we can't date, right? Everyone became confused. At this moment, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps outside, and everyone hurried to their positions. For a moment, the office area was busy again. Boom, the door was kicked open and Song Yan rushed in with 5 or 6 big men. Who among you knows what Rin Changqing and Shitsai have been up to these past few days? Report everything. Song Yan shouted loudly, scaring everyone. Yesterday afternoon, Changqing came and brought everyone food and cigarettes. Someone stood up tremblingly and said, but only saw Song Yan's face become even uglier. They often eat together, and they always go out to restaurants. Someone else said. It seems like they are dating. Another person expressed his guess. Oh shit. Song Yan cursed angrily. One morning, he was sleeping with a young lady in his arms when he was woken up by someone who said something big had happened. It turned out that the money in the park's account was suddenly transferred away, and hundreds of millions of funds were suddenly empty. Upon checking, it was found that the money went to an account used by a piggy bank to defraud money transfers. The piggy bank was none other than the rookie king of Group 2, Rin Changqing. The leader was almost mad with anger and immediately asked Song Yan to deal with the matter immediately. However, when he brought people to Changqing dormitory, he found only a farewell letter on the table and the person had already slipped away. In the letter, the guy also expressed his gratitude, saying that the money from the park was his salary during this period, and asked everyone not to worry about him. This is outrageous. After reading the letter, Song Yan almost fainted. He didn't understand how Changqing did it, but the most important thing now was to find the person immediately. The patrol team has entered the jungle with guns to search, and he is now also looking for more information. That guy also took away the woman the leader wanted, which made things even worse. The Shi family's money hasn't been remitted yet. Song Yan could imagine what consequences he would face if he couldn't find Changqing. Chapter 494, Escape from the Fraud Industrial Park in northern Myanmar. 15. At this time, there was another sound of footsteps outside, and the supervisor of other groups also came with people. With a whoosh sound, the office area was suddenly crowded with people. Brother Song, I heard that your outstanding employee ran away with the woman designated by the leader? This is a big deal. Jaliawan couldn't move forward, and couldn't hide the smile on his fat face. Damn it, Song Yan offended him last time, and he didn't expect to get his comeuppance so soon. He was so happy that if the leader hadn't ordered all groups to cooperate with the self-inspection, he would have gone to the bar and gotten drunk. When Song Yan saw Jialu's expression, he felt even more annoyed. This guy was here to laugh at him. The patrol has already entered the jungle. That bastard will definitely be found. Have you ever seen anyone successfully cross the jungle? Only then did everyone realize that Rin Changqing had run away, and he had taken a woman with him. Some people couldn't help but feel awe in their hearts. He treated everyone to cigarettes and snacks yesterday. This was a farewell. He was a real man. Some old people were also disdainful. There were so many people who tried to escape. They were caught immediately when they went to the town through the main gate. They only spent one more day climbing over the wall into the jungle, but they were eventually caught again, hungry and tired. Several people who had tried to cross the jungle before trembled at this moment, with a look of pity in their eyes. That guy is still young and so confused. If the jungle was so easy to cross, there would have been an electric fence outside the earth wall long ago. They just left a hole and then caught him and beat him half to death in public as a warning to everyone. Obviously, Song Yin thought so too, so he was not particularly anxious, but just felt extremely angry that the person under his command actually ran away under his nose and took away the woman that the boss had asked for. Old Song, don't be too proud. You've seen the kid's skills. If he really runs away, I wonder how you'll end up. Zhao Lu got angry when he saw Song Yan's fearless look, and couldn't help but make another sarcastic remark. He's very strong, but he'll lose all his strength if he starves for a day or two. It's hundreds of kilometers through the jungle to the nearest town. How many days do you think he can run hungry? Song Yan glanced at him. Su Zigui, who had just arrived here limping, was shocked when he heard the conversation between the two. That guy. He's so brave, he actually dared to run. He had thought about escaping since his uncle died, and going through the jungle was also a route he had considered, but in the end he did not make that choice. After all, it is easy to climb over the wall, but it is extremely difficult to escape. Not to mention the tracking dogs running after you. Even dry food is a problem. It will take at least 3 days and 3 nights to get out, which is not something ordinary people can withstand. Moreover, there is no sense of direction in the jungle, and you can get lost in minutes. That guy doesn't think he can escape the tracking range by bringing someone with him. He couldn't help but sneer, pulling at the wound on his body, and felt a burning tearing sensation on his buttocks, which made him grimace. Damn it, he was going to die sooner or later, and he had to find a way as soon as possible. After everyone understood the situation, they interrogated some people, including Su Zigui and other piglets who came with Changqing. It was obvious that they didn't know the situation. In the end, everyone had no choice but to gather in the security room at the gate and wait for news from the patrol team. Song Yan has thought it through. That kid has no idea what's good for him. When we catch him, we'll give him a good beating and then lock him up in a water dungeon for a week to dampen his enthusiasm. He's so rebellious. I have to beat him half to death before I can let out a sigh of relief. As for that woman, he didn't dare to leave her in group 2, so he immediately handed her over to the leader to deal with. He hoped that this would calm the leader's anger. However, a day passed and no news came. There is no signal in the jungle and the phone cannot be used at all. It seems that boy has some skills. Zhao Lu sighed as he looked at Song Yan's gradually gloomy face. Song Yan didn't say anything. He had a bad feeling in his heart, which made his face look even uglier. The next day, there was still no news. Song Yan was a little restless and paced back and forth anxiously at the door. Even the supervisors of other groups were surprised. How could that kid escape for so long? Could he have fallen off that cliff and died? Someone speculated. Even if he fell to his death, the tracking dogs would still be able to find traces and bring back something. Zhao Lu was overjoyed. Seeing Song Yan's anxious look, he felt more refreshed than summer in 2 bottles of cold beer. Damn it, this guy finally got angry. He deserved it. On the 3rd day, the leader could no longer sit still and came to the door himself. Hello, Mr. Wang. The group quickly bowed and greeted each other, with Song Yan bowing the lowest. He was flustered and sweat broke out on his forehead when he saw the boss. Mr. Wang is the boss of the park. He looks kind and like an entrepreneur who is passionate about public welfare. But at this moment, although he is wearing a suit and leather shoes, the anxiety on his face is not concealed at all. Song Yan, tell me, what progress have you made? He glanced at Song Yan lightly and asked. Song Yan didn't expect the boss to ask him the first question. His heart trembled with nervousness. He calmed down and breathed a sigh of relief. That kid didn't seem to bring much dry food with him when he left. He didn't do any major shopping in the past few days. The patrol team has been in the jungle with tracking dogs for 2 days. I guess there will be news soon. His evasive statement obviously did not satisfy Director Wang. However, he did not say anything. Instead, he snorted coldly and sat down. The anger in my heart grew stronger and stronger. It was no big deal for him to have a piglet run away, but it was very unpleasant for him to have the woman he had asked for taken away. Moreover, I don't know what means he used to transfer so much money directly from the account. This is a bit scary. The money is not his personal property. He is the head of this industrial zone, but there are people above him who are in charge of him. If the warlords are unhappy, his life will not be enough to make up for it. What a bunch of losers. They can't even control a piglet. The group waited until the afternoon, when the patrol team of more than 40 people finally came back with dogs. When they heard the dogs barking in the distance, they all stood up to see what was going on, but soon, everyone was disappointed. The only ones who came back were the patrol team, and there was no sign of those 2 people at all. Reporting to Director Wang and all supervisors, there are no traces of the 2 people in the jungle. What? Song Yan was a little panicked when he saw that the patrol team did not bring back the 2 people, and he shouted out when he heard this, how was it possible? Just 2 people could cross the jungle? Impossible. Didn't you look carefully enough? He was a little broken. Manager Song, I'm upset when you say that. The brothers haven't slept for several days and have only had dry food for 2 days. How could they not have tried their best to find it? When has anyone escaped before and not been caught by the brothers? The patrol team leader's face darkened when he heard what Supervisor Song said. He was not under the management of these office staff and would not give them any face. Manager Song was almost unable to catch his breath after being confronted by him like this. Okay, everyone, calm down for a while. Director Wang shouted at the two of them, his face terribly gloomy. Song Yan was so frightened that he trembled and immediately fell silent. Xiao Wan, please contact Peng Shuai's secretary for me. I need to report something to him by phone. Director Wang gave instructions to the young man who came with him, then glanced at Song Yan lightly before turning and leaving. Plop, behind him, Song Yan suddenly fell to the ground and fainted. Chapter 495, Escape from the Fraud Industrial Park in northern Myanmar. 16. At this time, Changqing and Shitsai were already on a bus heading to Kongwa County, which is connected to Yunnan Province. They can return to the country through the Sannan port. Changqing, I'm sleepy. As soon as she got in the car, Shitsai started yawning. The two of them had already changed out of the industrial park's uniform and were wearing ordinary sportswear. If you didn't look at their heavy dark circles and haggard faces, they really looked like a pair of travelers. If you're tired, just take a nap. Changqing said. Shitsai hummed, leaned her head on his shoulder, and fell asleep in a short while. Changqing, this speed of falling asleep is probably something that many people would envy. They had a relatively smooth journey. With the system for navigation, I didn't take any detours. The space was well prepared with all kinds of things, so I didn't have to worry about going hungry. The only difficulty was that I didn't get a good rest. I traveled for 3 consecutive days, which really pushed me to my limit. He didn't bring a big backpack. After all, it would be very conspicuous to carry a big bag in the industrial park. However, the things in this small bag seemed to be inexhaustible. He took out this and that one after another, thinking of Shitsai. She sighed along the way, saying that although this bag looks small, its capacity is amazing. The capacity of this bag was astonishing, and he was just using this bag as a cover to take things out of the space. At least I've passed this level. Hearing the light breathing sound coming from his shoulder, Changqing couldn't help but sigh. In the original plot, the girl's ending was really tragic. Changqing didn't know whether her family members were responsible for this, but after she returned this time, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so peaceful. System. Here I am, host. I'll take a nap. Call me if you need anything. Good. It was getting dark, the sky was filled with sunset clouds, outside the window was the chirping of insects and birds, and inside the car was the sound of passengers talking. They also spoke Chinese but with a thick accent, which sounded as hypnotic as a math class. Changqing fell asleep quickly. This time, in the industrial park, 3 office areas had just completed today's inventory. Su Zigue passed the test. After hearing this voice, he let out a long breath. Finally, I can have a peaceful day. And now, under the instruction of Manager Zhao, as long as he fails to meet the standards, the punishment will be imposed on Brother Ouyang, which is really making him miserable. When he thought of Brother Ouyang, he felt pain all over his body. Hey, I heard that Ren Changqing from Group 2 hasn't been found. Did he die in the jungle? On the way to the cafeteria, he heard someone discussing this. Not found? How is that possible? He was still waiting to see that guy beaten to death in public. Is your information accurate? Involuntarily, he walked over and asked whoosh. When those people saw it was him, they dispersed immediately, and the expressions of disgust on their faces were self-evident. Oh shit. Su Zigue cursed loudly and his face immediately darkened. Because of the incident with the Ouyang brothers, he is now discriminated against in Group 3. Those people stay away from him when they see him, for fear that they will also be targeted by the Ouyang brothers. You're just a dog that looks down on people. After dinner, he was still indignant. Did he want this? He didn't want it either. But that wasn't something he could resist. Only by cooperating could he reduce some of the damage. But even so, every time he saw the Ouyang brothers, he couldn't help but tremble in his legs, but the more he feared something, the more likely he would encounter it. As soon as he walked out of the cafeteria door, he saw the 2 terrifying figures. I passed the performance test today. Seeing the 2 men coming forward and grabbing his shoulders, he struggled with a trembling voice. Ha 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 ha, what does satisfactory performance have to do with us brothers? We are in a free love relationship. One of them laughed out loud, attracting the attention of people around him. Su Zigue was so ashamed and angry that he wanted to die. Who would want to fall in love with 2 hairy men like them? He struggled hard, but it was of no use. Stop struggling. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Another person also said with a strange smile. Behind them, everyone saw 2 strong men carrying Su Zigue away like a chicken, and many people felt a chill down their spine. Damn, those 2 are really perverts among perverts. It's a wonder that guy could hold on for so long. Many people secretly admired him. Just as Su Zigue was dragged into the punishment room, on the other side, Changqing and Shitsai finally arrived at their destination. Changqing had an ID card, which he had put into the space and was not searched. Shitsai had no ID card, which was more troublesome. Of course, direct entry is definitely impossible. A series of procedures need to be followed, which will take at least several days. The two men simply said that they were deceived into working there, and after learning the truth, they found an opportunity to escape. After some inquiries, the border police asked them to contact their families and then arranged a room for them to stay temporarily. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep. On the way, Changqing said to Shitsai. Thank you. Shitsai blinked. The two stayed here for 3 days, went through all the procedures, and were given a thorough education before being allowed to leave. Kai. As soon as I stepped out of the door, I saw a family of 3 waiting outside, and the one calling them was the fashionable lady. Sai, you're finally out of trouble. We were all so worried about you. Let's not get angry anymore. The noble lady took 2 steps forward, took Shitsai's hand, and wiped the corners of her tearless eyes with her other hand, looking like a loving mother and daughter. The middle-aged man and another young woman also walked forward, with different expressions on their faces. The man's face was quite excited, but a trace of jealousy flashed in the young woman's eyes, which was then replaced by a look of worry. Changqing felt the middle-aged man's unfriendly gaze. He took 2 steps back and shrugged helplessly. Say, is this your friend? He heard the middle-aged man ask. Shitsai took the opportunity to shake off the noble lady's hand, turned back a few steps, and walked forward with Changqing in her arm. Dad, let me introduce you. This is Ren Changqing. He saved me. The smile on her face seemed to sting the man's eyes, and he showed an unhappy look on his face, but the unhappiness flashed away and then he put on a kind smile. Ah, little brother Changqing, thank you for helping my daughter. He walked up and shook Changqing's hand, appearing very warm, then took out a pen and paper and wrote a few words. Here's a check for 5 million, just to show my gratitude. Dad. What are you doing? Shitsai frowned and shouted, but saw Changqing grinning with a sincere smile he had never seen before. Thank you, Mr. Shi. He quickly wrote out the check, put it in his pocket, and then waved without wasting a second. Goodbye, Miss Shi. Turned around and left. Ren Changqing. Shitsai's eyes immediately turned red. She shouted and wanted to chase after him but was stopped by her father. Sai, that person is not a good match for you. You know what? He saved my life. I gave him the money. Can that little money buy your daughter's life? She cried out loudly, which silenced her father for a while. After a while, he finally spoke. Look at how fast he runs. I'm afraid he's not interested in you either. Shitsai, she became quiet. Chapter 496, Escape from the Fraud Industrial Park in northern Myanmar. 17. Changqing really doesn't have too many thoughts about love. There are too many things in the world that are more interesting than that. After leaving the border, he returned to his hometown and met the original owner's parents and sister. They were all ordinary rural elderly people. His sister was still in junior high school and his family was considered poor. Speaking of which, the original owner hasn't been back for 3 or 4 years since he went out to work. The main reason was that he hadn't saved any money and the travel expenses to go home were expensive. Of course, you can't save money by working. Money is spent where it is earned. This has long been designed. Changqing sighed. Just think of it as showing filial piety to the original owner. He had just received a thank you fee of 5 million, so he was naturally not stingy. He directly bought a fully furnished house in the county town and left a card for his parents. Of course, there were only about 100,000 in the card, so he didn't dare to take too much, as it would be difficult to explain if there was too much. I've made money in a big city, so you can rest assured. Changqing originally wanted to stay in his hometown for half a year to see the scenery, but he was arranged to go on blind dates all the time, which made him a little overwhelmed, so he left after only 2 months. You're still young and need to earn more money. Nowadays, a house in a small county town is not enough for marriage. He explained this to his parents, told his sister to study hard, and then boarded the train for a long journey. This is a society where urbanization is accelerating and rural areas are hollowing out rapidly. Young people in rural areas have to go to the city to make a living, but their parents have to stay in their hometown because they are too old. 9 out of 10 villages are full of elderly people. Of course, after the young people have earned some money and bought a house in the county town, these elderly people may move to the county town to take care of their grandchildren, while the young people will continue to work hard in the big city, save money to pay off the mortgage and send their children to school. But even so, the whole family can only barely survive. A serious illness or an accident will cause the fragile family to fall apart and fall into difficulties. They are just like the backward countries in the process of world polarization, suppressed at the low end of the industrial chain. All their efforts are just nutrients for social development. Even the physical strength they rely on for survival is likely to be replaced by technology in a technological explosion. It's so miserable. Thinking of this, Changqing also felt very helpless. Unless you have extraordinary talent and overwhelming luck, like the hero in the story, you will have a chance to counterattack. Otherwise, I am afraid that only ordinary people will have a chance if they are given a system. Hey, system, how is the male protagonist? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask. Su Zigue, he's already kind of used to it. The system dragged out the sound, which sounded a bit funny. Have you gotten used to life in the industrial park in northern Myanmar? Or, it's all fine. Anyway, he has brother Ouyang protecting him now, so Zhao Lu should give him some face. Chang Cheng. The strong never complain about the environment. After a day's train ride, he arrived in the South City where the original owner worked. This is almost the southernmost city in the country. The weather is much hotter than in his hometown. Changqing directly stayed in a star-rated hotel. He planned to stay here for a while and finish the things he had prepared to do within 2 days. A long video of more than 90 minutes went viral on the internet. The title of the video is straightforward: The Real Northern Myanmar, My 2 Months in the Scam Industrial Park. Holy crap, this is Northern Myanmar? The place where jungle warriors are aplenty? How can it be so terrifying? That water dungeon is so disgusting. It's pure sewage. Damn, they don't treat people like human beings. Haha, damn, there's even a variety of decor options, like luxurious offices and beaches. This is what professionalism is all about. No wonder so many people get scammed. The video records some very important scenes in a timeline, including fraud training, fraud office, and details of punishment, which can be said to be very detailed. Damn, there's a warning at the end of the video. Some scenes are too gory to be shown. So, are the water dungeons, electric shocks, and whippings just the tip of the iceberg? This is too horrifying. I can testify that this is all true. I was once deceived and taken to a fraudulent industrial park in northern Myanmar. Later, I was rescued by chance. That place is truly lawless. Killing people is like killing chickens. Someone came out to confirm it, which sparked another round of inquiries. Fuck, bro, start a live stream and explain in detail. My cousin was just saying there's a lot of money to be made there a few days ago and invited me to go with him. The one upstairs, after watching this video, do you still dare to go there? Of course, some people say it is fake. In this online society, anyone can post videos. This thing is fake at first glance. Look at the extremely professional filming and editing, and there's even a robotic voiceover. It's clearly an actor's performance. Who would actually shoot a video in that situation? All the phones would have been confiscated long ago. I have to say that there is some truth in this statement, and it immediately aroused the approval of many people. Exactly. Look at the perspective switching and the aerial perspective. This is something a human could have filmed. It's definitely a staged scene. It's acting. When did China have so many actors with such good acting skills? The people in the dungeon have those insect bites all over their bodies, and the beatings they make are obviously very strong. The expressions of pain are also very real. I don't believe it's acting. The authenticity of the video caused a lot of controversy, but Changqing naturally had no intention of coming forward to explain. He had no way to explain it. After all, the system was advanced technology and it was not something he could explain clearly. He flipped through the system projection screen in front of him, and one of the comments caught his attention: Descendants of the Wolf, holy crap, blogger, I think I saw my cousin in that video. He said he went abroad to work 3 years ago, and we haven't heard from him since. Can you tell me where in northern Myanmar he is? We called the police a long time ago, but they still haven't found him. My aunt is practically blinded by tears. 3 years? Anyone who can stay there for 3 years must be a veteran. Changqing touched his chin and decided to reply: a blogger, it is in Kanko County in northern Myanmar. The exact location is very remote and I can't really tell you. The name of the industrial park is Tongsheng. After replying, he stopped reading. Thank you for your hard work, Tonzi. It's a pity that you can't eat, otherwise I would definitely treat you to a big meal. System, it's nothing to me, just a small favor. Tonzi is an honest man. For this kind of super intelligence, editing videos is really nothing. It is so simple that it is easier than eating. One program can do it all. Of course, host, if you want to give me an extra layer of soul fragments, I don't mind. Changqing, okay? He didn't mind. In this technological world, the role of the system was indeed huge, and it really saved him a lot of worries. Chapter 497, Escape from the Fraud Industrial Park in Northern Myanmar, 18. At this time, on the train to Yunnan Province, 3 or 4 young people were sitting together and chatting. Hey, Li Tang, stop looking at your phone and come over to play cards. When his companions saw Li Tang looking at his phone with a very unhappy expression, they couldn't help but shout. The young man named Li Tang pulled the corners of his mouth and smiled when he heard his companions shouting. You guys play, I'll watch videos. TSK, a serious cell phone addict. His companions murmured and went to play cards. No one noticed that Li Tang's face looked extremely ugly at this moment. If someone got closer, they would find that the video from northern Myanmar was playing on his phone. The screams coming from the headphones made his hands tremble and the phone almost fell to the ground. He put away his phone, glanced calmly at his companions who were busy playing cards, and his expression changed. That's right, the 4 of them were also planning to go to northern Myanmar to make a fortune. After graduating from university, it was difficult to find a job. I don't know how I applied online and found a company that was recruiting business personnel in northern Myanmar. They offered high salaries, good benefits, and no experience was required. Most importantly, the position was completely in line with their major. After a few people discussed it, they were moved, but the situation in the video is too scary. Water dungeon and electric shock are not the most serious means. Thinking of the prompt at the end of the video, he couldn't help but shudder. Well, why don't we just not go? Suddenly, he spoke. The people who were playing cards stopped and came over one after another. Li Tang, are you feeling unwell? We agreed to go out and make a lot of money. It's so hard to find a job in China. This opportunity is rare. Someone said. You guys take a look at this video. Li Tang handed over the phone. After watching the video, several young people fell silent, and their expressions were very unhappy. Is this true? Some people find it hard to believe. Look, there's a comment here. The blogger replied to the address. It seems to be the office address that the company told us. Another person scrolled through the comments and immediately screamed. Fuck. When several heads gathered together to take a look, they couldn't help but swear. I definitely can't go there. This was the unanimous thought of several people. Thinking of the various tortures in the video, several people felt their scalps tingling. Fortunately, they have seen the video now. Regardless of whether it is true or false, the content is really scary. They were originally a little guilty about the unfamiliar environment, but under the temptation of making money, they mustered up the courage to go. Now, all their courage is gone. That company must be a scam. Let's get off at the next stop and call the police. Li Tang felt scared but also a little angry. Yes, we must call the police. Besides, Zhang Shuji, the leader, said with a twinkle in his eyes, this matter is quite popular. We can broadcast the whole thing live. He is originally a small anchor and has thousands of fans on a certain website. He might be able to attract more fans by taking this opportunity. Changqing hasn't been online for many days and has been wandering around the South City. He had just climbed a mountain that morning, and the system told him that the authorities had decided to launch a joint operation with the Myanmar authorities to rescue those who were forcibly detained. Oh? This actually happened earlier than in the original plot. Changqing raised his eyebrows, but this is also a good thing, although he also hates fraud. One thing is for sure, those who were deceived while dreaming of getting rich, lost their freedom and dignity, and it is not their wish to engage in fraud. Ultimately, the fraud group needs to be punished, but the relationships involved are too complicated and it is not something he can control. Hey, our video went viral. It's been on the headlines for days now, so it's definitely getting attention. Plus, the original footage we sent anonymously to the police is way more explosive than what's online. It's hard to remain indifferent after watching it. Changqing nodded. The release of this video attracted the attention of all parties, and many families of migrant workers began to report the case. With more cases, it naturally attracted more attention. Moreover, according to the plot, there was already a joint operation, which was probably planned long ago. These things he did just pushed it to happen earlier. Looks like there's nothing else for us to do. Let's stay here for a while and then go somewhere else. Changqing said. Hey, aren't you worried about the heroin? The system suddenly said something. Don't worry. Changqing shook his head. He really wasn't worried about Shitsai. When they met at the border that day, he was basically certain that although Shitsai's stepmother and sister were not easy to deal with, her father had a good relationship with her. The Shi family is controlled by Shi's father. Now, as long as she returns home safely and does not die in northern Myanmar as in the original plot, there will definitely be no danger to her sister. Shi's father will definitely strengthen the protection of his daughter, not to mention that Shitsai herself will be more careful. So, there's really nothing to worry about. He opened his phone and looked at the messages again. Sure enough, there were several thousand new messages. One post that received a lot of likes read, thanks to the blogger for the video. We are 4 students from Southern University of Science and Technology. We saw this video on our way to northern Myanmar and were immediately alerted. We have already called the police. Live link, this is definitely a good way to attract traffic. Changqing clicked on the link and saw several young faces. Judging from the environment, they should be in a hotel. Family, we were almost tricked into going to the fraudulent industrial zone in northern Myanmar. We've just reported it to the police. Oh my god, my scalp still tingles when I think about it now. After taking a look, Changqing retreated. He had some impression of these people. In the original plot, their disappearance caused a great sensation in northern Myanmar, which put great pressure on the officials at the time and was also one of the opportunities for the joint operation. Now that they have been warned in advance, they can avoid the physical and mental torture in the original plot. This is also one of the meanings of releasing this video. In addition, he also saw several messages from the official police account, which generally asked him to cooperate in investigating more circumstances. Well, the detailed video has also been sent to the authorities. Changqing touched his chin and decided to ignore the news. Anyway, he didn't post the video himself, so he wasn't worried about being tracked by the system. Ding ding ding. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Hello. As soon as Changqing answered the call, an excited female voice came from the other end. Changqing, I'm an intern at the company. Did you post that video online? When did you manage to shoot so many videos? They're amazing. It was Shitsai's voice. As soon as the phone was connected, she threw a barrage of questions at him, and without waiting for Changqing to answer, she continued. Are you in Nanchang now? Why don't you come to Fucheng to play? My home is here. Ahem. Changqing finally got a chance to speak. Of course I didn't post the video. I don't have time to shoot a video. He directly denied it. After a pause, he asked again, how did you know my number? He remembered that he had just obtained a new mobile phone number, as he had lost his previous one in northern Myanmar. Hey, a smug chuckle came from the other end of the line. I always find a way. Just tell me whether you're coming or not, so I can prepare to entertain you. The voice on the other end of the phone was very excited. It was obvious that Shitsai was living a good life after returning to her hometown. Ah. I am a man of my word. When Shitsai heard the familiar voice coming from the microphone, her heart skipped a beat, but the following words disappointed her greatly. She heard the voice on the phone say, since I've taken your father's money, of course I have to stay away from his daughter. Otherwise, wouldn't that be breaking my promise? Ran Chang. Are you such an honest person? Changqing heard a loud roar. Ha ha ha, he laughed. Let's talk about it later. If you come, I will contact you. In the office, Shitsai talked about some company matters before hanging up the phone. Knock knock knock. When the assistant knocked on the door and came in, he saw that the usually serious manager she actually had a smile on his face. Did she see a ghost? The little girl was so frightened that she trembled inwardly. Mr. Shi, these are the materials for tomorrow's meeting. The chairman reminded you that you need to make a report. Okay, I understand. When it comes to work, Shitsai immediately regained her seriousness, as if the scene just now was just an illusion. Chapter 498, Escape from the Fraud Industrial Park in northern Myanmar. 19. Su Zigui's life is indeed better now. Others looked at him with contempt for hanging out with the Ouyang brothers, but he no longer cared. That's fate. Since he can't resist, he might as well enjoy it. He actually felt the pleasure of being abused. He also developed new fraudulent skills, imitating women to seduce men, which was much easier than seducing rich women. This brought his performance to a higher level than before, and he basically didn't have to worry about not meeting the standards. Of course, there were also things that made him unhappy. That means Ren Changqing is not here, otherwise, with his current status, he would have to be taught a lesson. Humph. That guy must have died in the jungle. He muttered to himself. He escaped a disaster, but Song Yen protected him last time, and this time he will be punished in public. It's quite interesting. Su Zigui quickened his pace following the crowd. When he arrived at the mud playground, it was already crowded with people. Song Yen was kneeling in front of the stage with his hands tied behind his back, looking very haggard. There wasn't much of a process. Someone came forward and read out the charges, which included failing to discipline his subordinates, causing huge losses to the industrial park, being stubborn and refusing to repent, and being unable to make amends. The final sentence was 50 lashes and 7 days in water jail. Su Zigui was far away, but he still heard the verdict clearly and was shocked. This is fucking fatal. 50 lashes will cost you half your life. Even young people can't stand being in a water dungeon for 7 days, let alone someone of Song Yan's age. I told you to protect that guy. Serves you right. He spat and was too lazy to watch the beating scene, as it would make him think of bad things. Let's go eat first. As a result, when he arrived at the cafeteria door, he saw the Ouyang brothers with malicious looks on their faces. Su Zigui couldn't help but feel his legs go weak. I haven't eaten yet. What are you eating? You'll have something to eat later. The Ouyang brothers walked up to him, picked him up without saying anything, and walked in that direction. Su Zigui closed his eyes resignedly, tears streaming down his face. In the following days, the park underwent a major overhaul. Song Yan couldn't survive the water dungeon and died in it. The other supervisors were interviewed one by one and became timid. Director Wang was still the boss, but he was no longer as hands-off as before. He personally checked and confirmed many things, especially those concerning money, and was more strict. Su Zigui also heard rumors that Ren Changqing took away all the money in the park's account when he escaped, but he didn't believe it at all. How is that possible? Is he a deity? Can he just transfer the park's money? Even the park's finance department might not be able to do that, and that guy is already dead in the jungle. He must be reduced to bones by now. How could he have such power? Now he no longer wants to escape. Escape will lead to death anyway, so he might as well live his current life well. Especially his former roommates, people who are a little familiar to him, can give him a sense of conquest. If things don't go his way, conflicts will arise, making others afraid to get close to him. Su Zigui, you tricked both of us into coming here. It's fine if you don't take care of us, but why are you still looking for trouble? The roommate who was beaten and bleeding asked in confusion. Ha ha ha, what do you mean? Who told you to be in group 2 with Ren Changqing? You all deserve to die. He raised his foot and kicked the roommate who was talking far away, but it hurt his butt so much that he couldn't help but grimace. Damn it! I endured humiliation and hardship just to bully people. I'm going to beat you to death. He switched to using his fists and beat his two roommates till they were pissing and bleeding. Su Zigui thought that life would continue like this, but he didn't expect that a joint rescue operation from multiple countries and departments would come soon. The military and police surrounded the park, and the patrol team that resisted stubbornly was shot dead. A loudspeaker called on everyone to gather in the playground. So, we can go home now? The moment they heard the news, everyone else was ecstatic, except Su Zigui, who was confused for a moment. Go home. This word seems so far away. Why go home? He's been bullying people here a lot, and he'll definitely be retaliated against if he goes home. Besides, everyone knows about his affairs. If his affair with Brother Ouyang is exposed, he'll definitely be doomed. A strong panic surged from the bottom of his heart, making his whole body tremble. My compatriot, don't be afraid. You are safe now. A staff member saw him trembling, came over and patted him on the shoulder, with sympathy in his eyes. This person must have suffered a great loss in this fraud park, which is why he is so scared. Su Zigui nodded numbly, and when he glanced over, he saw that the two roommates who had been bullied by him before were staring at him viciously. His heart skipped a beat. It was all over. The subsequent process is simple. Those who are illegally staying in the park are picked up by embassies of various countries and then transported back to their country via the nearest port. But, do you think that's the end of it? Of course not. Those who participated in the crime will still face justice. Among them, Su Zigui was reported the most, especially his two roommates who were in tears. He tricked us into coming to northern Myanmar, and once there, he bullied us. Look, the injuries on my body were caused by him. After saying that, the roommate pulled up his clothes to show the police the injuries on his body. The action team also brought back some information from the park, which could naturally be compared. Upon checking, they found that Su Zigui was no ordinary person. He pretended to be a woman to defraud money, and the amount was particularly large. I was also deceived by my cousin. I thought I could really make a lot of money. Su Zigui tried his best to defend himself. Then what's the matter with you relying on Brother Ouyang to bully others? When he returned to China, his roommate was no longer afraid of him and started questioning him immediately. Su Zi's face immediately turned awkward. Brother Ouyang was not a topic he could bring up. That's because of you and Ren Shangqing? This policeman was the one who received Shangqing and Shitsai that day, and he still had a deep impression on him. You mean the one that ran back a few months ago? He asked. Huh? They were all stunned. He didn't die in the jungle? Su Zigui screamed, and the other roommates also looked extremely shocked. That guy actually escaped and returned home safely? This is simply unbelievable. The young policeman glanced at Su Zigui and said, of course he's not dead. He's with a beautiful girl. They both went home a long time ago. He cheated a lot of money. He also committed a crime. You should arrest him. Su Zigui immediately became agitated. He simply couldn't accept this outcome. He had always thought that guy was dead, but in the end, he had already returned home to enjoy his life? This was really unbalanced. Police. I've never seen anyone like this before. However, since we are all in the same industrial park, please cooperate with the investigation. Chapter 499, Escape from the Fraud Industrial Park in Northern Myanmar. 20. A few days later, the former roommates in dormitory 407 finally saw Shangqing and Shitsai beside him again. He seemed to have not changed, yet it seemed as if everything had changed. He was not wearing a brand name, but it was very clean and fitted, making his whole temperament seem a little extraordinary. Shitsai beside him was even more beautiful. She was wearing a silver gray shirt and light blue wide-leg pants, looking casual and sophisticated. I have to say, they are quite a match. Officer, your phone call made me run all the way. Shangqing frowned slightly and said the whole journey was relatively smooth. I don't know how this young lady got the news and was actually waiting for him here in advance. He saw her as soon as he got off the car. She chattered and asked questions all the way, which made Shangqing's ears tired. Mr. Rin, Miss Shi, I'm sure you all know these people. We worked together to rescue some compatriots in northern Myanmar. They just happen to be in the same industrial park as you, so I need to get more information from you. Shangqing. He had no good impression of these roommates and naturally didn't want to reminisce with them. However, since he wanted to know the information, he had nothing to worry about. Another 2 days were wasted, and after all the questioning, there was naturally no result. What Shangqing knew was similar to the information in the hands of the police, nothing special. As for Su Zigui's statement that he was the best in performance, he directly denied it. What about the first place in performance? That's all fake. I was simply tricked into going to northern Myanmar by him, and then I spent 2 months planning my escape. After asking around, there was no result. After checking again and again, there was no record. So the matter was left unresolved. In the end, it was Su Zigui who was sued by many people for intentional injury and sentenced to 3 years. Miss Shi, things here are over. Why don't you go back and inherit the family business? Shangqing couldn't help but ask Shitsai again. The family business is mine anyway, I'm not afraid of my dad. Shitsai waved her hand nonchalantly. Where do you think we're going next? Changqing, doesn't this force him to be dishonest? He spent a lot of money after receiving 5 million, but in the end, it's a bit embarrassing. Fortunately, the Shi family company was busy, and after just a few days of shopping, Shitsai was called back by his father. However, Changqing was scolded by Shi's father on the phone again and asked to return the money to it. Is of course impossible to pay back the money. Changqing's approach was to simply block Shi's father's phone number. In the days that followed, Changqing felt much more relaxed that he didn't start a business or anything. The original owner didn't have that desire, and this society wasn't suitable for him. After a little investigation, he realized that being a useless person was the right way to go, and not starting a business was the biggest investment. Of course, he is not short of money, and he has not touched the money he cheated from the fraud group yet. Walk around and take a look, and when you get tired, settle down and stay for a few months, and you will live a leisurely life. It was 2 years later that I saw Su Ziguei again. This man who had been in prison for 2 years had a pair of dead eyes. He was dressed in revealing and strange clothes and twisted his body mechanically on the stage, with bustling applause from the audience. This is too boring. Changqing shook his head. I had heard that this was the largest bar in South City, so I thought it was nothing special. However, after ordering hundreds of dollars worth of drinks, there was nothing exciting to watch. Maybe the bar owner also found it boring, and after a while a yellow-haired man came on stage, pulled the person down, and replaced it with a rather lively pole dance. What the hell is wrong with you? Your performance is so lifeless. Do you still want to make money? You want to save money for surgery with this performance? Get out of here. When Changqing was leaving, he heard someone cursing in the backstage. He didn't say anything else, just got in the car and drove away. Host, that was Su Ziguei just now. The system popped up. I know. Changqing said calmly. I am the male protagonist's current situation. He probably has no interest in women anymore, and he probably won't get involved with Shitsai's sister. Changqing thought to himself. Beep, beep, the phone on the stand rang, and the screen showed that the caller was Shitsai. Changqing, you didn't even contact me after you came to Nanchang. That's too much. I've booked a table at Ipin Pavilion tomorrow night, you must come. Changqing smiled. Shitsai got the hang of things in the company very quickly. In just over a year, she had already gained her father's approval. It was said that she had taken over the shares left by her mother and had become a big shot with some say in the company. Is your dad here too? Not here. Just the two of us, good. Chapter 500 Ancient House Fighting. 1. Master, the weather is cold, drink some red bean and lotus seed porridge to warm yourself up. Changqing heard a soft girl's voice coming from outside the door. Before he could react, the door creaked open and a plump girl with a maid's hairstyle flashed into the room. She was holding a plate with a small bowl of hot porridge steaming from it. Her proud bust stood tall, undulating as she walked. Changqing glanced at it inconspicuously. This is Sui Hong, the original owner's personal maid. She is well dressed, wearing green and red long-sleeved trousers. She has exaggerated curves and a good figure, exuding youthful vitality. However, her horse face drags down her overall image, and her appearance is only average. Oh, young master, it's so cold, and you're wearing only thin clothes? If the master knew about this, he would definitely blame me for not serving you well. When Sui Hong saw Changqing's thin clothes, she shouted exaggeratedly, put down the plate, walked up, picked up the robe hanging on the bookshelf and put it on him. Her hands were extremely gentle and her eyes were full of affection. Changqing could feel the plump breasts rubbing against his back and arms from time to time, using this to test cadres? Who can withstand this? Unfortunately, Changqing was not a cadre. He could really hold on. He remained expressionless throughout the whole process, allowing Sui Hong to put on a robe for him and a scarf made of some unknown fur around his neck. After everything was done, Sui Hong picked up the bowl and served him porridge. A horse face came up in front of him, and Changqing couldn't help but frown. You go out first, I can do it myself. He finally spoke. After all, one can't just look at the figure. Eating porridge is facing the face. Changqing thinks it would be better to eat it by himself. He didn't blame Sui Hong for seducing him. The original owner was famous for his talent. People in the clan said he had the potential to become a jincher. It was easy to understand why Sui Hong wanted to get close to him and change her status to that of a slave. Evergreen has always been willing to respect young people who strive for a better future, but thinking of what happened in the plot, Changqing's face turned cold again. You go down. He didn't look at Sui Hong, took the bowl himself and ate the porridge in small mouthfuls. Sui Hong pouted slightly, feeling a little strange. The young master was usually very cold, but when faced with her teasing, he would often get flustered and blush. But today he had no expression on his face and didn't react at all. She wanted to say something coquettish, but when she looked up, she was intimidated by the aura that Changqing suddenly exuded. She opened her mouth, but finally said yes and turned to leave the room. Changqing finished his porridge and felt the warmth radiating from his stomach to his whole body. He breathed a sigh of relief. Life in the ancient world was pretty boring. The Yu family of Qingshan Town is a well-known and large family in Qingshan Town. It is rumored that their ancestors produced third-rank officials. Even now, there are several people working for the court. The Yu family prides themselves on being a farming and scholarly family, so naturally they attach great importance to studying. The family school is not only unique in Qingshan Town, but is also well known throughout Jiannan County. Many children from other ethnic groups are willing to spend a lot of money to study here. The original owner, Yu Changqing, was a member of the Yu family in Qingshan town. His parents died early, and he and his younger brother Yu Changel lived in the house of his uncle. His uncle was injured in his early years and had difficulty in having children. It was said that he intended to adopt one of them, and he did not treat the two brothers harshly financially. Outsiders all say that the uncle is righteous and treats his cousin's two sons as his own. Even the original owner thinks so and is full of gratitude to the uncle and aunt. He was very talented in studying and had been famous since childhood. His ideal was to take the imperial examination, become an official, and bring fame to his family. It was also his goal that made him study hard late into the night. When he was 12 years old, he passed the examination for a student, which caused quite a stir in the local area. Being a young man, he couldn't help but feel a little proud, and even began to look forward to the good days in the future with Cui Hong. That's right, the original owner also liked this maid. He didn't have much contact with women, and Sui Hong was gentle and considerate to him, so it was hard not to be moved. Speaking of which, Sui Hong is a distant relative of her aunt's, and she has a high status in the mansion and is not an ordinary servant. At that time, the original owner was full of vigor and ambition, had made some academic achievements, and was surrounded by a beautiful woman. He thought he would always be lucky, but he did not expect the accident to come so soon. During a boat trip on the lake, the boat wrecked and everyone fell into the water. The original owner could swim, but his younger brother Yu Changel couldn't. He struggled to lift his younger brother ashore, but he was exhausted and lost the best chance to get ashore. Although he was eventually rescued, he developed a high fever due to being soaked in the icy lake water for too long and did not wake up until more than a month later. What's worse is that from then on, he developed a chronic illness, coughing from time to time, and his health continued to deteriorate. As we all know, taking the imperial examination in that era was a physical task. After several days of examinations, a normal person would lose half his life, let alone a sickly person, who would definitely die from genius to waste. All it takes is an accident. The original owner was disabled and it became difficult for him to write, let alone take the imperial examinations. However, his younger brother Yu Changel seemed to have come to his senses and suddenly became famous for his talent. He was a mediocre student at first, but he suddenly became smart after falling into the water. Although his writing was still mediocre, he was able to compose many amazing poems, including 1,000 sails pass by the side of the sunken boat, and thousands of trees bloom in front of the dead tree. I urge you to have another glass of wine, for there will be no old friends west of Yangguan, and other well-known lines. Changqing, it's obvious that I've traveled through time. The original owner didn't know this. When he saw his brother's fame rising and even attracting the attention of the county magistrate, he was just happy for him. He felt that there was still someone supporting the Yu family. However, he gradually discovered that his brother was becoming more and more distant from him, and he could even see disdain and joy in his brother's eyes from time to time. This made the original owner very confused. He used to take good care of his younger brother. His uncle saw that he was talented and gave him some resources, but he always remembered this younger brother and would share any good things with him. Even when his uncle had not arranged anyone to take care of his younger brother, he still made a request on his behalf and asked for a maid to take care of him. He thought he had lived up to his father's expectations and could not accept such an outcome, but what could he do? He was just a teenager at that time and could only grieve in secret. After all, Changel is his own brother, and no matter what, he is the heir of his father's lineage. He comforted himself in this way. Chapter 501 Ancient House Fighting 2. It is not easy to accept the change from a genius to a waste. The original owner tolerated the outside rumors, cold ridicule, and his brother's alienation and sneer. He did not care about the sharp decline in treatment at home. Even when his uncle suggested that Sui Hong serve his brother, he still said nothing. Changel is now the hope of the family and needs someone to take care of her so that she can concentrate on her studies. The original owner just glanced at Sui Hong and nodded in her hopeful eyes. None of these mattered. His younger brother was his family. If he succeeded, his father's family would rise, and he would have fulfilled his father's dying wish. But what the original owner didn't expect was that his uncle actually wanted to adopt his younger brother, and his younger brother actually agreed. This was hard for him to accept. Adoption in this era was different from that in modern times. After the clan and both parties agree, the child must be included in the family tree, which means that the person has no relationship with the original family. This is something that is recognized by society and even the law. The original owner found his brother and questioned him, asking him why he wanted to recognize someone else as his father, but all he got was a sneer. My parents gave birth to me but didn't raise me. Do they still expect me to observe mourning for them? My uncle and aunt have been so kind to me, so why would it be so hard to acknowledge them as my parents? Besides, I'll need a lot of money to take the imperial examination and go to the capital. Can you give it to me, cousin? Besides, I've long been fed up with your moral facade. When you were enjoying yourself before, why didn't you think of taking care of me, your younger brother? Why do you have Sui Hong to serve you, while I'm just an old maid? You wear the best clothes and things, but I have to pick up the ones you don't want? I'm telling you. I just want to cut off all ties with you. From now on, Sui Hong is mine, and this family business will also be mine. I will completely eliminate the shadow you have cast on me, and getting rid of you, my so-called elder brother, is my first step. The words that sounded like a declaration of war left the original owner speechless. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fainted on the spot. When he woke up again, everything was set in stone. His younger brother had become his cousin and was included in the family tree, while he was the only one left in his father's lineage, and a disabled person at that. Why? Why is this happening? The original owner couldn't accept such an outcome. Everything was fine, how could it suddenly become like this? He felt that he had failed to live up to his father's last wish and was too ashamed to face his parents even in death. He struggled to get up and knelt at the door of the patriarch's house in the snow all night. He wanted to say that the eldest brother is like a father, and the adoption of his younger brother should not be concealed from him. He wanted to ask the clan leader to withdraw the unreasonable adoption for the sake of his deceased father. Because of his low status and low influence, he did not see the clan leader and was just sent back after fainting. From then on, he fell ill and died in less than 3 months. Of course, his death did not cause any waves. After all, there was no one else in that lineage. He died at such a young age that he could not be buried in the family tomb. His uncle spent some money to bury him hastily, ending his short life. The subsequent plot has nothing to do with him. His younger brother Yuchangel overcomes all obstacles and shines brightly in this world. There are 2 ways to become an official in this world. One is the imperial examination. After passing the examination, you can be appointed as an official. The other is recommendation. Famous celebrities can be recommended by local officials to become officials directly. Why Yuchangel took the path of recommendation. In the days that followed, he traveled around the country and wrote many famous poems in various places, including Worry About the World Before You Worry About Yourself, and Be Happy About the World After You Are Happy About Yourself, and The Setting Sun and the Lone Wild Goose Fly Together, and the autumn water makes the sky the same color. This not only won him a worldwide reputation for his talent, but also attracted the favor of many beautiful women. Sue Hong was only his first woman. Later, the eldest daughter of the county magistrate, the legitimate daughter of the prime minister, the young princess of the loyal and brave marquis, and even the eldest princess of the dynasty were all attracted to him and became his assistants and concubines. The saying, worry about the world before you worry about yourself, and be happy about the world after you are happy about yourself, caught the attention of the emperor of the time. He was regarded as a talented person who cared about the country and the people. He was recommended and successfully entered the court. Afterwards, he met the 6th prince, helped him win the throne, and became a favorite of the emperor. He truly realized his dream of holding power in the world while awake and sleeping on the lap of a beautiful woman while drunk. At this time, the grass on the original owner's grave was as tall as a person. After his death, his soul did not leave the family and kept an eye on the situation of the Yu family. In the process, he discovered many things that he had not known during his lifetime. It turned out that their uncle was not taking care of them for no reason, but because he had taken over their parents' inheritance, which was enough for the 2 brothers to live on for a lifetime. It turns out that the difference in treatment between the 2 brothers was intentional by their uncle and aunt, in order to divide the 2 brothers and create a rift in their relationship. It is not the lack of treatment that is worrying, but the inequality. Even the original owner's death seemed to be caused by his uncle's family. The more he learned, the more aggrieved he felt, especially when he saw at the end that his uncle's family was bullying Yuchangel by taking advantage of his achievements, which made him even more resentful. How could such people still enjoy their wealth and prosperity? They used the inheritance left by their parents to murder him and deceive his younger brother. He simply couldn't accept this. Therefore, the original owner chose to use the soul fragments as an exchange to attract Changqing. His wish was to revitalize his father's lineage and fulfill his father's instructions. Ah, what a poor fellow. Changqing couldn't help but sigh. The original owner didn't know that his younger brother was no longer his brother, so he still hoped to fulfill his father's instructions and take good care of his younger brother to prevent him from being deceived by his uncle's family. Host. I'm back. While I was thinking, the system's voice sounded. The petitioner said that if Yuchangel is not his brother, then there is no need to worry about him. He just needs to do his best. Good. Changqing was delighted. When he traveled through time a few days ago, he found that Yuchangel was no longer the same person. It should have been half a year ago that Yuchangel fell from a tree and lay in bed for several days. It was estimated that the time traveler had arrived at that time. So, he asked the system to contact the petitioner again to explain the situation. Fortunately, the person who prayed was quite reasonable and the matter was resolved satisfactorily. That makes it much easier, he muttered to himself. To be honest, he was also very helpless about the ancient family system. At that time, production capacity was low and safety was not guaranteed. A family needed to gather together to improve their survival ability. From this point of view, it was undoubtedly a good thing, but on the other hand, this kind of large family living together also has many problems. The first one is that decision-making is not free. In many aspects, it is subject to clan rules and even constraints of clan elders. For example, after the original owner's parents died, the family property was taken over by an uncle who had a close relationship with an elder in the clan. However, as the legal beneficiary of these inheritances, they needed to meet many rules and regulations before they could apply to obtain these properties. Over 15 years old, capable of independent survival, this is the basic condition, but Changqing knows that it is definitely not that easy in reality, especially the one about having the ability to survive independently, which is vague and difficult to define. What does it mean to have the ability to survive independently? This is a very open question. It can be said to be something or not. It is difficult to define it simply by talking about it. And Changqing was certain that given the greed of his uncles and aunts, they would definitely try to obstruct him. Violating the clan rules and being expelled from the family would probably be the lightest punishment. If he continued to disobey, it was not impossible that he would suddenly die like in the original plot. After observing for the past few days, he had already discovered that his uncle's family was on guard against him. Sui Hong's personal service was fake, and the real purpose was to monitor his movements. The original owner was precocious, but had to go to school due to clan rules. I'm afraid my uncle's family must have been worried about him for a long time. A year ago, the idea of adopting him as a son was mentioned. Although the original owner didn't quite understand it at that time, he still refused on the grounds that he was the eldest son in the family and would need to establish his own family in the future. At that time, he didn't pay attention to the expressions of his uncle and aunt. Now thinking carefully, he was afraid that they had decided to get rid of him at that time. After all, once you adopt a child, you become a family, and there is no need to return the property. In the plot, the original owner died suddenly, and his younger brother Yu Changle became his son again. With no worries about property, he was naturally able to maintain the false situation of a loving father and a filial son. Changqing didn't believe that Yu Changle, as a time traveler, couldn't see through this key link. He just didn't care. As a time traveler, he must have great ambitions. He has no feelings for his so-called parents and naturally does not care about the family property. Besides, he has Sui Hong to support him, so what's the big deal about having someone as his father? Anyway, his cannon fodder brother is dead and his uncle has no son, so he can't let him suffer. He just chose the way that is most beneficial to himself. Changqing sneered, collect women, fight for the world. How can a time traveler be limited to this little piece of land? However, Changqing despised the idea of occupying someone else's body and then recognizing their enemy as their father. Although the original owner's younger brother was jealous of his brother's better treatment, he shared the original owner's fundamental interests and wanted to achieve great things and establish his father's lineage. What's more, he carefully recalled the process of the original owner's serious illness and death, and he was afraid that it was also related to this brother. Either it was his uncle's guidance, or it was intentional. In any case, he is not innocent. This is really interesting. Chapter 502 Ancient House Fighting 3. The next morning, Sui Hong came to serve again. She brought warm water for washing her face and willow branches soaked in salt water, which were tools for brushing her teeth. Master, let me help you wash up. Sui Hong's face was filled with a gentle smile. She put down the basin, dipped a handkerchief in water, wrung it dry, and gently covered Changqing's face with it. At this time, Changqing could feel her soft breasts brushing against his skin again. Master, the master and his wife are coming back today. If you ask me, they think so highly of you, young master. They treat you better than their own son. A gentle blowing sound rang in his ears, but Changqing did not react. It was a small scene, so there was no panic at all. However, he didn't like to hear that he was treated better than his own son. Sui Hong, you said that sixth uncle treats me better than his own son. What's so good about that? He asked, sitting up straight. Sui Hong was slightly stunned. In the past, the young master would remain silent when hearing these words. Why was he asking questions today? Master, the master and mistress have been very supportive of you and the second master's school expenses and various other expenses. They even worry that you don't have enough money and often take the initiative to withdraw money for you. What kind of parents would be like this? Listen to this, what a generous uncle, he really treats people like his own children. Changqing smiled. Then do you know what kind of life our sixth uncle's family lived before we brothers came here? He asked. Sui Hong was stunned. She had never considered this question before. What was life like for the Yu family in the past? She didn't have many memories, but there certainly weren't so many servants, nor such a large house. Could it be that sixth uncle took over my parents' property? The jewelry store on the east side of town was my mother's dowry. You're probably aware of how prosperous the business is. This year's revenue alone is probably enough for my brothers and me to spend, not to mention owning a tavern and 2 rental properties. Changqing was not afraid that she would tell his uncle. According to the plot, something bad would happen during the boat trip to the lake after the spring. His uncle must have wanted to kill him, so he was not worried about falling out. Sui Hong was shocked by his words. She didn't expect that there was such a situation behind this. She was even more shocked that Changqing dared to talk about these things in person. She didn't know how to react for a while. You go down and ask someone to clean up later. I can wash myself. Changqing didn't expect her to figure it out, so he waved his hand and let her go. He took the handkerchief and wiped his face, then tried to brush his teeth with a willow branch. The bitter taste immediately filled his mouth. No, he reached out and took out a toothbrush from the space. This one was much more convenient. At lunchtime in the afternoon, Changqing finally met the family. Uncle Six was dressed like a country gentleman, with a slick and shrewd look in his eyes. Aunt Six had a face full of wrinkles and looked like an old lady. It seemed that she had suffered a lot in her youth. Both of them had sullen faces, and their expressions became even colder when they saw Changqing enter the room. TSK, I guess Sui Hong has already conveyed the message. Changqing glanced around and saw Yu Changle, who was already sitting at the table. This time-traveling brother was very respectful and cautious. When he saw Changqing coming, his expression changed in sync with the two adults. "Brother, Uncle Six and Aunt Six have been waiting for you for a long time," he spoke with a tone of reproach. Changqing had no expectations for the time-traveling brother, and he was too lazy to pay attention to him. He walked forward and sat down. His disregarding attitude made their faces even uglier. Yu Changdal opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but was stopped by his sixth uncle that he forced to smile and said to Changqing, "Changqing, you may have misunderstood me and your aunt. The property left by your father is registered and filed with the clan. Don't worry, when you brothers reach the age and can be independent, your uncle will hand it over to you intactly. Yes, Changqing, you are still young. Everyone has seen how your uncle and aunt have treated you and your brothers in recent years. Don't believe the instigation of some people." Aunt Lu also sighed and spoke earnestly. Unfortunately, although her tone was on point, her acting was so poor that she couldn't hide the annoyed expression on her face at all. Instead, the way she was trying so hard made it look a bit funny. Changqing couldn't help laughing out loud on the spot. "Aunt, your expression doesn't seem as sincere as your words." He laughed. The scene was extremely awkward for a moment, with only Changqing's unrestrained laughter echoing in the room. Even Yu Changdal couldn't hold back his expression and just lowered his head to hide his face. "Eat, eat." Finally, Uncle Six couldn't help but shout, and the conversation ended. However, even while eating, they were still uneasy because Changqing took out a silver needle and tested each dish for poison. He checked them carefully without any scruples before he breathed a sigh of relief. Call, safe now. He picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, completely ignoring the expressions of several people who looked as if they had seen a ghost. Uncle Six's expression changed, and he seemed about to explode, but when he saw Changqing's fearless expression, he held back. This brat. Someone must have said something behind his back. He couldn't fall out with him right now, or else if the news got out, how could he live like this? Uncle Six knows better than anyone that what people say can be scary. It has not been easy to maintain a good image over the years, and he doesn't want to make a bad impression on this matter. This matter needs to be considered carefully. Changqing was so presumptuous because he saw through his suspicious and cautious nature. In the original plot, the sixth uncle is a person who attaches great importance to his own image. He creates a good image of being selfless and taking care of his cousin's son. Especially in front of outsiders, he is extremely kind. With that enthusiasm, it is no wonder that many people think he is better than his biological father. Since he wants to be a good person, of course we have to give him the opportunity to be a good person. Changqing had made up his mind long ago. Chapter 503 Ancient House Fighting. 4. The 2 days of rest passed in a flash, and it was time to go to the clan school. What? 2 taels of silver to buy paper and pen? When Aunt Six heard Changqing's request to withdraw the silver, the wrinkles on her face trembled. In the past, the 2 brothers each received 1 tael of silver, and now it suddenly doubled? She looked at Yu Changdal beside her. Why Yu Changdal's face was also filled with surprise. He hadn't expected this cheap brother to become so arrogant. He usually only asked for 1 or 2 taels of silver, but now he was asking for so much. Who was sixth aunt? She was so willing to give up every penny. Wouldn't asking for more money be like asking for her life? How stupid. Not only would he not get the money, but he would also be hated by his aunt. He would never do that. When he traveled to this world, he already had ideological awareness. Jingshan Town has never been his goal. What do these so-called family members have to do with him? Seeing them being so calculative, Yu Changdal just found it funny. A bloodline and family are nothing but feudal dregs. The most important thing is to make good use of everything you can use and achieve your goals. Aunt, just give me 1 or 2 ounces of silver. I don't have that much money to spend. The wrinkles on Aunt Lu's face immediately smoothed out, and a self-proclaimed kind smile appeared on her face. Hey, Changdal is still sensible. Guerome, quickly give the silver to Changdal. Following her instructions, a thick-shouldered and muscular man came over with a plate. On the plate were 2 thumb-sized silver nuggets, which looked like one piece weighing 1 tael of silver. Yu Changdal carefully picked up a piece and put it in his pocket, glancing at Changqing as if wanting to see the expression on his face. Auntie has prepared it long ago, 1 tael of silver for each of you. Now let's see how you end up. That Cici was sixth aunt's confidant, so she naturally knew what she was thinking. When she saw Yu Changdal accept the silver, she turned around and came to Changqing. Master, it's not easy for the family to make money. It's hard for madam to manage the household. 1 tael of silver is enough for an average family to eat for a month. We have to increase income and reduce expenditure. There was a smug look on her face. Look, whether you take it or not, he is just a teenager. The old lady is confident that she can control him. He glanced at the men, noticing a hint of mockery on their faces. Ha, do you think you've got him? He took a step forward, his eyes clear of any panic. Sixth aunt, I have my reasons for spending so much money. Paper and pens are just one aspect. Participating in poetry gatherings and traveling with classmates are another. As the top student of my class, this amount of money isn't much. As soon as these words came out, Yu Changdal's expression changed. Was this a hint that he wasn't doing well academically? He had only been here for a little over a month and was just getting acquainted with the situation here. In his previous life, he studied math, physics, and chemistry at school, so he had never come across the 4 books and 5 classics. However, he had already been secretly working harder. I believe I will catch up soon. Sixth aunt and the old nanny were also stunned. This kid is usually cautious and taciturn, so why is he so stubborn today? Changqing, you don't understand the situation at home. Business is difficult. Your uncle works until late at night every day and only makes 40 or 50 taels of silver a month. There are so many people in the family to support. Sixth aunt spoke with great sincerity and a kindly elder demeanor, which made Changqing almost want to vomit. Aunt, I think you don't understand the situation at home very well. He said in a sarcastic voice, while Aunt Lu looked rather dazed. He continued to talk. The reason why Uncle Six comes home so late every day is that he keeps a mistress outside. By the way, that woman's name is Zhang Ernyang. Auntie, you've seen her, right? Clang, the words were spoken, and everyone was shocked. Sixth aunt's teacup fell directly to the ground and shattered. Even the old nanny and Yu Changle, who had nothing to do with it, were stunned by the news. Zhang Ernyang, Sixth aunt muttered to herself, the string in her mind finally breaking, and countless images suddenly emerged. She remembered Zhang Ernyang helping out in the family jewelry store. Because she was dishonest, she wanted to punish her when she found out, but the always strict master interceded and even refused to fire her. Once she suddenly went to check on them, and the 2 of them ran out of the back room in a panic. The bitch's face was flushed, and she said it was because of the hot weather. Could it be that they already have a beginning and an end? Although Sixth aunt was asking herself, her tone was firm and it was obvious that she had believed the information. Now Zhang Ernyang lives in the 3rd courtyard of Lotus Lane. Auntie, guess who rented such a large courtyard for her? Changqing's words once again confirmed Sixth aunt's guess. At this moment, she no longer had any hope. For a moment, she was furious and couldn't help cursing. That slut, I can tell she's not a good person at first glance. She's really a slut who seduces men. She would not scold her own man, but she had no scruples when it came to scolding Zhang Ernyang. While scolding, she even stood up directly, as if she was ready to fight to the death. Aunt, I don't care if you want to cause trouble for others, but my money. Look, Changqing hurried to stop him, but before he could finish his words, Aunt Lu waved her hand impatiently. Give it to him. Give it to him, and rushed out of the yard. Changqing got the 2 taels of silver as he wished. On the way to the clan school, he felt the wind blowing on both sides and felt extremely light. No matter what era, women's tolerance for their men having mistresses outside is still not high. In this small town, there is no strict division of labor between men working outside and women working inside. Aunt Six is not a woman with a good temper. Because Uncle Six was injured, she was already tolerant enough of not having a son, and then, she was given this? How could she not be furious? Oh, Uncle Six will probably have a headache now. Changqing said secretly. Zhang Ernyang is no simple person. She was born in a brothel and is very aggressive. She retired from the society when she was old and hooked up with her 6th uncle, an old man with some family background. In the plot, the affair between her and her 6th uncle was exposed several years later, which caused an uproar in the town. Her 6th uncle and aunt almost divorced. In the end, Yu Changle, who had already caught the eye of the county magistrate, saw that the situation was not good and suppressed it. Now, I'm afraid no one can control this situation. The more Changqing thought about it, the happier he felt, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. A few steps behind him, Yu Changle was no longer as happy. I thought this cheap guy was going to get humiliated, but I didn't expect him to actually get 2 taels of silver. Over the past month, he has also learned about the monetary system of this world. The purchasing power of 2 taels of silver is extraordinary, equivalent to several thousand yuan in the future. Damn it, how did this guy know all that shit about Uncle Six? Yu Changle gritted his teeth. The 2 brothers walked one after the other. Along the way, they met many peers of similar age, walking in groups of 3 or 4, and it was obvious that they all had the same destination. Look, those are the 2 brothers adopted by our 6th uncle. Cautious discussions were heard. That one in front is my brother Yu Changqing, right? The one the master said has the potential to become a jincher? So it's him. He looks so cool, as if no one is around. The person who spoke had a sour tone, and did not hide his envy and jealousy at all. Only Yu Changqing is a bit capable. His younger brother is just like that. Besides, he has no parents. He only has the opportunity to go to school because of the care of his clan. The other person spoke in a loud voice, as if he wanted the 2 of them to hear it on purpose. If someone had said this in the past, Yu Changle's face would have turned red, but now he has changed his attitude and is much calmer about these words. He just walks with his head down. The original owner was used to these discussions. After all, it was a fact that they brothers had no father or mother. However, Changqing couldn't bear it. Hearing this, he stopped and walked quickly to the person who had spoken just now in Yu Changle's surprised eyes. You have a father and a mother, and this is how you were raised? His face was stern and his aura was somewhat frightening. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the other person's collar, and with a little force he actually lifted the teenager up. "You Chongqing. Fighting is not allowed in the school." The young man's name was Uao. He came from a poor family and he couldn't stand the fact that the Chongqing brothers had no parents but lived a comfortable life. He would make sarcastic remarks from time to time. Usually, no one paid any attention to him, so he became more and more confident. He didn't expect that Chongqing would actually take action today. He suddenly became timid and had no confidence when speaking. "Ha, we're not in school yet." Chongqing snorted coldly, threw him hard, and took a few steps away. Plop. He wanted to use the force to stand firm, but he didn't expect Chongqing to use more force, and he swayed and fell on his back. You young people are most concerned about their reputation. At this time, during school hours, there are many people watching. Uao's face immediately turned red and tears welled up in his eyes. Chapter 504 Ancient House Fighting 5. What's wrong with me? Talking about others behind their backs is not what a gentleman does, and you'll be in the wrong when you go to the master. Chang would not tolerate this bully who only cares about the strong. If he really had to report the incident to the teacher, he, as a good student, would have a huge advantage and would not be afraid at all of seeing Changqing so confident. Uao became even more angry. He got up from the ground covered in dust and pointed at Changqing and shouted, "What are you so proud of? Your food and lodging are all from Uncle Six's family. Your parents died a long time ago, and you are the most pitiful one." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a flash before his eyes, and then he was slapped in the face, which made him stunned. "It's not your place to talk nonsense about my parents' affairs." And Chongqing paused again, his eyes sweeping over the crowd. "You said I was eating and sleeping at Uncle Hualu's house, that's not right." His voice was calm, as if he was stating an indisputable fact. "My parents have passed away, but the inheritance they left behind is still here. It's enough for my brothers and me to use for many years." Facing everyone's puzzled gazes, he further explained, perhaps some people still remember what life was like for Sixth Uncle's family 5 years ago. They lived in a small, 2-story courtyard in the far west, with only 2 servants. Now they've moved to the most central area, living in a large, 3-story house with dozens of servants." "Brother, stop talking." Yu Changle stepped forward and tugged at Changqing's sleeve. "Is this something I can say? If I do, I'll definitely fall out with my 6th uncle. And then it'll implicate him." Changqing ignored him and took a step forward. His voice suddenly became heated. "So, the money my brothers and I use is nothing more than our parents' inheritance. Even my 6th uncle and 6th aunt are living off my parents' inheritance. If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask your own parents, or wait until I turn 15 next year and inherit the inheritance, and you'll find out." The scene was silent. After all, these are just teenagers, and they don't have much idea about family property. They just heard that the Chongqing brothers' parents were both dead, and their 6th uncle and aunt deliberately created an image, so they subconsciously thought that they were supported by their 6th uncle's family. As a result, this actually happened, and Chongqing will be able to inherit the estate next year? Everyone has learned the clan rules, and many people still remember that one can inherit the estate at the age of 15. Doesn't that mean that Yu Chongqing will become a parent next year? That would give him a lot of freedom. The children didn't expect that Uncle Six would set up so many difficult situations, and they immediately showed envy on their faces. "Damn, how lucky is that guy?" Uao was also stunned by Chongqing's words. So, that guy had been using his own family's money all along? And it was actually his 6th uncle who was supporting him? This was a bit of a reversal of his understanding, and he couldn't believe it, but Chongqing was so confident that he felt a little uncertain. I will definitely go back and ask my parents." He threw down a few words and quickly ran away with his head down. Others didn't dare to say anything more and turned around and left quickly. Chongqing, there is a kind of boring feeling of bullying children. "Brother, you were too impulsive just now." Changqing was about to leave when a voice sounded beside him. "Uh-oh, I forgot I have a younger brother." Chongqing turned his head and looked at the face that looked somewhat similar to his own. "My foolish brother, what do you think?" The other person's eyes were fierce, as if he wanted to see through his thoughts. Yu Changle felt inexplicably nervous and lowered his head involuntarily. "I just think that 6th uncle and his family are very nice to us, and they don't have any sons, so do you want to be their son and inherit the family property in the future?" Changqing asked immediately. Why Yu Changle's heart trembled. This was indeed his true thought. I just think that we are all relatives, there is no need to make things so awkward." Besides, he didn't think that as a younger generation, he could defeat the elders. In this era, the elders have power. Of course, he didn't say the rest of the words. How could a native understand what he was saying? Relatives? Chongqing smiled. "If you want such relatives, I'll give them to you." Anyway, he didn't want such deadly relatives. Yu Changle was also angered by his words. This ungrateful fellow will suffer in the future. "If you want to die, don't take me with you." He snorted coldly and didn't want to say anything more. He still had to mend the relationship between Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu as soon as possible. Yu Changqing's rebelliousness during this period was just his opportunity. Anyway, he didn't believe that Yu Changqing could defeat his 6th uncle and aunt. Not to mention anything else, his status alone was enough to crush anyone just digging your own grave. I had initially considered him as a relative of the body I was occupying, and initially wanted to take him in as my younger brother. But, with a temper like that, what could he possibly accomplish? It would have been better if he'd died earlier, out of my way. I will definitely surpass you, not just in academics. Now that I've come into this world, it won't be silent. Yu Chang'e gritted his teeth and made up his mind secretly. Changqing had no idea what his time-traveling brother was thinking. He went to school as usual. In class, the teacher again praised his essay and said that he had the potential to become a genius. Changqing, you have a solid foundation and your writing is of a certain standard. You can definitely take part in the scientific examination next year. The teacher had a smile on his face and treated Changqing more kindly than his own son. Yes, sir, that is exactly what I meant. Changqing's words made the teacher even more satisfied. Young people should have this kind of spirit. However, after commenting on Changqing's article, he turned to another article and his face immediately darkened. Yu Chang'e, what are you writing about? I asked you to talk about public management, but you talked about a harmonious society and protecting the rights of the people? The teacher was so angry that his beard trembled and he slammed the table. It's simply treasonous. Then he started to talk about the basic principles such as the king's power is granted by God and all the people under heaven are the king's subjects, and finally made Yu Chang'e stand outside the classroom to be punished. I don't know what books you've read, but your thinking will definitely bring disaster upon your family. You must learn from this. The teacher spoke sternly, and the other students were trembling with fear. Changqing saw Yu Chang'e standing out with a sour face, and he couldn't help laughing in his heart. It seems that this time traveler did not have it so smooth at the beginning. Although the ideas of the future are advanced, they are undoubtedly reactionary in this feudal ancient times. In other words, he is still young now. If he really enters the officialdom, he will be reported in minutes. Losing his job is the least of his worries, and imprisonment is not uncommon. Chapter 505 Ancient House Fighting 6. Perhaps because he was punished, Yu Chang'e ran away early when school was over, and Changqing didn't care at all. The original owner was very controlling, fearing that his younger brother would learn bad things. However, as a result, he was hated by his younger brother who had been jealous of him for a long time, and ended up in a bad situation now. Changqing doesn't care about these things and lets people do whatever they want. He was too lazy to wander around, so he started reading as soon as he got home. The original owner had a solid foundation, and he integrated his memory. He was not too worried about the exam, but just wanted to fill in the gaps and be cautious. On the other side, Yu Chang'e was walking alone on the street in a depressed mood. He didn't want to go home for the time being. He felt stressed living under the same roof with his stepbrother. In his original world, he wasn't considered a top student. He was just an ordinary person who had worked hard to get into an ordinary university. Could it be that after such a great opportunity of traveling through time, he would still be crushed by a top student? He was unwilling to accept this. Oh, it would be great if that cheap brother were gone. He couldn't help but sigh, but a living person cannot be killed just like that. The key is to be strong yourself. He, who comes from the future, certainly knows this. What can I do? Memorizing the 4 books and 5 classics is too boring, and writing articles requires quoting from them. It is even more boring than rote learning and has no scientific basis at all. He looked down upon the education of this era and was extremely troubled. Is it possible to become an official without taking the imperial examination? This thought suddenly occurred to him, as if there was a precedent for becoming an official directly through recommendation. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. The Yu family is considered a big family in Qingshan town, but it is nothing compared to the entire Jiannan county. To be recommended, they need to build a reputation for themselves, yes. Fame. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. The Chinese texts I memorized in junior high and high school flashed through my mind. This works, although he didn't remember the complete article. Those were all famous quotes throughout the ages. If he could write down 2 of them and spread them around, it would probably cause a huge response. How many scholars of humble origins had become famous throughout the world through their poetry? He counted them, but he couldn't count them. I have to check if there are those celebrities in this world. Yu Chang'e suddenly felt that he had found the right path. Hey, Chang'e, why are you here? He just turned around and wanted to go back when someone patted his shoulder twice. When he turned around, he saw 3 young men in fancy clothes looking at him with their arms around each other. I will live forever, I will live forever. He immediately became alert. These people were well-known scoundrels in the family, especially Yu Tian, who was the grandson of the patriarch. The other 2 were also little bullies in the town. What they hated most were those who were good at studying, like Yu Changqing, because the elders in the family always compared them with each other in order to motivate them to study. So when they saw Yu Changqing's younger brother, they would look at him with disgust. He remembered that he was stopped a few times and it was that cheap brother who rescued him. But now, it was obvious that cheap brother was not there. What are you going to do? Yu Chang'e took a step back, his eyes alert. Brothers are not looking for trouble with you. Yu Tian stepped forward and put his arm around his neck. Stop pretending. You were punished by the master today, and your brother didn't even speak up for you. He doesn't even have a brother like you in his heart. Otherwise, considering how important he is to the master, would you still be punished for asking for mercy? Come on, my brothers will treat you to a drink. Let me tell you, those scholars are the most heartless. As the saying goes, those who are loyal are butchers, and those who are unfaithful are scholars. Yu Tian shook his head and pulled him to the side while speaking. Don't say it. These words really touched Yu Changle's heart, didn't they? How many good people are there among those who are good at studying? They are all bad. Especially Yu Changqing, who doesn't know what is good for him. His eyes flashed, and he reluctantly followed the few people to a big gate. Hongsui Tower. This is the most famous entertainment venue in Qingshan town. Not only can you drink and eat there, but you can also have girls dancing and playing the piano with you. Hee, you've never been here before, right? Your brother controls you every day. He doesn't enjoy himself, and he doesn't let you enjoy yourself either. It's really annoying. Yu Tian smiled and led the way. Why Yu Changle was a little hesitant. After all, the consumption here was not cheap, but after hearing Yu Changsun say that brother Tian would pay for today's consumption, he no longer hesitated and followed him with big strides. Host, your brother went to Hongsui Tower. Changqing was reading a book when the system's voice suddenly rang out. Oh? Changqing raised his head, his expression unchanged. Yu Changle hasn't even made a name for himself yet, and you're already enjoying yourself? He was brought in by Yu Tian and his men. Well, after hearing what the system said, Changqing understood. He had some impression of Yu Tian, who was someone who often picked on the original owner. Because of the original owner's excellence, he even took his anger out on his younger brother Yu Changle and bullied him many times. Would such a person invite Yu Changle to dinner? Changqing narrowed his eyes, somewhat skeptical. I'm afraid he has no good intentions. If it were the original owner, he would definitely rush to rescue the person after hearing the news, but Changqing had no interest in this. He even wanted to applaud. System, do you have any collection of ancient poetry and prose? Do you have any articles and poems by Li Bai and others? He asked the system. No, the system answered neatly. Changqing, other systems have shopping malls and the like. Isn't your system a little too limited in functionality? The system curled its lips and asked, if there was a mall, would you spend soul fragments to buy things? No. Changqing also answered clearly and neatly. System, host, do you want to learn those things? That's useless. They don't exist in this world, and they won't be tested in scientific examinations. Nonsense, why should I learn that? Isn't this Yu Changle plagiarizing ancient poems and articles to boost his own reputation? I can't stand his plagiarism and want to protect the copyright of the ancients in the parallel world. Ha! The system froze for a moment, then immediately jumped up excitedly. That's a good idea. Ha, let's stir up trouble. Wait a minute, I'll go find you an electronic version. Even though you can't use it directly, you can copy it. As he spoke, the figure disappeared into space in a flash. TSK, when it comes to causing trouble, this guy is more anxious than me. Changqing laughed secretly and shook his head. Why Yu Changle was just an ordinary college student in his previous life. Changqing had also been to the modern era. There weren't many things modern college students could do. Making soap, glass, or even starting a business. What were they thinking? That would only be possible if they had a system. He thought of a word that later generations would use to describe college students: clear stupidity. It might not be 100% accurate, but 90% is about right. I am the plot. The only thing Yu Changle can really show off is a few sentences he copied and memorized from the textbook. In fact, in the later part of the plot, he basically did not produce any new poems or essays, which shows that he has no talent. It's just that he established a reputation in the early stage and then joined the right team. It's enough to live a lifetime of honor just by relying on his merits. In Changqing's opinion, such a path to success is completely fragile and will be lost in the crowd if it encounters even the slightest obstacle. Let's wait and see. Chapter 506 Ancient House Fighting 7. That night, the Yu family had a very uneasy time. When Changqing had finished his meal, his sixth uncle and sixth aunt came back. Both of them had wounds on their faces and looked at each other with resentment. Well, it must be Aunt Six who caught them in the act. Uncle, Aunt, you're back? Changqing ignored their ugly faces and immediately stood up to greet them when he saw them walk in. Alas, you came back too late. The meal was already prepared in the kitchen. I waited for you for more than 2 hours but still didn't show up, so I ate it by myself. He cupped his hands, unable to conceal the gossipy look in his eyes. The servant who was preparing to clean up nearby was indescribable when he heard this. What do you mean by waiting for 2 hours? He couldn't wait to eat right after the food came out of the pot, but he couldn't say that. When his sixth uncle and aunt looked at him inquiringly, he could only nod. The young master is indeed very worried about you. Changqing didn't care whether they believed it or not. He was not full yet, so he ordered the kitchen to add 2 more dishes. Uncle, aunt, please sit down and eat something together. You look very hungry too. His expression was very sincere, which made Uncle Six and Aunt Six raise their eyelids. They wondered what evil thoughts this kid was harboring. The two glared at each other and sat down, but they had no appetite at all. I don't want to eat anymore. Uncle Lou threw down his chopsticks and stood up. You Laulu, you still want to comfort that bitch, right? Aunt Lou smashed the bowl and immediately stood up. She looked like she was ready for another fight. An embarrassed look flashed across Uncle Six's face. Why are you saying these things in front of the child? I'm going back to my room to rest. After saying that, he fled in panic. Aunt Lou also lost her appetite. She gave Changqing a sidelong glance and was about to leave when several young people came in through the gate. It was Yu Tian and others who supported the drunk Yu Changle. Aunt, Changle drank too much in Hongsui Tower, so we sent him back. Yu Tian said loudly. He also smelled of alcohol, but his eyes were clear, and it was obvious that he was not drunk. Aunt Lu's face immediately fell. What is going on? Are you all so troublesome? Changqing, take your brother back to his room. She ordered. Okay, I'll send it over after I finish eating. Changqing readily agreed. Seeing Sixth Auntie leave, he waved and called Sui Hong, you can send the second young master back. Anyway, you are one of the concubines, so just consider it as giving you a chance. Changqing doesn't care at all that Sui Hong originally thought that the eldest young master was calling her for something, and she was feeling unhappy. But she didn't expect that he was calling for the second young master. She immediately became happy and her face flushed. Okay, I'll definitely deliver it. Her voice unconsciously became softer. She has been very upset recently. She heard from her mother that although the eldest young master is talented, he is rebellious and has deep conflicts with the master and the mistress, so his future is not promising. The second young master has become more open-minded recently and is very popular with the lady. The master and lady have no children and are planning to adopt him as an adopted son. I was just worrying about not having the chance to switch jobs and work for the second young master, but it actually came right to me. How could this make her happy? Changqing knew what she was thinking when he saw her expression, but he didn't care. After watching Sui Hong helping Yu Changle leave, he stared at Yu Tian and the others who were about to leave. Ha, you were the ones who took him to Hongsui Tower, right? He rubbed his fists and smiled strangely. Several people were startled and felt an inexplicable sense of terrifying pressure coming over them. Just as they were about to turn around and run, they felt a pain in their waist. Then a heart-wrenching scream came from the yard, startling a flock of crows. Half an incense stick later, several people supported each other and ran out with bruised faces and noses. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. In the evening, the system finally came back. Host, I have found a lot of ebooks of all kinds. Please see if there is what you want. Its voice was very excited. An electronic projection screen appeared in the bustling Changqing, showing all kinds of book information at a glance. I don't know where he found it, there is a huge pile of documents. Changqing searched for a long time and found all kinds of things. 300 Tang poems. Guangguanzi 3 years of college entrance examination and 5 years of simulation. The domineering host falls in love with me. System, you didn't get the ebook by leaving your email address on the forum, did you? Changqing couldn't help but complain. Hey, these are all very popular, from the big data popularity rankings. The system puffed out its chest, unable to hide the smugness in its eyes. No one understood data better than it. Changqing naturally did not hesitate to praise the system, and praised the system so much that the system almost flew away with joy. If Tongzi had not had hands, he would probably have volunteered to do the copying work. This Tongzi is still too young. Changqing smiled secretly, took out a pen and paper and began to copy. He didn't copy everything, but planned to compile a booklet based on the content that appeared in the plot. Anyway, they are all famous works and will definitely be widely circulated. Then let's see how you can still be a plagiarist. The next morning, Sixth Aunt told Changqing that she wanted Sui Hong to serve Yu Changle. Alas, Changle's ability to live is really worrying. As her brother, you should be more considerate of her. Sui Hong said that you are more accustomed to dressing and washing yourself, so let Sui Hong take care of Changle. Aunt Lu said this casually while eating. Changqing naturally didn't care about this. He glanced at Yu Changle's dark circles under his eyes and noticed his somewhat smug look. Okay. He replied briefly, and then saw Yu Changle's eyes light up. Why Yu Changle was indeed a little proud. So what if this cheap brother is a good writer? So what if he passed the examination? The maid who has served him for so long is still innocent. He almost died of laughter. To be honest, he was shocked when he woke up in the morning and found Sui Hong in his bed, but he was soon filled with a sense of accomplishment, especially when he saw the blood on the bed. He felt that the journey was worth it. This is the correct way to travel back to ancient times. Moreover, he felt that this was a good sign, the beginning of his victory over his hypocritical brother. How could he not be happy when his brother took his woman away, especially now, seeing that Changqing didn't want to talk much? He felt even more relieved. This cheap brother must be very upset, but who can he blame? Who told you not to understand romance? Sui Hong said from the beginning that it was Yu Changle who she had her eyes on. Why Yu Changle was so happy that she almost jumped up. Chapter 507 Ancient House Fighting. 8. Yu Changle's happiness only lasted for one morning. When he arrived at the school, he found that he could not concentrate at all. Especially after the teacher started the lecture, he yawned continuously, fell asleep several times, and was woken up several times. In the end, the master became really famous. Yu Changle! You are a hopeless case, get out of here! Yu Changle stood outside again, but he was not panicked. He no longer wanted to take the imperial examination. The path he wanted to take was to become famous and be recommended. He had already thought of some poems that were suitable for the occasion and was just waiting for an opportunity to make a breakthrough. What's the point of memorizing the 4 books and 5 classics every day? They're all futile dregs. Standing outside the classroom, he said to himself, and soon he thought of Cui Hong's soft body and the fullness of her breasts, and felt his body temperature getting hot again. After finally getting out of school, he rushed home, but was stopped by Yu Tian and others at the door. Changle, why are you in such a hurry to go back? Come on, go play with the brothers. Yu Tian's face was still a little bruised. When he saw Yu Changle, he grinned, walked up to her and put his arms around her neck. Doesn't that guy care about his younger brother? He insisted on taking him out to play, just to see what Yu Changqing could do. Seeing the hesitation on Yu Changle's face, Yu Tian patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong? Brother Changle, you're not afraid that your brother will control you, are you? How is that possible? I'm not afraid of him. Yu Changle immediately retorted loudly. He had just won a small victory over that hypocritical brother. Haha, I was thinking, why would Brother Changle be afraid of that guy? Let's go play together. I'll take you to another great place today. Yu Changxuan and his 2 brothers also came over, and the 3 of them carried Yu Changle away. Changqing, who was walking out of the school with the teacher, glanced at the backs of the few people leaving and sighed in his heart. These guys really set their sights on Yu Changle, but what does this have to do with him? It can be said that it has nothing to do with him. He turned around and continued to talk to the teacher about the imperial examination. Don't worry about the guarantee. I have several classmates in the capital, and they are all students on the government stipend. I can help you write a letter, but of course you need to pay for it yourself. The master patted Changqing on the shoulder and said he was about 40 years old, which was neither old nor young in that era, and he already had some white hair on his head. The master was also quite talented when he was young, but he failed in the examinations after becoming a scholar. He lost his ambition and was invited to become a teacher at the Yu family school. After teaching here for many years, he also trained many scholars, which earned him the respect of the Yu family and greatly improved his life. But who wouldn't want to train a jinshi, a successful jinshi, or a top-ranking scholar? The added value of being a teacher of a jinshi or a top-ranking scholar is far greater than training 10 scholars. The student in front of him is the most likely to achieve this achievement, so the teacher naturally pays more attention to him. Being smart, precocious and sensible is so rare. Especially recently, he feels that his favorite student seems to have become stronger mentally, which undoubtedly increases the teacher's confidence. Becoming a scholar is not your final destination. Remember, your future is not in Qingshan Town, or even in Jiannan County. When they parted, the teacher encouraged them again and assured them again and again that he could help them with the guarantee. Changqing thanked him again and again before turning around and walking home. In this era, if a student wanted to take the imperial examination and become a scholar, he needed a guarantor from a government official. A government official was a first-class scholar in the previous imperial examination. They enjoyed government treatment and were considered trustworthy. This is equivalent to a form of qualification review to ensure that the candidate's information is true. Of course, this kind of guarantee is often not free and requires 2 taels of silver as a reward. In ancient times, imperial examinations were not something that poor people could afford. Changqing couldn't help but sigh. All things are inferior except reading, but reading is closely related to money. Paper, pens and tuition are all considerable expenses, not to mention that you need a guarantor for the exam. Not to mention that you need to find connections. Just 2 taels of silver at once. It is really not easy for an ordinary farmer to come up with this money. He was well known for his talent and had the support of his clan, so he was not worried about the money issue. Thinking of this, he felt somewhat disappointed. If nothing had happened to the original owner, passing the imperial examination would have been a sure thing. However, due to the greed of his relatives and the interference of a time traveler, he died before the exam. It's no wonder that he was upset when he missed the dream that was so close to him. However, this time, these people will definitely receive the punishment they deserve. Changqing clenched his fists and walked quickly back home. Then start copying books silently. Compared with Changqing's simple and unpredictable life, Yu Changle's mentality is much more complicated. He originally thought that Yu Tian and the others were taking him to drink again. To be honest, he was not so averse to drinking. After all, the wonderful things that happened last night happened when he was drunk, and he had a good experience, but he didn't expect that this time, Yu Tian and others had a new trick. They first went to Honkwala to drink, and then took him to the 3rd floor and pushed him into a room. Before he could react, a soft body fell into his arms. Well, sir, the sound of the orchid-like breath brought heat to his ears, and he instantly found the feeling of last night, and his hands involuntarily placed on the other's waist. The candlelight flickers and the long night is gentle. What he didn't notice was that after he was brought into the room, Yu Tian and his friends sat together without any sign of alcohol, with happy smiles on their faces. Ha ha ha, Yu Changqing is most worried that his younger brother will learn bad things. Ha ha ha, he will definitely be very upset when he finds out tomorrow. Yu Tian laughed so hard that he fell backwards, feeling extremely happy. Brother Tian. If we do this, will Yu Changqing beat us up? He's very strong. Yu Changsuan touched his arm, which was still a little sore, and said with lingering fear that he had just been beaten up yesterday and he felt a little weak. What are you afraid of? Yu Tian glanced at him. Yesterday, I was careless and entered their house, and suffered a loss. If we were outside, he would dare to make a move. The clan rules are there. If we make a big fuss, he won't even pass the imperial examination. Yu Tiankai was not afraid at all. That kid beat them up yesterday, which further proved that he cared about his younger brother. It would make him feel even better if he destroyed something he cared about. It would be best if this younger brother committed some crime, so that he would not be able to take part in the imperial examination. His eyes flashed. What he couldn't stand the most were those hypocritical people who acted pretentiously all day long. Yet, the elders at home wanted him to learn from that kid. What the hell was he trying to learn from? He really wanted to see that kid sink into the dirt. Yu Tian is 2 years older than Changqing and is now almost 17 years old. He is at the age of both action and destructive power, but Changqing is not interested in women and does not drink. He usually goes to school and reads books, so he really has no tricks to use. Fortunately, his younger brother could still break through, which finally gave him some confidence. Let's go. We won't pay today. We'll wait until he comes to collect the debt tomorrow and see Yu Changqing's face. Ha 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 ha. The young men walked out laughing, while Yu Changle was still intoxicated by the wine and tenderness, but what they didn't know was that their words soon reached Changqing. Want to see my expression tomorrow? Changqing put down the pen in his hand, rubbed his sore wrist, and looked up with some confusion. Really? They thought you cared about your brother the most, so they wanted to drag him down with them and break your defenses. They also said it would be best if he got into trouble so you couldn't take the exam. The system is very angry. Ha ha ha, this is so fucking interesting. Hearing this, Changqing couldn't help laughing. The original owner might be pretending to care about his younger brother, but he didn't show any such behavior in the past few days. Could it be that he beat them up yesterday and caused them to misunderstand? This is such a beautiful misunderstanding. Then I have to perform well tomorrow and give them the expression they want to see. Chapter 508 Ancient House Fighting 9. The next day happened to be the school's holiday. As Changqing walked into the yard, he saw Cui Hong standing next to Aunt Lu with a worried look on her face, looking at him with some resentment. Master, did you know that the second master didn't come home last night? She asked directly. Tsk, are you here to find your lover? I have no idea. Changqing's face turned cold and he sat down directly. Besides, Cui Hong, you are the second young master's personal maid. Didn't he tell you about his affairs? Cui Hong's face froze. Before the second young master went to school, he said that he would come back to be intimate with her after school. However, she waited in vain for the whole night without any news. She felt extremely disappointed. She had just given him her body, but he didn't care about her at all. She was really worried about what would happen to him in the future. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Changqing, I'm not saying anything bad to you, but you should care more about your brother. If you do this, others will think you are indifferent to family affection. After listening to the conversation between the two, Aunt Lu frowned and advised her recently, she has become more and more dissatisfied with Yu Changqing. In the past, she thought he was a sensible boy because he was a good student. She even thought of adopting him as her son. I didn't expect him to be a traitor and still want to take back the inheritance. Isn't this going to kill her? She has raised him for so many years, but he has no filial piety at all. It's all spread out there that this guy has publicly declared that he will take back the inheritance after he passes the imperial examination. What an ungrateful guy. It was her younger brother Yu Changle who was more thoughtful and listened to her words. But her husband said that only by adopting them as sons could she keep the family property. She was extremely unhappy. With such a rebellious heart, how could he be her son? Who knew how he would betray the family in the future? Sure enough, as soon as Changqing opened his mouth, Aunt Lu felt a headache. Of course I care about my brother. Last time he was drinking with Yu Tian and the others, I beat them up and gave them a warning. Aunt Six's face changed drastically. Yu Tian was the grandson of the clan leader. How could he be beaten casually? If he held a grudge, even a simple act of stumbling him would affect the family business, right? She thought for a long time and opened her mouth. There are many ways to care for your brother. You can't just hit him. Just as he finished speaking, a servant came to report that the manager of Hong Sui Tower was outside with the second young master, Hongquila. Sui Hong's face immediately turned sour, and Sixth Aunt's face also darkened. Why don't you let the second young master in quickly? She shouted. Everyone knows where Hongquila is. Zhang Ernyang was born in Hongquila. The matter hasn't been completely resolved yet, and now I'm involved with that place again. Aunt Lu just felt dizzy. Sui Hong's mouth pursed, and she looked like she was about to cry. She really wanted to question Yu Changle about what he treated her like. Well, the servant hesitated for a moment, then spoke directly. The steward outside said that the second young master hasn't paid yet, and he's here to collect the money, this bastard. Aunt Lou couldn't help but curse. Suehong's tears were falling down. What's going on? Sixth aunt found it heartbreaking. Because of Zhang Ernyang's matter, sixth uncle was still protesting, wanting to take her home as a concubine. He'd been sleeping in the inn for the past 2 days, but the little one, was still uneasy and went to that kind of place, and was even blocked at the door by people asking for money? He has no face at all. Let's go and have a look. Changqing stood up and it was time to perform. At this time, outside the gate, Yu Changle's face flushed red. This was not a deserted place. Even in the morning, there were many pedestrians coming and going, and their eyes would glance at his face from time to time, making him wish he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into, but the manager was wearing the Honkwala attire, which was very eye-catching. Uncle, can we go into the yard and talk? My sixth uncle and aunt will definitely give me money. He begged in a low voice. The burly man in front of him had already taken Yu Tian's money, so of course he would not do as he wished. He just shaved him and yelled at him. Of course I have to pay. My Miss Hongxiu's price is very high. I can't refuse to pay just because the Yu family is the most powerful family in town. His voice was so loud that it attracted everyone's attention. Many people gathered around him, looking like they were enjoying the show. The young man was very romantic, so people would just tease him a few times at most, but if he didn't give money, he would lose points. There were a lot of discussions at once. TSK, this is Yu Changqing's younger brother, right? He's only 14 years old? He only knows how to find girls. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. Miss Hongxiu? That can cost 5 taels of silver a night. Most people can't afford it. This is really embarrassing for Yu Changqing. I wonder what his expression will be when he comes back later. The chaotic chatter reaching his ears only infuriated Yu Changle. Damn it, even the discussion had to involve Yu Changqing? Was he destined to live in that man's shadow? He couldn't help but clench his fists. Also, what's with Yu Tian and the others? They paid last time, but now they're not paying. Isn't that a ripoff? He's still thinking of recruiting these guys as his minions. They have no sense of reason. I can't lead them on a counterattack in the future. He made up his mind. Tap tap tap. There were footsteps inside the gate, and everyone outside was shocked, knowing that something interesting was about to happen. The next moment, 3 figures appeared at the door. They were Aunt Six, Yu Changqing and Suehong. Changqing took a quick glance and noticed Yu Tian and his companion sneaking around behind the crowd. Without waiting for Aunt Lu to speak, he took the initiative and got into the role in a second. Changle. Do you know what you've done? Before his death, our father told us to be upright people, and you actually found a girl without paying her? How can you be worthy of our ancestors? His eyes were red. He pointed at Yu Changle with one hand, his body was trembling slightly, and anyone who saw him could tell that he looked heartbroken. Why Yu Changle was completely bewildered by this sudden news. When did his father say such words before his death? He clearly asked you to take good care of your brother. Aunt Lu and Suehong were also stunned. What was going on? Aunt Lu was thinking about giving the money and bringing the person into the yard quickly to avoid embarrassment. But what could she do after such a situation? The crowd was also surprised. Sure enough, this little brother is such a jerk. If I were his brother, I would be pissed to death. I heard that Yu Changqing always took special care of this younger brother. It's a pity that he doesn't live up to his expectations and is always holding us back. It's really disheartening to have a brother like this. Chapter 509 Ancient House Fighting, 10. When Yu Tian and the others heard Changqing's words, they nodded secretly. It turned out that their method was correct. They had never seen Yu Changqing lose his composure like this before. He felt that he had finally grasped the opponent's weakness. Let's go, we have a direction now. Several people looked at each other, quietly retreated to the back, and slipped away. Their words naturally could not escape Changqing's eyes, but he had no time to pay attention to them. Instead, he continued speaking with great sorrow. You have read the books of the sages in vain. You have let your parents down and have let down the teachings of your uncle and aunt. As he spoke, his head tilted and he fainted in nonsense. If he didn't faint at this time, was he waiting to pay? The scene was in chaos and the sense of drama was full. 2 servants hurried forward and carried the person back. Aunt Lu didn't care about anything else. She gave 5 taels of silver, sent the steward away, and brought Yu Changle into the house. Changqing didn't stay unconscious for long. When he woke up, he was lying on the bed in his room. TSK, host, you're pretending quite well. The system crashed, with a gossipy look on his face. Just basic exercises. Changqing didn't care. How's Yu Changle? I was scolded, but I gave him some silver and told him not to do anything like this again. Changqing understood. Although Sixth Aunt was unhappy, Yu Changle was not her son after all, so she couldn't just hit or scold him. Besides, she was hoping to adopt him as her own son, so of course she had to coax him, but it doesn't matter. Once this matter gets out, it will be a bit of a stain. The real effort is still to come. Changqing stroked the collection of poems and essays he had copied, with satisfaction in his eyes. Now that he has spread the word that he wants to inherit the estate, it must have reached sixth uncle's ears by now. He might have already been planning to deal with him, but the matter of Zhang Ernyang has blocked the process. However, Changqing believes that this will not take long. After all, the matter of Zhang Ernyang was merely an internal conflict between Uncle Six and Aunt Six, while the matter of inheritance involved the common livelihood of both of them. Just wait and see what they're going to do. Changqing tapped the edge of the bed lightly, his eyes flashing. Yu Chang'e didn't expect that he would lose face so much. Aunt Lu still raised the board high and then dropped it gently, yet he couldn't help feeling a little proud. Sure enough, his path was correct, and following his sixth uncle and sixth aunt was the right way. He believed that if Changqing acted like this, his sixth aunt would probably ask the clan leader to judge the matter. That guy, how could he understand the importance of standing in line? As for the rumors outside, he didn't care. Young Muai, young and romantic, which young man doesn't love beautiful women? It's not a big deal. Lu Yong lingered in brothels in his time, leaving behind many beautiful stories. Once he had established a reputation as a talented scholar, those things would be nothing more than a few romantic anecdotes, and might even become popular stories passed down by storytellers. Don't cry, it's nothing for a man to be a little romantic. He felt annoyed when he saw Cui Hong crying and couldn't help frowning. I am a person with great opportunities. How could I come here and live with a maid? 3 wives and 4 concubines are the norm, and a harem is not impossible. As for Cui Hong, does she think that if she gives her body, she can become the main wife? Dream on. Cui Hong didn't expect Yu Chang'e to have this attitude. She widened her eyes in disbelief. You, what did you say? Although she was a maid, she was more or less related to the lady, and thought she was no worse than the second young master who was staying here temporarily. So she only gave herself to him for 1 day, and then she went to stay overnight in Hong Sui Tower. This was simply a slap in her face. Her attitude clearly made Yu Chang'e somewhat unhappy. She was just a maid, yet she dared to question him? How audacious. I said it's okay for a man to be a little romantic. I will have many women in the future. You can't be a jealous woman. Listen, what is this talking about? There are still many women who are just fake young masters staying with others, and they think they are the chosen ones of heaven. Cui Hong was so angry that she rushed forward with a roar. Yu Chang'e didn't check and was scratched on the face, leaving a bloody mark. Damn it, this is going to be a riot. He immediately fought back, but because Cui Hong was 2 years older than him and girls develop earlier, the two were evenly matched. After wrestling for a long time, he was injured and couldn't decide who was the better one. While eating the next day, Changqing noticed that Yu Chang'e had red scratches on his face. At this time, of course we have to express our concern. Chang'e, what's wrong with your face? Caught by a wildcat. Then, Cui Hong, what's wrong with your face? He asked Cui Hong, who was standing next to Aunt Six with a gloomy face. It was also caught by a wildcat. Changqing smiled secretly and said no more. 2 days later, he went to the provincial capital with the teacher's letter of recommendation, visited 2 students on Government Academy, and easily obtained the guarantor documents. Afterwards, he went to the largest bookstore with his face covered and contributed the poems and essays he had copied long ago. This is a collection of poetry I stumbled upon while studying abroad. Although the name of the collector is unknown, the poetry is exquisite and moving upon reading. So, I want to contribute it, not for profit, but only hope that the bookstore can print it for students all over the world to study. His words were beautiful, and his poems were truly stunning, and had never been heard of in this world. The bookstore owner was naturally overjoyed and even praised his noble character. Don't worry, sir. This poem shouldn't be buried. I, Wang Shui, may not be well educated, but I understand your intentions. Don't worry, we will sell this book at cost price. Even if he wasn't seeking profit, the reputation that publishing this book would bring to the bookstore was enough for him to take on the job. It's just that Li Bai, Du Fu, and others are so outstanding in poetry and prose, but I've never heard of their reputation. How strange. Of course, Changqing couldn't say that this was something from another world. He could only say that it was an accidental gain, perhaps a copy of an ancient person's remains. It's possible, it's possible. The shopkeeper responded with a smile and politely escorted Changqing out personally. Everything went well for Changqing, but Yu Chang'e was troubled last time. Yu Tian and others stood him up and embarrassed him, so he decided to ignore them, but they were like a plaster that he couldn't get rid of. Cui Hong has been very noisy these 2 days. I thought of buying a small gift to appease her, but as soon as I got to the street, I was pestered by Yu Tian and his friends. Oh, you guys embarrassed me last time, I won't believe anything you say this time. He pointed at Yu Tian with an angry look on his face. Brother Chang'e, we drank a lot that time and forgot to pay the bill. We didn't know that Honkwala would come to our door. Yu Tian looked wronged and tried his best to defend himself. Yes, Brother Chang'e, Brother Tian is always the most loyal. There's no need for him to refuse to pay a mere few taels of silver. It's our fault, brothers. We apologize to you. The Yu Changsuan brothers also joined in this? Yu Chang'e listened to the chatter of several people and began to hesitate again. Yu Tian is rich and usually has more than 10 taels of silver on him. Logically, there is no need for him to owe that little money. Moreover, their attitudes are very sincere, so I'm afraid it is really as they said. Come on, brothers, let's treat you to a drink. This time, we'll pay the bill in advance. Let me show you my sincerity. Seeing that he was half believing and half doubting, Yu Tian just went all out, walked up to him, put his arms around his neck and walked forward. He was half a head taller than Yu Chang'e, so it was like picking up a little chick. Yu Chang'e was hesitant at first, but when he heard him pay the bill first, he stopped struggling. The two of them walked into Hongsue Tower together like two brothers. In fact, he really missed that night. Miss Hongsue was much more exciting than Suehong. Chapter 510 Ancient House Fighting, 11. As soon as Changqing entered the yard, he heard Suehong crying. Changqing, you're back just in time. You have to keep an eye on your brother. This is the second time he's spent the night outside. Changqing looked and saw that his sixth uncle had also returned, and the whole family was sitting at the table waiting for dinner. But why does your face look so bad? What can I do if he wants to sleep outside? Changqing asked, sitting down. Besides, isn't Suehong a maid? Why is she always crying about Chang'e's affairs? This is too unreasonable. Upon hearing this, Suehong's face turned pale immediately. Although she is a maid, she is not a slave. She is a decent girl. The lady asked her to serve because she wanted to monitor Yu Changqing. After all, she is still the lady's person. The identity issue is a big deal, so she doesn't care about being shy at this time. Master, although I serve the second young master, I am not a slave. The second young master and I are actually in love and have already secretly decided to spend our lives together. As she spoke, she lowered her head and her voice became lower and lower. Ah. Chang'e, are you really like this? Changqing seemed shocked by the news. He asked with wide eyes and some confusion. Why Yu Chang'e was mad at herself. How could she say such things in public? Was this little maidservant sick? He secretly got engaged to a maidservant? How could it be possible? But being stared at by so many pairs of eyes, especially facing Suehong's expectant and burning eyes, he couldn't say no. Yes. That's easy. Changqing clapped his hands immediately. Just let them get married. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Before Suehong could express her surprise, she heard Yu Chang'e shout no. Yu Chang'e was so angry that he almost stood up. How could he marry a maid? If he married her now, she would be his legal wife. How could he develop relationships with those noble ladies after he became rich? Although polygamy is allowed in this era, the position of the wife is very important. This girl is illiterate and although she looks okay, she is definitely not qualified to be Yu Chang'e's wife. Chang'e, hearing this, Suehong's heart broke and her voice immediately choked with sobs. And Uncle Six and Aunt Six also looked at Yu Chang'e as if he were a scumbag. They didn't think Suehong was not worthy of him. This guy was a poor student, his parents were both dead, and he had no future. Why Yu Chang'e regretted what he said. How could he say such words openly? I just feel that we are still young at this time, and our eldest brother hasn't even gotten married yet. How can a brother get married first? He felt that he was really smart, as he thought of a perfect reason right away. Yes, in this era, the eldest brother is like a father. How could the younger brother get married before the eldest brother? That would be laughable. Moreover, why did the topic change so strangely? They were clearly talking about staying overnight at Hongsue Tower, but how did it end up being about getting married? He was also very dissatisfied. That's easy to handle. Uncle Lu pondered for a moment and got to the point. Your sixth aunt and I don't have a son. So, Chang'e will be adopted as our son, and Changqing will be the eldest brother left behind to start the family line. That way, no one will be able to say anything. However, this depends on the opinions of you two brothers. Uncle Six used his ultimate move and left no one able to deal with it. Changqing couldn't help but applaud. This was a good idea. After he was adopted, even if he was their son, he would naturally have nothing to do with him, the original brother. Others really couldn't say that the elder brother was not married and the younger brother was married. I don't have any opinion. It depends on what Chang'e thinks. What could Yu Chang'e think? Of course he wanted to adopt her, but he didn't want to marry this maid. His world would not stop at Qingshan Town, so how could he marry so young? Uncle Six was a seasoned businessman and could see through his dilemma at a glance. However, this girl is a distant relative of the lady, and can also serve as a surveillance and reporting agent. We can't just give up on her, he thought for a moment and continued. Chang'e is still young, so there's no need to rush into marriage. However, we can settle it first. We can pay the gifts and arrange the betrothal, so Suehong can feel at ease. After all, you both just admitted that you have feelings for each other. You can't be unwilling to get engaged, right? Things have come to this point. What else can Yu Chang'e do? Judging from the tone of his sixth uncle, there is no room for him to refuse. He didn't want to offend his sixth uncle, as he still had to rely on him to make a living. Well, let's get engaged. When I become famous and meet more people of higher level, my sixth uncle and the others will naturally let me cancel the engagement. After all, recognizing each other as parents means everyone will benefit. Uncle 6 and Aunt 6 have taken care of me for many years. They are like my own children. I am willing to acknowledge you two as my parents. After saying that, he bowed out twice respectfully. Father, mother, please accept my child's greetings. Okay. I have a son. Uncle 6 said good 3 times in a row, his face showing an exaggerated expression of emotion. Hurry up and get up. Madame Zhang, go to the storehouse and get 10 taels of silver, and also bring over the mutton fat jade pear you got last time. Sixth Aunt also laughed so hard that the wrinkles on her face were shaking, and she loudly ordered Aunt Zhang to prepare a gift for the meeting. Changqing knew, of course, that this was said to him, but he was not envious at all. He just let them do whatever they wanted and wait for him to get the inheritance back. Let's see if they can still be so loving and filial to each other. Looking up and seeing Yu Changle's somewhat smug look, he just smiled. Then congratulations to Uncle 6 and Aunt 6, and Changle, we will be cousins from now on. You must be filial to your parents. Yu Changle's expression changed. Changqing's reaction was somewhat beyond his expectations. He thought he would strongly oppose it, but in the end, just like this, but he soon felt relieved. The other party was just a teenage native. How could he have fought so much? The path he had chosen was the safest and most worry-free one. Especially after receiving the silver and jade pendant from his sixth uncle, he called his father and mother more sincerely. Adding a family tree is not a trivial matter, but it is an urgent matter. Uncle 6 found the clan leader on the same day, and the clan held a meeting in the ancestral hall in the afternoon. They went through the process of identifying their parents in the family tree in one go, with an incredible efficiency. TSK, it must be bribing the clan leader. This is because things happened early, and Changqing was not sick as in the original plot. Instead, he participated in the clan meeting openly and even expressed his opinions as the eldest brother. Changle now has parents, and I'm happy for him. I hope he can establish his own family, support the family business, and be filial to his parents. He said a lot of words of blessing, and everyone nodded secretly. He was indeed a gifted student, and his words were always pleasant to the ears. Chapter 5:11 Ancient House Fighting. 12. After everything was over, he met Yu Changle again in the yard. Yu Changle was in high spirits at this time, and he was not afraid of his former brother. Brother, no, I should call you cousin now. Yu Changle stood up, waving his folding fan, with a bit of the charm of a romantic scholar. He glanced at Changqing's expression, but did not see the loss and anger he wanted, only calmness. You are still pretending at this time. He gritted his teeth and said, before my parents had no sons, we both called them the eldest and second young masters. Now that we have a son, the title should be changed. I am the eldest young master. And you, he glanced at Changqing and said, it should be Master Tang. Changqing understood what he meant. He was trying to establish his own authority. He didn't expect that this time traveler cared so much about his identity. It seemed that as the younger brother of the original owner, he had been compared a lot in the past, and had accumulated a lot of resentment. He naturally doesn't care about the so-called title eldest master, young master from the court. Wouldn't it be nice to be the master yourself? So he laughed. Cousin, no matter you are the eldest young master or not, you should still call me cousin. It is not wrong for a cousin to discipline an ignorant cousin. You are still too young. Yu Changle's expression changed. You are just an outsider staying in my house. Do you dare to fight me? Outsider? Changqing sneered. This guy's identity substitution was quite smooth. Yu Changle, you must be pretending to be blind. Your family manages my parents' inheritance, and the income is enough for me to use for the rest of my life. It's you who are taking advantage of me. Besides, I will take these properties back sooner or later. This is the clan's rule. Just wait and see what your family will be like then. This made Yu Changle laugh. Yu Changqing, don't think you're great just because you've read a few books. Do you want this property back? I'm telling you, it's impossible. And I am the only male in the family, the heir to my parents, so all these things will eventually belong to me. He spoke with confidence, as if he had everything under control. Moreover, his goal is not just this family property. The world outside Qingshan town is his stage. Yu Changle felt that there was no need to tell this to his cousin in front of him. How can a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? Then we'll see. Changqing didn't want to continue the argument, so he turned around and strode away. In the following days, Aunt Six arranged marriage for her newly adopted son with great fanfare and exchanged engagement letters, which attracted many people to praise her, saying that she was a good mother and cared about her son. Of course, there are also people who secretly feel sorry for Changqing because he has no parents to help him. It still won't work without parents. Look, his younger brother recognized his parents and got engaged. That child is pitiful. He's good at studying and looks good, but he has no family background. Who would dare to marry him? The news spread so much that even the teacher heard about it and called Changqing over to give him some instructions. Changqing, don't be affected by those discussions. Books are full of beauty and jade. Study hard and don't delay the imperial examination. It's because my daughter is still young, otherwise I would definitely let her marry you, Changqing. There's no need to be like that. He really wasn't affected at all, however, he appreciated the elder's concern and bowed deeply. Thank you for your guidance, master. The imperial examination is approaching, and I naturally know the importance of it. He thanked him solemnly. But Changqing's eyes turned and a difficult look appeared on his face again. If you have any difficulties, just tell us. Everything is based on the exam. The teacher immediately became anxious. This was his most promising student. How could he let these worldly things distract him from his studies? Oh, Changqing sighed and spoke slowly. Master, as you know, I'm staying at my 6th uncle's and 6th aunt's house. I'm not old enough to inherit my parents' inheritance yet. Ever since they adopted Changle, my position at home has become increasingly awkward, making it difficult for me to concentrate on my studies. The young man was dressed in a clean and honest robe, but at this moment he lowered his brows and looked depressed. The teacher immediately understood his thoughts. He was silent for a while and then slowly exhaled. The master naturally understood that money could move people's hearts. Looking at the young man in front of him, he couldn't help but think of his own youth. He said his status was awkward lightly, but in fact, he was probably in a difficult situation. Maybe someone would even kill someone for property. The more the master thought about it, the more worried he became, and his fists became stiff. You bastard! He suddenly slammed the table, and Changqing was shocked. Don't worry, the teacher will support you. There's an empty yard in my house. Why don't you move in there first? It's quiet and suitable for studying, and it'll also be convenient for me to guide you. Okay. Changqing agreed without hesitation. Master, you are too polite. Of course Changqing wouldn't be polite, he had always wanted to move away from that place. The imperial examination is a big deal, and it was the original owner's wish. Moreover, since his 6th uncle and aunt had adopted his son, the next step would definitely be to deal with him. The traitor, Changqing heard from the system that because the news that he was going to take over his parents' inheritance had spread outside for a long time, his 6th uncle and 6th aunt were very unhappy. They had a big fight over Zhang Ernyang before, but now they had reconciled and were concentrating on thinking of how to deal with him. Moreover, the time-traveling brother probably wouldn't let him inherit the estate. The yard is full of enemies. Even if he has a cheat, it's better to be careful. Thank you, master. He stood up and bowed deeply. What? You want to move out of the Yu family? Hearing Changqing's words, Uncle Lu almost dropped the teacup in his hand. Home is so convenient. Why do you want to live outside? Aunt Lu also asked nervously, and now that this guy is living out there, how can we carry out those plans? There's no way we can proceed. No, we have to persuade him quickly. Only Yu Changle didn't think too much at this time. Seeing that Changqing, whom he hated, was moving away, he was overjoyed. However, he was a college student in his previous life after all, so he knew not to show his joy on his face, and pretended to be concerned. Cousin, why bother? We have everything we need at home, and we've lived here for a few years, so we're used to it. Changqing saw through his fake expression at a glance. College students really had no acting skills. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and just looked at his 6th uncle and aunt. I will be taking the imperial examination next year, and the teacher is particularly concerned about my studies. This arrangement will also make it easier for him to give me guidance on my essays. Master passed the imperial examination that year, and it would be very beneficial for me to receive more guidance from him. This opportunity is rare, so I naturally don't want to give it up. Uncle, aunt, I'm sure you also hope that I can pass the exam and bring honor to the clan, right? The next imperial examination next year? Passing it in one go? This was not what Uncle 6 and Aunt 6 hoped for. Upon hearing Changqing's words, their faces turned grim. If you pass the imperial examination and become a scholar, won't the inheritance be passed on to you? At this time, Yu Changle also reacted. He could inherit the inheritance after he turned 15, but if he passed the imperial examination, then it would be a foregone conclusion. There were not many scholars in this town. They could be exempted from corvée labor and even receive treatment from the government. Even the clan leader had to give them some face. He immediately became anxious. If he moves away, no matter how many tricks Uncle and Aunt 6 use, it will be useless. Chapter 512 Ancient House Fighting. 13. Brother, you and I have been brothers since we were young, and I can't bear to leave you. Yu Changle's expression changed in a second, revealing a heartbroken expression. However, his acting was so exaggerated that Changqing wanted to laugh. Please, you already recognize your parents, so what brother do you still care about? Who is still your brother? Cousin Changle, you still call me brother. This will hurt your parents' feelings. Since we have been adopted, we must separate. I am your cousin and you are my cousin. Our identities cannot be confused. Changqing straightened his expression and corrected it. Then, Yu Changle's expression froze. In ancient times, status was very important, but they were blood relatives. Should they be separated so much just because he was adopted out? In fact, in this era, adoption was an extremely serious matter. Once a person was included in the family tree, he or she would be a member of that family and would share the family's prosperity and adversity. At the same time, he or she would have nothing to do with the original family. Ahem, Changqing, you and Changle are related by blood after all, there's no need to say that. Uncle Six put down his teacup and sighed. Although we adopted Changle, we didn't ask him to change his name. In fact, we didn't want to sever the brotherhood between you two. Yes, if you move away, Changle will be so sad, and others will think we can't tolerate you. Sixth Aunt also began to speak earnestly. They continued to talk sentimentally for a long time and made all kinds of promises, but Changqing was not moved at all. He'd already seen through their tricks, hadn't he? If it were the original owner, he might have been soft-hearted. Changqing had experienced countless worlds, and his heart was already colder than a bone-chopping knife in our T-Mart. Oh, how can I improve my studies while living at home? Uncle Six, are you going to hire a teacher to teach me? Changqing knew what was going on. As long as he took up the banner of studying, his sixth uncle and aunt would have no way to stop him. After all other things are inferior except reading. Even if the matter really reaches the clan leader or gets out to the outside world, studying is still the most important thing, and the imperial examinations are the most important. This is just like the college entrance examination in later generations. Everything else has to give way to it. You can't give up the college entrance examination for some vague reasons, right? Wouldn't that be the same as ruining someone's future? Perhaps because they felt that their reasons were not sufficient. Uncle Six and Aunt Six lowered their voices as they continued to persuade. Okay, studies are more important, and we support you. We just hope you can come back more often. Finally, Uncle Lu sighed and said sadly, coming back gives you the opportunity to murder me? Changqing sneered in his heart, but did not show it on his face. I'll be back. I'll be back to get my property back. Changqing was not vague and called several classmates to help with the move in the next 2 days. He even went to the clan leader with great fanfare and asked him to help arrange a few people. Of course, his reason was very sufficient. It was for the scientific examination and for study. When the clan leader heard that he was so highly regarded by the teacher, he also became concerned. He not only arranged people, but also personally went to the scene to offer some encouragement. This scared Uncle Six and Aunt Six a little. They wanted to try to deduct some of the money, but they didn't dare to do so in front of the clan leader. They even pretended to be reluctant and contributed some more silver. Changqing, you must study hard with the teacher, and come back to visit your aunt and brother more often. Uncle Six gave instructions with red eyes. His expression was many times more brilliant than Yu Changle, who was standing next to him. Sixth Aunt also took out a handkerchief and pressed the corners of her eyes. The whole scene was very touching. Of course, this was under the condition that Changqing didn't say anything to ruin the atmosphere. But he had a mouth, so of course he had to speak. Thank you, Uncle Six and Aunt Six. I will definitely study hard. After I pass the imperial examination, I will take over my parents' inheritance and establish my own family. Uncle Six's face instantly showed a ferocious expression, which then disappeared immediately, and Aunt Six's hand pressing on the corner of her eyes also paused slightly. The touching atmosphere disappeared in an instant. Even Yu Changle's face froze. After all, Uncle Six had seen some storms and reacted quickly. Ahem, now that you can establish your own family, we are relieved. Your parents' inheritance should naturally be handed over to you. The patriarch is here, so of course we have to act high-handed. You Laolu, I'm relieved that you have this attitude. Changqing will be 15 next year. If he passes the examination, he will be the youngest scholar in our entire family. There will be no problem in establishing our family. The patriarch was an old man with a white beard. He didn't care about the ownership of the inheritance, but if Changqing became the youngest scholar, he wouldn't mind helping him. After all, there is a high probability that a 15-year-old scholar will not stop at the scholar level. Uncle Six knew very well that the clan leader's words were a warning to him. He was unhappy, but he didn't dare show it in front of the clan leader, so he immediately bowed and agreed. However, after the group moved their things away, Uncle Six's face completely darkened. He felt that the development of things had completely exceeded his expectations and was gradually getting out of control. That boy is only 15 years old, how could he be so slippery? Sixth Aunt also looked worried. The clan leader's words clearly showed his favoritism towards that boy. If he passed the imperial examination and became a scholar, he would really lose all his property. Boss, what do you say we should do? She asked worriedly. What should I do? I told you a long time ago to pay more attention to the child. It must be because you didn't do it well enough that the child noticed something. Otherwise, why would he move away? Uncle Six glared at the woman fiercely. She was always making trouble instead of helping him. She kept focusing on the affairs between him and Zhang Ernyang and put the important matters of the family aside. Now, things were completely out of control. What does this have to do with me? Sixth Aunt screamed, isn't it because you've been hanging out with that vixen Zhang Ernyang all day and not caring about the family affairs that this happened? The two of them immediately started to confront each other, and Yu Changle, who was standing next to them, felt very embarrassed. Damn it, these two people really disappointed him. He just watched Yu Changqing leave and there was nothing he could do. Should we just let him take the imperial examination and take the inheritance? That's definitely not possible. Wouldn't it make him look like an idiot for having a father? And a poor one at that. Dad, Mom, let's go back to the room and discuss it. He couldn't help but remind them, right. Only then did 6th uncle and 6th aunt realize that Yu Changel was there. But isn't he Yu Changqing's biological brother? Uncle 6 hesitated for a moment. Why Yu Changel naturally noticed it as well. Dad and Mom, I am your son. Yu Changqing is my cousin, and what he wants to take away is also my family property. Oh. Uncle 6 was immediately relieved. Isn't it? In this era, adopted sons are still sons, and parents have great power over their children. It may be an exaggeration to say that they can beat and kill them at will, but it is definitely possible to control them. Besides, Yu Changqing and Yu Changel are no longer brothers, and he will not share the property with him. Instead, the loss of his own property will have a greater impact on Yu Changel. Then he smiled. Son, you're right. Let's go to the room and discuss this. Chapter 5:13 Ancient House Fighting. 14. The three members of the family sat around the table and discussed until midnight the day before coming up with a plan that was not so appropriate. When they walked out of the room, the worries were visible on their faces. At this time, Changqing, who had moved to a new base, had already fallen asleep peacefully. The next morning, he went to visit his master and his mistress. Along the way, he learned about the situation of the courtyard from the servants. The master's house is also a big house, which accommodates the master's family of 3 and 5 servants, and there is ample space. Soon, he met the master's family in the main hall. Students pay their respects to the teacher and his wife. The young man was dressed in a blue shirt, with a tall and graceful figure. He walked with natural grace and was very polite, making him impeccable. Changqing, don't be so polite, sit down. The teacher was in a good mood and kept asking them to sit down and introduced them to the woman next to him. Yunyang, this is the student I told you about, Yu Changqing. He is my most proud disciple. The master's wife was a gentle-looking woman. She was holding a little girl of 1 or 2 years old in her arms. At this moment, her pair of black eyes were staring at Changqing. Yu Changqing, I often hear my master mention you. Seeing you today, I find you are indeed extraordinary. If my Wanqiu wasn't still young, I would have arranged this marriage for her. The master's wife spoke with a smile, and it was obvious that she was very satisfied with Changqing's performance. This reminded Changqing, and he took out a lifelike wooden sculpture of a little tiger from his pocket. This is a gift for my junior sister. The little girl had been staring at Changqing. When she saw him take out the wooden carving, her eyes immediately lit up. She struggled in her mother's arms and reached out to grab the wooden carving, but before she could touch it, her father snatched it away. Changqing, you still have this ability. The master took the wood carving and examined it carefully. The more he looked at it, the more he admired it. Although the tiger carving was made of wood, it was carved with great care. Every hair was visible, and the pair of tiger eyes were bright and powerful, showing the majesty of the Tiger King. Just a little hobby. Changqing sat down. He knew that the teacher had a daughter a year ago and was very precious to her. She happened to be born in the year of the tiger, so he specially prepared such a small gift, which was considered to be a favor to the teacher. Dad. The little girl could not speak very well yet. When she saw the little tiger being held in her father's hands, she became anxious and started to call for her father with her teeth and claws bared. Hey, Xiao Wanqiu likes the little tiger too, but what if Dad likes it too? The teacher hid the tiger statue behind his back and amused the child. I don't know if the little girl understood such a long sentence, but her reaction clearly showed that she did. She stopped rushing forward and instead pointed at her father and called out for her mother. She is telling her mother a story. What a clever little girl. Changqing couldn't help laughing when he saw the little girl's performance. Sure enough, the next moment, the master's wife glared at him, and the master obediently handed the little tiger over. The conflict between father and daughter was successfully resolved. The little girl finally hugged the little tiger she had been longing for, and she immediately became happy. She laughed and swayed from side to side, full of energy. For a long time afterwards, every time Changqing saw this little junior sister, she was holding the tiger statue in her hands. He didn't know whether she put it down when she slept. The teacher politely invited him to dinner, and of course he would not refuse. After the meal, Changqing finally understood the family status order of the master's family. The first one was the little girl, then the master's wife, and finally the master. Originally, the teacher wanted to examine his knowledge at the dinner table, but the teacher's wife glared at him and saved him from the pain of answering the question on the spot. Of course, there is always an exam after dinner, which is also one of the disadvantages of living in the teacher's house. Changqing settled down and stopped going to the clan school. He spent the whole day reading in his room. He did not feel too much pressure about the imperial examination. On the contrary, his teacher was more nervous than him. He repeatedly asked the servants at home not to disturb Changqing's studies, and specifically instructed the kitchen to make some soup for him. Examinations are also physically demanding. I almost fainted in the examination room when I took the exam for the title of scholar. Nutrition must be kept up. The master's reasons were sufficient, and Changqing certainly had no way to refuse. The only way to repay you is with good grades. While he was on the right track, the Yu family became more and more anxious. They had thought that he would come back to visit often, but he actually stayed at home all day as if he was in seclusion, and never went out. We can't go on like this. Sixth Aunt's eyebrows were twisted into a knot. If this continued, the imperial examination would be approaching. If that boy passed the exam and became a scholar, it would be all over. Boss, make a decision quickly. She looked at her sixth uncle, who also had a deep frown on his face, and spoke with a worried tone. What ideas could sixth uncle have? He looked at Yu Changle, who was eating with his head down. Changle, you have to take action in this matter. After all, you and he are blood brothers. Yu Changle felt really bad in his heart, but it was not easy to disobey his parents. Apart from anything else, if he was labeled as unfilial, he would be unable to take a single step forward in this ancient time. Okay, Mom and Dad, I'll go find him. But what he never expected was that Changqing refused to see him at all. He went to visit him several times in a row, but the doorman told him that Master Changqing was in seclusion studying. There was even one time when he heard a sound coming from the yard. It was obviously Yu Changqing teasing a child, and the child's laughter was particularly noticeable. In the end, the doorman told him that young Master Changqing was in seclusion studying. Damn it! That guy did it on purpose. Yu Changle couldn't help but curse. After all, he was a time traveler with great luck. How could he endure such humiliation? The life he deserved should be surrounded by beauties. Thinking of this, he felt even more unhappy, because after the engagement, his parents would not let Sue Hong serve him anymore, but instead asked her to go back home, which made Yu Changle, who had started having sex, very unhappy. It's hard to get close to him now that he couldn't help but feel a little resentful towards these parents whom he had just recognized. They said everything they did was for his own good, not just for that little bit of property. The property was very important, but it was not extremely important to him. After all, his target was not Qingshan town. Go back, I'm too lazy to put up with this. Yu Changle gritted his teeth, strode forward and left. Behind him, the old man at the door sneered. Who dares to touch young Master Changqing's porcelain? The master had instructed that no one should disturb young Master Changqing's studies, especially those from the Yu family. He felt that he was doing something extremely great. Chapter 5:14 Ancient House Fighting. 15. What did you say? I went there several times and didn't see anyone? When Uncle Six heard Yu Changle's complaint, his face immediately darkened. How could this guy be so unreliable? How come you can't even handle such a small thing? Aren't you brothers? Aunt Lu was also very unhappy when she heard the news. The two words chilled Yu Changle's heart. What blood brother? He had already been adopted, recognized his parents, and was included in the family tree. He had no relationship with Yu Changqing anymore, right? When you need me, I'm your son. When you don't need me, I'm your brother to Yu Changqing. Besides, why don't you go by yourselves? Why do you have to order me to go? He has a modern soul, but he has experienced the freedom of modern society. Although he knows that parents in ancient times had great power after coming here, he is still very angry when he is really accused. If you want to go, go by yourselves. I'm not going anyway. Isn't it just that little bit of property? Can he just give it up? It's so annoying. However, he didn't expect that his words would cause a strong reaction from his sixth uncle, who slammed the table on the spot. Get down on your knees. It is difficult for him to take care of the children of relatives he lives with, but it is easy for him to take care of his son. Aunt Lu also looked very unhappy. Son, no matter what, we are your parents. Filial piety is the most fundamental thing. You can't talk back to your parents casually. At this moment, Yu Changle's mind buzzed. He was not a fool. He knew he could not resist after hearing this, so he could only kneel down on the ground with a thud. Father and mother, I know I'm wrong. A strong sense of regret welled up in my heart. Damn it, I was digging my own grave and bringing two people to worry about. Seeing his attitude, Uncle Six's expression softened slightly. That's right, a son should have the awareness of a son. It's definitely not okay to be unfilial. Ha, Changle, you have to understand your parents. They are also worried that they won't be able to leave you with enough wealth to support yourself in the future. However, you still have to pay attention to Yu Changqing's affairs. It's not right for us elders to go to him. Yu Changle, he felt aggrieved, but had nowhere to vent, so he could only nod silently. I'll think of a way. Could he have a solution? Obviously, there was no way. For this reason, he even consulted Yu Tian and others. Brother Tian, tell me, is there any way to call out Yu Changqing? In Hongsui Tower, several people sat together, and Yu Changle looked worried. Ever since he was adopted, Yu Tian and others felt that targeting him would not break Changqing's defense, and their relationship with him eased. After all, their target is still Yu Changqing. Now the two brothers are strangers, and Yu Changqing has even moved out. Naturally, there is no need to deal with Yu Changle. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and their relationship has even improved a lot. What? You want to deal with your brother? Yu Tian became interested. The news of the Yu family inheritance had been spread all over the place recently. Everyone knew that Yu Changqing would take over the inheritance after passing the imperial examination. Yu Tian was not a fool. Of course he knew that this was not a good thing for Yu Chang'e, who had been adopted. What brother? That's my cousin. Now Yu Chang'e hates it most when people say that Yu Changqing is his brother. He doesn't even want to see that heartless guy. Chang'e, I'm not trying to criticize you, but if you want us to help you, you should at least tell us your specific plans. Don't worry, none of us brothers want that guy to get better. If he gets better, our family will scold us every day for not making progress. I just want to see him down and out. You said I won't tell anyone. Brothers Yu Changsuan and Yu Changsha were also there, chatting with each other, making Yu Chang'e dizzy. You forget it, it doesn't matter if I tell them. They have already been Yu Changqing's enemies anyway. Why Yu Chang'e's expression changed, and he came over and whispered to a few people. Everyone had an excited look on their faces. This is good. Yu Tian even shouted out loud. The others lowered their heads and discussed things before walking out of Hongsui Tower together. Changqing hadn't been out for many days, but he was very clear about what was happening outside that day. Just as he heard from the system that Yu Chang'e and others were planning to deal with him, he received an invitation signature. It turned out to be the patriarch. After reading the content, he was invited to participate in the Plum Blossom Appreciation Poetry meeting at Jinshi Manor. It was said that there were students from other places who came here for study tours, and it happened to be the season for plum blossoms to bloom, so a Plum Blossom Appreciation Poetry meeting was held for everyone to learn from each other and improve themselves. System, are there any students from other places coming to Qingshan Town for study tours recently? He asked the system directly. The system had been out and about every day during this period, and was very familiar with any movement. When it heard his question, it immediately smiled. How is that possible? Students going on study tours should either go to scenic spots or cultural destinations, or at least to the county town. I've never heard of anyone coming to Shankala in Qingshan Town. Just told me. Changqing suddenly understood. It seems that several people have gathered together to trick him. If he lived in Yu's house, he would be worried that he would be unable to guard against it, but he is not afraid of such a blatant plot. I've been bored studying lately, so I decided to go and have some fun. He stood up, found some pen and paper, and replied directly to the post, saying that he would definitely arrive on time. On the other hand, Yu Tian told Yu Chang'e as soon as he received the post. Please arrange it as soon as possible. This is all I can do for you. His eyes were gleaming with excitement. Thank you, Brother Tian. Yu Chang'e finally felt relieved. The couple had been pressing him so hard these days that he was very worried. Now, he deeply regretted having such parents. They wanted to control everything and he couldn't resist. This was so different from how he had imagined parents and children should get along. It made him feel like a slave. I have to become famous quickly. Unfortunately, the poems he remembered all had specific scenes, and he couldn't be asked to recite a line about the setting sun and the solitary wild goose flying together in this cold winter. This Plum Blossom Appreciation Poetry Gathering could be a good opportunity to show off one's talents, but unfortunately there are no real foreign students. They just invited some local people to set up the event. But you have to pay for those expenses. I can't help you arrange people and then I have to pay for the expenses. Yu Tian's words made Yu Chang'e stunned for a moment. He then remembered that the cost of holding a poetry gathering was not low. He had to buy tea, fruits, and venue fees. Thinking of the venue fee, he couldn't help but look at Yu Tian. Brother Tian, the manor belongs to the patriarch. As for the venue fee, of course the venue fee can't be reduced. Business is business. It's my grandfather's estate, I can't make the final decision. A shrewd look flashed in Yu Tian's eyes. How could such a done deal give people a chance to bargain? Just tell him whether you want it or not. Chapter 515 Ancient Housefighting, 16, What could Yu Chang'e do? He had to grit his teeth and go back to report. Of course, he was scolded again. 20 taels of silver was enough for him to hold a poetry meeting. Aren't you good friends with Brother Yu Tian? Why don't you know how to bargain? If he says 20, it's 20? When Sixtad heard about the 20 taels of silver, she felt pain all over her body and started cursing. Why Yu Chang'e felt his head buzzing, and when he saw the wrinkled old face, he almost couldn't help but slap him. You damn old woman, you are even more hateful than Yu Changqing. He thought so in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He just lowered his head and apologized quietly. Yu Tian said this is his grandfather's estate and he can't make the decision. I can't make the decision. You also believe this? Aunt Six was about to say something, but fortunately Uncle Six interrupted her. 20 taels is 20 taels. As long as I can keep my property, 20 taels is nothing. I'll contact second mother. Chang'e, you and your mother should make all the arrangements for the manor. When Aunt Lu heard the word Ernyang, her face trembled, but she finally endured it. I'll deal with Zhang Ernyang later, so I have to settle Yu Changqing's matter first. She gritted her teeth. The weather in December was very cold, and it snowed on the day we agreed to view the plum blossoms. The entire Qingshan town was covered in white, and everything was covered in silver. When Shangqing arrived at the manor as agreed, many people had already arrived. Yu Tian was the host and was welcoming guests at the door. When he saw Changqing, he immediately walked forward quickly. "Oh, great talent, you are finally here." He had a gloating expression on his face, and it was obvious that he was planning to do something bad. Oh, after all, you are young and lack the self-control to do bad things. The clan leader personally sent me an invitation, so of course I have to come. Changqing raised the invitation in his hand and said loudly. There were already quite a few people around at this time, and their faces changed when they heard what he said. The clan leader personally invited them? That doesn't make sense. They all received invitations from Yu Tian. Could it be that this was secretly organized by the Yu clan leader? Changqing seemed to understand everyone's confusion and immediately passed the invitation to everyone. Yu Tian didn't have time to stop him. The handwriting is the same as the one on my post, except for the signature. It also has the clan seal on it. When everyone saw it, someone immediately discovered something was wrong. Could it be that Yu Tian had secretly stolen the clan seal? At that moment, everyone looked at Yu Tian with strange eyes. What on earth was this guy trying to sell? Ahem, don't worry about these details. Isn't Changqing a genius in our clan? I'm worried that I don't have enough face to invite him, so Yu Tian coughed twice and explained in a dry voice. It's windy outside, everyone, come into the yard quickly. We've prepared fruits and tea. Fortunately, Changqing did not ask any further questions about this matter. Instead, he followed everyone into the yard. However, after such an incident, doubts had already arisen in everyone's hearts, so the purpose had been achieved. The building called a manor is naturally very large. The plum garden alone covers an area of more than 1 acre. Changqing burst into laughter as soon as he entered the yard. As for the so-called plum blossom appreciation, the plum blossoms have not yet bloomed much, only a few branches in the corner of the wall have barely opened a bud. This is too chilling. Just as I found a place to sit down, there was a sudden burst of cheers from the crowd. Excellent. A few plum blossoms bloom alone in the corner, braving the cold. I know from afar that it is not snow, because of the subtle fragrance. Brother Changle, what a wonderful poem. Is Yu Changle showing off now? Changqing looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yu Changle sitting at a table in the middle. He was surrounded by several people, looking very proud that the whole world revolved around him. Changqing remembered that Wang Ongxi's Ode to the Plum Blossom had been included in that collection of ancient and modern poetry and prose. However, the system said that the collection of poetry and prose was very popular, and the production capacity was insufficient, so it had not yet been circulated in Qingshan town. That's good. Let him show off for a bit and make a name for himself. On the other side, Yu Changle felt a little elated as he listened to everyone's compliments. At this moment, he finally experienced the happiness that a time traveler should have. Sure enough, the path I chose was the right one. It was just that I didn't have the opportunity to show it before. It just so happened that the situation today was right for me, and the poem about plum blossoms was a text I had memorized, so it was easy for me to come up with it. Thank you for your kindness, brothers. Changle, was also moved by this scene. While chatting with others, he glanced sideways at Changqing, wanting to see a look of shock and envy on his face, but he was disappointed. There was no surprise on Changqing's face, and he even had a faint smile on his face, as if he was confident. Humph. This guy is still pretending. How could he write a poem like this? Yu Changle wanted to make a sarcastic remark, but then he thought that today was his first chance to become famous, and there was no need to lower his status, so he opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. Anyway, this guy won't be able to jump around for much longer, so just let him have a good meal. Everyone, welcome to the Plum Blossom Appreciation Poetry Festival. Today we will not only provide wine, drinks, and fruits, but also poetry writing, appreciation, and appreciation. In addition, we have invited the girls from Hongsui Tower to perform songs and dances to entertain you. Yu Tian stood on the central stage prepared in front, and spoke passionately, which drew applause from the audience. Brother Tian, there should be more activities like this, they're so interesting. That's right. We have quite a few students in Qingshan town, and the Yu family is the largest family. We should organize more exchanges. When Yu Tian heard the booing from the audience, his eyelids twitched. These people really didn't care about what they said. 20 taels of silver were charged for an event, and the landlord couldn't afford to go to such lengths. However, this time it was Yu Changle who paid, so he didn't feel bad about it. Then the activity process began. Plates of fruits and drinks were brought in continuously, and the atmosphere among the young students was gradually aroused. Everyone improvised poems and appreciated each other's works, which was very lively during this period. Changqing also followed the trend and wrote a poem. Of course, it was considered a good poem, but it was still far inferior to Yu Changle's. Yu Changle naturally composed another poem. I am trapped in a forest of ice and snow, not mixed with the fragrant dust of peach and plum trees. Suddenly, a fragrance spreads out in the night, bringing spring to the whole world. The poem has a lofty artistic conception and a surprising description, which attracted everyone's praise. Many people said that these verses were so shocking that they moved heaven and earth, and that Yu Chang'il's poetic talent was as great as that of a god or Buddha, and that he could become famous all over the world with just these two poems. Yu Chang'il was of course also very happy. He had a kind of happiness that came from crushing the scum, especially when he saw that Changqing's poem was just average. His smile stretched from ear to ear. Yu Changqing, Yu Changqing, you lost to me after all. Changqing discovered that Yu Chang'il's poem was not copied into the collection of ancient poems and essays by him. However, he didn't need to worry about it. As long as some of his poems were in it, and he claimed that they were written by him, it would naturally arouse the seeds of suspicion. There are also many envious, jealous, and hateful people in this world. As long as there is a small braid to be picked on, it will be picked out naturally. Chapter 516 Ancient House Fighting. 17. Host, they have arranged a seduction program for you. I just heard them discussing it backstage. Changqing was eating melon seeds when the system voice suddenly rang out. Oh? That's interesting. Changqing raised an eyebrow. Hey, they've invited Zhang Ernyang's daughter, Zhang Xiaoer, to catch you in the act and accuse you of conspiracy to commit adultery, and have you kicked out of the house. They are so bad, the system concluded. Don't worry, the host won't suffer such a loss. Changqing's eyes flashed. He naturally knew that the Yu family must be trying to find a way to deal with him. After all, he was the only legal heir to his parents' estate. This big obstacle would probably make it difficult for the Yu family to sleep well. Seduction? He did have some creativity, most people wouldn't be able to resist, but he wasn't an ordinary person. Zhang Ernyang's daughter, this is quite interesting. Changqing learned a lot of details from the system, and then he felt relieved and started eating. This time, the singing and dancing performance on the stage was nearing its end. A crowd of people started to urge the girls to come off the stage to toast, and some even threw silver bars and jade pendants onto the stage. It was quite lively. The girls from Hongsuwei Tower were not shy and quickly came down to toast the students. They had just finished dancing and their slight panting sounds made people even more excited, and they all raised their glasses and drank them all. Of course Changqing had to drink a little too, but one of the girls who toasted him seemed a little excited, and suddenly her hand shook, and the full glass of wine spilled on his legs. I'm sorry, sir. The girl immediately apologized in a hurry and wiped it with a handkerchief, but Yu Tian came over and scolded her and drove her away. What are you doing? Get out of here. After driving the girl away, he called a servant over and said, You, take Changqing to change clothes. It's so cold, don't let her get hurt. Changqing watched his performance coldly without saying a word. He even stood up cooperatively and followed the servants to the backyard. He also noticed Yu Chang'il's rather nervous look, but he didn't take it to heart. It's just some old stuff. He even looked a little uninterested. Sir, this is the changing room. There are clothes prepared inside. I have something else to do, so I won't wait for you. The servant left after saying this, leaving Changqing standing at the door looking around again and again. This is a pavilion-like building, not very large, and more like a lounge. He pushed open the door and found no one inside. There were indeed some usable clothes hanging on the clothes rack, and a fire was burning on the ground, making crackling sounds. Changqing had a keen sense of perception. With just a glance, he knew there was someone hiding behind the house. He was probably waiting for the moment he changed his clothes to push the door open and shout for help. In fact, it was just as he expected. Zhang Xiaoer was waiting behind the house at this time. The back door was not locked. She held the door with one hand, waiting to push it open. In order to make the performance more realistic, she even took off half of her clothes and was shivering in the wind. Hurry up, go inside and change clothes. She prayed secretly. If the weather got colder for a while longer, she felt like she would freeze to death. Suddenly, she heard footsteps coming from the front. Zhang Xiaoer was delighted. They finally came. Bang, the door was pushed open, and she saw a tall and handsome young man standing at the door through the gap in the wooden boards. He was wearing a white fur coat, which did not look bulky at all even in the cold winter. She's pretty good looking. She couldn't help but feel a little excited, and her hands tightened slightly. She could feel her own nervousness. Why was that person standing at the door motionless? She immediately became puzzled. A gust of cold wind blew by, and Zhang Xiaoer felt goosebumps on her exposed skin, but the man had no intention of entering the house. Instead, he continued to stand at the door, looking thoughtful. What the hell is going on? Zhang Xiaoer was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She was half naked and it must be uncomfortable in the snow and ice. Damn it, I have to ask the Yu family to pay more money, she thought to herself after waiting for a while. When she felt she was about to be frozen, a figure finally walked in and sat down by the fire. Zhang Xiaoer could see clearly that the guy didn't seem to change his clothes at all. Could it be that the boy knows their plan? She felt a chill in her heart. No matter what, just when she was about to rush in, the figure stood up again and walked quickly to the door. Oh my god, how can I do this? Zhang Xiaoer was stunned. If she rushed into the house, the other person would just turn around and leave. She would be of no use at all, but she had been freezing for so long in vain. Was she really going to leave like this? She was unwilling to do so, and now she felt like she was freezing. Achoo! Suddenly, she couldn't help but sneeze. It's over. The other party will definitely leave immediately after hearing this. Zhang Xiaoer felt a wave of despair. Miss Shang, put on your clothes and come inside to warm yourself by the fire. A cold voice suddenly came out from the young man's mouth, causing Zhang Xiaoer to stagger. He really knows he's here. I was just hesitating whether to go in and warm myself by the fire when I heard his words. I know you were commissioned by the Yu family. Uncle Yu Lu promised to marry your mother as a concubine. Ha, being a concubine is not as good as being a wife. I have a way to make your mother the wife. Changqing said again. He closed the door, walked to the fire and sat down, without any tension in his expression. After a while, he really heard the sound of someone putting on clothes outside the back door. Soon, the door was pushed open and a girl with a vigilant face walked in. Please sit down, Miss Zhang Xiaoer. He acted like a master. No one knew how much time had passed. Yu Tian, Yu Changle, and the others were almost frozen from waiting, and they did not hear any cries for help from the hut. Damn it, could it be that Zhang Xiaoer has fallen for Yu Changqing and they're having an affair? Yu Tian couldn't stand the cold anymore and spat and cursed. Why Yu Changle's face turned ugly, and he had some doubts in his heart. Yu Changqing's appearance was not bad, so it was not impossible that he was also a little distracted by Zhang Xiaoer. Her figure and plumpness made him very impulsive. In Yu Changle's heart, he had already included her as one of his concubines in the harem. How about we rush in and take a look? Yu Changsuan also couldn't stand the cold. But Zhang Xiaoer hasn't shouted yet. If she's not in place, we'll be exposed if we rush over. Yu Changshu was a little hesitant. Well, they waited for a while, but there was still no movement. Never mind, damn it, I'm freezing to death. Yu Tian didn't want to wait any longer, so he stood up and walked over directly. The others hesitated for a moment and then quickly followed. Bang, the door was kicked open and Zhang Xiaoer, who was sleeping, was startled and screamed. Ah. Let me ask you, where is Yu Changqing? Yu Changle's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He could tell at a glance that only Zhang Xiaoer was in the room, and there was no sign of Changqing. Yu Changqing? Zhang Xiaoer blinked. He never came. I was always alone. I fell asleep while waiting. So we have been watching you sleep in the snow for so long. Yu Changle was almost furious. He rushed forward and grabbed Zhang Xiaoer's shoulders and shook her. What do you do for a living? You clearly took the money and got the promise. He was furious and panicked. He spent so much money but didn't get anything done. He didn't know how angry his parents would be as Zhang Xiaoer felt dizzy after being shaken by him, but she was not afraid of him at all. She waved her hand to shake off his hand and immediately took 2 steps back. Yu Changle. Be polite to me. You are not the real young master of the Yu family, but an adopted son without a father or a mother. Why are you pretending to be a young master? Believe it or not, if you offend me, I will tell everyone about your plan to assassinate Yu Changqing. What can I do if he doesn't come? It's your fault for not making arrangements. Remember to pay the money, otherwise, humph. She snorted twice, turned her head and walked out while everyone was stunned. Several people were stunned. Chapter 517 Ancient House Fighting, 18, Impossible, how could Yu Changqing not come here? Yu Tian looked incredulous. Let's go to the front hall. There was no way to care about Zhang Xiaoer at this time, and what she said made sense. Yu Changqing didn't even come, so it wasn't her fault. Several people rushed to the front yard. The crowd was still lively. The girls and students were toasting and joking with each other, as if nothing had happened. Where is Yu Changqing? Has anyone seen Yu Changqing? Yu Tian roared, and the scene instantly became quiet. Everyone who had drunk some wine was confused. Yu Changqing? Who was Yu Changqing? Someone realized, oh, that was the Yu family genius invited by the clan leader. He just said he couldn't handle the alcohol and has been gone for a long time. Someone stood up tremblingly and said, It's over. Upon hearing the news, Yu Changle's head buzzed. The person had already left, and all the arrangements were useless. Why Yu Tian was also very unhappy. Damn it, he had made all the careful arrangements, thinking that he could see that guy make a fool of himself, but ended up freezing to death. It's boring, let's withdraw. He lost interest instantly and didn't bother to care about the others anymore. He just walked through the crowd and left, leaving a crowd of people looking at each other in bewilderment. But at this time, Changqing had already arrived home. In the yard, a maid was holding Wancho and watching the snow and flowers. The little girl was dressed in round clothes, wearing a tiger head hat, and laughing. Master, senior brother. When she saw Changqing stepping into the yard, she immediately became excited, stretched out her hands and rushed forward, calling senior brother in a vague voice. Ah, junior sister can call me senior brother now. Changqing reached out to take the child, and his arms immediately felt heavy. The little guy was like a solid weight. Senior brother, senior brother. As if encouraged by Changqing, the little guy patted his shoulder and shouted with great rhythm. Even his pronunciation became much clearer. After playing with the little girl for a while, Changqing stuffed the girl into the hands of the maid and ran away. It's too noisy. I really can't stay here. It was cold in winter and there were not many entertainment activities at that time. Changqing was too lazy to study in the cold and went to bed early. Host, can the medicine you gave Zhang Xiao really make someone pregnant? The system, which had been holding back all the way, finally jumped out and asked. It was a little curious. The host said that the medicine could make Zhang Ernyang pregnant with Uncle Yulu's child, and she could become the main wife of the Yu family because of the child. Fake. It's not like he doesn't have medication to treat infertility, but that's not something he can give out casually. Besides, Zhang Ernyang isn't a pushover and she's probably been heavily involved in this plan against him. He has been through so many dimensions and has come across many strange medicines. This is nothing. Ha ha ha, as expected, host, you are so bad. The system laughed. But that drug can make people fake pregnancy. When Uncle Yulu is happy, he will take Zhang Ernyang to the Yu family. It will surely be a lively scene. A gleam of light flashed in Changqing's eyes. System, as expected, the host still has bad intentions. In fact, Yu Changel already has a big conflict with the Yu couple now. They have failed to get things done several times. The Yu couple does not have the patience to treat their own children. The Yu family is very lively at night. After learning that Zhang Xiao had not seduced Changqing at all, Sixth Aunt started scolding her. Yu Changel, what can you accomplish? You spent so much money, and you tell me that you just successfully held a poetry gathering? You even managed to chant 2 famous lines that were praised by others? Even with your level, I know it's impossible. The more Aunt Lu thought about it, the angrier she became. She flipped her hand and threw a teacup directly at Yu Changel on the head. Clang, the teacup fell to the ground again, and the tea splashed all over his feet. Why Yu Changel felt his face was hot. He reached out his hand and touched it. It was covered in blood. The broken pieces of the teacup had cut his forehead. When had he ever been treated like this? He was immediately furious, his eyes became fierce, and he picked up the pot of hot water on the table and smashed it on Aunt Six's head with a clang. Uncle Six, who was standing next to him, had no time to stop him. Who the hell do you think you are, old woman? I'm going to fight you. He didn't care and overturned the table again. The hot water used to make tea was boiling hot. When a pot was poured over Aunt Lu's head, her face immediately became covered with blisters and she fell to the ground screaming in pain. You bastard, you unfilial son. How dare you treat your mother like this? Uncle Six was already angry because he had spent the money, and now he was even more furious when he saw Yu Changel daring to disobey his superiors. He stood up and was about to hit him, but Yu Changel hit him on the head with a chair and knocked him to the ground. You bastard, you really think you are my parents? I'm going to smash you to death. He cursed loudly and threw a chair at Uncle Six. Uncle Six was so scared that he almost died and ran out crawling. Someone. This unfilial son wants to kill his father and mother. He shouted loudly, and finally several servants rushed in. They were terrified when they saw the tragic scene. All 3 of them were covered in blood, especially Aunt Six, whose head was covered in blisters and looked horrible. Quick! Catch him! Uncle Six pointed at Yu Changel and yelled, I'm going to punish him according to the family rules. When Yu Changel heard the word family law, he realized how much trouble he had caused. In this day and age, it was not a big deal for a father to beat his son to death. However, his reckless outburst just now had put his own life in danger. This time, of course, saving your life is the most important thing. He held the chair in one hand and retreated to the side of Aunt Six, with a fierce look in his eyes. No one is allowed to come over here, or I will smash this damn old woman to death. At this moment, he had calmed down a lot. Seeing that the servants did not dare to move, he looked at his 6th uncle again and grinned strangely. Dad, I bet you don't want your actions to be spread out. Let these people go first so we can discuss this. Otherwise, I will smash this old woman to death and we will go straight to the authorities. I will tell everyone all your plans. Uncle Six was stunned. This was a situation where both sides would be at risk. All of you go down. He didn't hesitate for long before letting the servant go down. Chapter 518 Ancient House Fighting, 19. So, Yu Changel beat up his parents, and nothing happened? The next day, Changqing was also surprised when he heard the system talk about the Yu family. This era is very different from the modern era. In modern times, beating your parents would be morally condemned, and in serious cases, you would be sentenced. In this era where parents are everything, it is actually okay. Isn't it a bit strange? He threatened to tell everyone about his plan to steal the property. Yu Lu was scared, so he let him go for the time being. Changqing couldn't help laughing at the system's answer. It seems that Uncle Six and Aunt Six are also the kind of people who bully the weak and fear the strong. It just so happened that Yu Changel became tough for a moment, and they got scared. Dog bites dog, that's quite interesting. Changqing opened the book. It was another day of study. The atmosphere in the Yu family was a little depressed. Yu Changle had caused a big fuss, and now he was worried about revenge from the Yu couple, so he became cautious in everything he did. Although Aunt Lu's injury was not serious, she was in great pain with blisters all over her head. She called a doctor and had her head covered in medicine. She lay in bed all day cursing. Uncle Six's injuries were naturally minor. He wanted to take revenge on the boy, but the boy was very cautious, and he was worried that he would lose his life if they fell out, so he endured it. However, when he saw the old woman's appearance at home, he became annoyed and simply hid away to go find Zhang Ernyang. Anyway, the old woman was injured, so at least she couldn't bother him now. As the days passed, they all calmed down and temporarily had no intention of causing trouble for Changqing. The end of the month is Chinese New Year, but there is no atmosphere at all in the Yu family. This year is boring and much bleaker than any other year. Uncle Yu Lu didn't even come back for the new year, and his relationship with Zhang Ernyang took a step further. Aunt Lu was lying in bed. The swelling on her head had healed a lot, but it was still very painful, which made her extremely irritable. The maidservants who served her were scolded and cried several times. Why Yu Changle huddled in his own yard. He was in a good mood. After beating up his so-called parents, nothing happened to him. This gave him an inexplicable sense of control. Is that all? You call me every day, but now I dare not even fart. He always paid attention to the outside world and also noticed that he had gained some fame among the students in Qingshan town because of the 2 poems he wrote at the Plum Blossom Poetry Meeting. There are many candidates in history who were not good at imperial examinations but had a talent for writing poetry, so no one finds it strange. Maybe some people just have a talent for poetry. It seems that this operation is feasible. I need to write a few more poems. Once I become really famous, I won't have to worry about it anymore. He made up his mind secretly. Time flies, and soon it is spring of the next year. As the day of the imperial examination draws closer, many students preparing to take the exam are becoming increasingly nervous. It is normal for them to study hard in seclusion. Even those from well-off families have gone to the provincial capital in order to adapt to the environment there as soon as possible to avoid various situations in the examination room. The master also asked Changqing if he wanted to go to the provincial capital in advance, but he refused. He received 10 taels of silver when he left the Yu family, but he also spent a lot during this period. He also had to rent a house and other expenses when he went to the provincial capital, which was very expensive. Moreover, he also believed in his ability to adapt. After all, he had seen many big scenes. Seeing that he was so calm, the teacher didn't say much, but just asked the kitchen to further improve his nutrition and pay more attention to his learning status. On the other side, the Yu family finally became anxious. Uncle Yu Lu, who had not been home for several months, finally returned home that day. He could not suppress the joy on his face because Zhang Ernyang brought the good news that morning. She was pregnant. I also asked a doctor to examine it, and he said it was most likely ABOY. Yu Laolu was still as skilled as ever. However, for the sake of his son, he had to find a way to stabilize the family property, which was why he came back. The family of 3 finally gathered around a table again, but the atmosphere was a little weird. Aunt Lu's injuries were almost healed, but she was still a little scared when she saw Yu Changle. This guy was not a bastard, but a wolf. To be honest, even Uncle Six felt a little guilty when he saw Yu Changle's completely unafraid look. He really looked like he wanted to kill someone that day, but there was no way around it. This inheritance involved the common interests of the 3 of them, so they had to sit down and discuss it together. The imperial examination is about to begin in the spring, and that guy has already threatened to take back the inheritance. Can you all think of any way to stop him? Uncle Six glanced at the 2 of them, his eyes filled with worry. Do whatever you want. Yu Changle leaned back in his chair, looking indifferent. The inheritance is important, but he found that his parents were much more anxious than he was, so why should he run around so hard? To be honest, ever since the last fight, he has become much more assertive at home and is not at all intimidated by these so-called parents. If you want property, find a way on your own. Don't tell me what to do. His outrageous words naturally caused dissatisfaction among the other 2, but Yu Changle did not feel guilty at all. He was even too lazy to talk nonsense with them. He stood up and left. This bastard, he doesn't look like a son. Aunt Lu spat, feeling very unhappy. Uncle Six's face was also very ugly. He was also very angry in his heart. He shouldn't have acknowledged the son. Yu Changqing was also a rebellious person. Now that he was about to have his own son, he had to find a chance to drive him out, and this old woman, the more he looked at her, the more he hated her. However, Zhang Ernyang still had her charm, which made him fall in love with her. He had to find a chance to make her go away. He made up his mind. Naturally, the 2 of them couldn't come up with any solution. If Changqing still lived at home, they could probably poison the food or something, but now that he had moved out, it was impossible to do so. Intercepting students on the way to the exam? Come on, if you intercept a student, you will lose your head. After much thought, the only option was to ask a fortune teller to pierce the doll. There's a witch in West Lane who has some special abilities. I'll ask her to help me make a figurine to curse him every day so that he won't pass the exam. Aunt Lu said this somewhat mysteriously. Will this work? Uncle Six was skeptical, but Aunt Lu also cited several successful examples of the fortune teller, and spoke in a way that sounded miraculous. In the end, the 2 decided to give it a try. By the way, you should also buy a straw man for Yu Changle. Sixth uncle's eyes became fierce. After talking about dealing with the enemy, Uncle Six talked about marrying Zhang Ernyang. This time he adopted a strategy of both soft and hard tactics. First, he said something nice, telling Sixth Aunt Zhang Ernyang that she actually had saved quite a bit of money, which could help with the family expenses. And besides, she would be brought in as a concubine, so she could help deal with Yu Changle. This made Sixth Aunt a little tempted. After all, her position as the eldest wife would not be shaken, and it would only take a few minutes for her to control a concubine. At the same time, Uncle Six also showed his tough attitude as the head of the family and criticized Aunt Six's ability to manage the household. In the end, Aunt Six agreed, and the matter was settled. A few days later, Zhang Qing received a thank you note from Zhang Qiaoer, saying that the pills were effective, his mother was pregnant, and after much persuasion, she had been taken to live in the Yu mansion. It looks like the Yu mansion is going to get lively, Zhang Qing said with some interest. I'm going to eat melon. The system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly jumped out with an excited look on its face. It has been lonely for a long time. Chapter 519 Ancient House Fighting. 20. The Yu mansion is indeed lively. Ever since Zhang Ernyang moved into the courtyard where Zhang Qing used to live, Uncle Yu Lu came back every day. However, whenever he came back, he would stay in that courtyard and never go to Aunt Lu's house. They even set up a small kitchen there and hired someone to take care of it. This really pissed off Sixth Aunt. That little slut, was she that good at seducing men? But when she angrily ran over to cause trouble, she was stopped by two sturdy servants at the door. I'm sorry, the master has ordered that no one should disturb Aunt Zhang. Aunt Lu was almost laughing out of anger. Where was the agreed control? This was like welcoming a Buddha statue into the house. Besides, wasn't there some private money? She hadn't seen a single bit of it at this moment. She realized what it meant to be deceived. Oh, get out of here. She was so angry that she rushed in like a hostess, but the two men stood there like two walls. She bumped into them several times, and her bones ached, but she still couldn't get in. Very good. When your master comes back, I will tell him in person. Sixth Aunt left angrily, and the two servants behind her were not afraid at all. The master had instructed that they should be on guard against the lady, so why would he punish them for this? As soon as she returned to her yard, she ran into Yu Changle withdrawing money. Aunt Lu almost choked on her chest with a mouthful of blood. Mom, why is my share so much less? Although Yu Changle called her mother, there was no respect in her eyes, which made Aunt Lu feel uneasy. Don't you know there are more people at home? Everyone is losing weight. You're not the only one. She said unhappily. Zhang Ernyang's spending is not low, and she also cooks for herself. She has spent more than 10 taels of silver in just a few days after she arrived. How can the family continue like this? I don't care, my money can't be less anyway. Yu Changle got angry, but at this time, Aunt Lu was naturally prepared. She shouted, and two servants came in from outside the door and directly carried Yu Changle out. Don't let him near my yard from now on, she ordered. Why Yu Changle returned to his yard with a rage in his heart. He felt that his life was getting worse and worse. Although the old woman didn't dare to target him openly, she was secretly doing a lot of tricks on him. With one more person in the family, his share has also been reduced. That damn old man, why did he marry a concubine at such an old age? Isn't he afraid of having a stroke soon? He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Uncle Yu Lu was really not afraid. He stayed at Zhang Ernyang's house every day, and occasionally went back to the main courtyard to inquire about the progress of making the straw man. That day, when he arrived at the main courtyard, he was blocked by his sixth aunt. You Lao Lu, you've made it big, haven't you? What kind of treasure is that Zhang Ernyang? I can't even enter her yard to see her. She started cursing as soon as she opened her mouth, and the wrinkles on her face were shaking with anger. Uncle Yu Lu just felt sick. What a shrew. Uncle Yu Lu didn't tolerate it and started to curse back. Aunt Lu became even angrier when she saw his attitude. She reached out to grab him, but was pulled back and pushed by Uncle Lu, and fell directly to the ground. What's wrong with me, Yu Lu, sleeping with my concubine? It's perfectly legitimate, so who are you to say that? You jealous woman. In the past, I kept a concubine, which was not legitimate, so she was weak. Now I have taken her home and I pamper her, and no one can interfere. Besides, let me tell you, Uncle Yu Lu's expression turned stern. Mother Zhang Er is already pregnant with my son, Yu Lu. You should have been the one who was infertile before. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of this. All the doctors who had examined him before were hired by this old woman. Maybe she herself was infertile, so she colluded with the doctors to deceive her and put the blame on herself. The more he thought about it, the more right he felt. As expected, women have the most vicious hearts. How can I keep a woman like this around? I have to divorce her immediately and get rid of her before she dares to leave the house. Aunt Six was completely bewildered. Wasn't it her turn to take the initiative? How could the situation suddenly reverse? Yu Lu? Do you still have any conscience? I'm infertile? That's the diagnosis from the doctor at Huichun Hall. She immediately slapped her thigh and started crying. Maybe the doctor took your money, otherwise, how could Zhang Ernyang get pregnant? Uncle Yulu is now becoming more and more determined in his ideas, and he feels very annoyed when he sees Aunt Lu acting like a shrew. You know what you did. After saying this, he ignored the woman crying on the ground and turned away. In the following days, he turned from defense to offense and became more and more displeased with Aunt Six. Even after discovering that Aunt Lu's curse on Changqing with a voodoo doll had no effect at all, he was so angry that he directly deprived Aunt Lu of her housekeeper rights. In this era, men still have the final say. Aunt Six was also a person who looked strong on the outside but was actually weak on the inside. She was gradually controlled by him and began to doubt whether she was really infertile and had delayed the birth of the Yu family's offspring. What kind of idea did you have, you damn old woman? You spent so much money on making a goblin, but Yu Changqing is fine and will be going to the capital in a few days. Even Yu Changle is enjoying everything he eats. I think you, a fool, really don't have any housekeeping ability. Let's hand this matter over to Zhang Ernyang for the time being. Aunt Lu had become somewhat numb after several months of continuous blows. She shuddered when she heard this, but her face showed no expression. But Uncle Six changed the subject. If you can stop Yu Changqing from taking the imperial examination, I might consider giving you the stewardship. Aunt Lu's eyes suddenly opened, but then closed again. What else could she do? Now that this man had completely left her heart, and he was about to have a son, what status could an old woman like her have, Yu Changqing? Forget about that. We can't even meet him. No, maybe you can see him on the way to the capital. So, on the way to the scientific expedition, Changqing met his sixth aunt, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Changqing, I've let you down before. I deserve to die, but you must save me. Changqing was taking a nap in the carriage when he was awakened by the crying outside. Hey, host, it's your sixth aunt outside. The system's gloating voice sounded. The carriage stopped and the coachman leaned in with a questioning look, apparently a little confused about the situation. Let me get off and take a look. Changqing stood up. Chapter 520 Ancient House Fighting, 21. The old woman before him was a stark contrast to the imposing sixth aunt he had always remembered. Although she was still dressed rather smartly, her demeanor was waning, as if she had aged a dozen years. When she saw Changqing, she immediately became excited. Changqing, your sixth uncle has taken in a concubine, and that bitch is pregnant with a son. Now he's thinking of kicking me out. You must save your aunt. She quickly stepped forward, trying to grab Changqing's hand, but was touched by his sleeve and almost fell down. Has it come to this? Changqing frowned. However, this was originally initiated by him, so why would he sympathize with him again? My sixth uncle wouldn't be so ungrateful, would he? He asked with some doubt. Why not? Aunt Lu became even more anxious. He's staying at Zhang Ernyang's place every day now. Oh, right, she lives in your old room, and she even has servants guarding it. I won't let anyone get close to her. Changqing, I didn't expect that this sixth uncle was a love-brained person. No, it should be said that he was a sun-brained person. He just wanted a son to carry on the family line, but even so, what can he do? Uncle Six will never listen to my advice. He thought about it and said. Hearing what he said, Aunt Lu seemed even more anxious, and her tears suddenly flowed out. Changqing, your sixth uncle said that as long as you don't take the imperial examination and don't return the inheritance, he will continue to let me manage the household and won't drive me away, so this is asking me to cut myself with a knife. Changqing suddenly realized that this is too interesting. He almost laughed out of anger. How thick-skinned must one be to openly make such an unreasonable request? Sixth aunt, Changqing sneered, do you know that the imperial examination is a national event? What is the crime of preventing candidates from taking the examination? I think you are tired of living. His voice immediately turned cold. Do you believe that if I report you to the authorities, you'll be thrown into jail immediately? Aunt Lu didn't think too much about it. When she heard his words, she was so scared that her legs went weak and she fell to her knees. You're still not smart. Why didn't sixth uncle come and stop me? He wants to kill you. Changqing leaned against the carriage, and although his words were light and descriptive, they were like thunderclaps to Aunt Lu's ears. Yes, why didn't the old man stop her himself, but forced her to come? Logically speaking, they are all members of the Yu family, so it should be easier for them to talk to each other. When she thought about Uncle Lu's recent attitude towards her, she soon understood that, as expected, he just wanted to send her to jail so that he could live with Zhang Er. Nyangda It was really vicious. When Aunt Lu came to her senses, she was trembling with anger. She opened her mouth to say something, but couldn't find her voice for a moment. Fortunately, Changqing didn't really report to the police. He just chuckled and got on the carriage. Aunt, sixth uncle isn't scary. Think about what Yu Changle did. Isn't his life pretty good now? The calm voice came as the carriage started, causing Aunt Lu to open her eyes wide immediately. Host, you are provoking conflict. The system jumped out, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Only when their conflicts break out can I feel at peace. Otherwise, they will always drag me into this. Changqing stroked the notes in his hand. These were some of the master's experiences when he took the imperial examinations. There were also summaries of his students' imperial examinations over the years, which could be considered as some things to pay attention to before the exam. Although this thing was of limited use to him, it was the teacher's thoughtful gift after all. Before leaving, he thanked the teacher again and again and carefully put the note away. Originally, the teacher wanted to arrange a servant to take care of him, but Changqing refused. It was just a small imperial examination, so there was no need for such a big fuss. In fact, scientific research was not difficult for him. The imperial examinations of this era were very similar to those in other worlds. The county examinations, prefectural examinations, and academy examinations tested scholars, the provincial examinations tested juryen, and the metropolitan examinations were held in the capital. Those who passed were called jinshi. There was also a palace examination to determine the top 3. The original owner had already passed the county examination and the prefectural examination, and had ranked well, obtaining the status of a student. He only needed to get a good ranking in the academy examination to obtain the title of a scholar. Here, the academy examination is the last step of the first-level imperial examination. It is presided over by the provincial education commissioner and specifically organized by the various prefectures. After arriving in the provincial capital, Changqing first found an inn to stay in. Because it was exam season, the inn was cheaper. This was much better than in later generations when the hotels near the examination hall would double their prices before the exam. Here, he also met some acquaintances from Qingshan town. However, everyone looked nervous. Some of them even carried books with them to memorize while walking, which showed their seriousness in taking the imperial examination. In order not to be too conspicuous, Changqing did not act too leisurely. He took out the notebook given by the teacher and read it from time to time to pass the time. Soon, the day of the scientific examination arrived. The whole process took several days. First, the candidates were taken to visit Confucius Temple, then there was some pre-exam mobilization, and finally the exam began. Of course, body searches before the exam are inevitable, and the whole atmosphere is still very serious. Changqing followed the public's process and it went very smoothly. The test questions were not difficult for him. The real difficulty was the unpleasant smell in the examination room. In order to save time, many candidates brought their own urine pots and solved their physiological needs in the cubicle, resulting in a very strange smell in the entire examination room. But you are not allowed to hand in the paper early. After each exam, I feel like my clothes are pickled. It's really uncomfortable. Fortunately, the few days passed quickly. I saw some candidates fainting due to exhaustion, but Changqing held on and completed the exam smoothly. The moment he walked out of the examination room, he suddenly felt that the air became much clearer. Changqing, how did you do on the exam? Suddenly, a familiar voice came into his ears. Changqing turned his head and saw the teacher. Beside him were the head of the Yu family and some of the Yu family's children. Ha, it seems you have an idea. We didn't disturb you before because we were afraid of affecting your state. Now that the exam is over, how do you feel? The teacher walked up and asked cheerfully, ignoring the stinky smell on his body. Master, clan leader, I feel like I did okay on the test. Changqing is not modest, he is telling the truth. That's good, that's good. Let's go to the inn and rest for 2 days. The patriarch also smiled kindly and spoke politely to Changqing. Changqing also noticed that Yu Tian, Yu Changle, and others were not among the other disciples. He thought that they thought their skills were not good enough and did not take part in this year's exam. This time, after several days of exams, everyone was sick, had little energy, and was in no mood to chat. So Changqing didn't say much and followed everyone back to the inn. Only then did he realize that the clan leader and the master lived opposite the inn where he was, and they must have deliberately avoided meeting him before. Chapter 521 Ancient House Fighting, 22, Tisk, it's really a physical job. After Changqing returned to the inn, he asked for a large bucket of water, took a careful bath, and then slept until the sun rose over the mountain. The candidates will not go home on this day, because the time for the announcement of the results is approaching. Candidates in good health will walk around the city. Of course, this is a minority. Most candidates will feel a little uncomfortable after several days of examinations, so most of them will lie in the inn. Changqing felt okay. He walked around and even looked at the Fucheng bookstore. The collection of poems and essays was placed in the most conspicuous position and was obviously selling very well. I guess the bookstore in the county town is a branch, but it is not surprising that the book sells well. Oh, Yu Changle is still looking for opportunities to copy more poems. Now, he will be embarrassed when the time comes. There's some excitement to be seen. The next day, the results were announced, and Changqing was admitted to the high school and ranked 3rd. This was a good result for the Yu family and even the entire Qingshan town. When the teacher heard the news, he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He said that he was right and that this disciple really had the potential to become a jinshi. There was another student in the Yu family who ranked 63rd. This time, 2 scholars were admitted. The clan leader was very happy. He hosted a banquet for everyone that night, expressed his expectations, and encouraged those who did not pass the exam. At the banquet, Changqing directly told the clan leader what Yu Tian and others had done that day. Now that he has the title of scholar, his words are more important. The clan leader naturally promised with all his heart that he would punish those bastards and asked Changqing to be more tolerant. Of course, you can't go back immediately after the results are announced. The academician and the prefect will invite everyone to dinner, encourage and congratulate them, and go through a whole process. Students will also congratulate each other and treat each other to meals, and the party can be lively for more than 10 days. Although Chang Ching was ranked third, he was the youngest, only 15 years old, so he naturally received special attention. However, he behaved very maturely, which surprised some older candidates. Although Chang Ching was unable to return to his clan immediately, the news that he had graduated from high school had already been passed back. The atmosphere in the Yu family immediately became depressed. In fact, the Yu family has never had peace since 6th aunt went back. She learned from Yu Chang'e and directly threatened 6th uncle to tell him about his plan to murder Chang Ching, intending to fight to the death. Uncle Yu Lu was furious. This woman failed to persuade Yu Changqing, but instead became arrogant at home. He had reason to suspect that Yu Changqing had instigated this, but what could he do? He was about to have a son, so his reputation was very important. Therefore, he could only pray secretly, hoping that the guy would perform poorly in the exam. I can't pass the exam. I can't pass the exam. He said it many times in secret. Not only Uncle Six, but Aunt Six and Yu Chang'e certainly don't want him to pass the exam. If he passes, they will have to take back the inheritance, and the family's living standards will drop significantly. Why Yu Chang'e also gritted his teeth secretly. On the one hand, he hoped that Chang Ching would not pass the exam. On the other hand, he asked some little beggars to compose songs to spread his reputation. Unfortunately, Qingshan town is so small that the news spread like wildfire. Aunt Lu even used the method of making dolls again. She was so generous as to kill a chicken and pour chicken blood on it, which was said to increase the success rate. But the more people don't want something to happen, the more likely it is to happen. Soon the news that Changqing High School ranked third in the exam spread back to the clan. The whole family was stunned on the spot. It's over. The family property is gone. This thought suddenly occurred to the three people. What should we do? Master, is there any other solution? Aunt Lu didn't care about being angry with Uncle Lu at this time. Her voice was shaking. When Uncle Six saw Aunt Six and Yu Chang'e staring at him, he became extremely angry. Before, when I asked you to think of a solution and contribute, you all pretended to be dead. Now, what else can you do? Wait for the notice from the clan. He flicked his sleeves and went back angrily. He is already a scholar. What else can he do? He dares to covet a student's things, but he dare not covet a scholar's things. A scholar has entered the scholar official class and is no longer the same as ordinary people. He doesn't even have to kneel when he sees a county magistrate, especially since that kid is ranked third. He will be a state-funded person and may even continue to take the imperial examinations to become a jiren or jinshi, and finally become an official. Aunt Lu was criticized again and felt very depressed. How could that guy pass the exam just like that? Although she was very grateful to him for giving her advice and avoiding her being kicked out, it didn't mean that she was willing to let her property be taken away, and it was property that she had managed for many years. That would be the end of my life. Why Yu Chang'e was fine at the beginning. It was just a little property. If it was gone, it was gone. But once his poems and essays spread and his fame grew, he would naturally have no shortage of money. But when he saw that many things in his room were starting to be packed up, he lost his composure. What? These things are my parents' inheritance? The servant who was packing the things glanced at him and corrected him seriously. This is the inheritance of the scholar's father-in-law and mother. Yu Chang'e choked and thought, forget it, they are just some tools. He comforted himself. However, this comfort did not last long, because soon he saw his sixth uncle holding a list in his hand. It was sent by the clan and listed all the things that needed to be returned. He cleaned up a shop, 2 taverns, and 2 houses, and the total cost was nearly 1,000 taels of silver. Fuck, so my parents are so rich? At that moment, he really felt what heartache was. Wouldn't that make Yu Changqing a millionaire all of a sudden? This would be even more painful than killing him. Dad, Mom, can you put me back under the name of your biological parents? He wanted a share of the inheritance. However, his plan was doomed to fail. In that era, adoption was a serious matter. Once a person passed through the clan and was recorded in the family tree, it would be difficult to go back. Changqing asked the clan leader to do this in the capital city, and he promised it, so the transfer of property went very smoothly. Nonsense. In this era, the clan leader is a man of his word, so he naturally keeps his word. 3 days later, after returning to Qingshan town, he had received his parents' inheritance. The 2 houses were originally rented out, and Changqing simply asked the tenants of the old house to leave. The scholar's order was very effective. He also directly replaced the clerks in the jewelry shop and the tavern to ensure that he had firm control over them. This vigorous and decisive attitude almost made those who wanted to see a joke drop their jaws. This operation did not seem like that of a 15-year-old young man who had never done business before. However, when I think about the fact that he was already a scholar at the age of 15, I understand that when the god of literature comes down to earth, he is always more powerful than others. At this time, Changqing, who was believed by everyone to be the incarnation of Wenkuxing, was already lying on the rocking chair in his own yard. Smoke was already rising from the kitchen. As the only owner of this house, he felt quite content. It was already April, and the weather was comfortable. A breeze blew, lifting his long, fine hair, and he squinted his eyes comfortably. No matter what era, the rich always live a good life. He sighed, fortunately, I am a wealthy man myself. System, host, if you speak like this in front of others, you will easily get beaten. Do you know that? Chapter 522 Ancient House Fighting, 23. The Yu family's life became increasingly difficult, and even Zhang Ernyang began to complain. Lu Lang, it's okay for our master to suffer a little, but there are two of us here, and the only male in the Yu family cannot suffer. Uncle Yu, the food here is the best in the family. You can have fish and meat if you want. Second mother, please understand me. Now our family only has a dozen acres of land and a cloth shop. The monthly income is not much, and we are living a tight life. Uncle Yulu was also feeling miserable. The income has been greatly reduced, and most of the savings have been given away. Now our family is barely making ends meet. Well, it seems I have to fire some servants. So he began to dismiss the servants, and of course he started with those who served Yu Changle and Aunt Six. Naturally, there was some quarreling at home, but there was no other way. The total income had decreased, and everyone had to live a tight life. Once you start downsizing, it will be difficult to stop. As the savings kept coming in, Aunt Lu found that she had no home to manage anymore, and all her money was in the hands of Uncle Yu. Yu Changle also found that his allowance was pitifully small and could only maintain basic living. He wanted to make a fuss, but it was useless. Uncle Yu was actually tough this time. Aren't you afraid that I will tell others about your plan to take Yu Changqing's property? Yu Changle threatened with a squint. Ha ha, I've returned every cent of the inheritance. Who are you threatening? Go ahead and tell me if you're brave enough. Who will believe you? Then I'll accuse you of being unfilial and ruining your father's reputation. Ha, let's see what happens to you. This? Yu Changle hadn't thought about this yet, and he was stunned for a moment. So, is this the end of his status? He was panicked. Uncle Yulu obviously did not miss his expression. He felt even happier and the smile on his face gradually widened. Yu Changle, Yu Changle, you don't think you can still control me, do you? Someone come. He called the only two servants left in the house and grabbed Yu Changle. If you disobey your father, you will be punished according to the family rules. You can't do this to me. Yu Changle's eyes were bloodshot. He struggled desperately, but he was still young after all, so he was dragged to a remote corner by two servants and was severely whipped by Uncle Yulu. As a son, you should have the awareness of a son. If you dare to disobey me, beating you to death would be the least of your punishment. Uncle Yu's eyes were red as he beat and scolded him. Unfilial thing, I shouldn't have recognized you, this evil child. The shouting and cursing attracted Aunt Six. She remembered that day when she was doused with hot water and was furious. She found a bamboo stick and joined in beating Yu Changle. Stop hitting me, Mom and Dad. I know I was wrong. Yu Changle swore that he had never been beaten so badly in his 2 lives. He wanted to struggle at first, but soon he could not bear it anymore and began to beg for mercy. Now you know your mistake. Weren't you so proud that day? Aunt Lu cursed loudly, saying that if there was hot water nearby, she would have poured it over his head. As a result of the beating, Yu Changle had to stay in bed for a month. By the time his injuries were fully healed, it was already summer. There is no need to talk about the grievances he felt. Anyway, his first reaction after his injury healed was that he could not stay in this home anymore. So, Changqing met his younger brother whom he had not seen for more than half a year. You said that we are blood relatives, so half of this property should belong to you? Changqing did not invite him into the yard, but stopped Yu Changle at the door. He noticed that Yu Changle looked very haggard, with deep sunken eye sockets and had lost a lot of weight. Yu Changle's eyes turned red and a tear rolled down the corner of her eye. Brother! When my father was dying, he asked you to take good care of me. Look at me now, do I look well taken care of? You are a scholar now, aren't you afraid that others will say you are being harsh on your brother? Well, before you had to recognize your parents, now you have to recognize your brother, Changqing sneered. Yu Changle, have you forgotten that you are already the son of your 6th uncle and 6th aunt? From the moment you were included in the family tree, you are no longer my brother. Besides, his voice hardened, you and several people from the Yu family are trying to murder me. Do you think I don't know? You found Zhang Qiaoer, didn't you? And you paid for the Plum Blossom Poetry Gathering that day, didn't you? Do you think, after what you've done, that if your father were still alive, he would acknowledge you as his son? The consecutive questions left Yu Changle completely confused. It turned out that he had already known what happened at the poetry gathering that day. No wonder he didn't fall into the trap. He was horrified, and the mental strength he had built up before coming here completely collapsed. He dared not say another word and staggered away. What could he do? He didn't want to stay home for another day, but going out in this world wasn't easy. Money was essential. Without it, he couldn't stay anywhere. But where would he get the money? The Yu family simply couldn't give it to him. After much thought, he decided to give it a Y. So he found Yu Tian. Brother Tian, I can't stay in this house anymore. Find a way to get me 50 taels of silver. I'll go to the county town and make a living. If I succeed, I'll remember your kindness. He grabbed Yu Tian's hand with a crazy look on his face, which scared Yu Tian enough. 50 taels of silver, what are you thinking of? He shook it off hard, but Yu Chang'e held on even tighter. Brother Tian, you were also involved in the plot against the scholar that day. Aren't you afraid that I will tell the clan leader about this? Yu Chang'e lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. Now I have nothing anyway, I'm not afraid of anything. Yu Tian was frightened by his expression. The last time Yu Changqing passed the imperial examination, the clan leader came back and asked people to beat him up, and forced several people to apologize to Yu Changqing that he didn't want to mess with him again. The matter of murdering the scholar could be a big deal or a small one, but Yu Chang'e was clearly desperate. He didn't dare to gamble. Let go first, I'll help you find a solution. In the end, Yu Tian still managed to get 30 taels of silver. He stuffed the silver into Yu Chang'e's hand with a painful look on his face. Brother Chang'e, to be honest, I stole this from my family. 50 taels is not a small amount. I really don't have enough. You can take it first. Yu Chang'e finally arrived in the county town. He rented a house and settled down there. He planned to participate in poetry competitions and make a name for himself with the poems he remembered. Coincidentally, as soon as I arrived in the county town, I heard that the eldest daughter of the county magistrate was holding a lotus garden banquet and invited students to participate. Oh, isn't it just choosing a son-in-law? He had seen this routine in later novels and was very familiar with it. What are some poems about lotus? He thought of the endless green lotus leaves reaching the sky, the red lotus flowers reflecting the sun, and the dragonflies that had already landed on the lotus leaves just as they were beginning to show their pointed tips. The opportunity to show off my skills came so soon that he didn't even have time to communicate with other students, so he quickly found a way to get an invitation. Sure enough, the county town is the place to show off your skills. Since it was a poetry gathering with the nature of a blind date, it naturally attracted countless talented people. Many young ladies from wealthy families in the county also came to participate. Yu Chang'e was mentally prepared for all of this. However, when he arrived at the scene and saw Yu Changqing chatting and laughing with others, he still shuddered in his heart. That guy, why is he here? What he was more worried about was that Changqing would expose his scandal, but fortunately the other party just glanced at him and ignored him. If he was ignored like this at other times, he would definitely be angry, but today he felt extremely fortunate. Fortunately, that guy still cared about his face. After all, they were blood brothers. In this case, he has to show his skills. Chapter 523 Ancient House Fighting, 24. Of course Changqing was too lazy to pay attention to him. In fact, the top 3 candidates in the college entrance examination were invited to participate in the poetry meeting, and it was in the name of the county magistrate, otherwise he would not have come. He remembered that in the original plot, the eldest daughter of the county magistrate's family was one of Yu Chang'e's concubines, but now that the plot has changed so much, he didn't know if it would still be possible. Do you think the county magistrate's daughter will still be interested in Yu Chang'e? Changqing asked the system. Is there even a need to ask? It's definitely not possible. Yu Chang'e is engaged, and he can't become famous either. The system's voice was frivolous. Most of the talented people in the county have read your collection of ancient poems. If he copied the ancient poems, he would be embarrassed. Changqing. Well, part of his reason was indeed to see Yu Chang'e make a fool of herself. Soon, there was a commotion at the door. The girls came, and Changqing followed the crowd's gaze and looked over. Well, they were all beautiful girls dressed exquisitely and a little shy. The one surrounded by them must be the eldest daughter of the county magistrate. Unlike other women who were shy and half-lowered their heads, she held her head high with confidence. She was wearing the most fashionable butterfly skirt in the area and a phoenix hairpin on her head, which jingled when she walked. Ah, is that the eldest daughter of the county magistrate? She is so beautiful. I wonder which man could catch her eye. What about the county magistrate's family? If I could get close to him, I could save myself at least 20 years of hard work in the future. I think you should forget about it, brother. The top 3 candidates for the college entrance examination have all been invited. I heard there's also a talented 15-year-old. The whispered discussions reached Yu Chang'e's ears, causing him to clench his fists. Oh, a 15-year-old genius, isn't he Yu Changqing? His performance at the last Plum Blossom Poetry Appreciation meeting was just so. He is very confident in himself. It was summer at the moment, and the artificial lake in the center of the manor was full of lotus flowers. The breeze brought bursts of refreshing floral fragrance. The girls did not sit with the students. They were arranged on the other side, facing the students across the river. It is quite elegant and interesting. Changqing noticed that many eyes were on him, but he didn't care. He didn't show any blushing or heartbeat like other young students when they were stared at by girls. Soon, the poetry competition began. There were not many rules. Those who liked to show off could just stand up and read their poems aloud. Of course, there are also people responsible for recording the poems everyone recites and passing them to the girl opposite so that everyone can appreciate them together. As one singer finished his performance and another took the stage, the scene immediately became lively. Changqing listened to everyone's performance leisurely while eating. Not to mention that the variety of food in the county town was much richer than what Qingshan town prepared last time. It really whetted his appetite. Yu Chang'e felt more confident after listening to everyone's poems. So-called heroes are just like this. He sneered inwardly. He originally wanted to wait until Changqing finished reading the poem before he came out to overshadow him, but the other party remained inactive. He had no choice but to step forward when he saw that the other heroes had almost finished their rounds and many of their poems had caused the girls opposite to exclaim in amazement. The scene immediately became quiet, and everyone looked at Yu Changle. The feeling of being the center of attention made him secretly happy. He glanced at the exquisite and generous person opposite him, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Ahem. He coughed twice to attract attention, then recited, after all, the scenery of Lan Lake in June is different from that of other seasons. The lotus leaves stretching to the sky are endlessly green, and the lotus flowers reflecting the sun are a unique red. TSK, that's a bit clever, changing West Lake to the name of the small lake in the manner. Changqing laughed secretly, but it's useless. This poem is the first in a collection of poems that has long been a bestseller. Sure enough, the next moment, the scene was still quiet. There was no thunderous applause that Yu Changle had imagined. Instead, everyone frowned and showed expressions of incomprehension. Why Yu Changle's heart trembled, and an inexplicable panic suddenly gripped his heart, making him feel a little short of breath. Sir, did you write the poem just now yourself? Someone asked doubtfully. Of course. It was this June mist lake that inspired me to write this poem. Yu Changle answered with gritted teeth. The scene was in uproar. You're lying, someone shouted. This is clearly the first piece in a collection of ancient poems and essays, written by Yang Wanli. You just changed one word. This is plagiarism, shameless. The chaotic sound reached his ears, making Yu Changle's body sway. What was going on? There was no Yang Wanli in this world, so how could someone know this poem? And even mention this name. Plagiarism will be a cause of shame in any era, especially in occasions like this, where everyone wants to show off in front of the girls and cannot tolerate plagiarists being in the spotlight. Why Yu Changle was in great chaos as he heard the overwhelming accusations. I didn't. He wanted to defend himself, but didn't know how to start. Faced with the accusations, he couldn't help but step back, and suddenly he tripped. With a short scream, he fell directly into the lake. The scene immediately became chaotic. Hurry up and save them! Hurry up and save them! He heard someone shouting, and then a servant jumped into the lake and pulled him out, soaking wet like a drowned rat. No one asked him to change his clothes. I. Seeing the girls turning their heads away one by one, he felt even more ashamed and angry. Without waiting for anyone to say anything, he crawled out. Seeing that the farce was over, Changqing no longer wanted to stay any longer, so he got up and left. However, Yu Changle jogged all the way to the yard he rented and developed a high fever that night. In a daze, countless scenes flashed through his mind. In those scenes, the most hated Yu Changqing died early, and he became famous all over the world with those popular poems. The eldest daughter of the county magistrate fell in love with him, countless noble ladies in the capital admired him, and even the princess treated him very specially. He realized his dream in this world, assisted the sixth prince to ascend the throne, and became a powerful official. In the morning, he woke up from his dream, sweating profusely. The scenes in the dream flashed through his mind. That was the life he should have. How did it come to this now? He tried to open his eyes wide and carefully compare the scene in his dream with reality, and soon he found something inconsistent. Why Yu Changqing? Things started to change when he moved out of the Yu family. Because of his move, he did not die and even passed the imperial examination to become a scholar. He then took back the inheritance and caused the Yu family to decline. I must have had such a dream and knew how things would develop. It was he who took action to change the correct direction and also changed his own destiny. However, there was one thing he didn't quite understand, and that was the collection of ancient poems that someone mentioned at the poetry meeting. Yes, a collection of poems and essays. Thinking of this, he struggled to get up, endured the dizziness and walked to the largest bookstore in the county. Strikingly, the first row of bookshelves was the collection of ancient poems and essays. Yu Changle opened the book with trembling hands. The first article was Yang Wanli's sending off Lin Zifang from Jingxi Temple at dawn. His face turned red. It's so fucking embarrassing. He flipped open 2 pages at random and saw poems that were all familiar to him, including those by Li Bai, Du Fu, and Su Shi. It's over. It was definitely not possible to become famous by copying poems. He felt dizzy and slowly sat down on the ground. Hey, this gentleman? A fat shopkeeper came over with a puzzled look on his face. It's okay. I'll buy a copy of this poetry collection. Yu Changle stood up shakily, steadied himself and said, there must be other time travelers like him in this world. As soon as this thought came to his mind, his hair stood on end. It was over. Don't even think about it anymore. He would never be able to realize his dream in this life. The shopkeeper's chubby face immediately relaxed. Sir, you have a good eye. This collection of poems and essays was donated by a righteous man, and it's selling very well. Yu Changle's eyes widened immediately. Hero? What does he look like? He asked anxiously. Ahem, that man covered his face, so I don't know what he looks like, but he must be a selfless and kind person. Good guy? Yu Changle gave a bitter laugh. This good guy had ruined his life. He paid the bill tremblingly and went home with the book. Chapter 524 Ancient House Fighting, 25. The provincial examination is also known as the autumn examination. Unlike the academy examination held every year, the provincial examination is held in the autumn every 3 years. Those who pass the examination are called juryen and can participate in the metropolitan examination in the spring of the following year. This year happened to be the provincial examination season, so Changqing naturally had to take part as well. He had no intention of winning the first place, so he took the exam easily and ranked 7th. After returning home, naturally many people visited and celebrated with him, and he was very busy for a while. When everything was about to calm down, he finally found time to talk to the system. "So, Yu Chang'e ran back home again?" he asked the system. Yes, the Yu family is very lively now, with hammering and banging every day." The system couldn't hide its gossipy eyes at all. It seemed that it had been eating melons a lot. Besides, Zhang Ernyang's previous pregnancy was all a lie. Now her belly has deflated. "Your medicine is incredible." The system came over and pressed the host's shoulders. "Do you want that medicine?" Changqing saw what it was thinking at a glance. I was thinking that if I ever open a shopping mall in the future, that thing will definitely come in handy." The system smiled in a servile manner. "Changqing, it turns out that everything in your system is collected from various worlds." However, he didn't mind giving some to the system. After all, they were partners who had traveled through so many worlds together. He didn't have a good impression of Zhang Ernyang. Why would she be so kind as to help her get pregnant? The fake pregnancy pill was just a small punishment for her. He actually dared to let his daughter and Yu Chang'e plot against him. I guess the Yu family is suffering now." Changqing smiled sincerely. Why Yu Chang'e's path to fame was ruined, and he had no money-making skills, let alone making soap or glass, which was impossible without a system. And once the money was spent, it couldn't be recovered. The family is greedy and lazy, and Changqing wants to see what kind of life they can live. In fact, the Yu family's life is much more exciting than outsiders imagined. Uncle Yu Lu blamed Zhang Ernyang for deceiving him, but Zhang Ernyang was also very wronged. The pregnancy was diagnosed by the doctor, and she had all kinds of pregnancy reactions, so how come in the end she didn't get pregnant at all? Just like a fart, all the stuff in my stomach suddenly disappeared in one day. Uncle Yu Lu was not willing to give up and invited a famous doctor from the county town to see them again and again. The famous doctor took the pulse of both of them and showed a puzzled expression on his face. "Master Yu, you are not making fun of me, are you? You have a medical condition and it is impossible for you to get pregnant." Boom! Uncle Yu Lu only felt a thunderclap ringing in his ears, making his head dizzy. Impossible. It was clearly before. He wanted to say that Zhang Ernyang was clearly pregnant before, but he quickly realized that it was not true at all. His face turned pale in an instant, his lips trembled, not knowing what to say. The doctor diagnosed you as infertile before, but you still thought you had a son, ha. Beside her, Aunt Lu felt so happy that she couldn't help laughing wildly. This damn old man thought he had a son and spent all kinds of money on Zhang Ernyang, but in the end he got nothing. She was almost dying of laughter. Amid her wild laughter, Uncle Yu Lu staggered and fell to the ground. "Master." Zhang Ernyang hurried forward to help him up, and the scene was in chaos. A few days later, Changqing received the news that Uncle Yu had suffered a stroke. He heard that half of his body was paralyzed and he could only lie in bed and wait for someone to take care of him. Then he's finished. Changqing came to the conclusion after just a second of thought: the Yu family is not a harmonious family now. In this state, if they lie paralyzed in bed and wait for others to take care of them, then it would be the end of them. In fact, it was pretty much what Changqing expected. As soon as Uncle Yu Lu fell ill, the Yu family fell into chaos. At this time, Aunt Lu was considered the mistress and naturally had the highest status. She was not responsible for taking care of the patient, so this task fell on Zhang Ernyang, but Zhang Ernyang was a cunning person. She came from Hongqua and had many strange connections. After serving for 3 days, she fell ill and could not get up. What to do? In the end, only his son Yu Chang'e came to serve him. Why Yu Chang'e never expected that he traveled through time and space just to take care of his hemiplegic father, and he was not his biological father. Can't you just buy 2 servants and hire 2 maids to do this? He felt like vomiting when he smelled the feces and urine on the bed, so how could he continue? You think we are a wealthy family, but now we are struggling to make ends meet. As a son, it is only natural for you to be filial to your father. Just serve him well. Aunt Lu flipped through the account book without frowning. Now she has made a small comeback. The old man is paralyzed, and her life is better. It's just that, well, the family expenses are a bit difficult to keep up. Less than half a year later, Changqing heard that Uncle Yu Lu had died in his hospital bed, and then Yu Chang'e was arrested. It was said that it was he who bought the medicine and killed his father. Only Aunt Yu Lu and Zhang Ernyang were left in the Yu family, and the family was finally broken up. Changqing no longer paid attention to the Yu family's affairs. This situation was considered to be the end of the family. According to the clan's rules, the original family property would be taken over by the clan, and the family members would be given enough food every year. The rest would just wait to die. The next time I saw Yu Chang'e was at the execution ground in the autumn of the following year. He was wearing prison clothes, his hair was disheveled, and there was a dead look in his eyes. Seeing Changqing, he suddenly struggled frantically. "It's you! It's you, right? You must have harmed me. My life shouldn't be like this. He struggled, but was quickly pushed back. Yu Chang'e was reborn? Changqing asked the system. No. The system scanned and gave the answer. Changqing was confused and shook his head without responding to him. Soon, the time came. As the token fell to the ground, Changqing immediately panicked when he saw Yu Chang'e. Help, save me. Only at this moment did he realize that he was afraid of death. He opened his mouth, but before he could shout in the noise, he felt a chill on his neck and a good head fell to the ground. No one came to collect the body, even his so-called fiancée Tsuehong didn't show up. In the end, Changqing paid a few taels of silver to hire someone to bury him. It can be considered as living up to this blood relationship. Changqing sighed. After all, he was about to leave Qingshan town, and the last thing he did was to understand the mission. This time, things went smoothly. Afterwards, Changqing took part in the imperial examination. He did not deliberately pursue the top 3, but he also achieved a good ranking. Later, he stayed in the capital to serve as an official. He had no intention of changing history or interfering in state affairs. After all, this had nothing to do with the mission. He had also met the prince, who was a talented and virtuous man and would have no problem being a king who maintained the status quo. The 6th prince also sought the throne, but it seemed that he did not have the luck of a time traveler. He was always a little short of the mark and was ultimately defeated. The crown prince successfully ascended the throne. Of course, to Changqing, all these were just spectators. He held a low official position and was mainly responsible for compiling documents. He was far away from the core of power struggles, but he lived a relatively comfortable life. He never got married in this life. His parents died early, so no one asked him to get married. He worked in his position until retirement and chose to leave this world in his 70s. It's so boring. Chapter 525, The Toolmaster Quit His Job. 1. Peak Masters, the disciple recruiting ceremony will be held in 3 days. Please exercise restraint and do not scare the newcomers. As soon as Changqing opened his eyes, he heard an old voice. A communication symbol was floating in front of him, and the voice came from it. After a quick look around, he immediately understood, this is a plane for cultivating immortals. Interesting. He flicked his robe sleeve, and the communication talisman fell into his hand. After a slight feeling, he knew that it was made of the cheapest talisman paper, which obviously showed that the sec was relatively poor. Changqing, meow. Suddenly, a lazy meow caught his attention. A calico cat in the corner, seemingly having seen him finish his call, stood up and stretched. Its black, white, and yellow colors were unevenly distributed throughout its body. It was twice the size of an average cat and looked very agile. Changqing saw it shaking its head so that its features could not be seen clearly, then it walked over and circled around him with a look of disgust. TSK, you cats still dislike people? He reached out and grabbed the cat, but the cat twisted its body like noodles and ran away. Changqing. As expected, I was disliked. Ha 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 ha, host, you will know the reason if you look in the mirror. The system's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of gloating. Look in the mirror? The original owner is the master of a peak after all. How can his image be dashed? Changqing took out a mirror from the space, and then the words in his mouth were stuck in his throat. Oh shit, the person in the mirror had messy and tangled hair, and his face was covered with wrinkles and black dust, just like a little old man who had just climbed out of a chimney. It's almost impossible to recognize its original appearance. It's not particular. Changqing quickly cast a cleaning spell on himself. Fortunately, the clothes on his body were spiritual objects and were not stained with dust, otherwise he would look like a beggar. System, let me see the plot first. Changqing was a little curious. Okay. As the system responded, various images flashed through Changqing's mind. This is the territory of Luota sect. The original owner was a casual cultivator who had made great achievements in alchemy, so he was invited to join the Luota sect and became the master of its alchemy peak. The reason why an outsider could become the peak master was not because of his strong alchemy skills, but purely because there was no one in Luota sect who could make alchemy, so he came here to start a business of the Luota sect is indeed a small sect. The sect leader, Wang Tuatu, was originally an outer disciple of the Jinling sect. Because he had no hope of forming a golden elixir, he applied to the sect for a Qingling bamboo. Then he came to the 10,000 mountains, occupied a piece of land, and established the Luota sect. The spiritual energy here is thin, but there are countless small sects and independent cultivators. The strength of the Luota sect is at least 8,000, which is comparable to the stars. It is impossible for a small sect to have a spiritual vein, but the leader of the Luota sect was originally a cultivator of spiritual plants. He used the Qingling bamboo obtained from the sect to cultivate a bamboo forest. This Qingling bamboo is a second-grade spiritual object that can emit spiritual energy. Although it is not as good as a real spiritual vein, it is indeed much better than those casual cultivators who rely solely on spiritual stones for cultivation. The original owner came to Luota sect because he had had enough of the hard life of a casual cultivator. Wang Tuatu was born in the Jinling sect, and the structure of the Luota sect was also modeled after the Jinling sect, with the establishment of peaks such as the Qi Peak, Dan Peak, Jin Peak, Jian Peak, and Yuna Peak. As the sect leader, the peak he was in was called Tianju Peak. Of course, the masters of each peak were invited, some were independent cultivators, and some were from cultivator families. The highest level of cultivation is only the late stage of foundation building, and there are no golden elixir masters. Yes, the cultivation level in this interface is divided into several stages: chi refining, foundation establishment, golden elixir, nascent soul, and spirit transformation. Each stage not only has differences in lifespan, but also in magic power. Refining chi is considered the entry level, and the lifespan is slightly longer than that of ordinary people. Basic spells such as fireball can be used. When the foundation is established, it is considered a true cultivator, with a lifespan of about 200 years, and the ability to fly with flying instruments. The lifespan of the golden core can reach about 500 years, and the lifespan of the nascent soul cultivator is over 1,000 years, with the ability to move mountains and seas. As for the spirit transformation stage, they are all called old monsters and are rarely seen. The highest level of cultivation in the Luota sect is only the foundation establishment stage, which is not a big deal. However, because Wang Tuatu has the support of the Jinling sect, which is a large sect with a nascent soul expert in charge, he lives a relatively comfortable life. Small sects don't dare to mess with him. In this way, the Luota sect develops steadily for several decades. Disciples are recruited every 3 years. Of course, they are usually the leftovers from large sects, or some pseudo-geniuses who would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Small sects naturally do not have as high requirements as large sects in recruiting disciples. As long as one has spiritual roots, they will be accepted. Those with 3 spiritual roots can enter the inner sect and become disciples of the masters of various peaks. If one gets a double spiritual root by chance, the sect master will have to step forward to snatch it away. After a few years, there were more than 30 inner disciples and hundreds of outer disciples. The inner disciples are considered the elite, so naturally they focus on cultivation to improve their strength, while the outer disciples have to take care of various chores, such as taking care of the spirit beasts in the spirit beast garden, cultivating spirit medicines, planting spirit plants, etc. The original owner's misfortune began when he accepted disciples. He is a good-natured person. Alchemy should be an extremely wealthy profession, but in his hands it becomes extremely shabby because he does not know how to refuse others, and he always feels guilty when he wastes other people's materials and offers compensation on his own initiative. As we all know, there is no such thing as a 100% success rate in alchemy. If 3 or 5 out of 10 sets of materials can be successful, it is considered good. Other alchemists will collect benefits regardless of success or failure, but he has to compensate others when he fails. How can he not lose money? Do you think such a down-to-earth alchemist deserves respect? Actually, he doesn't. Instead, many people try to take advantage of him, some even deliberately providing defective materials in the hope of extorting compensation. This is too much. The result was that the original owner lived an extremely difficult life. Although he was the head of a peak, his assets were pitifully small. Even some of his disciples looked down on their master and treated him with great disrespect. To say that the original owner treated his disciples harshly is not the case. He had only 3 disciples, and the resources he provided to them were much richer than those provided to the dozen or so disciples on other peaks. However, these disciples were still not satisfied. The eldest disciple, Yunsong, the name sounds like the male protagonist, but in fact he is a complete waste. His spiritual roots of water, wood, and earth are not good, and he is extremely ugly. It is said that people who practice Taoism absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and everyone is a handsome man or a beautiful woman, but the prerequisite is that they must be straight and beautiful to become even better and more beautiful. If they are originally ugly, practicing Taoism cannot help them change their appearance. Yunsong was a butcher in the secular world. He had protruding ears, a square face, and an upturned nose. He was discovered to have spiritual roots when he was in his 30s, so he was brought to the Luota sect. The big sects would not accept people of this age, and the Luota sect was relatively poor, so they picked up all kinds of ugly people. At that time, all the peak masters were selecting disciples, and he was the only one left. Seeing that no one wanted to go and he was about to be thrown into the outer gate, he knelt down in front of the original owner, begging for shelter with tears and snot. He started by talking about his miserable childhood experiences, such as the death of both his parents and the seizure of his property by relatives. It couldn't be more miserable. The original owner was a soft-hearted person and usually did not compete with other peak masters for disciples. When he saw that the other party was pitiful, he naturally accepted him. The second disciple, Su Chenyao, had even worse spiritual roots, with only 4 spiritual roots. Originally, such a person would not have the opportunity to become a disciple of the peak master, but she did not know through what channel she contacted Yunsong in advance, so that she was strongly recommended at the disciple-taking ceremony. Yunsong even said that if he did not accept junior sister Su, he would leave Danfeng threatening master in public. It was because of the original owner's soft temper that she felt that she had let down this eldest disciple by not providing him with a good training environment, so she accepted his unreasonable request, and thus Danfeng had another female disciple. Su Chenyao is a weak person, but Yunsong loves her very much and obeys her in everything. He even asks her to ask the original owner for rewards many times and gets some good things from the original owner. The third disciple, Yishan, the name sounds like the male protagonist. In fact, he is the male protagonist. He was an orphan who was rescued from a monster's mouth when the original owner led a team back from the secret realm. His spiritual roots were quite good, with dual spiritual roots of fire and gold, which was considered the best talent in Danfeng. However, what is confusing is that although it was the original owner who rescued him, as soon as he woke up, he saw Su Qianyao comforting him softly, so he always regarded her as his savior. The original owner wanted to teach him how to make pills. After all, he had fire spirit roots, which made him suitable for making pills. However, he had no interest in making pills. Although he was registered under the name of Dan Feng, he spent all day hanging out with Jian Feng, and his dream was to become a sword cultivator. The original owner even heard him complain to others that if it weren't for Su Qianyao saving his life, he would have left Dan Feng and gone to Jian Feng long ago. With his spiritual roots, he would even have no problem going to Jinling's sect. Chapter 526, The Toolmaster Quit His Job. 2. None of the three disciples were on the same page with the original owner, and some even secretly looked down on their master. This treatment was unique. Later, an envoy from the Jinling sect came to visit the Luota sect. For some reason, he fell in love with Su Qianyao and wanted to become her Taoist partner. This envoy is the grandson of a Jindan elder of the Jinling sect and has considerable power. Although he likes Su Qianyao, he looks down on her background in the sect, so he proposes that if Su Qianyao wants to marry into the Jinling sect, she must provide 10 foundation building pills, a top-grade magic weapon, and 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones as a dowry. Outrageous. The original owner also thought it was outrageous, but Su Qianyao didn't think so. She dreamed of going there. Although Yun Son, the bootlicker, was dejected, he actually supported his junior sister's marriage to the Jinling sect. He even took the initiative to find the original owner and said that disciples are also children, and it is only natural for parents to provide some dowry. Yi Xian's reaction was different. He showed a strong possessiveness towards the senior sister who saved him from danger. After learning that the prodigy of the Jinling sect had taken a fancy to his senior sister, he exploded directly. He found an opportunity to stop the genius and the two of them had a fierce battle. Originally, Yi Xian's cultivation was only in the middle stage of foundation building, while the genius of Jinling's own was in the late stage of foundation building. But the male protagonist is the male protagonist. During the battle, his blood burst out and he almost beat the genius of Jinling's own into a waste on the spot, and almost killed him. In the end, it was the amulet given by his father that was activated to save his life. This bloodline outbreak also triggered subsequent plots. It turns out that Yi Xian is actually half demon. His true life experience is that he is the son of the demon lord and a human girl. He was accidentally stranded outside and was finally picked up by the original owner and brought into the Luota sect. As soon as the news got out, it naturally caused an uproar. The father of the genius from the Jinling sect was extremely angry when he saw that his son was seriously injured, but he did not dare to look for the demon clan. Yi Xian could not find anyone at this time, so he could only vent his anger on the Luota sect. This time, the Luota sect was still a foundation building sect, and the combined strength of the entire sect was no match for a Jindan cultivator. He personally went to the sect to ask for accountability, and under the pressure of the late Jindan stage, the Luota sect's protective formation was broken. The Luota sect took in the demonic sect and injured my son. Today, I will bury your entire sect with me. Under this pressure, all the members of Luota sect were trembling with fear and had no intention of resisting. At the critical moment, the sect leader Wang Tuatu stood up. He brought up the name of his master in Jinling sect and bargained with the other party, but it was useless. In the end, the Jindan cultivator only made a slight concession and let go of the other peaks, but Yi Xian came from Danfeng, so Danfeng would never let him go. Wang Tuo was only at the fake Dan realm and had no power to resist, so he had to accept the matter. The original owner was naturally unwilling. He was just a foundation building cultivator. How could he identify the son of the devil? This should not be blamed on him, but his words were of little use. That day, blood flowed like a river on Danfeng Mountain, and almost all living creatures, including the immortal servants, were slaughtered. However, Su Qianyao was spared. The Jindan cultivator said that he would take her back to serve his son forever. The original owner died and fell on the Danfeng peak of Luota sect, ending his life of seeking the truth. But the story doesn't end there. 20 years later, the evil path made a comeback, and 3 Yuanying elders besieged the Jinling sect, and the person taking the lead is the new demon lord, Yi Xian. It turned out that he was injured by the amulet of the Jinling sect's genius that day, and the evil spirit that erupted attracted the attention of a nearby demon sect elder, so he was brought to the demon sect, which was in chaos due to the unexpected disappearance of the demon lord. After verifying the bloodline of the demon lord, he was pushed to the position of demon lord by his father's loyal fans. He practiced hard over the years, and with the support of the resources of the demon sect, he reached the nascent soul stage in just 20 years. This time he led people to besiege Jinling sect for Su Qianyao, the woman who brought light to his dark youth and who was also his salvation. The Jinling sect only had one nascent soul cultivator in charge, so they were no match for the well-prepared demon sect. A large sect with tens of thousands of people was wiped out overnight, and Su Qianyao was taken to the demon sect by Yi Xian. Of course, there are many sweet scenes between the two later, including Su Qianyao's inability to accept her righteous identity and being transformed into a demon, and her dislike for the dark environment of the demon palace, which is not as bright as the righteous one, etc. Of course, the result is that the more they quarrel, the deeper their feelings for each other. Finally, the righteous sect attacked the evil sect because of the Jinling sect, and the two fought for decades. During a battle, Su Qianyao appeared on the front line out of curiosity and was targeted by the righteous people. At the critical moment, Demon Lord Yixin descended from the sky and helped her block the fatal blow, which also caused the Demon Lord to be seriously injured and his life was hanging by a thread. In the Demon Palace, facing the dying Yixin, Su Qianyao finally realized her feelings. She took the initiative to take care of Yixin and saved him from the brink of life and death. As for how Su Qianyao, who wasn't a medical practitioner, could save someone, there's no explanation. Perhaps it was the power of love. In short, Yixin not only did not die in the end, but instead took this opportunity to break through to the god transformation realm and became one of the top cultivators in this world. When the demon sect was losing ground, he appeared at the front line again to stabilize the morale of the army. He even repelled the attacks of several late nascent soul cultivators of the righteous sect with one move, shocking the entire righteous sect. However, he was in a good mood, having just confirmed his feelings with Su Qianyao, and had no intention of continuing the war, so he proposed a compromise peace plan, expressing his willingness to compensate for the Jinling sect's affairs and giving the righteous path a way out. The crisis was perfectly resolved, and the hero and heroine lived happily ever after. By the way, the prototype of the Demon Lord is still a snake. After reading the plot, Changqing finally understood this is a love story set in the world of immortal cultivation. Every event serves to further the relationship between the hero and heroine. For example, the existence of Yunsong, the big bootlicker, is to make Yixin jealous, and the genius of the Jinling sect is the opportunity to promote the hero's growth into a demon lord, and his so-called master was just a tool to deliver treasures in the early stage. He was not even considered a supporting male role. After all, he was old. What was the original owner's wish? He asked the system. He is extremely disappointed with several of his disciples, but also envies others for having good disciples. Therefore, his wish in this life is to expel them all from the sect and accept another good disciple. Changqing, so is this a mission to recruit disciples? Oh, bald head. Thinking that the disciple-taking ceremony would be held in 3 days and that he would meet the heroine, he felt a little irritated, and when he thought of those 2 disciples, he also felt bored. The eldest disciple Yunsong has already entered the sect, but the younger disciple Yixin is still a long way to go. Both of them are lickspittles and ungrateful people, so they can't be kept around. It's easy to deal with since Yixin hasn't entered the door yet, just don't accept him. However, Yutsang is now the senior disciple of Dan Feng, so we have to find a way to drive him away. Why teach an apprentice? Isn't it better to just raise a cat? Changqing looked at the calico cat circling around his feet and felt inexplicably close to it. Boom boom boom, there was a sudden knock at the door. Before Changqing could respond, the door was pushed open and a young man about 1.5 meters tall with protruding ears and an upturned nose walked in. Eldest disciple Yunsong. Changqing narrowed his eyes. Seeing this guy push the door open and walk in without taking his master into consideration at all, he had to get rid of him quickly. It was annoying to see such a guy. Not only is he ugly, he's also impolite. Chapter 527, The Toolmaster Quit His Job. 3. The immortal cultivators in this world do not like to live in caves. Instead, they prefer to build various houses with spiritual wood. Changqing is currently in the main hall of Danfeng. Because there are not many disciples and there are no protective formations, it seems a bit fragile. However, due to the special materials used, it is warm in winter and cool in summer, suitable for living. Master, in 3 days' time, I will have a disciple-taking ceremony. You must accept 2 more junior sisters for me. Yunsong started shouting as soon as he entered the door, looking like a young man in heat, which made Changqing frown. Please, little brother, when you first joined the sect, you were all butchers in their 30s in the secular world. Now you are in the foundation building stage and are in your 50s or 60s. Can you be a little more mature? It's no wonder that other peak masters are unwilling to accept such a person. Changqing felt as if his eyes were attacked when he saw him. It seemed that his expression of disgust was a little too obvious, and Yunsong felt a little embarrassed. He touched his head. Master, I just feel that Danfeng is too deserted. It would be more lively if there were more junior sisters. Changqing just looked at him disapprovingly and spoke earnestly. Yunsong, I remember you're 63 this year, right? In the secular world, that's the age of a grandfather. Why are you so unstable? Hey, I accepted you as my disciple because I valued your steadiness. So, Changqing shook his head, his disappointment evident in his words. This really confused Yunsong. Master had never spoken like this before? And why did he see his steadiness as an advantage? He thought his big nose was quite handsome. Master, I'm a foundation establishment cultivator. A cultivator's age is just a number. Compared to a golden core cultivator's 500-year lifespan, I'm only considered a teenager. Puff. Changqing couldn't help but burst out laughing. A young man? Is he so sure he can form a pill? The original plot barely mentions Yunsong until the end, so he must have died long ago. However, Changqing was too lazy to argue with him at this moment. He had already made up his mind to expel this young man in his 60s from the sect. He glanced at Yunsong lightly and said, You should also go to the disciple-taking ceremony. Sure enough, the next moment Yunsong's eyes, which had been gloomy, lit up again, like a dog's head illuminated by a flashlight, shining brightly. Well, I have to go get ready. He said this, turned around and left in a hurry. Changqing. Is this guy trying to dress up and attract a junior sister? He just thought it was a little funny to eye in the plot. Yin Song also asked the original owner to participate in the disciple accepting ceremony together, so Changqing guessed that he came this time to participate in the disciple accepting ceremony, and agreed directly without waiting for him to make a request. It's hard for Su Qianyao. She can be gentle and considerate to the senior brother who looks like this. She is worthy of being the heroine, who can bend and stretch. Changqing was a little impressed. The disciple accepting ceremony, TSK, I'm looking forward to it. There are still 2 days before the disciple taking ceremony, and Changqing is not in a hurry. He still has a lot of pills to refine, but he is not the original owner, so he puts them aside for now. Which alchemist doesn't have a big ego? He can refine pills whenever he wants. Let's go and get familiar with Danfeng. He stood up directly. Meow, a calico cat lying in the corner with its eyes narrowed, saw his action and jumped up. It meowed, stretched out its legs, raised its butt, and stretched its whole body like noodles. What is this? Are you planning to go to some activities? Changqing's guess turned out to be correct. After he walked out the door, Sanhua followed him out as well. Sometimes it followed behind him, and sometimes it would run a few steps and rush to the front, digging here and scratching there. It was very lively outside. Danfeng is said to be a mountain, and it is indeed a mountain. It was not as majestic and magnificent as Changqing had imagined, with no fairy air. There were some pure and spiritual bamboos planted in front of and behind the house, and there was still some spiritual energy. But as you walked a little further, you would feel that the spiritual energy was extremely thinned. It seems that this Qingling bamboo is the sect leader's greatest asset in inviting independent cultivators to join. After all, the environment for cultivation in this world is still somewhat harsh. The blessed lands with spiritual veins have long been occupied by large sects, and the lives of ordinary cultivators are extremely miserable. After walking along the stone path for a while, I saw various unfamiliar trees on both sides, and wild grass and flowers were blooming, bringing a hint of fragrance. Although it was an ordinary hilltop, the evergreenness gave it a unique flavor. Halfway up the mountain, there is a row of similar wooden buildings, which should be where the disciples lived. It is estimated that when Wang Tua to establish the sect, he thought that Danfeng would have many disciples, so he built many houses halfway up the mountain. Now, most of them are abandoned. Meow. Suddenly, the calico cat that had been walking quietly rushed to the bushes beside it. When it came out again, it had a rat half the length of an arm in its mouth. Yeah, that's good. Changqing praised generously, and then he saw the cat staggering to him, putting down the rat that was half bitten to death, and even scratching it with its claws considerately. Ha ha ha, it's inviting you to dinner. The system's voice appeared at an inopportune time, and Changqing was a little amused. Did they think he couldn't afford to eat since he hadn't eaten in a long time? After all, he was a cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage, so he should have been fasting for a long time. System, has this cat become intelligent? He asked. System, a little, but not much. Changqing, I can see it. He carefully recalled the plot. This cat did not have any role, and it did not seem to be brought back by the original owner. It was probably a wild cat on Danfeng, perhaps because he didn't move. The cat used its claws to dig at the mouse again and meowed impatiently twice, as if to urge it to eat it, because it would not taste good if it got cold. This furry kid is being filial. Host, just accept it with reluctance. Ha 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 ha. The system laughed so hard that it fell backwards. Changqing, get lost. He felt it necessary to enlighten the cat. It is not difficult to awaken spiritual intelligence, especially for a hacker. It is very simple. Changqing took out an enlightenment pill from the space that night. The calico cat was in a bad mood all the way because its food was rejected, and it lay in the corner by itself when it returned to the hall. But when Changqing took out the enlightenment pill, it suddenly opened its eyes and rushed over. It seems that he is indeed quite spiritual. Changqing saw the calico cat circling anxiously at his feet. He picked it up with one hand and put it on the table, then brought the pill to his mouth. Meow, the calico cat meowed gracefully, took the pill in its mouth, turned around and ran out. Changqing, the awakening of the demon beast is similar to a minor heavenly tribulation. It can't be said to be dangerous, but it will probably be a bit embarrassing. This Sanhua is thinking of overcoming the tribulation alone. Changqing naturally had no intention of exploring other people's secrets, so he went to bed early. Chapter 528, the toolmaster quit his job, for, the next morning, the three-flowered cat was seen again in the hall. It was lying on the table, its fur mottled, and it was obvious that it had suffered some hardship. When it saw Changqing coming in, it opened its eyes clear and bright. Thank you very much, master, for the medicine. It struggled to stand up, made a salute gesture, and spoke in human language, which turned out to be the voice of a little girl. Changqing was slightly surprised. The little guy actually knew to call him master? He suddenly remembered that the original owner's wish was to have a good apprentice. Well, it wasn't impossible. He had some experience with cats. The cat salute was naturally adorable, and Changqing couldn't help but come forward and rub its furry head. Naturally, I have to accept such a lovely disciple. You just passed the tribulation, no need to be polite. Changqing sat down. He didn't know whether the other party understood what he said. The monster had just passed the intellectual tribulation and could speak human language, but its IQ was equivalent to that of a child of a few years old. Sure enough, the next moment, a furry body jumped over and sniffed at him with its nose. Master. I still want to take medicine. Changqing, it is useless to eat too many enlightenment pills. Although there are transformation pills in his space, they can only be used to assist in the transformation of monsters that have reached the nascent soul level. However, some healing medicines were available. Changqing rummaged through the space and found a bottle of healing medicine, and then found a book of 10,000 beasts. After looking at it, he found that it was suitable. Yes, these are a welcome gift for you. You can practice this technique. Good. A clear child's voice answered loudly. From then on, Changqing had a little tail following him. Sanhua seemed to regard him as his own parent and would follow him wherever he went. At first, she was quite timid, but later she became bolder and jumped directly onto his shoulders. A 20-pound cat weighing 20 kilograms was placed on my shoulders. If I weren't a monk, I really wouldn't be able to carry it. However, Changqing doesn't care. He has a natural affinity for cats. He has the impression that he has been connected with cats in more than one world, so he is quite accustomed to this phenomenon. Hey, Sanhua, do you have any brothers or sisters? I have a mother, and brothers and sisters. Where are they then? They're all dead. Well, the world of beasts is also incredibly cruel. Changqing guessed that his family had encountered a natural enemy and been wiped out. Only the little Sanhua had developed some intelligence, so she fled to the Danfeng Palace for shelter. So do you want revenge? He asked. Revenge? Xiao Sanhua looked puzzled and obviously didn't understand the word Changqing. There is no such thing as revenge in the animal world. However, as the monster's intelligence is awakened, their humanity gradually increases, and their emotions become richer, so they may even have such thoughts. He also had no intention of instilling hatred in Xiao Sanhua, so let everything take its course. These past 2 days, the only disciple, Yuntsong, probably went out to buy his belongings and has not appeared, so the days are quite quiet. On the third day, guests came to Danfeng. Uncle Changqing, have you finished refining the elixir that my master asked you to make? The disciple-taking ceremony is coming up soon, and my master is waiting to give me the elixir as a gift. The visitor was Su Lan, the chief disciple of the Sword Peak Master. His strength was close to the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment stage. It was said that sword cultivators could fight across realms, and dealing with those in the late Foundation Establishment stage was no problem at all. At this moment, Su Lan was dressed in white and looked unruly. Although he called him Uncle Master, there was no respect in his eyes. Changqing has never been tolerant of such a genius. The sword cultivators only know how to fight every day. The master of Jianfeng always gives the worst materials when he wants to make pills, which means he has fleeced the original owner of the same sect. If those things are given to other alchemists, they will be thrown away in minutes. Changqing waved his hand, and 3 sets of materials appeared on the table. Su Lan, the materials your master provided are of too low quality to make any good pills. Take these materials back and ask him to find someone else. Also, Jianfeng, you don't need to ask me to make pills anymore. I won't take any of your business. His voice was as strong as iron and resounding. What? It was the first time that Su Lan saw this so-called Uncle Master get so angry. He immediately stood up, and a faint sword energy was revealed. Oh, is this a threat? Changqing sneered. He frowned, and the aura of the late Foundation building stage burst out instantly, mixed with a trace of his own soul aura. Boom, Su Lan's momentum was suppressed in an instant. He retreated quickly and wanted to draw his sword, but he felt another strong force suddenly hit him, and he immediately flew out of the door. With a bang, he fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Before he could react, 3 sets of alchemy materials fell beside him. Get out! Don't think I don't dare to kill you. A cold and tangible voice came from the hall. Although the sun was shining brightly, Su Lan felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Murderous intent. His feelings at this moment were extremely real. He felt that if he said one more word, this uncle might really kill him. He quickly got up, picked up the alchemy materials on the ground, and ran away. On the way, Su Lan happened to meet Yun Song, who was returning from the market. Hey, senior brother Su Lan, you're here to get the elixir. As soon as Yun Song saw Su Lan, his smile widened and he quickly greeted her. He envied Jianfeng's disciples the most. They were powerful, had high status, and were the most popular among the female cultivators. It's a pity that I joined Danfeng, but my master is useless. It would be so great if I could join Jianfeng. However, what made him feel strange was that Su Lan seemed a little flustered today. When she saw him, she did not act as arrogant as usual. Instead, she just glanced at him and quickly ran away, eccentric. Yunsong shook his head and flew towards the hall on the top of the mountain. Then, Changqing saw the eldest disciple, who was not only ugly but also dressed in fancy clothes. It's really an eyesore. Changqing found it unbearable to look at. He didn't know where this guy got this outfit from. The colorful long gown was too tight on his short body, and his belly was slightly bulging. He looked like a pot-bellied official from later generations, with a fat head and big ears and a green headband. It was simply unbearable to look at. Meow. As soon as he walked into the hall, Xiao Sanhua was so scared that she spoke her native language and immediately jumped behind Changqing to hide. Yunxong was a little surprised. He had noticed this cat before, and it was just an ordinary wild cat. But when he saw it today, it looked like a monster with intelligence. However, its behavior still made him a little unhappy, because this was something he had spent a lot of money to get. Master, our Danfang is one of the 5 peaks of Luotu sect after all. Keeping a cat in the hall would be detrimental to your dignity. Why not let it go? Yunsong frowned and looked very funny. Don't want. Before Chongqing could say anything, the little Sanhua behind him became anxious. It immediately jumped out, stood beside Chongqing, and announced loudly with its neck tilted high. I am the master's disciple. Of course, I must follow the master. Yunsong hadn't recovered from the shock of the cat being able to speak, and was shocked again by its words. Master? You accepted a cat as your disciple? He widened his eyes in disbelief, as if he had been greatly insulted. He didn't want to be the senior brother of a monster. Coincidentally, Chongqing thought Xiao Sanhua was much cuter than the weird thing in front of him. Seeing Yunsong making such a fuss, he found it even more funny. Yes, it is indeed my Chongqing disciple. Yunsong was completely stunned. How could this be possible? What he wanted was a sweet and soft little junior sister, not a cat. You can't, the rules seem to be. He wanted to talk about the sect rules, but found that the sect rules did not seem to stipulate that disciples could not recruit monsters, so he was stuck there for a moment. You should go down. The disciple-taking ceremony will be held tomorrow. Changqing saw that the senior disciple was annoyed, so he waved his hand and drove him out. Yunsong was still confused, but seeing that Changqing's face looked very ugly and he didn't look as talkative as usual, he didn't dare to say anything more and turned around and walked out. However, he was very dissatisfied in his heart. Why? A wild cat could join Danfang? It would be humiliating to tell anyone that he is the eldest disciple and will inherit Danfang as the master in the future. How could there be such a thing in Danfang? This master is becoming increasingly unreliable. He gritted his teeth secretly. Anyway, the disciple-taking ceremony is tomorrow. At worst, I can tell my master that he accepted a cat as his disciple and see what he will do. Chapter 529, The Toolmaster Quit His Job. 5. Changqing didn't know what Yunsong was thinking, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Anyway, he had already made up his mind to drive this ugly thing out of Danfang during the disciple recruiting ceremony. That night, he walked into the practice room, which was quite rare. It's time to break through. What father, Xiao Sanhua went out to practice or hunt at night these days. When she saw Changqing practicing contrary to his usual behavior, she became curious and followed him to the practice room. As soon as the door was open, she slipped in, arrived earlier than Changqing. Master is going to break through to the Jindan stage, so you must remain quiet. Xiao Sanhua immediately covered her mouth and nodded continuously. Changqing found it funny. He thought of a video posted by a cat owner he saw on the internet. The cat was sleeping soundly, but when the owner went to the bathroom, it immediately became alert, scratching the door, making strange noises, or climbing up the doorframe to look inside through various gaps. It was just that curious. It seems that curiosity kills the cat. There is some truth to this saying. However, watching the practice did not do any harm to Xiao Sanhua. After all, for Changqing, breaking through the Jindan stage was not a big deal. The original owner had been in the late foundation building stage for many years. What he lacked was just the state of mind, and he naturally had no such worries. He took a deep breath, sat down cross-legged, and soon entered a state of emptiness of both himself and the world. In the dim and quiet room, dots of turquoise light suddenly appeared, flickering like fireflies at night. The little Sanhua, who had been quite nervous, immediately widened his eyes. He glanced at Changqing, who was lying motionless, and carefully stretched out his front paw to touch the approaching light spot, but found that the next moment, the light spot directly entered his body. It took a quiet breath. This is much faster than practicing in the bamboo forest by itself. Gradually, the light spots became more and more numerous and denser, and the originally dark quiet room was illuminated. Like stars in the sky, Xiao Sanhua opened her mouth wide when it wanted to touch other light spots. Something strange happened in the quiet room. Wind suddenly blew up, and the light spots in the sky spun in the wind, whistling and rushing directly towards Changqing's body. Xiao Sanhua froze immediately, staring without blinking. It was still too young and didn't understand many things, but inexplicably, it felt that this scene was very beautiful, just like the feeling it had after eating the elixir that day and suddenly being able to speak. Of course, during this process, many stray light spots hit its body, and then flowed into its body. Bringing a warm feeling, it quickly followed suit, squatting on the ground and closing its eyes to meditate. About half an hour later, Changqing slowly opened his eyes. He let out a long breath, and the aura of the golden elixir swept over him instantly. The frightened Xiao Sanhua immediately crawled on the ground, not daring to move. Real not very challenging. As soon as the thought came to him, he began to look inward, and sure enough, there was a golden elixir the size of a chess piece in his dantian, emitting tremendous spiritual power. This is the concentration of cultivation of Jindan cultivators. It looks pretty good. Changqing said secretly delightedly. In fact, the original owner had both fire and wood spiritual roots, and his talent was not bad. It was just that he was unstable and indecisive, which led to obstacles in his cultivation. Coupled with the lack of resources, it was difficult for him to achieve a breakthrough. With his talent, if he was born in a big sect and had a powerful father, he would have already reached the Jindan stage at this age. After all, there is no inner demon tribulation during the Jindan stage, only the Yuanying stage needs to go through the inner demon tribulation. Let's go. He stood up, called out to the stunned Xiao Sanhua, and walked out of the training room. Oh, okay, master. Little Sanhua reacted immediately and hurried to catch up. In fact, this training session had benefited it immensely. The spiritual energy in the room was so dense that Changqing couldn't absorb it all. Even though only a tiny amount fell upon it, for a young demon beast with a nascent spiritual consciousness, it was enough to benefit it for a long time. Moreover, this allows one to observe the pill-forming process up close, and ordinary monsters don't have this opportunity. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. The Luota Square was crowded with people. The guiding disciples brought waves of newcomers to the square, and then guided the newcomers to line up, placing their hands on the spirit powerball one by one to determine the situation of everyone's spiritual roots. Those who can come here have all been preliminarily tested to have spiritual roots, but their specific spiritual roots still require further detailed testing with the spiritual powerball. The Luota sect recruits disciples without age restrictions, from young to old. There are all kinds of people. Unlike the big sects that need to pass 3 levels and defeat 5 generals to recruit disciples, the process of Luota sect is very simple. After testing the spiritual roots, you can be admitted. If a peak master selects someone, he or she will enter the inner gate, and the rest will enter the outer gate. Basically, no one is eliminated, there is no other way. There are very few people with spiritual roots in this world, and small sects are not attractive enough, so they can only lower their requirements. Hey, I just tested and found out that I have 3 spiritual roots. I should be able to enter the inner sect. I heard that 4 spiritual roots are for the outer sect. I don't know which peak master I can worship as my master. I also have 3 spiritual roots. I heard that sword cultivators are the most handsome. I want to become a disciple of Jianfeng. I'm telling you, you can worship at any peak, but don't go to Danfeng. I have elders in my family who practice Taoism, and I heard that the master of Danfeng is a soft-tempered person. If you go there, you will suffer a lot. Su Qianyao, who was in the crowd, turned pale when she heard the discussions of the people around her. Is Danfeng really that bad? Although she had just tested positive for the 4 spiritual roots, she wasn't panicking because she had met the senior disciple of Danfeng at the foot of the mountain. He had promised to persuade her master to let her join Danfeng, but if Danfeng is really like that, she would be a little unhappy. It would be better for her to join other peaks, but he only has 4 spiritual roots. Although it is better than the useless 5 spiritual roots, he is afraid that other peak masters will look down on him. I'm still struggling with this. Suddenly, countless powerful auras flashed across the sky, and several figures landed on the high platform in front. Meet the peak masters. The disciples who were in charge of welcoming the newcomers bowed and saluted, and the group of newcomers quickly followed suit. The shouts in the square were deafening for a while. Ha ha ha, the newcomers this time are quite energetic. The old man with white hair and beard and an immortal look walked to the big chair in the center of the front row and sat down, saying something with a smile. The sect leader manages well, and the sect is growing stronger day by day. Naturally, there are more and more new members. Someone immediately started to flatter him. Hey, Master Sect Leader, your Tianzhu Peak already has over 20 disciples with 3 spiritual roots. Don't fight with us this time. My Jin Peak is losing talent and needs to be replenished with fresh blood. Bah! Elder Wan, your Sword Peak still has over 20 disciples with 3 spiritual roots. My Shin Peak is even less populated, with only 15 inner disciples at most. You all need to give me some leniency this time. As usual, female disciples are given priority at Jade Maiden Peak. I don't think you have any objections to this. After a group of big guys sat down, they started to follow the procedures and joke with each other. The scene was very lively. Chapter 530, The Toolmaster Quit His Job. 6. Su Qianyao immediately heard the boy from the immortal cultivation family next to her start explaining. Hey, the one sitting in the middle is Wang Tuatu, the leader of the Luota sect. I heard he has reached the false Dan realm and is incredibly powerful. He's from the Jinling sect, one of the 10 great righteous sections. His introduction indeed caused a gasp. Sitting next to the sect master is Sword Peak Master Wan Jiangue. Although he is only in the late foundation establishment stage, he is a sword cultivator capable of fighting across realms. It is said that he once faced a Jindan demonic cultivator and lasted 30 rounds without being defeated. The female cultivator on the right is the head of Jade Maiden Peak. She is a casual cultivator and is said to be very powerful. Having said that, he glanced at Su Qianyao and shook his head. However, Jade Maiden Peak only wants disciples with 3 spiritual roots, so I'm afraid the chances of getting 4 spiritual roots are slim. Su Qianyao's expression remained unchanged. She was not worried about entering the inner sect. After all, she was a person with connections and would not end up in the outer sect. She knew that outer sect disciples not only had poor treatment, with only a few spirit stones a month, but also had to undertake various tasks and had less time for cultivation. If she were in the outer sect, it would be difficult for her to even build a foundation, let alone achieve immortality. The young man from the family was still chattering, introducing the future masters of each peak. At the end, he exclaimed, and then showed an expression of surprise. The empty chair should belong to the head of Danfeng. It is said that he is an alchemy fanatic. Although his cultivation is also in the late foundation building stage, he is a wanderer and lacks the foundation. I am afraid that he will never be able to form an elixir in this lifetime. After hearing this, Su Qianyao's face turned ugly. At this time, the people on the stage obviously noticed that the Danfeng Peak Master was gone. That guy taught my disciple a lesson the day before yesterday and threw back all the materials I needed to make the elixir. Could it be that he's afraid that I'll beat him up, so he doesn't dare to come? The master of Jianfeng Peak was so angry that his liver ached when he thought that his elixir had not been refined yet. I don't know what medicine that old man took wrongly, but he seems to have a bad temper recently. I haven't refined my pills yet. Although they haven't been returned, the delivery date has been delayed indefinitely. The master of Jinfeng also echoed. Isn't he worried about not being able to recruit disciples, so he won't come? The other peak master also laughed. Ha ha, this reminds me of the last disciple-taking ceremony. That old guy picked up an ugly guy that no one wanted. I heard that he spent a lot of elixirs and finally established his foundation. Do you think he'll pick up another crooked melon or cracked date this time? Ha ha ha. The field was instantly filled with a happy atmosphere. At this time, the sect leader would not stop it. Instead, he watched with a smile, like a hermit master. They spoke loudly and did not avoid the disciples below the stage. Su Qianyao heard it clearly. She was so scared that her face turned pale and she felt that her future was hopeless. What should I do? That ugly guy they were talking about must be the one who promised to help her senior brother, but he didn't say that Danfeng was in such a situation? She felt a little desperate inside. The Danfeng Peak Master is here. At this moment, someone next to her suddenly said something, and Su Qianyao immediately widened her eyes. Two streaks of light flashed in the sky, and soon two figures appeared on the platform in front. It was Changqing and Yunsong who were coming with him. After just one look, Su Qianyao was disappointed. He's just an ordinary old man, and why is his aura fluctuation weaker than that of other peak masters? Is there really someone in the late foundation establishment stage? She was a little skeptical, especially when she saw Yunsong next to the old man. She began to doubt her life. What kind of outfit was that? It was so colorful and bright, like a butterfly. It was really eye-catching. However, Yunsong noticed Su Qianyao in the crowd at a glance. He grinned and flew to her side. Junior sister Su, how do you like my outfit? Junior sister? The newcomers around were surprised and cast envious glances at her, which made Su Qianyao feel a little happy. However, she couldn't stand the guy's outfit, so she moved aside inconspicuously. Brother Yun, I haven't even started yet, so I can't bear to be called junior sister. She tried to force a smile and replied. Yunsong was almost dazzled by this smile, and his old face turned red. Junior sister, please don't be so polite. I will definitely do what I promised you. He patted his chest loudly. At this time, seeing Changqing coming, the faces of several people on the stage became a little unhappy, and the leader of Jianfeng was the first one who couldn't bear it. Master Changqing Peak is so arrogant. You made us all wait for you. He spoke in a sarcastic tone and his expression was unfriendly. However, Changqing acted as if he didn't see it and just sat down. Master Wanfeng, what you said is not true. The sect leader informed us that the disciple recruiting ceremony would begin at 3:30 p.m. I am not late. After saying that, he looked at Wang Tuatu who was sitting in the middle. Right, sect master? Ahem, I'm certainly not late for this, but Changqing interrupted Wang Tua before he could finish his words. Since you're not late, it doesn't count as keeping everyone waiting. It was you who came early. Changqing's voice was so cold that everyone was stunned. Why did this guy suddenly become so tough? Master Wanfeng was angered by his attitude and stood up suddenly. Then tell me, why did you injure my disciple Su Lan and send back the materials for my qi refining pill? His eyes were wide open with anger, and his right hand was on the sword at his waist, ready to attack if there was any disagreement. Everyone was stunned. Old Wan is still a tiger. The other peak masters remained silent. The disciples below the stage were also extremely surprised. It was the first time that Yunsong heard about this. His heart was beating like a drum. No wonder Su Lan ignored him the last time he saw her. It turned out that the master was teaching her a lesson. How could master be so ignorant of the seriousness of the matter? If the senior bullies the junior, Danfeng's reputation will be ruined and it will affect him in the future. Besides, he didn't want junior sister Su to have a bad impression before she even joined Danfeng. Su Qianyao beside him was also disappointed. The leader of Danfeng looked unreliable and even dared to offend Jianfeng. Wouldn't his life be even more difficult in the future? She felt that it would be even more difficult to break the situation after she joined Danfeng. Did you know that popularity is very important? However, although the audience was shocked, this was a matter between the peak masters after all, and they really couldn't get a word in on such occasions. They could only lower their heads and pretend not to hear. On the stage, the other peak masters pricked up their ears, curious about how Changqing would react to the situation. Changqing naturally had no intention of fighting in public. He didn't even look at Master Wan Feng again, but instead cast his eyes on Master Wang. Master, it's about time. Shouldn't we start the real business of recruiting disciples? Wang Tuatu, who was waiting to watch the fun, didn't expect the focus to suddenly shift to him. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Ahem, yes, it's time to start. Sect leader Wan, who was left aside, had a pale face. He wanted to get angry but couldn't find a reason, so he could only snort heavily and sit back. When everyone saw him being humiliated, no one dared to laugh at him. After all, Jianfeng is the sect's strongest fighter, and Master Wanfeng can hold his own against the Jindan Demon Cultivator for 30 moves without being defeated. Even the sect master would probably give him some respect because of this reputation. Danfeng is in big trouble. This is the voice of other peak masters, and also the voice of Yunsong. Chapter 531, The Toolmaster Quit His Job. 7. Changqing didn't care about getting into trouble. He just wanted to finish the activities here quickly so that he could go back to sleep. At this time, the disciples on the field had already begun to be divided up. The newcomers with 3 spiritual roots who had been tested before came out one by one and were selected one by one like selecting piglets. Although they all had 3 spiritual roots, their conditions were very different. Young ones whose spiritual roots are not mutually exclusive are naturally more popular, and occasionally they will be fought over by several peak masters. However, old ones whose spiritual roots are mutually exclusive are rarely interested in them. Changqing has seen several white-bearded ones who were not wanted at all, and finally had to return to the team sadly. These people can only join the outer sect and fight for a chance to rise from humble beginnings. Changqing was accustomed to this kind of situation and his mentality remained unchanged. Shui Juanza, arrive! A big bearded man came out in response. 3 spiritual roots of gold, wood, and water, 36 years old, and at the 3rd level of qi refining. After the disciple finished reading the basic information, he stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for the peak masters to speak and select him. However, compared with the 7-year-old with 3 spiritual roots who was scrambled for by everyone last time, the scene for this one was deserted, and no one spoke for a while. The big man's face changed from complacent to purple, and he was obviously getting anxious. Changqing naturally had no interest, but the surname did catch his attention. Shui? Isn't that the same surname as the head of Yun's Peak? Could they be distant relatives? However, the Jade Maiden Peak only accepts female disciples. If you don't establish good relationships with other peak masters in advance, you may not have a chance of entering the inner gate. While he was thinking, he suddenly heard the voice of the water peak master of Yun's Peak. Master Changqing, Danfeng currently only has 1 disciple. Why don't you accept this disciple? He is not much older than your disciple. Changqing looked at the Shui Feng master. She looked like a young woman with lingering charm, but he knew that this was just the effect of the Ding Yen pill, and her actual age was probably not younger than himself. Do you think he's just anyone? Changqing frowned. I won't accept it. He refused directly. The Shui Peak Master was stunned. Wasn't the Changqing Peak Master a good person? Why didn't he give him face? You Danfeng, I'm afraid it's not your turn at Yun's Peak to intervene in Danfeng's affairs. Changqing interrupted her before she could finish. There was a moment of silence. Did the Danfeng Peak Master get fired? Why is he picking on everyone he catches today? Yunson looked even more disheartened. It was over. He even offended Yun's Peak. He had always wanted to have a good relationship with the young lady from Yun's Peak, but they looked down on him. Now, his road was completely blocked. Suddenly, the big man burst into tears. He fell to his knees with tears and snot, and crawled to Changqing on his knees. Master Changqing, please be kind. Snap! Before everyone could react, Changqing waved his sleeves, and the big man flew backwards dozens of meters without a grunt, fell to the ground and fainted. This is just a minor punishment for insubordination. Changqing's voice was as cold as ice, frightening the newcomers in the audience so much that they dared not even breathe. You're still playing this trick. Do you think he's easy to bully? Great Danfeng Peak Master. Master Shui Feng couldn't even maintain her facial expression. She sneered in anger. Murderous intent was evident in her expression, but Changqing turned a deaf ear to her. After all, at this disciple recruiting conference, the other party really didn't dare to do anything. There's nothing to worry about. Sect leader Wang didn't expect Changqing to be so tough today, and couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. Continue. He waved his hand and asked someone to carry the injured person away. Obviously, that guy could only stay in the outer gate. Soon, the disciples with 3 spiritual roots were divided up, and the rest were those with 4 and 5 spiritual roots. Generally, these were outer disciples, but it was not ruled out that some peak masters had their eyes on some, so they left a few minutes for everyone to make another choice. The remaining disciples in the audience all looked towards the stage expectantly, hoping that a peak master would choose them from the crowd, but obviously, they were going to be disappointed. No one spoke, for spiritual roots and 5 spiritual roots are useless, and it is difficult to build a foundation. No one is willing to waste this effort. Su Qianya was also a little panicked at this time. She didn't care about Danfeng's weak strength and bad reputation. At this time, she only had one thought left: she's not at the outer gate, but the leader of Danfeng Peak was meditating with his eyes fixed on his nose and his nose concentrating on his heart, with no intention of speaking at all. Brother Yunsong, she bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyelashes. Yunsong's heart immediately trembled. He was originally unhappy that his master did not accept female disciples today, but later he felt a little weak when he saw his master's abnormal behavior. Now, facing the tears of the person he loved, he was filled with infinite passion again. If you haven't found anyone who was interested, today's disciple-taking ceremony ends here. Just as sect leader Wan was about to announce the end, Yunsong immediately jumped out. Master, although junior sister Su has 4 spiritual roots, she is talented and extremely hardworking. Why not accept her into our Danfeng? He hurried forward and spoke eagerly, his colorful clothes really dazzling. Changqing thought to himself, here it comes. This was the scene he was looking forward to. At this time, the other peak masters all showed expressions of watching a good show. It was rare to see a scene where a disciple publicly asked the master to accept him as a disciple, especially when the other party's conditions were obviously not up to standard. Anyone can see that the ugly guy must have taken a fancy to the girl, so he is working so hard. Many peak masters were even more fortunate that they did not accept the Yunsong back then. It would be totally embarrassing. Wouldn't this be embarrassing for the master in public? For a moment, everyone looked at Changqing, wanting to see how this guy who had acted so tough at the disciple recruiting conference would react now. How could Changqing react? Of course, it was the performance he had anticipated. He adjusted his expression and showed just the right amount of surprise. Yunsong, don't you know that you need at least 3 spiritual roots to become my disciple? The voice was calm, neither happy nor angry, which gave Yunsong some confidence. If other peak masters faced this situation, they would have been furious. As expected, the master loved his disciples. Yunsong stepped forward and bowed. Master, although junior sister Su has 4 spiritual roots, don't you have a marrow cleansing pill? It can help her become 3 spiritual roots. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked again. Wow, before they even entered the sect, the senior brother had already made arrangements for the junior sister. Su Qianya was touched for a moment when she heard this. Although her senior brother was ugly, he was really considerate. The 4 spiritual roots are her pain. It would be great if she could get the marrow cleansing pill. So she hurried forward and bowed directly. Master, after joining Danfeng, Qianya will definitely work harder to cultivate and not bring disgrace to Danfeng's reputation. Damn it, Chang almost couldn't help but slap those 2 idiots away. When did he start accepting disciples? They really thought they had it all figured out, even arranging his marrow cleansing pills? It was simply infuriating and laughable. I didn't say I wanted to accept disciples with 4 spiritual roots. His voice turned cold. Chapter 532, The Toolmaster Quit His Job. 8. Swish, Su Qianya's face immediately turned pale and her body trembled slightly, but Yunsong didn't hear the coldness in it. Instead, he became anxious. He raised his head, and his eyes were a little red. Master, Danfeng is dwindling in numbers. I am the only disciple now. I am also thinking about the development of Danfeng. Please reconsider. There was silence on the field. No one would have thought that this senior disciple would be so insistent on accepting disciples. He was so bold. Ha, Master Changqing, your disciple is right. Danfeng is losing talent. This isn't a solution. Why not pick a few more from the remaining 4 or 5 spiritual roots and take them in together? That would also improve our reputation. When Master One of Jianfeng saw Changqing being forced by his disciples, he felt very happy and couldn't help but speak in a sarcastic tone. Master Changqing, don't be so stubborn. Having 1 female disciple isn't a big deal. We can get more marrow cleansing pills. Since Danfeng is short of people anyway, why not get more marrow cleansing pills so that we can attract more disciples with 4 spiritual roots? Lord Shueifeng also had a weird look on his face, and even a smile appeared on his face. However, this has no effect on Changqing. He simply didn't bother to care, and began to meditate, looking at his nose and his heart. Anyway, I won't agree, so what can you do? Some noise is just like a dog barking, it won't affect him at all. On the contrary, the 2 peak masters who had just finished speaking and were waiting to see him get furious were so frustrated that their faces became even gloomier. How did this guy become so difficult to deal with? Below the stage, Su Qianya felt like a thorn in her back. This situation was something she had never imagined. Brother Yunsong. She raised her tearful eyes, which immediately pierced Yunsong's heart. He was inexplicably furious. Why was his master acting so abnormally today? He didn't even give him the slightest bit of face. Just at this moment, Sect Master Wang stood up. If Danfeng has no intention of accepting disciples, today's disciple recruiting ceremony ends here. He glanced at Changqing, who was meditating with his eyes closed, then looked at the 2 people below the stage, feeling somewhat helpless. When inviting Sanon to join Luo to sect, he promised him the autonomy to recruit disciples, so he couldn't interfere too much. Besides, the 4 spiritual roots talent was indeed a little lacking, and the marrow cleansing pill was a rare elixir. Who would be willing to give it to someone other than a brother or friend? At this moment, Yunsong became even more anxious. If he announced the end, wouldn't he have broken his promise to junior sister Su? This was not a manly act. For a moment, a sudden surge of heroic spirit surged in his heart. He suddenly knelt down on the ground and kowtowed several times, his voice extremely firm. Master, please accept junior sister Sue. Otherwise, I will only have. He raised his head, his eyes revealing determination. I have no choice but to leave Danfeng. I can no longer serve you, old man. The field was completely silent, even Sect Master Wine was stunned. How could this guy be so deeply in love? This was no longer persuasion but coercion. He looked at Changqing with a questioning look in his eyes. Matters concerning Danfeng still had to be decided by the peak master himself. Changqing was waiting for Yunsong to say this, but he suddenly opened his eyes and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, Yunsong, you really are a good disciple to your master. You're so bold as to force your master in public. As soon as these words were spoken, Yunsong felt something was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment, the cold voice came again. In that case, from today on, you are no longer a disciple of Danfeng. Yunsong suddenly raised his head and saw that the master above him had taken out the jade token representing the master-disciple relationship and exerted a little force in his hand. Bang! The spiritual energy scattered and the jade token shattered into stars. He didn't have time to stop him. His master, who usually had slow hands, moved incredibly fast today, as if he was afraid that he would go back on his word. Division Yunsong wanted to say something, but he suddenly felt a huge sense of oppression, and the words he wanted to say were instantly stuck in his throat. Don't call me master anymore. You are no longer my Danfeng disciple. As for whether other peak masters are willing to accept you, that depends on your luck. Changqing didn't give him a chance to speak. He stretched out his hand, and the disciple token in Yunsong's arms flew out. Under the burst of his spiritual power, it was shattered into pieces in an instant. Boom! Yunsong felt his head buzzing and he couldn't figure out what was going on for a while. What the hell is going on? Weren't they discussing recruiting junior sisters? How come I lost my status as a disciple? He wants to inherit Danfeng. How can he do this? Su Qianyao next to her obviously had not anticipated this situation. She was so frightened that she was trembling with fear, lowering her head and not even looking. On the stage, all the peak masters were silent. They never expected that Changqing would directly expel his only disciple in public. Although this disciple's behavior definitely warranted expulsion, the Danfeng peak master was known for doting on his disciples. He would rather suffer losses himself than give them resources. Had he really taken the wrong medicine today? Everyone's face was filled with confusion. Master Changqing, would you like to reconsider? Sect leader Wan was stunned for a while. If that was the case, Danfeng would be completely without disciples. No. Changqing stood up and his figure suddenly soared into the sky. His aura was no longer hidden, and the overwhelming aura of a powerful man instantly swept across the entire square. A powerful Jindan master, everyone's face changed drastically. I will be in seclusion to consolidate my realm. No one is allowed to disturb me unless necessary. The time passed away, and only the cold voice could be heard, clearly heard by everyone. Respect the ancestors' order. Everyone quickly bowed in greeting, and even the Sword Peak Master, who was rumored to have withstood 30 moves from a Jindan demon cultivator, showed no disrespect. In the world of immortal cultivation, strength is respected, and the gap in strength between each level is like a chasm. When a Jindan cultivator goes all out, more than a dozen foundation building cultivators are no match for him. For this kind of foundation building sect, a Jindan cultivator can be called the ancestor. With a Jindan cultivator in charge, the strength is more than just a level higher. It can be said that they have a sure win against other foundation building sections. Therefore, everyone dared not be disrespectful. At this moment, Yunsong had already collapsed to the ground. His master had actually already reached the Jindan stage? He had previously been a disciple of a Jindan master, yet now he had been expelled from the sect. In an instant, he felt that he had missed out on 100 million spirit stones. Brother Yunsong, it was Qianyao who harmed you. You contradicted master for Qianyao. Qianyao will definitely work like a slave in her next life to repay your kindness. Su Qianyao spoke with tears in her almond-shaped eyes and choked with sobs. She had never expected this result. Given the current situation, she was afraid that she had no choice but to go to the outer gate. She was extremely worried. This ugly guy in front of me is still useful. After all, he is a foundation-building cultivator. Maybe he can be of some help. So she suppressed her nausea and said touching words. However, it was obvious that her words were still useful. Yunsong shook his head with red eyes after hearing them. Junior sister Sue, how can I blame you for this? It's me who didn't keep my promise. Don't worry, I'll find a chance to bring you in after I join Jianfeng. He suddenly felt a surge of pride. After all, I have already established my foundation. It is a pity that I cannot be a disciple of the Golden Core ancestor, but at least I will not be rejected by the top of the peak, and I will not end up in the outer sect. Besides, he had been to Jianfeng to deliver pills before, and the master of Wanfeng had praised him for his extraordinary bones and the appearance of a golden elixir. He believed that Master Wanfeng must have a keen eye for talent. So, after the sect leader announced the end of the disciple recruiting ceremony, he hurried over. Before the peak masters left, Chapter 533, The Toolmaster Quit His Job. 9. So, he's been begging every peak master in Yunzong, but no one is willing to accept him? Chang Qing was lazily lying on a wide jade chair, looking extremely relaxed. There were several plates of fruits and grapes on the table next to him. He would reach out and put some food in his mouth from time to time. The system was envious of his life. Of course, that guy even said that Master Wanfeng praised him for having the potential to become a golden core, but he ended up being told to go to the outer sect to become a golden core. I felt so embarrassed for him at the time. The system laughed so hard that it fell backwards. Chang Qing had naturally anticipated this situation, not to mention that Yunzong's talent is average, and he was able to barely establish his foundation only with the help of some pills refined by the original owner. Even if he had good talent, how could other peak masters in the late stage of foundation building accept him as a guy who was expelled by the golden core ancestor? Isn't this a blatant offense? Besides, based on that kid's stupid performance at the disciple recruiting conference, who would dare to keep him around? The outer gate is the best place to belong. Where is Su Qianyao? Did she also go to the outer gate? He asked the system. Of course, the system nodded, and because of what happened at the disciple recruiting ceremony, her situation might be a bit difficult. The system was somewhat gloating. Chang Qing. This is normal. Originally, everyone had 4 or 5 spiritual roots and wanted to enter the outer sect, but you used your connections to join the inner sect, and even made a scene in public that you still failed. This must have made others unhappy. I'm afraid this situation won't last long, so you should pay more attention to it. Chang Qing said the halo of the heroine in this world seems to be able to make others like her. In the plot, countless geniuses from both the righteous and evil paths are bowing to her. The plight of the outer sect may not last long. The system naturally agreed. At this time, an immortal servant came to report that Sect Master Wang wanted to see him outside the peak gate. TSK, trouble is coming. Chang Qing had expected this and had to sit up straight. Let him in. Soon, Wang Tuatu walked into the hall cautiously and bowed deeply when he saw Chang Qing. Wang Tuatu pays homage to the Chongqing patriarch. His expression was extremely respectful, and even a bit apprehensive. When Chang Qing saw him like this, he knew that the rumor that he could rival an early Jindan cultivator was false. He probably spread the rumor to create an illusion of strength. Tell me, what's the matter? Chang Qing was too lazy to beat around the bush. Ancestor, you have formed a golden elixir. This is a great joyous event for the sect. According to custom, we should hold a golden elixir banquet and invite the nearby sects to celebrate. He looked up at Chang Qing and spoke carefully. Chang Qing sighed secretly, knowing that trouble was coming. However, this is indeed a habit. The appearance of a Jindan cultivator in a foundation building sect is a big deal. Holding a Jindan banquet is both an announcement and a display of strength to intimidate Xiao Xiao. Ultimately, it's all about human relationships and social skills. After pondering for a while, Wang Tuatu agreed to this matter despite being extremely nervous. You arrange it, and I'll be involved when the time comes. Yes. Wang Tuatu walked out of the hall, the excitement in his heart still not subsided. Jindan Jinren, the sect he founded, actually had a golden core patriarch in charge, and he still felt a little dazed until now. There are tens of millions of cultivators in the world, but only 1 or 2 out of 10 can build a foundation. Most of them are just hovering in the qi refining stage, and even fewer of them can form a pill among those who have built a foundation. I didn't expect that the peak master who was invited here could actually form a pill. Wang Tuatu believed that his hope of reaching the Jindan stage was slim, but he was not jealous of the Jindan masters in his own sect. After all, the existence of a Jindan cultivator was already a revolutionary change for a small sect. At least, the fact that countless other small sects came to visit during this period proves this point. This golden elixir banquet must be held beautifully to satisfy the ancestor. He flew up, his eyes full of determination. On the other hand, Yunzong was not so happy. He didn't expect that he would actually be driven out to the outer sect. At the moment when he was rejected by countless peak masters, he even had the urge to leave the sect. So shameless, but when he thought about becoming a casual cultivator and having to fight for a piece of spirit stone, he retreated again. Forget it, he will at least be a manager, so I can take this opportunity to capture junior sister Su. Thinking of this, he felt relieved, but he never expected that he would be assigned to be the manager of Lei Mine, which was not a good job. There are so many things to do, and he is far away from the sect. If he encounters someone robbing the spirit stone mine, he might lose his life. How can he have time to practice? What's more important is that junior sister Su didn't go mining. Doesn't this mean that the two of them are completely separated? Why? I'm a disciple of Jindan Jinren, how can you treat me like this? In the hall, he roared angrily, but the elder in charge of the outer gate was not panicked at all, and even the smile on his face did not change. He's just an abandoned disciple of Danfeng. The elder stroked his beard with one hand and said these words in a light and descriptive manner. This guy was so ignorant of his own danger that he publicly forced the ancestor to accept a disciple. As a result, he was expelled from Danfeng. The news spread throughout the sect. It was a great favor that such a person was not expelled from the sect, and he still dared to say irresponsible things. The elders would not indulge him. If you want to do it, do it. If you don't want to do it, just be an ordinary outer disciple. He simply reclined on the armchair and closed his eyes. Yun-song was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This was simply looking down on others. In the past, as the eldest disciple of Dan Feng, although he was not particularly prestigious, he was still able to make a living in the outer sect. Now, is this it? He felt that someone must be causing trouble, and it must be that master. Others were afraid of his golden core cultivation, but Yun-song was not. Having lived in Danfeng for many years, he believed that he understood that person's temper. Maybe he wanted him to suffer a little, experience the warmth and coldness of life, and then accept him as his disciple. But who is Yun-song? He has no interest in this boring training model. He's going to question. He no longer cared about the outer sect elder, snorted heavily, and strode away. Here, Changqing is eating hot pot in the hall. Although he has been fasting, he still likes to enjoy delicious food. The spiritual fire in the alchemy furnace was shining, and the steam was boiling in the double-flavored pot above it. He threw various ingredients into the pot while eating. Well, this 100-year-old jinyangzi is good, and chewy. This Tianshan snow silkworm should be considered a meat dish, so it can't be put into a clear soup pot. He ate and muttered to himself, and the eyelids of the system next to him twitched. Host, these are all the alchemy materials given to you by other peak masters. Are you going to eat them all in the hot pot? It wiped the non-existent sweat from its head and said with a wry smile. Changqing waved his hand indifferently. Alchemy, what kind of elixir? I am the ancestor and I have the final say. These are just tributes from the younger generation. Don't make any mistakes, system. It turns out that in the world of cultivating immortals, strength is respected. Miao Changqing, who had been sitting next to him and watching him eat the little three-flowered bush red soup, picked up a piece of meat and quickly stuffed it into his mouth, but the next moment it was so spicy that he screamed and couldn't even speak. This is spicy. Maybe you're not used to it. Just drink some water. Changqing smiled somewhat unkindly. The intelligent monster was actually afraid of spicy food. He had seen Xiao Sanhua jump into the flames without any harm. Suddenly, Changqing frowned. He felt a slight fluctuation in the formation. Someone wants to break into Danfeng. After a quick scan with his spiritual sense, he found that it was Yun-song. Chapter 534, The Toolmaster Quit His Job. 10. At this time, Yun-song was already sweating profusely. He didn't expect that it would be so difficult to enter Danfeng now. As soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he was stopped by two disciples. They were disciples sent by the master to specifically protect the safety of the mountain where the ancestor was. I used to be a disciple of Danfeng. I came here just to say goodbye to my master. Yun-song argued with his neck stiff, but the other party didn't listen at all. The ancestor said that no interruptions are allowed. Yun-song, you are no longer a Danfeng disciple, leave immediately. Could you please inform me? I really have something urgent to report. You don't understand what people are saying, right? No one is allowed to disturb us. The two disciples raised their eyebrows and their voices became even more stern. Yun-song tried to persuade him in every possible way, and the two disciples were even willing to attack him directly. Only then did he not dare to make any more trouble, and quickly apologized and retreated, but he had been in Danfeng for many years and was familiar with every tree and blade of grass here. Soon, he went around to the back mountain and wanted to break through the protective formation and go directly into the mountain, but what he didn't expect was that he had lost his disciple token and could not be recognized by the formation at all. As soon as he touched the formation, he felt a huge force attacking him, which shocked him and sent him flying backwards into the stone wall. Vomit. Yun-song had just struggled out of the stone wall when he spat out a mouthful of blood and a bitter smile appeared on his face. I never thought that the Danfeng that I looked down upon back then is now inaccessible. He just struggled to stand up when he saw a streak of light coming from afar. It was the two disciples who had stopped him at the door just now. They were riding a short distance flying magic weapon. When they saw Yun-song, their faces were extremely ugly. How dare you, Yun-song? How dare you trespass into the ancestors' forbidden retreat? As soon as he finished speaking, wind and fire suddenly raged, and the two disciples attacked directly to take him down. They were very angry. They had finally accepted the responsibility of protecting the ancestor. This was a good opportunity to get to know the Golden Core ancestor. Only a few days into their job, someone showed up to force their way in? This was a slap in their face. Both of them were at the 10th level of chi refining, and the spells they had learned could complement each other. At this moment, they were extremely angry and attacked with all their strength, with no intention of holding back at all. Yun-song was already in the wrong, so how could he dare to take action at this time? In addition, he was injured by the formation just now, and his spiritual power was blocked. He dodged left and right, and soon he suffered new injuries. My two junior brothers, please stop. I really have something important to report, so I broke into the formation without permission. The ancestor will definitely forgive me. After dodging another attack, he took a breath and shouted. Let your mother's dog. Seeing Yun-song was still quibbling, a disciple on the opposite side couldn't help but curse, but before he could finish his words he was stopped by another disciple next to him. He pointed to the horizon and saw a streak of light approaching rapidly. Those who come here will naturally be evergreen. Greetings, ancestor. Several people immediately stopped fighting and bowed in greeting. Chang Qing had already seen the situation here. At this time, there was blood at the corner of Yunsong's mouth, and his colorful clothes were a little tattered. He looked really embarrassed. He lowered his head and his expression was hard to see, but Chang Qing knew from his slightly trembling body that he was probably very frightened. Yunsong was indeed panicked. He thought that when he saw his master, he would be able to remain calm as before. At this moment, he truly felt the pressure of facing the ancestor, and he even had the urge to flee immediately. He moved his lips and wanted to say something, but heard the old ancestor speak calmly. You guys did a great job, this is a little reward. He raised his head and widened his eyes, and saw Chang Qing throwing 2 small medicine bottles to the 2 disciples who stopped him. Thank you for the reward, ancestor. This is our duty. The 2 disciples were naturally overjoyed and immediately expressed their gratitude. That voice sounded like a slap in Yunsong's ears. He didn't dare to say the questions he had prepared. It's over. This thought suddenly came to his mind, and a panic immediately took control of his body, causing his legs to go weak and he fell to his knees. Grandmaster, spare my life. Disciple, oh, I thought you were so promising, daring to break into the formation. But you turned out to be such a coward? Chang Chang was speechless. Handle it according to the sect's rules. He lost interest and disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. Yunsong didn't expect that he would harm himself. Not only did he fail to achieve his goal, but he was punished. Not only was he whipped 20 times, but he also had to face the wall on Gangfeng Cliff for half a month. The strong wind was like a knife, and after half a month he felt like he had lost half his life. Alas, it was still comfortable to be the eldest disciple in Danfeng back then. He couldn't help but sigh like this. What good could it possibly do? There was no turning back. Finally, he accepted the position of mine supervisor. That's right, why bother? The outer sect elder rolled his eyes, as if he had expected this result. Yunsong was so angry that his teeth hurt, but there was nothing he could do before leaving. He planned to find Su Qianyao to say goodbye properly, so that she could see the hardships he had endured and feel sorry for him, and maybe even warm their relationship. Result, but I saw Su Qianyao and Wan Junyan, the number 1 in the outer sect, getting along very well. They were talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very lively. Junior sister Su. Yunsong's voice almost broke. He felt betrayed. Brother Yunsong, Su Qianyao was slightly stunned, then she smiled and stood up naturally. Let me introduce you, this is senior brother Wan. I just arrived at the outer sect and didn't understand a lot, so he helped me a lot. Senior brother Wan, this is brother Yunsong. I knew him in the market before I joined the sect. He was the one who recommended me to join Danfeng. Unfortunately, having said this, her voice lowered, revealing infinite regret and melancholy. Su Qianyao's generous attitude made Yunsong so angry that he didn't know what to do. When he heard her mention that she failed to enter Danfeng, he inexplicably felt guilty, and she called him brother Yunsong, which was much more intimate than calling him senior brother Wan. This made him secretly happy. Junior sister, I came to say goodbye to you. I have accepted the position of mine supervisor and will be leaving soon. Having said that, he couldn't help but glance at senior brother Wan, who had been smiling gently beside him, with a look of vigilance in his eyes. If I leave now, senior brother Wan won't get there first. However, he then thought that senior brother Wan was only the number 1 in the outer sect, and at most he had 4 spiritual roots. It would be extremely difficult for him to build a foundation, so he felt a little relieved. Female cultivators still admire powerful male cultivators more. Oh, brother Yunsong is going to work at the spirit stone mine? Wouldn't that mean there would be plenty of spirit stones to use, and we wouldn't have to worry about resources anymore? Su Qianyao didn't know what he was thinking, but instead showed a surprised expression. Yunsong, there is no such good thing. It is a small spiritual mine with pitifully low output. We have to work hard to complete the annual quota. However, facing Su Qianyao's happy expression, he didn't want to complain. Maybe. I don't know the situation there. If the profit is good, I can buy some spiritual tools for my junior sister. Yunsong felt bitter, but he had to pretend at this time, especially in front of potential competitors. He didn't want to lose face. Su Qianyao also cooperated very well and immediately became excited. Brother Yunsong, you are such a nice person. Her voice was so sweet that it made Yunsong's heart melt, but when he saw the confident smile on the man surnamed Wan, his face darkened. Which manager does junior marshal nephew Wan work for? Do you want to come to the mine and help me manage the miners? He glanced at the other person and said sarcastically. However, the man surnamed Wan didn't change his expression at all. Thank you, Uncle Yun. The mines are too complicated, and I'm too young to handle them. Besides, my uncle, Peak Master Wan, found me a marrow cleansing pill. I'll be joining Jianfeng in 2 months, so I can only apologize. Yunsong's face changed drastically. Holy shit, this guy is actually related to the Sword Peak Master? I was so careless. At this moment, his sense of crisis suddenly reached its peak. He gritted his teeth, took out a jade box from his arms, and presented it to Su Qianyao with both hands. Junior sister, this is my parting gift. Hey, Ding Yin pill. When Su Qianyao opened it, she immediately cried out in surprise, and even the expression of the man surnamed Wan next to her changed slightly. Although this Ding Yang pill is not difficult to refine, it is a scarce commodity. Female cultivators especially love this thing because it can prevent aging. Yunxong felt a little painful in his heart. This was something he had spent half of his life's worth to buy. He had originally intended to give it to his junior sister when they confirmed their relationship, but now, in order to suppress the man surnamed Wan, he didn't care about it. However, he was still very satisfied with the shocked expressions of the two people, and a smug look appeared on his face. This was auctioned at the market last month, and I was the only one who got one. Su Qianyao was indeed happier. She even took out a low-level spiritual weapon, a bronze mirror, from her storage bag and gave it to him as a gift, which made Yunxong feel much less painful. Even when I left, my heart was filled with happiness. Chapter 535, The Toolmaster Quit His Job. 11. Host, when Su Qianyao gave Yunxong a mirror, did she mean for him to look at himself in the mirror? In the Danfeng Hall, the system danced with joy. Who knows? Changqing took a sip of spiritual tea and said lightly, "A bootlicker has a very strong ability to self-strategize. Forget about giving him a mirror. Just let him pee and look at himself. He will imagine that others are interested in him. Otherwise, why don't they ask others to pee and look at themselves?" There is no way to save such people. However, judging from this, Su Qianyao is indeed a sea king. It hasn't been long since she arrived at the outer sect, and she has already hooked up with Wan Jiangui's nephew? Is he really Wan Jiangui's nephew? Changqing was a little skeptical. In the original plot, there doesn't seem to be a character called Senior Brother Wan. But it is also understandable that in the original plot, Su Qianyao directly entered the inner sect and did not need to come into contact with outer sect disciples like Senior Brother Wan. This trend is quite interesting. Changqing is not in a hurry either. Cultivators have long lifespans, and stories in the world of immortal cultivation also have particularly long timelines. Stories lasting hundreds or even thousands of years are not uncommon. He was not in a hurry, but Yunxong was extremely anxious. When he arrived at the mine, he discovered that the spiritual energy there was extremely thin, and he made no progress at all after practicing for a whole day. This is nothing for mortal miners, but it is a matter of life and death for monks. If this continues, won't my cultivation stagnate? At night, he sat in the tent with his brows twisted into a knot. Cultivation is the most important thing for a cultivator. Which cultivator doesn't have a dream of immortality? He is no exception, and besides, he also wants to become a Taoist couple with junior sister Su, so his cultivation cannot stagnate, otherwise he will be caught up by that guy named Wan. It would be great if I were still in Danfeng, with intersect status and no shortage of cultivation resources. Sigh. All night long, his mind was wandering and he couldn't sleep. Not only Yunxong was annoyed, Su Qianyao was also very annoyed. She originally thought that with her charm, she wouldn't do much worse in the outer sect, but when she really started her life in the outer sect, she realized how difficult it was. The lack of resources is only one aspect, which can be compensated by getting some from others, but the key is that there are so many trivial matters that there is simply not much time for cultivation. After finally drawing the qi into the body, I end up having to take care of the cubs in the spirit beast garden and serve as a welcome guest at the golden elixir banquet. What's more, the rewards for these tasks are so little, and I can't refuse them. How can this not be annoying? She was originally born into a declining family of immortal cultivators. Apart from her grandfather, she was the only one with spiritual roots. Thinking that there was no inheritance in her family, she joined the sect to learn some authentic magic secrets, but ended up doing odd jobs every day. What is going on? Junior sister Su, don't worry. Once I enter Jianfeng, I'll ask Uncle Shi to take you with me. Then you'll have more time to practice. Wan Zhenyan saw that she looked upset and came over to comfort her. Seeing him approaching, Su Qianyao frowned slightly and moved to the side. Brother Wan, you must keep your word. The girl's eyebrows were slightly frowned, and her coquettish voice made Wan Zhenyan's heart flutter. He couldn't help but want to hold her in his arms, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, she turned around and ran away. Tisk, it's really hard to succeed. His eyes darkened. Su Qianyao was also a little annoyed with him at this time. The senior brother Wan talks beautifully, but his actual actions are not as good as that ugly girl. And he still wants to hug her? Wishful thinking. At night, Su Qianyao was also full of thoughts. Although she had only been in this sect for less than a month, she already felt that hope was slim. If things continued like this, when would she be able to establish her foundation, let alone achieve a core golden elixir banquet? Her eyes suddenly lit up. Didn't the sect ask us to be the welcoming party? It's just right, there will definitely be geniuses from other sects coming by then. Maybe I'll have a chance to get to know them. She suddenly became looking forward to this welcoming task. Changqing didn't have much expectation for the golden elixir banquet. He had experienced this kind of occasion countless times. Anyway, the procedures are basically the same, nothing more than competitions among young disciples, lectures by Jin Danjinren, and gifts from everyone. These days, he has already consolidated his cultivation and is living a leisurely life in Danfeng. If the original owner's wish was to accept a good disciple, Changqing felt that he could compromise. Xiao Sanhua was a really good disciple, very cute with furry fur, and there wouldn't be too many troubles. He was very busy, and it would be much easier than accepting a cultivator as his disciple. Meow, just as I was thinking about it, a cat's meow came from the door, and Xiao Sanoa's figure flashed in.
Are you back from hunting?
Changqing straightened up and saw a tabby cat as long as his arm staggering towards him with prey almost as big as his body in its mouth. The it turned out to be a firefox. Changqing was a little surprised. This is a first-level spiritual beast, the same level as the little Sanhua that has awakened its intelligence.
You made a breakthrough? No.
Xiao Sanhua put down the prey and shook his head. Changqing sensed it briefly and found that there was indeed no breakthrough, and it was still a level 1 monster. In this world, the classification of demon beasts is relatively simple. Level 1 demon beasts are intelligent and can speak human language, but their IQ is relatively low, equivalent to that of a human child, and their strength is comparable to that of a chi refining stage. Level 2 demon beasts are more intelligent and can use strategies in combat, but they remain in beast form, and their strength is comparable to that of a foundation establishment stage. Level 3 demon beasts can partially transform into human form, and their strength is comparable to that of a core forming stage. Level 4 demon beasts can fully transform into human form, and their strength is even higher, comparable to that of a nascent soul stage. Come here, let me take a look. Changqing stretched out his hand. Xiao Sanhua was a little confused, but still came over obediently, tilted her head and touched Changqing's hand.
At the moment of contact, Changqing felt the presence of demonic energy in its body, which was a condition that only occurred when one had mastered the art of 10,000 beasts. It seems that this little guy works very hard. I've already gotten started, not bad. He couldn't help but praise it, and then he saw Xiao Sanhua showing a proud expression and meowing very proudly. It is just waiting for the master's praise. Chapter 536, The Toolmaster Quit His Job. 12, Master, eat this. Sanhua suddenly thought of something, turned around and touched the firefox that was attacking him with his claws. There was a human look of showing off on his face. The child is very filial, so of course he will refuse directly. I don't eat this. Fox meat is not tasty. Changqing explained. He doesn't eat everything.
Ever since the last time Sanhua hunted a rabbit and he made a hot pot of it, he has often come back with prey. Little Sanhua had a puzzled look on his face. He thought that fox meat was obviously delicious, and it tasted better when eaten raw than cooked. In response to this, Changqing could only explain that humans and animals have different physiques and tastes. For example, he mainly likes to eat wild rabbits, wild boars, wild deer, etc. He doesn't like insects, snakes, and foxes. Xiao Sanhua tilted her head to listen to him, then nodded thoughtfully. What can you do when you encounter a lazy and fastidious master? You can only eat the prey yourself with tears in your eyes. Changqing watched it eat with big mouthfuls of food and felt hungry himself, so he took out some biscuits from the space and ate them. As a result, he saw a look of sympathy on Xiao Sanoa's face.
Ahem, like I said, humans and animals have different tastes. Maybe you think these cookies are like eating mud, but I think they're delicious. He hurried to explain, lest his little beast apprentice think he had no food to eat and would have to work overtime every day hunting. I don't know why, but this cat just can't eat biscuits. Last time he ate biscuits, the little Sanhua came over and ate a piece, but he vomited it out soon after. Since then, he has shown a look of disgust when he sees biscuits, which is really hilarious. Soon, the day of the Golden Elixir banquet arrived. There were huge crowds of people on the Wata Square. Sect Master Wang's mouth was grinning almost from ear to ear, and he would occasionally greet the sect masters from various sects who came to visit him. Of course, the sect masters who came in person were basically from small foundation building factions. Only one foundation building elder would come from the Golden Core faction, and the Nascent Soul faction would generally not come. After all, to them, Golden Core cultivators were nothing at all and not worth paying attention to. The disciples of the Luwata sect were also beaming with joy. Some wore formal attire and greeted guests at the door, some weaved through the crowd, ushering them to their seats, and some were busy serving spiritual tea and spiritual fruit. At this time, Su Qianya was welcoming guests at the door, and she felt like her face was about to freeze from smiling. But many of the geniuses who came here were accompanied by their elders. When they came to her, they just looked straight ahead and didn't even look at her straight in the eye. It was really infuriating. The Golden Sword sect has arrived. Hearing the shouts, she quickly put on a smile and went forward, but all the people who came were old men. She lost interest instantly and the smile on her face froze. Welcome all seniors to Luwata sect. Although I am unhappy, I still have to go through the process.
Hey, you're a pretty girl.
Would you like to join our Golden Sword sect?
One of the old men became interested and looked at her with lustful eyes, which scared Su Qianya so much that the smile on her face disappeared immediately. Senior, please respect yourself.
My ancestor will be here soon.
I'm afraid he won't be happy if he hears this. The old man was only in the late stage of foundation building. When he heard him mention the Golden Core ancestor, he didn't dare to say anything. He just looked back several times when he left, which made her feel uncomfortable. Her face fell.
Is this cultivation? This is just doing odd jobs. Oh, when will this end?
She couldn't help but sigh to herself.
Junior sister Sue.
She was feeling melancholy when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. She looked up and saw a streak of light falling gracefully to the ground. If not Yunsung, then who else? Her brows furrowed again. How could this ugly fellow have the time to come?
He had been at the mine for over a month and hadn't delivered anything. She had thought he had died there, however. Yun-song was very excited and rushed over as soon as he landed. He looked like he wanted to hug her in his arms, which scared Su Qianyao so much that she quickly took a few steps back. "Brother Yun-song, why are you here? Isn't the mine very busy?" She quickly changed the subject. "The ancestor was very happy and gave me a day off, so I hurried to see you." The smile on Yun-song's face was a little eye-catching. He took out a small bag and handed it to Su Qianyao. "Yes, junior sister, this is my share for this month. I'll give you some of it." Su Qianyao took a look and saw that there were about a dozen spirit stones. She immediately stuffed them back. Who was she trying to fool with such a small amount of spirit stones? "Brother Yun-song, if you need the spirit stones for your own cultivation, don't give them to me. I can handle them myself." She bit her lip. "I'm still working now. Go ahead and get busy. I'll come back to you when I'm free." Just then, another group of people arrived. She greeted them and hurried to greet them. Yun-song put away the bag helplessly and smiled dotingly at the junior sister. Really cared about him and was worried that he didn't have enough spirit stones for cultivation. There are not many good girls like this, so he must cherish her. By the afternoon, Su Qianyao had already forgotten how many people had come. She felt her calves trembling as she walked and her mouth was a little dry and cracked. This job of welcoming guests is really not easy. I work so hard but only get 2 spirit stones. It is really too difficult. At this moment, she especially wanted a soft bed. She believed that as long as she lay down on it, she would fall asleep immediately. Suddenly, she heard shouting again. The Jinling sect has arrived. Jinling sect? She immediately became excited. That was a famous Yuanying sect. She looked up at the sky and saw a flying boat suddenly appearing. It was half a meter above the ground, with carved railings and painted buildings, and an ethereal aura. It was obviously a means of transportation that ordinary cultivators could not afford. "Welcome, seniors," she put on a sincere smile and hurried forward, but she froze in her tracks before she could finish her words, because someone had already rushed forward faster than her. Wang Tuatu, the leader of Luota sect, she heard their conversation. "Brother Zhao, fellow apprentices, I didn't expect you to come. Welcome to Luotu sect." The days in Jinling sect are still vivid in my mind. Sect Master Wang smiled as happily as a married girl meeting her family. "Ha, junior brother Wang, I never thought that your Luota sect would actually produce a Jindan cultivator. Congratulations." The cultivator headed by the Jinling sect looked like a middle-aged man, much younger than the white-haired Wang Tuatu, but at this moment Wang Tuatu was very respectful in front of him, with caution in his eyes. Behind the big man were the younger generation of the Jinling sect. Su Qianyao took a look and saw that they were all wearing the same monk's robes, with jade pendants of their status hanging around their waists, and their sleeves and collars embroidered with gold edges. They all held their heads high and chests puffed out, looking very proud. They are all at the peak of chi refining. She secretly clicked her tongue. Is this the foundation of the nascent soul force? This demeanor is indeed beyond the reach of the disciples of the Luota sect. Yun-song's face appeared in Su Qianyao's mind, and she quickly shook her head to throw him out. Even senior brother Wan, who was number 1 in the outer sect, is still far behind these people. It would be great if I could join them. Su Qianyao felt anticipation in her heart. Unfortunately, under the guidance of sect leader Wang, they walked right past her without anyone even glancing at her. Su Qianyao. Outrageous. If Changqing knew what she was thinking, he would probably have to explain it to her. At this moment, she was just an outer disciple with a low level of cultivation. In the eyes of those cultivators, she was no different from an ordinary person. Why was she not worth even a glance? In the original plot, when she attracted the attention of the genius of the Jinling sect, she had already reached the foundation building stage. At that time, she had already transformed into 3 spiritual roots through the marrow cleansing pill. She was also an inner disciple of Dan Feng, and Yun-song and Yi Xian were always by her side, so her situation was naturally different. Nowadays, he is just a little welcoming disciple, and they are afraid that if he looks at them more, he will ask for tips. Chapter 537, The Toolmaster Quit His Job. 13. The Golden Elixir Banquet proceeded as normal. Changqing himself does not need to participate much, and most of the time he acts as a mascot. Of course, he needs to be present during the preaching session. Now, please invite our sect's Golden Core Patriarch, Changqing Jinren, to preach to everyone. As soon as the host finished speaking, all the guests in the audience stretched their heads to look at the stage. As for the Jindan Jinren, it was not so easy for the foundation building forces to see him. At least it was not so safe when they saw him. Only a few people from the Jinling sect were still sitting around talking. They obviously didn't have much interest in the Jindan Jinren. Of course, the peak masters of the Jinling sect were all Jindan, and most of them were even in the late Jindan stage. It was not surprising that there were also Jindan among the disciples. Changqing didn't make any fancy entrance. In a flash of light, there was one more person on the stage, and a cat. Little Sanhua insisted on joining in the fun and jumped directly onto his shoulder when he was about to set off. He had no choice but to take her with him. As expected, exclamations were heard on the stage. Is this a Jindan master? He really has an extraordinary aura. And what's with that wild cat? Is it a contracted beast? Luatu's sect is so lucky. A powerful Jindan master has appeared. It has entered the Jindan realm in one step. Its future development will be extraordinary. That's not necessarily true. Did you see someone from the Jinling sect coming? Maybe they're here to recruit Jindan masters. The Luatu sect is a subordinate sect of the Jinling sect, so they probably don't have the opportunity to refuse.
There was a whisper from the audience, their voices were low, and people with the same cultivation level might not be able to hear them, but Changqing Jindan's cultivation level was higher than everyone else's, and his mind was also powerful, so he could naturally hear them clearly, but he didn't care. He reached out and took the cat off his shoulder while introducing it to everyone.
This is my disciple, Sanhua.
Then he said to Sanhua, go downstairs and find a place to sit.
Don't move around. Come back when I'm done. Good.
Sanhua's voice was crisp and clear. Without any hesitation, everyone was stunned. Even the people at the Jinling sect table stopped talking and looked towards the stage. Little Sanhua raised its head in the eyes of everyone, then walked down the stage with small steps. A female disciple came forward and arranged a cushioned stool, and it jumped up and lay down naturally.
Thanks.
It said. The little disciple's hands froze, and he screamed inwardly, what should I do?
It's so cute, I really want to touch it.
But it is the disciple of the ancestor and can speak human language. Its cultivation level is probably not low, so she dare not act rashly. In this world of immortal cultivation, there are cultivators and various monsters.
There are many examples of cooperation between human cultivators and monsters.
For example, many sects have guardian monsters, which have usually fought side by side with the ancestors.
When young disciples see them,
they have to respectfully call them seniors. Preaching was nothing to Changqing. Since most of the people present were chi refining and foundation building cultivators, he focused on talking about his insights into chi refining and foundation building. Some people in the crowd had heard Jindan monks preach, so at first they didn't care and just thought it was a formality, but as they listened, the scene became quiet, because everyone found that the Jindan Jinren in front of them was preaching so well.
The key points and difficulties are explained in a simple and easy to
understand manner, and the key points that are easily overlooked are also fully covered. In particular, the insights into breakthrough links are very beneficial. Gradually, many people took out their phonographs and began to record the entire process. The people from the Jinling sect also restrained their arrogant expressions. They became even more extravagant and directly took out the sound and shadow stones to record all the images and sounds. The leading man's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he felt that his realm had loosened. At this time, Su Qianyao and Yunsong were also listening to the lecture below. Su Qianyao didn't think much of it as her cultivation level was still low, but seeing that everyone was extremely serious, she followed suit and took notes. But Yunsong has already established its foundation. And the feeling is even more different. Master had shared his cultivation experience with him before, but it was far less detailed and thoughtful than today's. It was as if he had gone through the foundation building and elixir forming processes countless times, or as if he had far surpassed the elixir forming stage. Looking back at the path he had taken, his understanding was naturally different. It is obvious that many people have the same feeling. After the explanation on the stage, many people in the audience were still closing their eyes in deep thought, as if they had gained something. Sect Master Wang himself had been stuck in the late stage of foundation building for many years, but at this moment he had a new realization, as if that layer of barrier had become much thinner at this moment, and he only needed to accumulate strength and touch it to be unobstructed.
Ah ha 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 ha, I get it.
Wang Tuata suddenly burst into laughter and jumped up from the stool. The silence was broken and all the disciples were confused.
Master?
A disciple came forward and pulled his clothes, only to see that his face was filled with ecstasy.
I'm going into seclusion.
Peak Masters, please arrange the follow-up matters. He suddenly shouted loudly, and his whole body soared into the sky and walked away. The young disciple looked puzzled and wanted to say something, but was stopped by a Peak Master. The Golden Elixir Banquet continues. The Peak Master ordered, but at this time, Changqing had already left, and the subsequent steps had nothing to do with him, so it would be better for him to go home and lie down early.
Hey, host, your little kitty isn't here.
The system's voice came out of Changqing. It's okay, it said it wanted to participate in the disciple competition. System, you are really reassuring. Changqing was indeed not worried. This kind of competition was not about ranking, nor did it have any good rewards. Most of the time, it was just a matter of stopping at the limit to see how strong one was. Besides, Sanhua was a disciple of the Golden Core Patriarch after all, so everyone would give it some face and no one would really hurt it. However, despite saying so, after returning to Danfeng Hall, he was still a little worried and asked the system to take another look. The result was naturally nothing happened. On the contrary, Xiao Sanhua showed excellent fighting ability. It had almost no rivals in the Qi refining stage. Even the disciples of the Jinling sect could fight it on equal terms. Even when facing a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, it can hold on for a while before being defeated. Okay. I was worried. After listening to the system's description, Changqing finally felt relieved. He then remembered that the 10,000 beasts secret given to Xiao Sanhua was not an ordinary spell. It seemed to be a secret book that could lead directly to the god transformation realm and above in a certain world.
The monsters themselves had thick skin and flesh and amazing vitality.
They already had an advantage over cultivators of the same level who did not have high-level magic weapons. The Golden Elixir banquet ended successfully. Chapter 538, the Toolmaster quit his job. 14. Unlike other Jindan banquets where guests would call friends, after this one, many cultivators rushed to their sections. Some had some insights and wanted to go into seclusion as soon as possible to seek a breakthrough, while others wanted to share the recorded scenes with the sect or disciples. In less than half a day, they were gone completely. The people in Luwata sect were somewhat understanding and were quite excited. Some disciples chattered about the interesting things they had encountered and the new friends they had made during the Golden Elixir banquet, while others looked forward to the future prospects of the sect and were glad that they had chosen Luwata sect among the many foundation building forces. What is this called? I originally joined the foundation building faction, but my ancestor worked hard to reach the Golden Elixir level, and as a result, I became a member of the Golden Elixir faction. The Peak Masters had already gone back to seclusion, leaving behind some elders in charge to take charge of the subsequent cleanup work. If there were anyone who was not very happy, it would be Yuntsong and Su Qianyao.
Yuntsong was disappointed.
Originally, he was also a disciple of the ancestor, but after all the commotion, he now went to the outer sect to be a manager, still doing that kind of hard work. Moreover, he never expected that his master would become a different person. Not only did his cultivation level increase greatly and break through to the Jindan stage, but even his insights were so profound. If I were still at Danfang, or the eldest disciple of Danfang, I could probably look forward to forming a pill myself. The thought of this made him feel depressed, not to mention Su Qianyao, who had wanted to take the opportunity to get to know the geniuses from the outer sect, but because of her low status and low cultivation level, they simply ignored her. It's all that ugly, useless thing's fault. If he had done what he promised and joined Danfang himself, why would he need to please those arrogant guys today? Thinking of this, she looked at Yuntsong with even more disgust. When Yuntsong invited her to go shopping in the market, she was too lazy to pay attention to him. She snorted and turned away. This made Yuntsong stand there in a daze for a long time, wondering how he had offended her again. After the soundstone of Changqing's preaching was spread, it caused a great response in the world of immortal cultivation, especially in the next 6 months. Many cultivators including Sect Master Wang achieved breakthroughs, and the phonograph stones on site were sold at high prices. It is said that pure sound recording stones sold for thousands of spirit stones, while sound shadow stones sold
for tens of thousands.
Someone even compiled a text version, but they were all sold out. Changqing was a little angry about this.
Damn, these people are making so much money, don't they have any copyright awareness at all?
He was so angry that he spent 3 days writing a collection of his own insights, titled 3 Years to Establish the Foundation and 5 Years to Form the Pill. He even released a limited edition of 100 personally signed copies for auction. Direct sales from the manufacturer without middlemen to make a profit naturally caused a frenzy of buying, and hundreds of thousands of spirit stones were earned in less than half a month. Danfang has directly become the peak with the richest
heritage in Luwata sect, arousing the envy of countless people.
Not bad. I didn't expect the profit to be so considerable.
A hearty laugh rang out from the Danfang hall.
Just by listening to the sound, one could tell that the owner of the voice must be in a very good mood. 3 people sat around the jade table, with white smoke rising from the spiritual tea, and the scene was extremely pleasant. The person who spoke was naturally Changqing, and the person smiling respectfully beside him was actually Wang Tuatu, the leader of the Luwata sect, and opposite him was an extremely wealthy and fat monk. The 3 of them had a condensed aura and restrained spirits. They were all Jindan cultivators.
Fellow Taoist Changqing is able to see the big picture from the subtle details, and is as perceptive as seeing through fire. These insights are something most people cannot even ask for. It is an honor for our Wanjinfang to be able to cooperate with you. The wealthy monk had a smile on his face as if welded, and upon hearing Changqing's words, he immediately began to compliment him. At this moment, if someone saw his behavior, they would probably think they had seen a ghost, because this wealthy monk was none other than Jin Wanjin, the head manager of Wanjinfang in this area. Immortal cultivators have incredible destructive power, so naturally Wanjinfang, which does business with immortal cultivators, is also very powerful. To ensure the safety of transactions, each area has a shopkeeper who is higher than the highest level local cultivator. For example, in the area where Luwata sect is located, there are foundation building forces within 1,000 miles, so the shopkeeper of Wanjinfang is at the Jindan stage, and is in the late Jindan stage. Rumor has it that the chief manager of Wanjinfang's headquarters has reached the stage of transformation into a spirit, and his strength is so great that few rivals can match him. It is precisely because of this that even the most vicious villains rarely dare to target Wanjinfang. The head manager of a region usually does not talk about business, but mainly plays the role of keeping in charge. Unexpectedly, he came to Danfang of Luwata sect today, so Sect Master Wang had to accompany him in person. In the past, he would not have the opportunity to meet such a big shot. Therefore, even though he had already formed a pill, he was still cautious and somewhat restrained. Wang Tuatu was also puzzled how come the Lord of Chongqing Peak didn't feel suppressed at all. Instead, he was chatting and laughing, as if he was not facing a powerful person in the late Jindan stage. He originally thought that his status would be greatly improved after he formed the elixir, but now it seems that he is still far from it.
It turns out that old Ginger is still wise. Changqing naturally wouldn't be nervous about such occasions. Having traveled through many lives and seen many big scenes, he really didn't take the small golden elixir seriously. However, Wang Jinfang had a good reputation, and cooperating with them could save him a lot of trouble.
Shopkeeper Jean, you're too polite. I invited you here because I have a business deal I want to discuss with you. Oh, fellow Daoist, you have another masterpiece?
Jean Wanjin's eyes lit up and he immediately became interested. This was an opportunity to make a lot of money. Even Wang Tuotu couldn't help but be shocked, staring at Changqing with wide eyes.
Could it be that the ancestor had some new insights?
Or had the ancestor's cultivation level taken another step forward? To be honest, although he has already reached the Jindan stage, he really doesn't look down on Changqing's cultivation level, so he doesn't dare to follow the rules of the immortal cultivation world and call people of the same level of cultivation brothers. Instead, he has always used the term ancestor. Meeting their curious gazes, Changqing just smiled. I plan to pre-sell the experience of breaking through the small stage of the golden core stage, as well as the experience of breaking through the Dan to become an infant. The price is 10,000 high-grade spirit stones each. Puff. Jean Wanjin almost spit out a mouthful of spiritual tea.
Cough, 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 he coughed continuously. Pre-sale? 10,000 high-grade spirit stones?
The shopkeeper, Jean De, who was used to all sorts of things, was genuinely surprised.
What kind of operation was this? Just paying for the goods, no delivery?
This was like taking advantage of someone for free. Furthermore, even breaking through a small stage above the golden core stage was incredibly difficult. It required not only resources but also luck. Who could guarantee a breakthrough? Sect leader Wang also looked skeptical. At cash on delivery is the fundamental principle of transactions in the world of immortal cultivation.
Could this work? Would anyone pay for it?
He figured there wouldn't be many fools, but obviously, Changqing was very confident about this. Seeing that the two were confused, he explained it in detail, limiting the share, setting up a magic circle to burn the content after reading, and cracking down on piracy. After hearing a series of operations, both of them were stunned. In the end, Jean Wanjin was a little confused.
Does this operation really seem feasible?
He couldn't help but waver. After some discussion, the contract was finally finalized, and Changqing sold 10,000 copies of the experience that did not yet exist as expected.
Host, you are too capitalist. After seeing off the two guests, the system couldn't help but pop up to complain. Hey, at least we are still capitalists with integrity.
Changqing just lay down and breathed a sigh of relief. It would be better to sell more experiences to improve the overall strength of the righteous side, so as to avoid the scene in the plot where the evil side arbitrarily comes to the righteous side to snatch people and finally has to compromise. All of his insights were from the righteous ways, emphasizing peace and justice,
which were completely different from the plundering and killing practiced by the evil ways.
So he was not worried about being used by the evil ways. Chapter 539, the Toolmaster quit his job. 15. Time passes slowly. Changqing's life became more and more prosperous. In less than 20 years, he broke through to the late stage of Jindan. All the pre-sales experience was fulfilled one by one, which made his credit reach an unprecedented height. Of course, there were many forces that wanted to recruit him during this period, especially the Jinling sect, which came many times. Not long after the first Golden Core banquet, an elder in the early Jindan stage came, but he was rejected. Later, when those insights became popular in the cultivation world, a peak master in the late Jindan stage was sent, but Changqing rejected him again. Perhaps his refusal was too obvious, so the other party did not send anyone else. Of course, during this period, there were countless people who wanted to become his disciples, which made the Luota sect a little popular for a while. However, after he publicly stated that he had no intention of accepting disciples, it became quiet. There were people who tried to cause trouble, but they all came back empty-handed. This made him seem even more unfathomable and difficult to predict. Over time, even Danfang almost became a forbidden area, and few people dared to visit Luota sect. Therefore, Danfang has always been sparsely populated. The only disciple, Sanhua, likes to run around and is often away. Changqing often jokingly calls himself a left-behind elderly person. However, he is very famous outside. Various kinds of experiences were sold out, and almost everyone had a copy of the 3-year foundation building and 5-year pill forming experience. Many people in this world had studied his experiences, and some independent cultivators had even set up special research institutes, claiming to be his disciples. Changqing turned a blind eye to this.
It doesn't matter. That's their free choice. It has nothing to do with me.
He was not worried about someone impersonating him to do bad things, because he basically never went out and just lay in Danfang all day. He didn't have any feelings about the Luota sect. In the original plot, the original owner was sacrificed, which was very pitiful, but that was not a choice that the Luota sect could make. Facing the Jinling sect's Jindan cultivator, the original owner was bound to die, so he didn't hold a grudge against Wang Tuotu for this. After all, he was just a foundation-building cultivator at that time and couldn't protect anyone at all. However, it is impossible to expect him to make much contribution to the sect.
Although Danfang is still in Luota sect, he has actually been in an independent state for a long time.
He basically does not participate in the affairs of the sect, and has never contributed a cent of the spirit stones he earned. Of course, as the most accomplished cultivator in the sect, no one dared to disturb him at will. As long as he did not declare his separation from the Luota sect, it would be the greatest blessing to the Luota sect. After all, at least he was still the ancestor of the Luota sect in name. He could even take full control of the sect and act tyrannically, but he was too lazy to do such troublesome things. Lying down is the most fragrant. On the other hand, Su Qianyao's life was not so good. Her spiritual root problem had not been solved for a long time. 20 years had passed, and she had only reached the 7th level of qi refining. Although she was quite popular in the outer sect and had many suitors, those were also disciples with 4 or 5 spiritual roots. Their cultivation was even lower than hers, they were not well off, and their lives were still difficult. Senior brother Wan, who was only good at talking, had already passed away. That guy was just bragging and actually had nothing to do with Peak Master Wan. Once, he was even caught by the people of Jianfeng, who reported it to Peak Master Wan, and then he was severely punished. Bah! It's just a chance to get a ding yen pill. In fact, he is already in his 70s or 80s. When Su Qianyao thought of senior brother Wan, she felt nauseous. Not much better than that cloud warehouse. But Yunsong is really annoying. She touched her face and became distressed. She just took one of his beauty pills. How important is her appearance as a female cultivator? He actually forced her to be his Taoist partner based on this. It's totally unreasonable. At this time, Yunsong's voice was heard again outside. Qianyao. Qianyao. Su Qianyao felt a chill. Ever since she received the expensive Ding Yen pill, Yunsong changed the way he addressed her from junior sister Su to the intimate Qianyao. Damn it, he's already over 80, and he still calls himself a teenager. 80 years old, in the early stages of foundation building, how can that be irrelevant to being a teenager? Su Qianyao looked at her still young face in the bronze mirror again, muttered, and stood up. She is really a girl. Uncle Yun, what do you want from Qianyao? When she walked out of the door, she saw Yunsong standing there like a stake. She immediately called him Uncle Master. This was the rule in the world of cultivation. If there was a 1-level difference in cultivation level, fellow disciples would call him Uncle Master. When he heard the word Uncle Master, Yunsong's mouth twitched and his eyes became a little gloomy. He has had a hard life these years. Although he is a manager, the work in the mine is not easy and he also has to worry about robbery, so he looks older. Moreover, most of his earnings over the years were donated to Su Qianyao, and his own cultivation level was not improved. Now that he finally got the chance to return to the sect, he was determined to resolve the issue of his Taoist partner, but the uncle's words stabbed him in the heart. Although this is the rule in the world of immortal cultivation, everyone used to call him Brother Yunsong. It has to be said that he felt his patience was almost exhausted. He's just an outer sect disciple, so what's so arrogant about him? And he only reached the 7th level of qi refining with the help of his own resources. With this level of cultivation, isn't an outer sect disciple anything? Thinking of this, his eyes darkened again. Qianyao, I've already applied to return to the sect and won't be going to the mines anymore. I came here this time to hear from you in person what you think about us becoming Taoist couples. Yunsong's voice was a little low, and a faint aura of foundation building leaked out. It was obvious that his heart was not so calm. Su Qianyao was stunned. Was it so direct? However, what else could she think? Of course, she couldn't accept it. Uncle Yun, I'm still young. You were 14 when you entered the sect. 20 years have passed now, and you are 34. Yunsong frowned and reminded. Oh my god, you're bringing up something irrelevant. What's wrong with being 34? Doesn't 34 mean she's not a fairy anymore? Su Qianyao's face also turned ugly. Uncle Yun, you are over 80 years old. Come on, let's hurt each other. But I'm a foundation establishment cultivator with a lifespan of nearly 200 years, which means I'm still in the first half of my life. Yunsong quickly defended himself, and you're only in the qi refining stage, and your mortal lifespan is also in the first half of your life. Su Qianyao was so angry that she couldn't continue the conversation that day. However, she was still rational and didn't refuse directly. Anyway, I don't have any plans to find a Taoist partner for now, at least not until I've established my foundation. Yunsong's face became even uglier. It was still unclear whether she could even build a foundation with her talent. Was he going to let his 20 years of hard work go to waste? He wasn't a fool. He had understood a little over the years and laughed. Su Qianyao. He called her full name directly. Chapter 540, The Toolmaster Quit His Job. 16, meeting Su Qianyao's somewhat surprised gaze, Yunsong spoke calmly. If you don't want to be my Taoist partner, then why did you accept my things? I bought that Ding Yen pill with all my wealth. Well, if you return all the things you've taken from me over the years, I'll never bother you again. To be honest, these things combined are enough for me to buy a low-level furnace. Su Qianyao was stunned. What was he talking about? He was indeed ugly and a scumbag, and he still had the nerve to ask her for things? He had already used all these things, so how could he give them back? Besides, she didn't think she should give them back. Those were all given to her by him on his own initiative.
She didn't ask for anything.
She felt hurt by his ugly face, and those were not enough to make up for the mental damage. That's what she thought, and that's what she said. Yun-sung was so angry that his face changed drastically, and murderous intent rushed into his head in an instant.
What mental damage? This was simply an attack on appearance and an insult to personality. What? You still want to kill someone? This is a sect, you know the consequences. Su Qianyao was not afraid.
The sect had many rules, and it was absolutely not allowed for disciples to kill each other. If you're not convinced, you can go find the elders or the headmaster for justice.
I never asked you to give me anything. And don't you look in the mirror? Remember that bronze mirror I gave you? Take it out and look at it.
You're just a toad wanting to eat swan flesh, huh? Since the relationship had been broken off, Su Qianyao simply stopped pretending and launched a barrage of attacks, angering Yun-sung so much that he vomited blood and left. You wait. When he left behind these words, she is not afraid of just waiting.
She is very successful in the outer sect and has many fans.
She even knows a few inner sect disciples, some of whom are in the foundation building stage. She can't let Yun-sung bully her. Su Qianyao also returned to her room angrily, but what happened next was somewhat beyond her expectations. Yun-sung did not look for the elders or the sect leader, but stayed in the outer sect and became the manager of the spiritual medicine garden. The spiritual medicine garden is a leisurely job, and the manager is even more idle. He often appears in scenes where Su Qianyao and other disciples are together, and then shouts loudly, "Give me back my spirit stones."
Of course, there were also admirers who said they would pay it back for her, but after hearing the amount and his heartbreaking crying, they didn't dare to say anything big. Some people even looked at Su Qianyao with strange eyes. 20 years, and you took so many things from them?
This not only affected Su Qianyao's normal social life, but even her reputation was affected, which made her extremely annoyed.
That bastard, actually remembered every detail so clearly.
It turns out he had bad intentions from the beginning.
Back in the room, Su Qianyao smashed things in anger. What to do? She also talked to the elders, but it was useless. The elders did not harm their fellow disciples, and they were telling the truth, but being bullied like this?
She was so angry. The other party's cultivation level is higher than hers, even higher than most outer disciples, and he didn't take any action, so it's really difficult to deal with him, but it's impossible to make her surrender. After hesitating for several days, she finally reported it to the law enforcement hall, saying that Yun-sung had been harassing her for a long time, seriously affecting her normal practice in life. She also revealed all the things Yun-sung had said before, mixed with true and false, and the matter became a big deal. It just so happened that the elder of the law enforcement hall was a female cultivator. After listening to her tearful complaint, she was furious and immediately brought Yun-sung over with great fanfare, intending to set an example and hold a public trial. As a result, Yun-sung directly took out the list of gifts he had given and vowed that he gave the gifts with the purpose of becoming a Taoist partner, and if they were unwilling, they should return the gifts in full. The incident became a big deal and both of them were embarrassed. The law enforcement hall had no choice but to ask
Su Qianyao to return some of the things and ordered Yun-sung not to continue harassing her, but Su Qianyao had nothing to return.
She was a young chi-refining cultivator, and she had relied on fleecing others to get her cultivation resources. Now her reputation was a bit bad, and she had no other choice. So the two of them had no choice but to continue quarreling. The outer sect did not gain a new pair of Taoist companions, but instead gained a new pair of enemies. Changqing naturally also heard the system talk about this, but he just smiled.
It seems the heroine's charm isn't that invincible after all. However, this is easy to understand. Personal charm is not just about appearance.
Identity, status, cultivation, master, and even the quality of pursuers are all components of personal charm. In the original plot, Su Qianyao directly entered the inner sect and obtained the original owner's marrow cleansing pill to improve her qualifications. Her cultivation was also much higher than it is now. Even the suitors around her were inner sect geniuses, so she naturally attracted more attention. Now he is just an outer sect chi-refining disciple with 4 spiritual roots, so his charm is naturally insufficient. It is like an extremely beautiful mortal woman is just an ant in the eyes of a cultivator. They even feel that they are not of the same species, so how can they have any feelings for each other? Hey, let them hurt each other. I have to go save that little disciple. Changqing stood up. The time has almost come for the original owner to rescue Yixian. To be honest, none of the original owner's 3 disciples were normal. They looked down on the good-natured master, but at the same time they used the resources given by the master to practice. In the end, they all got into trouble and ran away, and the original owner paid with their lives. Oh, this is really troublesome. Today's disciples are still better. Just give them a secret manual of cultivation and leave them alone. They can completely let them go and their cultivation will improve rapidly. Well, it just loves to run around everywhere and you rarely see it. But that's just the nature of cats and there's nothing you can do about it. What? Ancestor, you want to lead the team to the Yunten secret realm? When Wang Tuatu heard Changqing's request, he almost thought he had misheard. Yes, I heard that the barrier of the Yuntan secret realm is special and only chi-refining disciples can enter.
Luota sect has many chi refining disciples, so it's a good opportunity to bring them there to train them.
He said it lightly, but sweat broke out on Wang Tuatu's forehead. The Yuntan secret realm is a good place. There are all kinds of rare spiritual medicines in it that are rare in the outside world. However, the secret realm has always been controlled by the Yuanying forces. Ordinary sects have no chance to go there. If they go there, it is equivalent to challenging the existing order, and they will only be targeted by a few Yuanying forces.
Ancestor, you haven't formed your infant yet. Isn't it too early for us to take your disciples to the Yuntan secret realm now? Although the Luota sect now has 3 Jindan, Wang Tuatu is not sure about challenging the Yuanying forces.
Not to mention the Jinling sect, there are 5 or 6 late-stage Jindan alone, and there are 20 or 30 other Jindan
people in total.
What's more, they also have a Yuanying ancestor in charge, who is said to have reached the late Yuanying stage. This is not something they can afford to offend. In response, Changqing just waved his hand. Don't worry, just choose the right disciples to participate. The ancestor had spoken, and Wang Tuatu had no choice but to agree. Chapter 541, The Toolmaster Quit His Job, 17. When setting out, Changqing knew that Wang Tuatu was still very worried about this trip, and none of the inner sect elites were selected because a large part of the disciples he chose were from outer sects, and he found Su Qianyao among them at a glance. TSK, he's really cautious. He didn't say much and took his men onto the flying boat. Of course, he also brought his only disciple Sanhua on this trip. Sanhua's cultivation level is now equivalent to that of a human cultivator at the peak of chi refining, but his true strength is probably not even comparable to that of a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Monsters have long lifespans and their cultivation progress is slower than that of humans, but they have a natural sense of combat and intuition. When it comes to a life and death struggle, they often burst out with unimaginable energy. Master, why are you asking me to go to a secret realm in the chi refining stage? That's bullying. Even after getting on the flying boat, Sanhua was still somewhat unhappy. Its strength has surpassed that of the chi refining stage, so it's boring to compete with those chi refining stage dungeons. TSK, aren't you in the chi refining stage? Changqing smiled. And you're not going there to collect spiritual herbs this time. I heard there's a resurrection pill in there. Go and see if you can find it. Changqing used telepathy to convey the second half of the sentence. Okay. Sanhua closed her eyes and looked as if she would do as you say. It didn't understand the function of the resurrection pill, but since its master asked for it, it went to look for it. Changqing. In fact, the Huanyang pill is indeed a very rare medicine for curing injuries. It is said that it can bring the dead back to life and prolong their lives. Of course, Changqing does not believe it, and he does not need this thing. However, there is a detail in the original plot. This elixir of life was obtained by the genius of Jinling sect who liked Su Qianyao. After he was seriously injured in the battle with Yi Xian, he did not take the elixir to recover, but allowed his father to vent his anger on Luota sect. After the original owner died, Su Qianyao was captured by her father and brought to Jinling sect. He took the elixir and quickly healed his injuries. He's also a black-hearted guy. Since you want to pretend that you don't have the elixir, then make it real. This is the main reason why he brought Sanhua here. After getting on the flying boat, Changqing went straight into the room that had been arranged in advance to rest. However, the disciples were all very excited. They had obviously heard of the name of Yuntan Secret Realm, and they were gathered on the deck and talking non-stop. Hey, the sect leader said that this time we are exploring the secret realm. Will it be dangerous? Those are all disciples of the nascent soul faction. Ha, we're all in the chi refining stage, what's there to be afraid of? Let's stay together and don't separate casually. We'll definitely be fine. But disciples from powerful factions have many magical weapons and talismans. I'm worried too. Hush, didn't the ancestor bring his disciples with him? That wild cat is very powerful. I don't know if it will help us. After the disciple finished speaking, he heard an unhappy cat's meow behind him and was so scared that he quickly covered his mouth. The other disciples were amused by his action, but when they met Sanhua's murderous eyes, they still lowered their heads guiltily. But the excitement at the moment could not be suppressed, and soon they moved to another place to discuss. The sect master said that the sect will not share any of the profits from this expedition. All the treasures you obtain will be yours, and you can also earn sect contribution points. I have to take this risk. I heard that there are spiritual herbs everywhere there, and just a few of them can be sold for thousands of spirit stones. If I can collect some, it may be enough resources for building my foundation. That's right, cultivating immortality is inherently against the will of heaven. If you don't dare to take risks, how can you achieve a breakthrough? Selling talismans, homemade diamond talismans, speed talismans, and powerful talismans, essential for secret realms. Some people even started selling things on the spot. Su Qianyao listened to everyone's discussion. She didn't say anything, but when someone was selling talismans, she went up and picked two. She was really driven crazy by Yunsong and the sect, so she signed up as soon as she heard the news, and wanted to hide as long as possible. As for whether the secret realm was safe, she hadn't really thought about it carefully. She thought she was pretty and at most she would just have to take less things. It might even be a chance to meet the geniuses of other sections. She felt that she really could not stay in the Luota sect any longer. The Yuntan secret realm is tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Luota sect. It is a famous spiritual medicine production base in this area. The four nascent soul forces have reached an agreement to open it once every 10 years, and the Qi refining disciples will enter it for training. These include the Jinling sect, Sungfeng Valley, the 100 Beasts sect, and the Vajra sect. These four sects are considered the top forces in this area, and all have nascent soul cultivators in charge. But in fact, these are nothing in this main continent, because above the nascent soul forces, there are also the God transformation forces. At this time, 3 teams of people were standing near a lake with white smoke floating in the air. Their clothes were different, but all of them were exquisite. The young disciples looked at each other warily, lowering their heads and whispering to each other. The relationship between the major sects is neither good nor bad, but after entering the secret realm, everyone has become an opponent. Mutual infighting has happened many times in the past, so the atmosphere at this moment is already a little tense. Damn it, those bald donkeys from the King Kong sect are always so slow, making us wait so long. The leader of the Jinling sect was a Confucian scholar dressed like a scholar, but he did not speak in an elegant manner. Hey, old monster who, you're still so impatient. You really don't deserve the title of jade-faced scholar. The leader of the Sungfeng Valley team nearby was a skinny old man wearing a wrinkled Taoist robe. He was sitting on a rock in a nonchalant manner, grinning. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Sansong, you don't know this. Old monster who was old, how can he still be called the jade-faced scholar? Now, the title of jade-faced scholar will probably be given to his son. The leader of the Beast Gate was a tall and thin man like a bamboo. He had his eyes closed until he heard several people talking. Then he opened his narrow eyes, revealing a pair of light green pupils, like the pupils of a snake. The few of them talked as if they were chatting on the street, but the young disciples did not dare to interrupt. Just the aura they emitted was enough to make people stay away. They are all Jindan cultivators, and all of them are in the late Jindan stage. When old monster who heard the other party talking about his son, he seemed very happy and waved his hand nonchalantly. Ha ha, it's just a nickname. If you can take it, go ahead. I don't care. The others all laughed. Everyone knows that Hu Leagui used to care the most about his reputation. Someone once said that he looked feminine and should not be called jade-faced scholar, but jade-faced fox. As a result, he chased and killed him for 3 days and 3 nights, and only gave up when he finally shot him dead. Now he is a guy who dotes on his son and is willing to give up the title. Old monster who, I heard that your son is quite talented and is quite famous in the Jinling sect. Come here this time too, and if you enter the secret realm, my disciple will not hold back. Taoist Sansong took out a chicken leg from somewhere and chewed it until his mouth was full of oil. Oh, I, Hu Yushu, don't need anyone to hold back. As soon as Taoist Sansong finished speaking, a cold snort was heard from the Jinling sect's team. It was obvious that this was the son of that old monster who. The young man took a few steps forward and stood still, gripping the hilt of the sword, his momentum not weak at all of the great perfection of Qi training. His skin was as white as jade, he was tall and slender, and he was handsome. When he appeared, he immediately caused a burst of exclamations. Countless female cultivators looked at him with some burning eyes, while the male disciples were a little jealous. Old monster who had no intention of stopping him. Instead, when he saw his son stand up, he twirled his beard and smiled, as if to say, this is what my son should do. Naturally, there are bound to be some problems in this situation. A dark-skinned, tall and strong young man soon stood out from the Sungfeng Valley team. Hu Yushu, others may be afraid of you, but I am not. Come on, how about a fight first? It was the disciple of Taoist Sansong, and at this moment he released his aura. He is actually also at the peak of Qi refining. The situation suddenly became tense, and the other young disciples didn't dare to say anything, because these two were second generations with good backgrounds. Ha, young man, why are you so angry? The secret realm is about to open, so you can have a good fight after entering. The tall and thin man who led the Beast Gate suddenly released his aura. The two young geniuses instantly felt the pressure like a mountain and began to retreat step by step. Jia Lao-san, you're bullying the weak, right? Two loud shouts were heard, and old monster Hu and Taoist Sansong attacked at the same time, and the aura of the Jindan powerhouse swept across. Boom, the huge crash made people's ears numb, and the powerful momentum on the field disappeared in an instant. Hee, I just saw that these two young people are the best among the young ones and wanted to give them some pointers. Xia Laosan's pupils flashed, and then he laughed dryly. It's only because my boy is in seclusion to build his foundation, otherwise, I'm afraid you two will gain very little from this secret realm. He was talking about his son Jia Wu. Oh, it's not that difficult to build a foundation. If it weren't for improving the quality of my foundation, I would have stopped suppressing my cultivation long ago. Obviously, no one from the other two families was convinced by what Jia Laosan said, and the disciples of Taoist Sansong even spoke directly. The geniuses of these sects are all competitors, and they often compete with each other. Everyone knows each other's strength, so no one is afraid of whom. Is it necessary to go into seclusion to build a foundation? Ha, it seems that Jia Wu's strength has declined. Hu Yushu also started to sneer. With the elders around, I feel at ease. Xia Laosan's expression changed slightly. He was about to say something, but suddenly shut up and looked up at the sky.
Chapter 542, The Toolmaster Quit His Job. 18. Are the people from the Diamond Sect finally here? This is going to be lively. The expressions of the others changed. Although the Vajra sect is a Buddhist sect, it is not easy to get along with. The Bodhisattva lowered his eyebrows and the Vajra glared.
Those monks are all belligerent guys. Not only are they powerful in combat, but they also have a strong desire to fight. They will glare at you at any time. A flying boat appeared in the sky, but the next moment it was suddenly nearby.
Hey, they're not from the Diamond Sect. Everyone's expressions immediately became complicated.
They saw dozens of disciples standing closely together on the flying boat, each with a very nervous look on their face.
They didn't look like a nascent soul-level force at all. It's the Luotis sect.
Some disciples of the Jinling sect were familiar with the Luotis sect's attire and recognized them quickly. Everyone was shocked.
Luotis sect? Was it that small sect with only 3 Jindan cultivators? What were they doing here? Wanting a piece of the action?
That was impossible. Xia Lao San had an even worse temper, and he immediately flew into the air when he heard this.
From the Luotis sect. You're going in the wrong direction.
The Yuntan secret realm is not accessible to you. The pressure from the late Jindan stage was released instantly, like the might of heaven, pressing directly towards the flying boat. Third Jia wants to use his power to overwhelm others.
Old monster who smiled elegantly.
This guy is still so anxious, but it's also for their own good.
It's not safe if the Jindan forces interfere with this secret realm.
Taoist Sangsong wiped his mouth and stood up, and the other disciples all stared with wide eyes, motionlessly looking at the flying boat in front of them. They did not face the pressure directly, but at this moment they already felt a little short of breath. It is conceivable what kind of pressure the people on the flying boat will face. At this time, the expressions of the disciples on the Luotis sect's flying boat had changed from nervousness to horror. Although they knew that entering the secret realm might not be easy, they never expected that they would have to face the pressure of the late Jindan stage before entering the secret realm.
Ancestor, someone shouted immediately, snort.
Suddenly, a cold snort was heard from the flying boat. The overwhelming pressure disappeared in an instant. Xia Laosan's expression changed drastically. He quickly took a step back, stretched out his hands, and emerald green runes flashed. A giant snake hundreds of meters long appeared under his feet. Hiss hiss hiss, the snake's tongue moved in and out, making a strange and terrifying sound. This is the Green Water King snake. A young disciple screamed in surprise. However, Old Monster Hu and Taoist Sangsong had serious expressions on their faces. They had high cultivation levels and naturally knew that if someone could force the third brother Jia to summon the Green Water King snake, then the opponent must be in the late Jindan stage, and judging from the exchange just now, I'm afraid his strength is even greater than that. In midair, Xia Laosan was even more shocked. He took a defensive posture and then calmed down. Fellow Daoist Changqing, the Yuntan secret realm is jointly managed by the 4 major Yuanying forces. It may not be that easy for the Luotis sect to intervene. This statement seemed a little lacking in confidence, as he directly brought out the 4 major sects as his backing. He did feel a little guilty, because he had just clearly heard the disciples of Luotis sect calling him ancestor, and the only person in Luotis sect who had ever been called ancestor was Changqing Jinren. Who was Changqing Jinren?
Even the nascent soul cultivators had heard of this name.
His insights were widely known in the cultivation world, and many major sects had even conducted special research on him. When the people on the ground heard him call fellow Daoist Changqing, their expressions changed. Is this really the Changqing Jinren who has never left the Danfang of Luotis sect? Everyone knows that his experience has reached the late stage of Jindan, so is it possible that he has already reached the nascent soul stage? Old Monster Hu and Taoist Sangsong also quickly flew up, with a more serious look on their faces.
Fellow Daoist Changqing, please show yourself.
The 2 men saluted respectfully. On the flying boat of Luotis sect, the disciples finally came back to their senses from their daze. They had never seen so many Jindan powerhouses at one time, and they felt uneasy in their hearts. However, when they saw that they were all respectful to their ancestor, they felt somewhat proud. As expected, it is the ancestor who leads the team. It makes things much easier. Suddenly, everyone's eyes blurred. A figure appeared out of thin air above the flying boat. He was wearing a long robe with his hair tied up, without any decoration. His face was quite wrinkled, but his divine light shone brightly, and it was obvious that he had a high level of cultivation. It is evergreen. The expressions of the 3 people opposite immediately became tense. They were all cultivators in the late Jindan stage, but at this moment they could not see through the cultivation level of the other party at all.
What objections do you have to the Luotis sect participating in the Yuntan secret realm?
He spoke calmly, as if chatting on the street, but the pressure was so subtle that it was hard to ignore.
Fellow Daoist Changqing, the secret realm is a rule jointly established by the 4 major nascent soul forces. If the Luotis sect wants to join, I'm afraid they will have to report to the sect before a decision can be made. That means it will at least have to wait until the next round to open. Old Monster Hu took a step forward and said with a faint smile. Changqing looked at him sideways. This guy went to Luotis sect just for his son and forced the original owner's Jindan cultivator to death. He looks like a human, but his cultivation level is not that great. He secretly complained.
Yes, if fellow Daoist Changqing has already broken through to the nascent soul stage, then we can naturally share the secret realm, but the procedures must be followed. Taoist Sangsong also stepped forward and spoke. Changqing frowned.
It's very simple. The Jinling sect just needs to withdraw.
As soon as he finished speaking, without seeing any movement, the old monster who in midair fell straight to the ground without a sound. Boom, the body fell directly to the ground, splashing sand and gravel. This sudden change happened so quickly that the disciples on the ground didn't react and had no time to catch it.
Father!
Hu Yushu rushed forward, but saw that his father's eyes were closed and his face was golden and purple. He had actually died long ago, death in the late Jindan stage. Yui suddenly looked up at the sky, his eyes burning with hatred. Xia Lao San and Taoist Sangsong were also horrified. The golden elixir was destroyed in one move. It was probably that he had already reached the nascent soul stage. Seeing Changqing looking at them, a sense of fear inexplicably rose in their hearts.
Senior, the Luota sect can naturally participate. How could they dare to say no at this time?
They just felt their legs trembling. The disciples of various sects on earth were also stunned by this sudden change. They had naturally heard of the name of Changqing Jinren, but they did not expect that his murderous aura was so strong that he could destroy a Jindan powerhouse from the nascent soul force as soon as they met. I'm afraid this will lead to a mortal feud. Even the disciples of Luota sect on the flying boat were trembling with fear. This ancestor is too cruel. The Jinling sect is considered a subordinate sect of the Luota sect. This time, it may be difficult to end the situation. Su Qianya's face turned pale. She was thinking about getting to know the geniuses from other sections. I'm afraid it's over now. Who would dare to make friends with the Luota sect? Chapter 543, The Toolmaster Quit His Job. 19, Miao Sanhua also jumped out. Master, the disciples of the Jinling sect really hate you.
Why don't you kill them all?
It reached out and licked its paw. Changqing, cats have an intuitive ability to sense hatred. It seems that it was because I killed old monster who that the disciples of the Jinling sect hated me. However, when he lowered his head to look over, the disciples all turned their eyes away. No one dared to look at him, even Hu Yushu quickly lowered his head.
Hu Yushu, do you want to avenge your father? Changqing asked coldly, yet he didn't mind finding a reason to kill one more person.
Anyway, the father and son were not good people. As a result, Hu Yushu's reaction was somewhat unexpected. He fell to his knees with a thud.
Senior, my father has offended your majesty, and he deserves it.
I dare not harbor any hatred. I only ask that you allow me to bring my father back to the sect for burial, as a token of my filial piety. This made Changqing feel a little uncomfortable. Go away, take the disciples of the Jinling sect with you. As soon as he finished speaking, all the disciples of Jinling sect ran away immediately. Only the people from Tsungfing Valley and Beishamen Gate remained there.
Taoist Sangsong and Jia Laosan looked at each other and saw hesitation in each other's eyes.
It was really a problem whether to leave or stay. The other party was obviously not easy to deal with, and he had a falling out with the Jinling sect as soon as he arrived. Once the soul lamp of a Jindan cultivator goes out, the Yuanying ancestor will naturally know about it, and there will probably be a big trouble next. Changqing didn't know what they were thinking, and he didn't bother to care. With a wave of his robe sleeve, he brought the flying boat to the ground. To Senior, this secret realm requires 4 golden cores to open. Just wait until the 10,000 Buddha's gate arrives, and then you can enter. Taoist Sangsong thought about it again and again but was still unwilling to give up this opportunity to enter the secret realm. He took a step forward with a flattering smile. That's how the world is. Cultivation is respected, and in the eyes of high-level cultivators, low-level cultivators are like ants.
If they make someone unhappy, they will be killed.
Of course, if they are people from the sect, they cannot be killed casually, because beating the younger ones may cause the older ones to come, and this will continue for generations. Changqing Wei and others. He waved his hand and said, no problem. The next moment, his figure suddenly flashed and approached the place where the seal was. He tore it with his hands, and the seal that required 4 people in the late Jindan stage to open disappeared instantly, and a space channel appeared in front of everyone. Sure enough, the baby has been formed. Taoist Sangsong and Jia Laosan were both shocked. Fortunately, they didn't act rashly just now, otherwise they would have followed in the footsteps of that old monster who.
Come in.
Changqing glanced at the disciples behind him. The disciples of Luota sect who were still in a daze finally reacted. Without time to think, they quickly slipped into the secret realm. Senior, Taoist Sangsong looked at the open secret passage and swallowed. This is an opportunity that only comes once every 10 years, and he really can't bear to miss it.
Everyone, go in.
Changqing waved his hand. In the plot, these 2 sects had nothing to do with the original owner, and he was too lazy to care about them. The 2 were instantly overjoyed, and shouted loudly, and their disciples stepped into the passage one after another. Remember, if you meet a senior's disciple, stay away from him. Taoist Sangsong gave orders in a pretentious manner. Changqing noticed the flash of light in his eyes. He looked up at the sky, where he could feel the breath of a nascent soul expert approaching. On the other side, the disciples of the Luota sect who had entered the secret realm finally landed on the ground, but the scenery before them made them take a deep breath. The boundless forest stands tall, bringing a huge sense of oppression. The towering trees seem to block the sunlight, and the forest looks dark. Hey, the spiritual energy here is much richer than outside. Someone took a deep breath and exclaimed, if I practice here for a year or 2, I'm afraid my progress will be several times faster than outside. It will take another year or so.
We only have 7 days at most.
The key is to go into the forest and collect spiritual herbs. The sect master said that all the spiritual herbs belong to me. I must take this opportunity to get more, otherwise I will run out of resources for foundation building. The other person's reminder was very realistic, and everyone nodded repeatedly.
Hey, Brother Sanhua, aren't you coming with us? Someone saw Sanhua walking straight towards the forest and quickly asked about it.
Sanhua was the ancestor's disciple and had strong fighting ability, so it would be safer to have it around.
I'm your senior sister.
Sanhua replied unhappily and walked away without looking back, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. Call. At this time, the space fluctuated again, and figures flashed, and disciples from Xangfeng Valley and Baisho sect also came in.
Hee, Luwata sect, I think you should worry more about yourselves.
Your ancestor offended the Jinling sect, and the other party's Yuanying ancestor is probably here by now. The one who spoke was the peak chi refining master from Xangfeng Valley. Everyone in the Luwata sect looked unhappy. Yes, the ancestor directly killed Jinlingzong's Jindan, which was a mortal feud. Those disciples will definitely inform our sect after they leave. I guess the fighting has probably already started outside. The ancestor of the Jinling sect is a veteran Yuanying powerhouse.
Can the Changqing ancestor be his match? Humph, it's here. Our ancestor's cultivation is unfathomable.
Since he dares to take action, he must be sure of it. Naturally, there were some stubborn disciples who couldn't help but retort at this time.
You are just a Jindan faction. Do you know the strength of the ancestors of the 4 Yuanying factions?
That is beyond your imagination. I'm afraid that if some of them leave, the sect will be gone. After saying this, the disciples of the two sects burst into laughter. Udash, a disciple of the Luwata sect, was so angry that he was about to stand up but was stopped by someone. When he looked up, it turned out to be Chao Weya, who was at the peak of chi refining. At this moment, he frowned, looking worried.
They are right. Patriarch Changqing's experience only reached the late Jindan stage. Now he is at most in the early Yuanying stage.
I am afraid that he is in great danger.
He let out a long sigh. How can you boost others' morale and destroy your own prestige?
The disciple who was pulled was a hot-tempered person. He immediately got angry, slapped his hand away and stood aside, but most of the disciples of Luwata sect were silent. In the eyes of many people, what Chao Weya said is not unreasonable. The strength of the ancestor of the old nascent soul force is likely to be in the middle and late stages of the nascent soul.
That power is probably earth-shattering. Although the ancestor is powerful, if he faces a middle and late stage nascent soul, the consequences will probably be bad.
Chapter 544, The Toolmaster Quit His Job. 20. The performance of the Luwata sect made the two opposing sects even more arrogant, and the leading disciple of the Baisho sect even smiled sinisterly. I think you should hand over all the spiritual herbs you have collected to us. Then we may be able to ask our master to speak a few words for you and save your lives.
Yes, the Luwata sect is about to disappear. Even if you get the elixir, it will be useless. Just be a lone man in the future. Only as long as you are alive can you have a chance.
As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples of the two sects burst into laughter again. The Luwata sect disciples' faces turned pale, their hearts in turmoil. What should they do? In the silence, the hot-tempered disciple from earlier was the first to stand up.
The Luwata sect will never surrender. Gathering spiritual herbs for you? Impossible. He glanced at everyone. We must unite.
Those who are unwilling should stand behind me and work together. There was silence.
Zhaoda, what kind of hero are you playing? Are you dragging everyone down with you even if you're going to die?
Chao Weya stepped forward again.
I'm willing to accept the proposal.
He looked around and said loudly, Your life is your own, everything else is empty. Those who are willing to accept the proposal stand behind me.
Chao Weya,
you are betraying the sect.
Do you believe that you will be punished according to the sect rules when you return?
Zhao De cursed loudly. The sect is about to disappear. What are the sect rules? The two quarreled fiercely, and the disciples split into two factions. Su Qianyao hesitated for a while and stood behind Zhao De. Somehow, she always had a hunch that the strength of the Changqing patriarch was probably very strong, and the Jinling sect patriarch might not be able to defeat him. The disciples of the two opposing sects watched as the disciples of the Luwata sect split into two factions as if they were laughing at a joke. Obviously, the surrender faction made up the majority, while the persistence faction had only 6 people. What's the point? If they get killed after going out, the spiritual herbs they collected will have to belong to others. They laughed in their hearts and took their men away into the deep forest. The people of Luwata sect had already split up at this point, so they naturally walked separately, entering the deep forest from two directions. Time passed quickly, but both the disciples of Luwata sect and the disciples of the other two sects discovered a strange situation, that is, there is not much harvest in the forest, or even very little, as if all the elixirs along the way have been picked up in advance. Moreover, The monsters guarding the elixir had red eyes and attacked the invaders frantically when they saw them, as if they were holding back a lot of anger that they couldn't vent.
Damn, what's going on?
It wasn't this troublesome the last time I came here. After the people from Blue Wind Valley finished off a hellhound, they gathered together to rest, and some couldn't help but complain they are originally a nascent soul force, and they enter the secret realm with the old leading the new. Several disciples have been there before, which makes people even more confused. Although it was troublesome before, it was not as troublesome as this, and the gains were much better. What elixirs have you collected? Asked the leading monk.
Xingling grass. Dayuan Ko. Rainbow grass.
Everyone reported their findings one by one, and the leading cultivators' frown deepened as they listened. What the hell was all this?
All low-level spiritual herbs? How could he report back like that? What's the point of this? They're all low-level stuff, not enough to complete the sect's mission. Someone couldn't help but curse. Brother Han, do you think someone has already done this? Why do I feel like I'm just repeating what they said?
Some people raised doubts, everyone fell into deep thought. The only ones who had come in before them were the disciples of the Luota sect, but weren't they all at the door? They couldn't remember how many people from the Luota sect had come, but they should all be there together. No.
Someone seemed to have thought of something. That wild cat.
The one that said it wanted to kill all the people of the Golden Spirit sect.
It seems it has come in too. Ha! Everyone was stunned for a moment. It seems to be true.
The wild cat was very fast and flew in as soon as the passage opened.
They couldn't see it clearly. So, could it really be that guy? The more people think about it, the more likely it seems. Damn it, it's taken them all away. How are we going to report to the authorities? One disciple was so angry that he kicked the stone at his feet away. The Luota sect is about to be destroyed. What's there to be afraid of? The worst that can happen is we can just rob it at the gate.
Someone gritted his teeth, looking angry, but no matter what, the exploration must continue and everyone continues to move forward. On the other side, the people in the Beast Gate came to a similar conclusion and they also decided to rob at the door. However, they were even lazier and simply didn't bother searching themselves, so they retreated directly and guarded the exit. The two teams from Luata's sect were searching for spiritual medicines honestly. Of course, what they collected were some low-level spiritual medicines, but they had little experience, so these were great treasures to them. They were all very happy and said that the trip was worthwhile. Hey, it would be great if we could take all this ourselves. The clan leader said that all the income from pioneering will belong to us. The team that was planning to hand over the elixir to others couldn't help but sigh. I'm going to give it to someone else anyway, so why bother with all that effort? I can just get some anyway. Someone was a little smart and made a suggestion. It can't be too little. What if they get upset and start fighting? They quickly reached a consensus that it would be enough to just do it in a formality, not too much, not too little, and not to tire themselves out. The team of 6 people led by Zhaoda are the most diligent. This is a really good place. Spiritual herbs are everywhere, and the danger level is not too high. No wonder the Yuanying faction is keeping it under control and not allowing other factions to participate. Some people couldn't help but sigh. So we have to seize the opportunity and pick all that we can. I saw this Qingling grass in the market last time. It can be sold for 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao De encouraged everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, a sound of gasps was heard in the team. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones? They worked so hard to complete the outer sect mission and only earned 100 or so spirit stones. How could this be possible? Pick. Although Su Qianyao looked down on everyone's impoverished lifestyle, there was nothing she could do as she herself was also very impoverished. Ever since Yunsong started targeting her every day, she had fewer followers outside and her resources were seriously insufficient, so she also picked a lot of herbs. Hey, I hope the ancestor can win. Then it will be considered a small fortune. Maybe I can even reach the foundation building stage. 7 days later, everyone gathered at the door. Only Zhaoda's team had their storage bags stuffed to the brim, while the other teams were somewhat passive and slacking off. You guys got those elixirs? Take them all out and put them on the ground. The disciples of Blue Wind Valley and the 100 Beast sect were ready to fight and looked at the people from the Luota sect. The team that had agreed to this in advance naturally cooperated. They took out their storage bags and emptied them all on the ground. The disciples of the two sects frowned when they saw this. In short, there wasn't much, and what was there was all rubbish. That's all you have? The monk who was the leader of the beasts had his brows twisted into knots. It would be useless even if they took all these things away. The disciples of Luota sect nodded one after another. Yes, our cultivation is low, and we lack magic weapons. We dare not go deep into the forest. We only collected these spiritual herbs on the outskirts. There's no way, I'll just have to make do with it. The two sects divided their storage bags equally, which was better than nothing. And you, take out your storage bags too. They turned their gaze again to the team led by Zhaoda. Why?
We didn't agree to collect herbs for you.
Zhao De's face changed, and he flipped his hand, revealing a pair of tiger thorns, which were his spiritual weapons.
Ha, you'll be dead if you walk out. I'm too lazy to pick things off the corpse, so just hand it over. Maybe when you die, we can show mercy and cremate you. This is simply murderous and heartbreaking. Zhao De and the others' expressions changed drastically, and even Su Qianyao couldn't hold back her expression. Chapter 545, The Toolmaster Quit His Job, 21, If you force them like this, aren't you afraid that the ancestor will cause trouble for you outside? Su Qianyao couldn't help but take a step forward and spoke loudly, ha 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 ha.
Her words only elicited a burst of laughter.
How naive. Even if Chang Changjinwen has achieved nascent soul formation, so what? Can he still defeat a veteran nascent soul cultivator? He must be dead by now. Hand over your things obediently. Perhaps you can still go out alive to see your ancestor's corpse. Otherwise, we will send you to see the ancestor here first.
There was a moment of silence as Zhao De's hands holding the weapon were trembling slightly among the 6 of them. He was the only one who had reached the peak of qi refining. The others were all low-level cultivators at the 7th and 8th levels. They were no match for the elite disciples of the 2 sections.
Brother Zhao, why don't you just give it to me?
Someone pulled his sleeve and whispered, what if, ancestor? The disciple didn't finish his words, but everyone understood what he meant. If the ancestor dies and I offend someone here, I will definitely die if I go out. There was a clanging sound. Dozens of people on the opposite side all had weapons in their hands, and it seemed like they were about to start fighting.
Zhao De was also a little undecided. He looked towards the forest in the distance, feeling sad. He was just one step away from building his foundation. He was the first to sign up to Pioneer in order to find resources for building his foundation. There were many spiritual herbs and abundant spiritual energy here. After 7 days, he felt that he was closer to building his foundation. Asking him to give up what he has got at this time is equivalent to giving up the opportunity to build a foundation. This is worse than killing him. What could I do? If a fight breaks out, I'll be dead instantly. There's no chance at all. Is this fate? He felt like a lone survivor on a boat at sea, struggling to gain a foothold, only to have a huge wave come down and wipe out all his efforts. No. There must be another way. Suddenly, a shadow flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he felt a turning point. Senior Sister Sanhua. Others also saw the shadow getting closer and closer. It was the ancestor's disciple Sanhua. What are you all doing at the door? Sanhua saw the dark crowd at the door from afar, and only when he got closer did he feel the solemn atmosphere, and his brows immediately frowned. Them Zhao De pointed at the opposite side and was about to complain, but the person on the other side burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I thought this wild cat died in the forest, but I didn't expect it to be alive. This is a good opportunity. Before he finished laughing, he felt a white shadow flash before his eyes, and then he felt a chill on his neck. The arrogant laughter immediately turned into a scream, and flew far away with the floating head. Bah, who are you calling a wildcat? Sanhua spat out a mouthful of blood, revealing its bloody fangs. It has a master, everyone. That man just now was the leader of all the beasts, a cultivator at the peak of qi refining. He was gone in one move? No, in fact, it wasn't even a move. He didn't even have time to react before he was gone. Everyone immediately froze in place. Zhao De and others were immediately overjoyed, and even Su Qianyao felt relieved, as her intuition was indeed correct. Senior Sister Sanhua is so mighty. Several people quickly started to praise him. The cultivators from the other 2 sects, including the Luota sect, who had handed over the elixirs, were all shocked by this sudden change and were completely speechless for a moment. The cultivator leading the group from Songfeng Valley was also trembling with fear. He was no more powerful than the fellow from Beishaman sect, so he definitely couldn't withstand that blow. The Jinling sect's ancestor is outside. You have to be reasonable. After holding it in for a long time, he uttered these words, which made everyone else want to laugh. Sanhua was a little confused. I'm a very reasonable person. I killed him because he scolded me. It makes perfect sense. Everyone, aren't you a wild cat? But no one dared to speak. The disciples of the other 2 sects didn't dare to make a sound at this time, for fear that their heads would be blown off accidentally. Just wait, we'll see how arrogant you can be after you get out. The situation suddenly reversed as Zhao De walked forward and was about to explain in detail when there was a loud bang and the space channel opened again. The secret time is over. The moment they stepped into the space channel, the disciples of the other 2 sects felt at ease. The fire of hatred in their eyes was finally ignited again, and they looked at Sanhua with unfriendly eyes. Let's go. Sanhua ignored them and stepped into the space passage. Seeing how calm it was, Zhao De and his companions felt much more at ease, and followed its steps into the passage. I hope the ancestor is okay, he sighed inwardly. After a dizzying moment, everyone finally arrived outside the secret realm. It was noon and the sunlight was very dazzling. Zhao De squinted his eyes before he could see the scene clearly. The next moment, he was completely stunned. The lake with white smoke was still there, but it was now littered with rocks. The lush green woods around it looked as if they had been plowed, and many flames were still burning, making crackling sounds. A deep chasm like a natural moat stretches for thousands of miles, from the entrance of the secret realm to the horizon, with almost no end in sight. This Everyone was shocked. Is this the scene of the Yuanying War?
Who won? The other two sect's disciples remained silent. Just looking at the scene, it was obvious that this was not an ordinary fight, and the outcome was hard to predict, Master. In the silence, Sanhua suddenly screamed and turned into a stream of light and rushed directly into the fire a little further ahead. Zhao De and the others felt nervous. Could it be that something happened to the ancestor? However, they did not dare to approach the fire casually. Judging from the color of the flame, it was not an ordinary flame. Hey, are you done with your secrets? I just roasted the pheasant, do you want some? Amidst the crackling sounds, a reassuring voice was heard, and Zhao De and others immediately felt relieved. The ancestor is fine. Call. 2 streaks of light flashed across the sky. They were Taoist Sangsong and Jie Laosan. They still had expressions of fear on their faces. When they saw their disciples coming out, they said nothing. They waved their robe sleeves and disappeared quickly with their disciples. Everyone from Luota sect? At this time, Changqing also walked out from the flames. He was wearing a clean blue shirt with no trace of fighting.
Sanhua was squatting on his shoulder, and he was gnawing on a chicken leg. Ancestor Changqing.
Everyone bowed quickly. At this time, the team of disciples who handed over the elixir in order to save their lives were the most panicked. They even lost their storage bags, but who would have thought that the ancestor was actually fine, and it seemed that they had won a great victory. It's over now. The ancestor is extremely powerful, and the Luota sect is likely to rise to become a nascent soul force. These people will probably be strangled immediately, especially when those people saw Zhao De stand up and loudly accuse them. They were so scared that their faces turned pale and their feet couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 546, The Toolmaster Quit His Job. 22, Ancestor, they betrayed the sect and deserve severe punishment. Zhao De spoke righteously. Changqing didn't care.
Who wouldn't want to survive?
Besides, it wasn't his business, he was just leading the team. He just glanced at the disciples lightly.
Let's go back to the sect. This matter is not under my jurisdiction. Go back and report it to the sect leader for processing.
The disciples finally breathed a sigh of relief. The group set out again, and the atmosphere on the way back was completely different from when they came. Zhao De and his group had a great harvest, their storage bags were full of elixirs, and their faces were glowing with excitement, while the other team had nothing in their hands. In addition to their performance in the secret realm, they were extremely worried. They were like bereaved parents, with their heads hung and not saying a word. Changqing didn't care about these things. After getting on the flying boat, he went straight into his room.
Master, you didn't tell me in advance about your battle with the nascent soul monster. I've never seen a battle between cultivators of this level. Sanhua followed and entered the room, and immediately started complaining. Changqing smiled. You little kitten, you're really curious. When you reach that level, you'll find out after fighting that old man yourself. Hey, I gave you my chicken leg to eat, so please stop looking so unhappy. Sanhua just tilted her head and ignored him, looking very arrogant. Well, Changqing was in a good mood and felt it necessary to coax this little disciple. He turned over the space and took out all the cat food and cat strips that he brought from some world. Hey, these are all for you. As a result, Sanhua became even more disgusted. Who eats that stuff? It's obvious that it has low meat content. I only eat monster meat, okay? Changqing. Wrong decision, this is not an ordinary cat. He then took out cat toys, feathered dusters, and other things, but naturally he only got more cold stares. In the end, Sanhua simply ignored him and lay down with his eyes closed to rest. Forget it, Changqing started meditating himself anyway. This flying boat uses spirit stones and has disciples controlling the direction, so he is not too worried. However, things were so unexpected. In the middle of the night, he was suddenly awakened by the noise outside. A disciple came to report that they had encountered a tide of beasts on the road, and Su Qianyao jumped off the flying boat to rescue people. Wow. This might be Yi Xian's turn. Changqing immediately stood up and walked onto the deck. Below was an endless grassland, and the breeze rustled the grass in the moonlight. Countless monsters were chasing a young man across the grassland. That young man was Yi Xian. Well, at this time Yi Xian was lying on a leaf-shaped flying magic weapon and flying at low altitude. The speed was not fast, but not slow either. The monsters behind him were obviously not at the foundation building level yet. They were running after the magic weapon and could not fly. They were obviously waiting for the spirit stones on the magic weapon to run out and then fall to the ground. This Yi Xian is indeed poisoned. Changqing saw the problem at a glance. Yi Xian on the magic weapon was already in a semi-comatose state. If no one took action, he would be in great danger. But Su Qianyao's strength may not be enough. She was only at the 7th level of qi refining, and she was using a colorful silk magic weapon that was given to her by an unknown disciple. She could fly, but she was probably not strong enough to fight against monsters. Tell me, Su Qianyao is not interested in Yi Xian's magic weapon, is she? Changqing frowned and asked the system that has been pretending to be dead for a long time. What kind of train of thought is this? The hero and heroine are destined to be together, but after thinking about it carefully, it felt that it was possible. After all, Su Qianyao was not an ordinary person. Below, Su Qianyao had already landed on the leaf magic weapon.
She activated her spiritual power, and the magic weapon became 2 times faster, temporarily leaving the monster behind her at a distance.
Young master, wake up. I am Su Qianyao from the Luotu sect, and I am here to save you.
Introduce yourself at the beginning. Yi Xian was already half-dazed at this moment. When he heard a woman's voice, he opened his eyes in a daze, and saw a beautiful but anxious face. They look alike, very similar. That he reached out and grabbed the other person's hand, and shouted at Su Qianyao's stunned expression.
Mother! Then he fell into a complete coma. Su Qianyao? What? She was a 30-year-old fairy, and she was actually being called mother?
She felt inexplicably unhappy, but the other party's attire and magic weapon clearly show a background. This might be a chance encounter, but the monster behind her was chasing her closely and she had no way to deal with it. After frowning for a while, she started calling for help. Ancestor, Changqing, this is waiting for him to take action. He wanted to ignore this love-brained couple who had turned the world of immortal cultivation upside down in the original plot, but after thinking about it, he felt that he should save them. He wanted to see what other troubles the two could come up with under the current plot line.
Sanhua, why don't you go?
He looked at his little disciple. Sanhua showed a helpless expression. Boom, the next moment, it actually jumped off the flying boat and crashed directly into the pile of monsters. Meow. Although its cry sounded a bit cute, it attacked without hesitation. It smashed a head with a slap and bit off a neck with a bite. The other monsters screamed and fled in panic.
Thank you, ancestor. Thank you, senior sister Sanhua.
Back on the flying boat, Su Qianyao saluted Changqing and Sanhua.
He's got poison in him.
It's going to take some effort to save him. Changqing just glanced at Yi Xian, who was lying on the deck with a blue face, and turned away. Su Qianyao was stunned. Didn't the ancestor remove the poison conveniently? However, she didn't dare to say much, so she had to help Yi Xian into her room. Changqing is too lazy to take action anyway. In the plot he only recognizes Su Qianyao as his savior, so why should he get involved? Just let her save him. As for how he will be rescued, that depends on his own luck. Su Qianyao really wanted to save him. The boy was handsome and his clothes were unusual, but she was not a doctor.
She could only give him some water.
As a result, he became even more dizzy and confused at night, and started talking nonsense. She was so frightened that she couldn't help but blame the old ancestor for being so unkind and merciless. The next morning, Yi Xian had not woken up yet.
The flying boat was already approaching the territory of Luotu sect.
Since outsiders were not allowed to enter the sect, Su Qianyao had to take Yi Xian to stay in a nearby town, but ordinary doctors could not treat this poison. There was no other way. Su Qianyao had to arrange for him to stay in a small rented courtyard and hire someone to take care of him. She went back to the sect to ask the doctor for help with the treatment. After spending a few days in the town and returning to the sect, she found that the atmosphere of the sect was very different from before. Even though the outer disciples were all beaming with excitement, some of her closest younger disciples gathered around her when they saw her. Senior Sister Su, I heard that the ancestor defeated the ancestor of the Jinling sect.
Is that true? What did you see at that time?
Oh, the Changqing patriarch is so powerful. I have 4 spiritual roots and have become a Yuaniing power.
Hey, what do you think? If our sect becomes a nascent soul force, will our salary increase significantly? In this way, will I also have a chance to build my foundation?
Su Qianyao suddenly realized, yes, the ancestors are all powerful, and the Luotu sect is about to soar to the sky. She suddenly felt a sense of crisis. If the sect's strength increases, wouldn't the talents of the next wave of disciples also be greatly improved? By then, would her 4 spiritual roots still have a place to stand? Hey, senior sister, you haven't replied to our question yet. When the young disciples saw her expression suddenly change and she turned and hurried away, they all looked puzzled. The senior sister used to be very enthusiastic. What happened today? Chapter 547, The Toolmaster Quit His Job. 23. Everyone in Luotu sect was indeed very excited. When Sect Master Wang heard the news that Changqing had killed a Jindan cultivator from the Jinling sect, he was scared to death. He packed up his belongings and quietly left the sect. However, before he could finish packing, people from the Jinling sect arrived. They were not here to ask for punishment, but to congratulate. They congratulated the Changqing patriarch on his profound strength and the Luotu sect on its upgrade to a nascent soul force, and also presented him with extremely generous gifts. Wang Tuotu was stunned. What was going on? Could it be that the ancestor had actually defeated the nascent soul ancestor of the Jinling sect? He repeatedly asked the messenger, but got no useful information. Within 2 days, people from Blue Wind Valley, 100 Beasts sect, and 10,000 Buddhas sect arrived, also expressing their congratulations and presenting valuable gifts. Later, he learned that the leader of the Wanfo sect had caused a scene at the gate of the Yuntan secret realm because they were late, but they were suppressed in minutes and became obedient. Especially after witnessing the battle between the ancestor and the nascent soul of the Jinling sect, they were frightened and fled immediately with a group of disciples. Heaven will not destroy my Luotu sect. Wang Tuotu locked himself in the secret room that he had packed up and emptied, crying bitterly. When Changqing brought people back to the sect, he led all the sect members to kneel down at the door. The scene was so grand that Changqing was stunned for a moment. Changqing has no sense of belonging to the sect. It's just that since he has come to this world, he needs a place to live, and he is too lazy to move. So, he just gave a few brief instructions and went straight back to Danfeng. However, Wang Tuo started a busier work. He first punished those disciples from the secret realm who were restless, but considering that they were needed, he did not expel them from the sect. As for those who were determined, such as Jiao, they would naturally be rewarded. So they all received considerable contribution points, and they could also directly exchange the spiritual medicines they received for the necessary supplies. This made the 5 or 6 of them suddenly rich and became the envy of everyone in the sect. Many people even took this opportunity to find a Taoist partner. Yun Song also met his former master again outside the sect gate after not seeing him for many years. However, because he was not very popular, he was arranged to kneel in the last row and could only feel the atmosphere from afar. He could hardly see the figure in front of him, but he could feel the terrifying and heart-pounding pressure. That was a true great monk, and he has been trapped in love since he left Danfeng. Not only has his mood plummeted, but his resources are far from sufficient, and his cultivation has not improved at all. Suddenly, he began to hate Su Qianyao. But if it weren't for that disaster, he would still be the ancestor's disciple, and his status in the sect might even be lower than that of the sect master. Why would he need to kneel so far away? Su Qianyao, you should compensate me. Yun Song gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Su Qianyao didn't know that Yun Song was targeting her again. She was more worried about her own cultivation and talent. After some inquiries, she collected contribution points and then exchanged all the spiritual herbs she had collected. Finally, she spent a lot of money to get a marrow cleansing pill from the sect. If she wants to change her fate, she has to start with marrow cleansing. The marrow cleansing pill is a relatively rare medicine, so it is often very expensive. But the most important thing is that the marrow cleansing process is extremely painful, and the probability of failure is also 70 to 80%. Moreover, after failure, it is very likely that the root bones will be completely destroyed, and the path to immortality will end there. This is also the reason why the marrow cleansing pill is not very popular. The third-grade marrow cleansing pill is not of high quality, but in theory it can cleanse 4 spiritual roots into 3. The higher the grade of the elixir, the lower the risk, the less pain one has to endure, and the greater the probability of being cleansed into a purer spiritual root. Unfortunately, high-grade elixirs are not something she, a chi-refining cultivator, can afford, even if she gains something in the secret realm. In the original plot, the original owner almost spent all his money to buy a second-grade marrow cleansing pill, and now, thanks to the greatly improved strength of the sect, some elixirs that were originally scarce have become more accessible. Although marrow cleansing is risky, Su Qianyao still wants to give it a try. The current situation is already difficult enough, and it is rare to have the resources to give it a try, so she doesn't want to give up. But what she didn't expect was that she would run into Yunsong as soon as she completed the exchange and walked out of the mission hall. TSK, Qianyao, don't hide when you see me. Brother Yunsong misses you so much. Yunsong grinned and suddenly jumped out like a ball, blocking her way. When Su Qianyao saw that ugly face, she immediately felt overwhelmed. When the hell would this end? She felt extremely upset and the smile on her face froze instantly. Uncle Yun. What on earth do you want to do? She took a step back, her face defensive of this action immediately angered Yunsong, and his playful smile disappeared. His face changed and turned into a vicious expression. Su Qianyao. If it weren't for you, I would still be the ancestor's disciple. You hurt me like this. Shouldn't you compensate me? Before, I couldn't do anything when you had nothing. But now, I've heard that you've made a rich harvest in the secret realm. It must be worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. Give me 50%, and we'll figure out the rest later. Listen, is this even human language? Su Qianyao was so angry that her mouth almost twisted. 50%. We'll calculate it later. How is this different from robbery? She couldn't help it on the spot and threw a palm grenade over. Boom, after a loud bang, Yunsong was unharmed. After all, he was a foundation-building cultivator, so naturally he would not be hurt by a small cultivator at the 7th level of chi refining, but his expression became even gloomier. This was the first time Su Qianyao attacked him. The loud noise also attracted other disciples. Yunsong didn't dare to go too far at this point. He glared at Su Qianyao fiercely, gritting his teeth. All right. Su Qianyao, you're very kind. I heard you rescued a pretty boy and settled him in the town, right? I'm going to kill that guy right now. He can't attack his fellow disciples, and he can't kill an outsider. Su Qianyao was stunned. As soon as she returned to the sect, she began to worry about her future and forgot about Yi Xian. Seeing Yunsong flying away, she finally realized what was happening and quickly ran down the mountain. This time, she no longer had the spirit stones to ask a doctor for help. Forget it, I'll go and take a look first. We are not related anyway, and I have done enough. She comforted herself. Chapter 548, The Toolmaster Quit His Job. 24. On the other side, in the small town at the foot of the mountain, the unconscious Yixian only felt a sharp pain on the top of his head. Murderous intent, the strong desire to survive finally made him open his eyes. What came into view was a strange man with a short stature and extremely ugly appearance. At this moment, he had a grim smile on his face and spiritual power was constantly flowing out of his hands. The grey jade pendant that had been hanging around his neck was emitting a soft white light, wrapping his entire body. Go to hell, you little gigolo who hooked up with Qianyao.
Yun Sung shouted loudly, and spiritual power in his hands burst out instantly. Bang! In the room, a white light suddenly became brighter, and with the sound of a huge explosion, a figure flew out and fell to the ground, coughing continuously. Yun Sung was extremely surprised. This pretty boy actually has such a high-end amulet. He must be from a prominent family. Yi Xian, who was in the ruins, was in an even worse situation. Although he was not injured because he was wrapped in the white light of the amulet, the bedboard under him was blown to pieces. At this moment, rubble and wood chips flew everywhere, burying him completely. Yun Sung. Just then, a loud shout came from the door, and Su Qianyao finally arrived. She was in a hurry and was a little out of breath. She heard a huge explosion in the distance, so she quickened her pace. This time, the woman hired to take care of the patient had already run away. Many residents in the surrounding area were frightened by the explosion, but no one dared to go out to check. When Yun Sung saw Su Qianyao arriving, he felt even more unhappy and sneered. "You're too late. I've already killed that pretty boy." I didn't expect that guy to have some skills." Su Qianyao's expression changed, her eyes swept across the ruined room, and she became hesitant. Is he really dead? If that was the case, her efforts would have been in vain, as she didn't even know the name. Seeing her hesitation, Yun Sung showed a smile that he thought was very charming. "Qianyao, actually I feel bad about you." He wanted to confess his feelings again, but at this moment he heard a cough from the ruins. "Are you awake?" Su Qianyao was inexplicably surprised. She waved her robe sleeves and her spiritual power swept over. The rubble and wood chips dissipated instantly, revealing the situation in the ruins. The frail young man covered his chest with his hands and was coughing with his face flushed red. "Thank you, ahem, thank you very much for saving me, fairy." Yi Xian heard the conversation outside and naturally knew that the woman in front of him was here to save him, and the man seemed to have some feelings for the woman. Su Qianyao's face turned slightly red. "That day I saw you being chased by a monster, and I happened to pass by. It was fate." Yun Sung felt jealous when he saw the two of them talking as if they were the only ones around. "Humph. You're lucky, kid." He moved and the scythe in his hand suddenly appeared. Seeing that he was about to attack again, Su Qianyao hurriedly stopped him. "Yun Sung." The tenderness in her eyes disappeared instantly. It was the ancestor who agreed to save this fellow Daoist, and senior sister Sanhua personally took action. "Do you want to go against the ancestor's wishes?" She felt that she was really smart, as she remembered this important information at the critical moment. Sure enough, Yun Sung stopped immediately when he heard this. Yi Xian was also a little confused. "Ancestor? Senior sister Sanhua? Could it be that the woman he saw in a daze that day was that senior sister?" He wanted to ask, but this was obviously not the right time. However, it was obvious that the reputation of the ancestor and senior sister Sanhua was very effective. He saw the ugly man named Yun Sung hesitate, snorted twice, and flew away. "Thank you very much, fairy." When Su Qianyao came over and helped him up, he thanked her again. So, Su Qianyao still brought Yi Xian into the Luota sect? After listening to the system's narration, Changqing was a little surprised. Su Qianyao was too brave. Hey, Yi Xian knows about his dual spiritual roots. Now that he's in a critical situation, he doesn't care about hiding it. He also learned that Luota sect has a nascent soul patriarch, so he's willing to join Luota sect. Su Qianyao has already brought him to see sect master Wang. He wants to take you as his disciple, right? The system showed a gloating expression. Changqing spat directly. He was dreaming. What level? Still want to be his disciple? What's the point of having dual spiritual roots? What's the point of having a demon seed? He has no interest in teaching disciples. This time, someone came to report that the leader wanted to see him. Here he comes. Wang Tuatu is here with some good seedlings. The system laughed without caring about its image, especially when it saw Changqing's face darken. It laughed even happier. Let them in. Changqing gave the order directly, and then he sent a message to Sanhua, who was somewhere unknown, asking it to come to the hall as well. After a while, Sanhua, with sleepy eyes, walked into the hall with small steps. "Master, I'm sleeping soundly, why are you calling me? I'm still in a bad mood when I wake up." Sect Master Wang brought a genius with dual spiritual roots, and wants him to be my disciple. Changqing took a sip of tea and said calmly. "What?" Sanhua jumped up immediately, and her voice almost broke into pieces. Kittens hate people competing for their affection the most. "I'm going to tear his face apart." It showed its sharp claws and bared its teeth. As soon as it finished speaking, two people approached from outside. The one in front had white hair and beard and looked energetic. It was Wang Tuatu. Behind him followed a boy about 14 or 15 years old. The boy had a sickly pale skin, but his peach blossom eyes were bright and lively. There was a slight red dot on his forehead, which made him look very extraordinary. "Greetings, ancestor." When they saw Changqing, they both bowed deeply. Sanhua was sitting at the table. She had been a little angry since the two entered the room. She kept staring at Yi Xian with murderous eyes that were as real as substance.
Even though Yi Xian had a low level of cultivation, he could still notice it. He looked up and saw a big black, white, and yellow cat looking at him with hatred. Why Yi Xian? Weird. No need to be so polite. In this situation, Changqing had no choice but to be polite. Wang Tuo then raised his head cautiously. Old ancestor, this young man Yi Xian has dual spiritual roots, and he said he has a strong connection with you. Having said this, he paused slightly and gave a look to Yi Xian behind him. Yi Xian naturally understood what he meant. Without hesitation, he took a step forward and knelt on the ground, kowtowed several times. I thank you for saving my life, old ancestor. If it weren't for you and senior sister Sanhua, I would have been killed by the monster a few days ago. I only ask you to give me a chance to serve you. As he said this, he kowtowed several times. Changqing burst out laughing. What the hell is this plotline? In the original plot, Yi Xian only recognized Su Qianyao as his savior, selectively ignoring the fact that the original owner also participated in saving him. How come now, he didn't even do anything, but he became the savior? Oh no, Sanhua did take action, killed those monsters, and then ate them all. Changqing had no intention of claiming to be his savior, so of course he had to tell the truth. I didn't save you. The one who really saved you was Su Qianyao. Well, Sanhua counts as well, since she was the one who killed the monster after all. He pointed to the 3 flowers next to him. Huh? So senior sister Sanhua is a calico cat? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. He thought it was a fairy like senior sister Su, but he didn't expect it to be a wild beast. Wait. This cat is actually the ancestor's disciple? His face darkened. Doesn't that mean he has to be a cat's apprentice? This is not what he wants. I couldn't help but struggle in my heart. Fortunately, Changqing's next words directly shattered his fantasy. I don't need anyone to serve me here, and I have no plans to accept any disciples for the time being. Ancestor. Sect leader Wang wanted to say a few more words, but seeing Changqing's unhappy expression, he quickly shut up. Yi Xian, however, was a young and inexperienced man who was not afraid of tigers. When he heard these words, he seemed to dislike what he said and was a little angry. He also considered himself a genius, and it was no problem for him to become a disciple of a nascent soul cultivator, but he was rejected, and the ancestor's disciple was just a cat? This made him unconvinced. His face flushed instantly and he stood up immediately. Ancestor. After all, having 2 spiritual roots is better than having a cat. He pointed at Sanhua and said loudly. Before Sanhua could react, Wang Tuo quickly grabbed Yi Xian's sleeve and tried to drag him out. Is this little guy crazy? Talking to the ancestor like this, as a result, Yi Xian struggled free. His eyes were red as he stared at Sanhua. I want to fight you. To prove that I am stronger than you. Ha? Sanhua yawned when she heard the word fight. This guy looked useless at first glance, and he still wanted to fight with it, but it didn't respond. Its figure flashed, and Yi Xian had no time to react. He was directly knocked out of the door, and fainted when he fell to the ground. Even Wang Tuo next to him widened his eyes. Isn't this Sanhua only a level 1 demon beast? That attack just now would probably be too much for even a foundation-building cultivator to withstand. The shock in his heart was beyond words. Is this the strength of the ancestor's disciple? Grandfather, I'm sorry for being rude. I'll take that kid and leave now. He really couldn't bear to give up such a good seedling, so he finally picked up Yi Xian, whose life or death was unknown, on the ground, and turned into a stream of light and disappeared. That guy is too weak, master. You can't accept such a weak disciple. After the 2 left, Sanhua came over and put eye drops on Changqing. What a scheming cat. Chapter 549, The Toolmaster Quit His Job. 25. Changqing didn't care. He had no intention of accepting disciples. How can he still follow the original owner's old path? He even found it funny when he thought about Yi Xian randomly claiming to be his savior. I'm afraid that in the original plot, he knew that the original owner was the main force to rescue him, but the original owner did not have Changqing's current cultivation and status, and he looked down on the master, so he simply didn't want to recognize him. This is what a sophisticated egoist is. Changqing sighed. It's like this in every world. When you have a high status and wealth, many people will not only recognize you as their savior, but also as their father. Moreover, they can be more filial than their own sons. It's simply amazing. Humans are indeed complicated, using all sorts of methods to build relationships. Well, cats are better. No matter how nice you are to them, they will ignore you. Changqing looked at Sanhua, who was staggering out, and smiled. A few days later, Changqing received news that Su Qianya's marrow cleansing failed and she vomited blood on the spot. She also reported Yunsong directly to the law enforcement hall. What's going on? He asked the system. No, Yunsong deliberately disrupted her marrow cleansing process. Changqing, did he do it on purpose or by accident? Who knows? The system spread its hands. Changqing. He decided to go to the law enforcement hall to take a look. He did it on purpose. As soon as Changqing arrived outside the law enforcement hall, he heard Su Qianyao shouting at the top of her lungs. It seemed that she was really mad. I was careless. Yunsong argued loudly. I won a red fruit at the auction and wanted to give it to Qianyao, but she wasn't there, so I got anxious and went to look for her. How could I have known? When Changqing walked in, he saw Yunsong's face full of guilt, and he even squeezed out 2 tears, which looked very funny.
Ancestor. When everyone noticed Changqing coming in, they all stood up and saluted. That's fine. You guys continue with the trial. I'll just watch the fun. Changqing waved his hand, sat down, and looked straight ahead. TSK, she looked a bit embarrassed. He saw that Su Qianyao's eyes were red, her breath was weak, and her expression was distorted with anger. Even her hair, which was usually combed meticulously, was disheveled. Well, I'm lucky enough that my spiritual roots don't seem to be damaged. However, I'm afraid I'll be weak for a long time. Su Qian was really angry. When he saw Changqing, he fell to his knees. Grandmaster, Yunsong was also your disciple before. You have to take care of him. Changqing ignored her and expressed his attitude directly to everyone in the law enforcement hall. I only have one disciple, Sanhua. You can proceed with the trial as usual. I'm just passing through. Everyone, the trial continues. Unexpectedly, Yunsong was well prepared, and he actually got a jus fruit. He also met some disciples along the way and talked to them, so they could testify for him. Look, this really was an accident. I definitely didn't mean to interfere with Qianyao's marrow cleansing. Everyone knows that I have a deeper affection for Qianyao and have been pursuing her all these years. How could I possibly harm him? He even confessed his feelings on the spot, causing the situation to almost get out of control. Su Qianyao was so angry that her face turned pale. Before she could catch her breath, she spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. A chaotic war. Changqing finally opened his eyes. This guy is so shameless, there is really nothing he can do. This is the current state of Yunsong. But, you said that Yi Xian became a disciple of sect master Wang, right? I'm afraid there will be more excitement in the future. On the way back, he said this to the system. Really? The system's eyes lit up. Then I won't be running around anymore recently. I'll just stay in the sect and eat melons. Changqing. The subsequent development was similar to what Changqing expected. Yi Xian's strength improved rapidly, and he gradually played the role of a flower-guarding messenger. After he established his foundation, he provoked Yunsong in a secret realm and beat him up emotionally. This also led to the gradual intensification of the conflict between the two, and in the end they were almost mortal enemies. This is different from the original plot. In the original plot, the two were brothers and had a pretty good relationship. Of course, this was because Su Qianyao liked Hu Yushu from the Jinling sect at that time. After all, in the original plot, Luota sect was just a foundation-building sect, so it was reasonable for her to set her sights on the prodigy of Jinling sect. Nowadays, the status of Luota sect has greatly increased, even surpassing Jinling sect. Although Yi Xian did not become a disciple of the ancestor, he is also a disciple of the sect master. This status is much higher than in the original plot. Naturally, the two of them develop more smoothly. Yi Xian is a rebellious person. I'm afraid he has long been holding a grudge against Yunsong for harassing Su Qianyao. Changqing stroked the ring in his hand with a calm expression. In the original plot, Yi Xian was just a disciple of the Foundation Establishment sect, but he dared to kill Hu Yushu of the Golden Spirit sect. Now that his cultivation is stronger than Yunsong, he probably won't let him go. However, Changqing had no intention of intervening in advance. You are not his apprentice, so why bother about so many things? Speaking of his apprentice, he was not worried. Although Sanhua's training progress was not fast, his strength was ridiculously strong. Although he had just stepped into the second-level monster level, those in the late foundation building stage might not be his opponent, so he basically did not participate in sect competitions, because it was meaningless to bully the weak at the same level. Yi Xian occasionally wanted to challenge it desperately, but the result was that he was beaten like a dog and ran away every time. Master, it's a good thing you didn't accept Yi Xian as your disciple. He's too weak. He's no match for me now. Changqing. Do you have to say this to me every time you beat him up? Time passes slowly. Yi Xian's cultivation level improved steadily, and even with his help, Su Qianyao achieved foundation building. I have to say that the heroine is still somewhat lucky. However, this made Yunsong feel increasingly unbalanced, and he simply couldn't sleep every day. Countless late nights. He recalled the days at Danfang. If he hadn't met Su Qianyao, how could his life be like this? He was originally a disciple of the ancestor and was very successful, especially when he saw Su Qianyao and Yi Xian being so affectionate with each other. He felt even more itchy, as if a dagger was stabbing his heart. He felt that he was not far from going crazy. Why? You guys ruined my life, and you can still live your life like nothing happened. So he did another big thing. The competition among the 5 nascent soul factions. He revealed a shocking piece of news, that is, Yi Xian was actually of demonic blood. This caused Yi Xian, who had just defeated countless geniuses and was on the verge of winning the championship, to fall to the bottom all of a sudden. Even Su Qianyao and Luota sect were questioned. The righteous and the evil have been fighting for many years, and there are ways to identify the evil bloodline. Although the bloodline in Yi Xian's body has not been activated yet, the Luota sect has risen too quickly and is already hated by other forces, so it naturally cannot escape careful identification. As a result, it broke. In the demon-breaking formation, his bloodline was fully aroused, and he instantly turned from a righteous genius into a demonic spy awaiting trial. Wang Tuota felt sorry for his disciple, but this situation was not something he could decide. So, Changqing received his message for help. He simply chose to ignore it. It's none of his business. Isn't it nice to sleep in the Danfang Hall?
Why bother with those ghost things? In the original plot, Yi Xian's identity was revealed when he was fighting with Hu Yushu. He was discovered by a nearby demon elder and taken away directly. Now he is in the 5-sex competition, but there is no demon elder to kidnap him. The result was that Yi Xian was directly detained and imprisoned by several major sects, and even the Luota sect was investigated. After all, above the 5 nascent soul forces, there is also the God Transformation Force. In this regard, Changqing also chose to stand idly by. Chapter 550, The Toolmaster Quit His Job, 26, There is naturally no problem with the Luotu sect. They don't know Yi Xian's origins, and the demon blood in his body is also hidden quite deeply. It would be difficult to detect without targeted inspection. During this process, there were many people from other sects who wanted to stir up trouble. They said that Changqing refused to accept Yi Xian as a disciple because they had long seen through his background.
Changqing was too lazy to pay attention to them.
When the envoys came to investigate him, he simply chopped off a few heads, and then everything calmed down. What happened next was somewhat unexpected. Yi Xian was directly taken away by an old monster from the God Transformation Force, and there has been no news of him since then. It seems that some people are still interested in the Demon Lord's bloodline. Yin Song exposed the sect's affairs, which led to the Luota sect being targeted. Naturally, he knew that the Luota sect might not tolerate him, so he had made preparations long ago. After the exposure that day, he quietly escaped. The world is so big and there are countless independent cultivators. After all, he is at the foundation building stage, so there must be a small place where he can live. Su Qianya went through a rigorous investigation and finally found out that she really did not know Yi Xian's true identity. She returned to the sect, but she looked like a lost soul. Without her former spirit, she had no idea about the demons, but the look of helping Yi Xian's eyes when he was taken away was deeply imprinted in her mind. She wanted to save him, but was completely powerless. So she came up with an idea to contact his family, but she only had the grey jade pendant given by Yi Xian in her hand, and had no way to contact the demon clan, not to mention that the Luota sect was being watched by other sections. If she was not careful, she would be ruined. She was timid. Gradually, she accepted her fate and began to practice hard. She gained some opportunities, and Sect Master Wang seemed to pay more attention to her because of Yi Xian's matter, which really allowed her to break through to the Jindan stage. On the top of Leiji Mountain, amidst the overwhelming thunder and lightning, Su Qianya widened her eyes. Countless scenes flashed before her eyes, scenes she had never experienced before. In the picture, the old ancestor is her master, Yun Song is the eldest senior brother, and Yi Xian is the younger junior brother. They all live in Danfang. She sees Hu Yushu, whom she has only met once and who was her original choice of Taoist partner.
She also sees Yi Xian, the demon lord and the love of her life, inner demons?
She lowered her head and whispered,
Senior Sister Su. Junior Sister Su. Some disciples saw that she was in a trance and didn't know what was going on, and couldn't help but remind her loudly, but Su Qianyao, who was in the thunder tribulation, seemed unaware. A rumble, lightning rained down on her like dragons and snakes. The deafening sound brought her back to her senses from her daze, only to find that the grey jade pendant was now emitting white light, wrapping her whole body in it. She didn't have time to think about it. Boom, there was another loud noise, and the white light seemed to have exhausted its spiritual power and then dissipated. Even the jade pendant turned into powder in this huge noise. Su Qianyao's expression finally changed drastically. She waved her robe sleeves, and the multicolored silk danced instantly, and she soared into the sky. The hearts of the disciples watching were in a knot, and they stared at the figure on the top of the mountain without blinking. Wang Tuadu also stood in the crowd with a gloomy look in his eyes. If nothing had happened to his disciple, he would have probably already formed a pill by now. Alas, why is it the demon clan? He couldn't figure it out. The Luota sect has not had an easy time these past few years, with rumors of communication with demons circulating all the time. Those sects come to spy on it from time to time, but the ancestor doesn't care, which makes them even more arrogant. What could he do? The Luota sect was the sect he founded, and now that it had grown to such a powerful force, he absolutely could not give up. You can only play both sides and accumulate power in order to gain development opportunities. Fortunately, there have been many achievements over the years. There are now 9 Jindan cultivators. If Su Qianyao is included, the number may reach 10. This number is still far from the more than 30 Jindan cultivators in the Jinling sect, but if the guest elders who came to see the ancestor are included, it may not be much different. Looking at the figure in the thunder tribulation in the distance, he couldn't help but think of the scene of the girl practicing hard over the years. Because of Yi Xian, he took good care of Su Qianyao over the years, but he didn't expect that she could successfully cleanse her marrow and eventually form a pill. Maybe she still wants to rescue Yi Xian. What a silly girl. Yi Xian is not in the hands of the nascent soul forces. Although his soul tablet has not been destroyed yet, he has already become extremely weak. I am afraid his life is in danger. The power of the God of Transformation is not something that ordinary people can touch unless that unfathomable ancestor is willing to come forward. He still remembered the scene when the ancestor killed the nascent soul investigation messenger. He had almost no power to resist. He was afraid that his cultivation had already reached the level of God, but it had not been announced to the public. But now, the ancestor seems to have no interest in the sect, so how could he show up for these things? Even for him, the sect leader, it is extremely difficult to meet him. Danfeng has long been a forbidden area for the entire sect. The thunderstorm finally dissipated, and spiritual rain that nourished all things fell from the sky.
Everyone came forward to comprehend the Tao essence in this spiritual rain. Only Su Qianyao sat on the ground, with disheveled hair and a ghostly look on her face.
Junior sister Su, how are you? Wang Tuatu stepped forward and asked.
Now that they both had reached the golden core stage of cultivation, they could already call her junior sister.
I want to see Master. Su Qianyao raised her head, with bloodshot eyes. Master? Wang Tuatu was stunned.
His junior sister had not become a disciple of any peak master. Besides, most of those peak masters were at the golden core stage.
How could they be her master? See the ancestor.
Su Qianyao struggled to get up. Changqing was naturally not so easy to meet. Su Qianyao knelt at Danfeng for several days but did not receive any news, which even caused a heated discussion in Luota sect. There are so many people who want to see the ancestor. Most of the guest elders in the sect come for the ancestor, because the ancestor published his experience of breaking through the nascent soul stage a few years ago. Together with the previous 3 years of building the foundation and 5 years of forming the elixir, it has been regarded as a treasure book for becoming an immortal. It can be said that although the ancestor is no longer in charge of affairs, the Luota sect can still secretly fight against several other hostile sects, all thanks to the ancestor's residual prestige.
TSK, is Master Su so determined? Even if she succeeds in forming a pill, what difference is there between her and an ant in the eyes of the ancestor?
The ancestor can kill Yuanying, his strength is unfathomable, and it is said that he has already become a god, so what is the point of forming a pill?
He doesn't even want to see the Yuanying when it comes.
I heard that even the ancestor's disciple, Uncle Sanhua, can fight against Yuanying.
How can ordinary people be worthy of meeting the ancestor?
Su Qianyao's ears were filled with the disciples' discussion, causing her body to shudder.
Master Sanhua? Was Master accepting new disciples because he was so disappointed with them?
She was full of thoughts and waited for a few more days but still no news, but an unexpected person came. Yinsong. When she saw the person coming, she immediately stood up, gritted her teeth, and the golden elixir aura burst out instantly. Boom, the two forces collided and were evenly matched.
How dare you come to Luota sect?
There was a flame of hatred in her eyes.
TSK, why wouldn't I dare to come? I'm a disciple of the Luota sect. The sect master hasn't announced that I'm expelled from the sect, right?
Besides, I reported Yi Xian, which was a great benefit to the righteous path.
I didn't do anything wrong. Yuntsong looked calm.
He had actually already formed a pill. It seemed that he had another opportunity outside. Su Qianyao was speechless. Yuntsong was indeed not expelled from the sect, but the sect leader had already sent people to secretly deal with him, but somehow he managed to escape. It was indeed as he said. His reporting of Yi Xian was a contribution to the righteous path. The sect leader could not openly protect his disciple and expel him from the sect. Seeing the change in Su Qianyao's expression, Yuntsong didn't say much, but just took a few steps forward and knelt down.
Don't mind me, I'm only here to pay my respects to Master. Su Qianyao's eyes immediately widened. Chapter 551, The Toolmaster Quit His Job, 27, You saw it too?
Su Qianyao asked in a trembling voice. Then, she saw Yinsong's face become heavy and he nodded slowly. In my previous life, when old monster who attacked, my master was still thinking about letting me escape before he died. That's when I realized how foolish I was.
Yunsong's voice became sad, but then became stern. It's you. It's all your fault.
You only care about yourselves and have harmed Danfeng and master.
He gritted his teeth. Su Qianyao's expression changed. She suddenly thought of the day in the Yuntan secret realm when the ancestor took action and directly killed the old monster who.
Could it be that the master had also seen the scenes from the previous life? Thinking of Yunsong's performance in the multi-sect competition that day, her face changed.
So, you've already seen those scenes, and that's why you're targeting junior brother Yi Xian? Yunsong gritted his teeth. The demons deserve to die. Su Qianyao was furious. Master didn't attack us.
Maybe he doesn't care about our status. She spoke hesitantly, her voice clearly lacking in confidence. As her memories of her past life came back to her, she naturally knew that in that memory, none of them looked down upon their master who was in the foundation establishment stage, and each of them wanted to seek better opportunities elsewhere, but she hadn't expected her master to be so powerful in this life.
Could it be that they were really holding her back?
It seemed like her master also had dual spiritual roots.
Could it be that?
She couldn't help but start to doubt it. In fact, the original owner's talent was indeed quite good, otherwise he would not have been able to reach the late stage of foundation building as an ordinary person. Yinsong was quite pleased to see Su Qianyao's expression change.
Now it's your retribution.
Yi Xian is the son of the demon lord, his blood must be very rare, guess why those old monsters took him away?
Ha.
As he spoke, he couldn't help laughing. Thinking that Yi Xian might be suffering, he became even happier. Su Qianyao's face turned pale with anger.
Master will save him, she nodded heavily, as if trying to convince herself, or will Changqing save him? Of course not. He even wanted to laugh. Let them go, I don't want to see them. He lay on the soft bed and turned over. On the other side, in a dim dungeon of some unknown sect, Yixian suddenly opened his eyes from a nightmare. The green light from the spirit stones on the wall flickered, making his skinny face look like a ghost. When you got closer, you could see that his hands and feet were pierced by long thin iron chains, and any struggle would cause them to flash like flames. There were countless small holes on his body, as if he had rolled naked on a sesame drying mat, which was creepy to look at. There were footsteps outside the door. Yixian immediately struggled. Hey, this kid is awake? Coincidentally, the ancestor said that he needed a bowl of blood for verification. Two people came in from outside the door, one tall and one short, wearing the sect's uniforms. Both of them had a strong aura and were actually cultivators in the late Foundation establishment stage. Ha ha, it's better to move. The more blood flows, the easier it will be to draw blood. When the tall monk saw Yixian struggling, he laughed happily instead. Alas, only the ancestor said that the blood of the demon lord is so rare that we have to study it. In my opinion, it is better to kill this evil thing. The short monk sighed, an impatient look on his face. Yixian suddenly jumped up and broke free from the talisman that sealed his mouth. I am the demon lord. My men will not let you go. His eyes were red, staring at the two people in front of him, struggling and roaring. Ha, is this guy crazy? The demon clan has been in chaos for so long, and there's still the demon lord. Even if the demon lord came here, he'd just be a blood-supplying beast. What's so arrogant? The two of them laughed out loud and didn't take his words to heart at all. My master is the ancestor of Luotu sect. He will save me. Veins bulged on Yixian's forehead. This? The two hesitated for a moment, then burst into laughter. This is crazy. This is crazy. Patriarch Changqing has long since stopped caring about worldly affairs. Besides, your master is just the head of the Luotu sect. Our ancestor took you away in front of him back then. Yixian's struggle suddenly stopped. He seemed to remember something and sat down on the ground dejectedly, allowing the two men to insert tubes into his body and collect a large bowl of blood. That's right, that's right. The tall monk was very satisfied with his performance and patted him on the shoulder when he left. Changqing originally thought that Yunsong and Su Qianyao could kneel for 10 days or half a month, but they all withdrew after 5 days. That's right. If you're not a sentimental person, why are you pretending? He didn't even bother to get up, however, since both of them have memories of their past lives. Yixian should have them too. The circumstances in the two lives are so different, and I don't know how he feels. Changqing didn't have the energy to explore anymore. Occasionally, the system would report the situation of a few people to him, but the frequency was gradually decreasing. After that day, Sect Master Wang did not continue to send people to hunt down Yun Song. After all, he had already reached the golden core stage, and ordinary people could not do anything to him. Moreover, as he said, Yun Song was still a disciple of the Luotu sect. Su Qianyao went down the mountain, saying that she was going to gain experience, but there has been no news of her for many years. Changqing heard from the system that she went to the demon clan, but the demon clan was in chaos, and no one was willing to help save a so-called demon lord bloodline from the Huashan sect. She even experienced danger and almost died there, and only escaped thanks to some luck. Yun Song continued to be a casual player, hoping to try his luck and break through to a higher level. However, it was clear that their luck was not so good. Later, the system stopped reporting the information of these people. After who knows how many years, Changqing suddenly remembered to ask a question. The system just said that he had died a long time ago. TSK, I'm really lucky to have survived until the end. Where's Yixian? Him? The system touched its head. He's not dead. I don't know what secret method the god transformation ancestor used to keep him alive. Changqing, well, it's really miserable. Afterwards, he no longer paid attention to the situation of several people. He lived in this world for a very long time. In the end, he didn't know what level of cultivation he had reached, but strangely, he didn't ascend. He had witnessed many scenes of the sect's divine transformation cultivators flying, but he was not envious. In the end, all 3 flowers ascended to heaven, but he was still the same. Leave this world. He said to the system, I'm afraid that if he doesn't leave on his own initiative, he will truly live forever in this world. Chapter 552, Self-Media Help? No thanks. 1, hello, this is Xiao Wang helping me. Are you Mr. Qin Changqing? The not-so-standard Mandarin coming from the phone made Changqing, who had just traveled through time, frown. No, you dialed the wrong number. He simply replied, hung up the phone, and blocked me at the same time. What kind of help is that? It's just adding to the trouble. The plot of this world is simple. The original owner, Qin Changqing, had been wandering around with his mother since he was a child. After he grew up, his mother fell seriously ill and died. He himself didn't read much and suffered a lot from childhood to adulthood. After his mother passed away, he learned how to repair cars from someone else. After saving some money, he opened a car repair shop.
It was not until he was 36 or 37 years old that he was able to buy a house in this small county town. At this time, one naturally thinks about getting married, having children, and completing the major events in life, but his conditions are really not good. He has no academic qualifications, no decent job, and he works all day repairing cars, which is dirty. He also has no parents to help him, so it is really difficult for him to find a partner. Older single women all look for domineering CEOs, and he definitely wouldn't be interested in someone like that. After going on many blind dates, he finally ended up dating Zhao Xiaoa, a divorced woman with 2 children. He is not young anymore and doesn't have many requirements for his first and second marriages, but the other party said that he was young during the first marriage and they didn't have a wedding and didn't ask for a betrothal gift, which was a big loss for him. Now that he has grown up, he wants to make up for the regret and everything else is necessary. This is really terrible. The betrothal gift is 200,000 yuan, and the wedding expenses are another 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. This is just the beggar's budget. If we really want to hold the wedding, it will probably be more than that. The original owner ran a car repair shop and only earned about 100,000 yuan a year. He saved a lot of money over the years, but his childhood experiences made him extremely hate debt, so after paying for the house in full, there was not much money left. He also has to consider practical difficulties such as his future life and his children's schooling. When she wanted to give up, the matchmaker started bragging again, saying that the girl was a college student and could earn more than 10,000 yuan a month by running her own clothing store. Asking for a dowry was just a formality and would be a family expense in the future. He also said that the woman's children were obedient and cute, and that there were many advantages to being a father directly. He also said that the children he raised since childhood had a good relationship with, and were no different from his own children. They even said that the original owner was so old and dirty all day long that no one would look down on her. What would she do when she got old? She couldn't repair cars forever. A man's money is for women to spend. The original owner was convinced in this way. I thought that if I earned money when I got old but had no heir, it would be a waste of time. I might as well get a wife and spend money. If I squeezed and borrowed, I could get the money together. But after getting married, he realized that he had been tricked by the matchmaker. What kind of college student is that? He's just a crappy junior college graduate. He's far less knowledgeable than himself. He opened a clothing store and it was a loss, not profitable at all. He closed the store directly after getting married. He even owed more than 100,000 yuan on his credit card, which was waiting for him to pay back. Not to mention the 2 children, they are completely naughty. The twin boys fight over mobile phones at home every day and are difficult to control. It's almost killing me. But at this moment, another thing happened. Before he got married, a program crew called Xiao Wang Banggang contacted him, saying they wanted to find his father who was far away in the United States. The original owner was confused, because he had never heard his mother say that his father was still alive. The program crew told him that his father went to the United States alone to fight for the happiness of them and their son, but ended up with bad luck and his business failed, so he had been wandering the streets. They also promised that as long as he agreed to film the show, the program crew would pay for his father's plane ticket to return home. The original owner was confused, but he was no longer a child, so he naturally knew some principles. This so-called father hadn't appeared in all these years, and his mother had never mentioned him. Was he really the kind of person who would fight for his family? Besides, wouldn't it be an added burden for him to suddenly show up after all these years of no contact? Who the hell wants to find a father to support him at this age? He simply refused to cooperate with the filming, but unexpectedly, after the marriage, the program crew kept in touch and even made a lot of videos and posted them online, which caused quite a bit of public opinion, and the filming appearance fee also increased from 20,000 to 50,000. This actually moved Zhao Xiaoyi. It must be said that she was quite smart. She had done live broadcasts selling clothes before and had some internet awareness. After knowing the popularity, she wanted to make a big move, so she persuaded the original owner to let her father take the child back, and to do it in a high-profile manner and cooperate with the program crew to take over the child. This way, she could earn appearance fees and also gain popularity. After all, he's your biological father. As a son, you should be filial. If nothing else, you should set a good example for your 2 children. Only then will they be filial to you in the future. Besides, your father has been in the United States for many years. If nothing else, his English must be very good. It should be no problem for him to find a job in China. He won't need you to support him. Zhao Xiaoyi tried her best to persuade the original owner to participate in the show, and even threatened to divorce her in the end. The original owner had no choice but to agree. Later, the original owner found out that Zhao Xiaoyi had been secretly recording videos, recording the process of persuading him, and posted them online to create the image of a filial woman and accumulate tens of thousands of fans. However, the original owner was hesitant about bringing his father back, and was scolded by many people for being unfilial. No matter what, he was the one who gave you life. Even though he was absent from your growth over the years, it was not his will. How can a person be unfilial?
What's the difference between him and an animal? On the day he took his father back, he found out that the so-called Xiao Wang Helps program group was not a regular TV station program group at all, but just a self-media that was trying to take advantage of the popularity. At the airport, the program crew made a big scene, with banners saying "Welcome home," countless cell phones taking photos, and they even dressed up the original owner's father to make him look presentable. The live broadcast. The original owner was extremely embarrassed and his whole body was stiff, which undoubtedly proved that he was an unfilial son and caused a lot of criticism online. However, Zhao Xiaoyi burst into tears on the spot, crying loudly. Her filial piety to the daughter-in-law was vividly portrayed on the paper, and she received a lot of praise from people. During the live broadcast, traffic reached a new high, and Xiao Wang's reputation for helping the program team to do good deeds with money also spread. The original owner was asked to do this and that like a puppet, and was made to cry bitterly after not seeing his father for decades. Then the whole family was interviewed. Finally, the whole process was edited into more than 10 episodes of video and posted online. The happy reunion of returning home after a long journey moved many netizens. Except for the original owner's poor performance, who was criticized, everyone else won unanimous praise. The program crew's enthusiasm, Zhao Xiaoyi's filial piety, and the original owner's father's shame and repentance have caused a great deal of heat online, and more than a dozen episodes titled Helping Go Home have been widely viewed. Chapter 553, Self-Media Help? No thanks, too, the excitement is over, but life goes on. The original owner's already difficult life became even worse after she brought her father back. Zhao Xiaoyi took advantage of the popularity to do 2 live broadcasts and even registered her father's household registration, but the original owner did not see a penny of the money she earned. After taking this so-called father home, he found out that he had been suffering from a number of illnesses for a long time and his medicine cost several thousand yuan every month. Homeless people have very poor hygiene habits, and their homes are a mess. Soon Zhao Xiaoyi became unwilling, but she is a filial daughter-in-law and cannot drive away the father-in-law she brought back, so the only way out is divorce. But considering that she is somewhat of a small internet celebrity, she has to find a reason. As a result, rumors spread that the original owner had committed domestic violence and forced the child to be born. This is like stirring up a hornet's nest. Domestic violence is intolerable, and forcing a woman to have a child is against her will. The original owner has become a complete scumbag. It would be bad enough if he was unfilial, but he also disrespected women. With this label on his head, divorce is inevitable. Of course, the property to be divided cannot be reduced, and Zhao Xiaoyi also asked the original owner to pay child support for the 2 children. The reason was that her ex-husband had died a long time ago and it was difficult for her to raise the child on her own. The original owner was naturally unwilling, but he realized the trouble after the lawsuit. It turned out that when they just got married, Zhao Xiaoyi persuaded him to go through the adoption process, saying that it would make it easier for the child to take care of him in his old age. Now that the relationship has been confirmed, he still wants to claim child support if he divorces. What the hell is this plot? Seeing this, Changqing couldn't bear it anymore. Damn it, isn't this bullying an honest person? After taking a quick look at the situation later, the original owner and his father's life became more and more miserable. Some netizens even became worried after learning about his domestic violence and forcing him to have children, and often took the initiative to monitor whether he was filial to his father, which made his life even more miserable. He thought he could live a good life if he worked hard, but in the end he was still poor and in debt for a long time. When he got old, it was extremely difficult for him to claim support for his old age because his 2 children were gangsters and had no money at all. This is fucking funny. Only after his death did he learn more. It turned out that the father he had supported for decades was not working hard for his family, as he said. Instead, he ran away with someone else not long after he was born. Later, after many twists and turns, he wanted to go to the United States to make a fortune, but he failed to get an identity. He lived illegally in the United States for many years, was poor and destitute, and made a living by picking up garbage. His girlfriend at the time had already abandoned him. It was just a video of a street interview. Xiao Wang helped the program crew listen to him tell his story and thought it was a good material, so they chose it as a basis, made up a script, absorbed the heat, and made a lot of money. Wang Xian, who is the person in charge of the program group that Xiao Wang helps, is the male protagonist of this plot. Growing up in an orphanage, having a heart for justice, being a warm-hearted man, these are his labels. He helps people find their relatives and mediate conflicts. He has made headlines many times and even received praise from official media. He is known as a representative figure of grassroots youth. Of course, he made a lot of money, and the original owner's story was just a drop in the ocean of his good deeds. It was this act of kindness that harmed the original owner. After watching the plot, Changqing was so angry that his fists clenched. What a bunch of rubbish. It's totally harmful. Is this a kind-hearted person doing a good deed? Finding someone a father they haven't seen in decades? This kind of good deed should be enjoyed by the person himself. And what about Zhao Xiaoyi? She's completely ripping people off without paying for their lives. She's asking for a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift for bringing up 2 bastards. Please. The country should crack down on high betrothal gifts, okay? Alas, they just bully the original owner because he has little education. Changqing also felt a little disappointed. Why did he have to get married? He already had a house and a small business. Wouldn't it be nice to live his own life? To be honest, although the auto repair shop opened by the original owner was not big, he had good skills and was willing to work hard.
Earning hundreds of thousands of dollars a year was much better than screwing screws. I am not considered a rich man in this small county, but I can definitely live a comfortable life. I was careless and lost a lot of money. Evergreen summary, beep beep. Just at this moment, the phone rang again. I looked and it was Zhao Xiaoa calling. Chang Qing then remembered that the original owner had better go to talk to Zhao Xiaoa about marriage today. He just came here and has forgotten some things.
Qin Chang. What are you doing?
I've been here for a long time, and the dishes have been served, but you haven't come yet? As soon as the call was connected, Zhao Xiaoi's voice came over. She went there with her 2 children.
They are half full now. If he doesn't come, then he will have to pay the bill, right? Do you still want to get married?
The voice was a bit loud and harsh, so Chang Qing had to move the phone away from his ear. He could hear Zhao Xiaoi's words without turning on the speakerphone. The original owner wanted to get married, but now, he really didn't have that idea. However, the show had to go on, so he lowered his voice and apologized.
Sorry, I was just getting my car fixed. I'm a bit busy with business. Let's make an appointment next time.
What?
Zhao Xiaoi was stunned for a moment on the other end of the phone. Is this what that lickspittle fool should say? She got angry all of a sudden and broke her promise?
Chang Qing, it was you who said you wanted to discuss marriage matters.
Why are you so ungentlemanly? I'm here now, come here quickly.
If you don't come, I won't be able to enjoy this meal in peace. She thought this would work, but she didn't expect that there was only a burst of noise coming from the microphone, followed by Chang Qing's apologetic voice.
Xiao Yi, I have a customer waiting to use my car. I have to take care of him right away. $500 is a waste if I don't make money. I'm busy now. We'll talk to you tonight.
Then the phone was disconnected.
Mom, I want to eat shrimp. Please peel them for me.
The 6-year-old eldest son Zhao Kai had his mouth full of oil. When he saw his mother finish her phone call, he pulled Zhao Xiaoa and pointed to the boiled shrimp in front.
I want one too.
The youngest son Zhao Yan was also jumping for joy. Eat your mother. Zhao Xiaoi scolded angrily, and the 2 children immediately dared not say a word. She was so angry that she almost died.
What a bastard. How dare he hang up on her?
It seemed that she was too good to him and fostered his temper. She took the phone and immediately called him. Chang Qing was certainly not busy in the store. He closed the door.
He was planning to discuss marriage today and even bought a formal suit for the occasion.
However, at this time, he had already changed into work clothes and was ready to go to the store. As a result, as soon as I went out, my cell phone rang again. It was Zhao Xiaoa. He quickly called up the scene simulation, and a clamor was heard.
Hey, Xiaoi, didn't I tell you I'm busy? Can you please not disturb me?
After answering the phone, he immediately seized the commanding heights of this made Zhao Xiaoi confused.
Listen, what is this talking about? She disturbed his work? Zhao Xiaoi was so angry that she laughed.
Then go back to your work.
I won't accompany you anymore.
After saying that, she hung up the phone angrily. Damn it, this bastard is getting bolder.
He must be taught a lesson. She must put pressure on him through the matchmaker and will not talk to him for at least a month. If you can't control your temper, how can you take the initiative in the future? Her eyes were determined, but after a while, she became annoyed again because no one came to pay the bill. These are all expensive ones.
A table of food costs at least 500 yuan.
It seems that the betrothal gift needs to be increased a little bit. Chapter 554, Self-Media Help?
No thanks. 3. Chang Qing didn't know that the betrothal gift had been secretly increased. The auto repair shop he opened was not far from the residential area where he lived, only about 10 minutes walk away. It was a shop of about 100 square meters. When he opened the rolling door, he saw a wide variety of tools on the shelves, but there was nothing scattered on the floor, so it looked quite tidy.
Well, it's quite sophisticated.
Chang Qing nodded. This time, a customer came with a puncture in his Chevrolet tire, a minor problem.
He took out his tools and solved the problem neatly, earning him $30. I had just seen off the first customer and was sweating profusely when the phone rang again. Matchmaker Aunt Zhao. Chang Qing sneered when he saw the name.
This Aunt Zhao was the murderer who deceived the original owner. She said that they were from the same village as Zhao Xiaoi, and in fact they were some relatives, so she spared no effort to promote Zhao Xiaoi.
Hey, Chang Qing, what's wrong with you? Xiaoi has been crying since she came home today.
You need to pay more attention to her. When the phone was connected, Aunt Zhao's voice was full of complaints, as if to say, why are you so ignorant that you have ruined a good relationship? Why? Chang Qing suddenly sighed. Aunt Zhao, I think Xiaoi and I might not be a good match. This was quite a heavy statement, and Aunt Zhao was obviously stunned.
Chang Qing, what's wrong? Weren't you all fine before? Did someone say something to you?
The first thing she thought of was that someone had broken it, and her tone became anxious. This eldest niece has a hard life raising 2 children.
It's rare to have such an honest and hard-working person.
Although there is no help from the parents, life can still be made.
Don't miss this opportunity. No one said anything to me.
I just felt too much pressure. I have 2 children, and my house has only 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, which is not enough for them. Changqing's voice was filled with deep worry, but it immediately put Aunt Zhao at ease. TSK, I thought it was a big deal. What's there to worry about? I told you Xiaoyi has her own money from running the shop. She saved at least hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years.
When the time comes, you can just buy a bigger house. Your family will definitely be able to live a prosperous life. Changqing really wanted to laugh.
He must have accumulated tens of thousands of dollars in debt. This matchmaker can't just talk nonsense. However, since there is still time, he doesn't mind playing more.
Okay, I'll think about it. I'm busy in the store right now, so I'll hang up first.
After saying that, he hung up the phone. Not on the other side, Aunt Zhao was also stunned when she heard the beeping sound coming from the phone. What the hell is going on?
That guy said he'd think about it? Wasn't he always so anxious to make a decision before? Now he's not in that rush anymore. This won't do.
She quickly stood up and went to find Zhao Xiao to find out Zhao Xiaoyi lived with her parents in an old and dilapidated house in the west of the city. When Aunt Zhao arrived, she was cracking melon seeds. Her 2 children were crawling on the ground like wild animals, but she didn't care. Her mother was cooking in the kitchen at this time, and the exhaust fan was whirring, making the house a bit choking.
Hey, Sister Zhao, you're here. Come in and sit down. The corridor is stinking.
When Jiama saw Aunt Zhao coming, she quickly stood up and greeted her. Xiaoyi, hurry up and pour a glass of water for your Aunt Zhao. She turned off the fire herself and followed him into the house.
Aunt, is there something wrong with Changqing? Zhao's mother asked anxiously.
It was obvious that Zhao Xiaoyi had complained when she got home just now. Aunt Zhao was drinking water when Zhao Xiaoyi answered the question.
Humph, what's wrong with him?
I don't like him anymore. Puff. These words made Aunt Zhao spit out a mouthful of water.
Oh my god, that's not something you can say, Xiaoyi.
Let me tell you, Changqing is quite well off.
He bought a house outright and has a business. I've seen his auto repair shop, it's doing very well.
He has no problem supporting the 3 of you. Aunt Zhao began to show off her eloquence, and Zhao Xiaoyi's mother next to her also looked worried.
That's right, Xiaoyi, don't be willful. If Wang Xiaodong dies, how will you raise these 2 children?
Your father and I are old and can't help much. Besides, your brother is getting married. Zhao Xiaoyi became extremely annoyed when she heard her mother nagging. She is just staying at home to make ends meet due to temporary difficulties. Why does it sound like she is a parasite? Besides, a loveless marriage is a grave.
She didn't want to live a meaningless life like that. Nowadays, there are more men than women, and divorce is very normal.
There are divorced women in their 40s and 50s online who even married the Prince of Dubai with a betrothal gift of 4 or 5 million. She felt that she was only 35 years old and was definitely better off than that old lady. Not to mention being a Prince of Dubai, she should at least have a house and a car. But Changqing only had a house and no car.
She really looked down on him. Oh, Mom, could you please stop nagging me? I'm still young. Are you still young?
Mother Zhao was so angry that she hit her daughter's forehead hard with her hand. You are already 35 years old and a mother of 2 children.
If you get any older, you won't be able to have children anymore. Why don't you hurry up? I have children, I don't want to have children.
Zhao Xiaoyi immediately retorted that a woman's body is her own, and whether to have children or not is entirely up to her.
With Changqing's conditions, can he afford to support 2 children?
It would be enough for him to struggle. At this time, the 2 children in the corridor started to make a noise for some reason. The younger child cried loudly, and his voice was so penetrating that it could be heard clearly in the house.
Noisy. What are you arguing about? Can't you see your mom is dying of exhaustion taking care of you all day?
Zhao Xiaoyi opened the door and yelled, and the child immediately stopped crying and just sobbed and called for grandma. Mother Zhao had no choice but to glare at her daughter and go over to coax the child. However, the child was very difficult to coax. After she said a few nice words to him, he would want to buy this and that.
And another one immediately came over and wanted to buy this and that too.
After a while, Mother Zhao Xiaoyi felt overwhelmed, and she still had to cook. Zhao Xiaoyi, come and take care of your son. I'll have a chat with your Aunt Zhao. Mother Zhao shouted, stuffed the child into the reluctant Zhao Xiaoyi's arms, and then started talking to Aunt Zhao again.
Her aunt, what's going on? I will definitely do a good job on Xiaoyi's side.
Is there something wrong with Changqing? Asked Zhao Ma.
Hey, this is strange.
Changqing was very anxious before. This time, he asked Xiaoyi to discuss marriage, but Xiaoyi said she didn't go, saying she was busy with business, and then we had a quarrel. I called to ask about it, and he said he felt it was a little inappropriate.
Aunt Zhao looked a little worried. Did Xiaoyi make any requests? This?
I'll go ask her.
Mother Zhao called Zhao Xiaoyi into the house again.
Now that their mother was in the corridor, the children did not cry or make a fuss, but played happily by themselves. I've said before, the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift and the 3 golds are just the standard.
The rest is nothing special.
The key is that he agreed at the time, but stood me up this time, so I think I can't be too polite to him.
I need to teach him a lesson. Zhao Shaoyi was very confident, but what she said made some sense.
Zhao's mother felt that she couldn't be too remiss. After all, she had raised her daughter for more than 30 years. A betrothal gift of 200,000 yuan was less than 10,000 yuan a year, which was quite cheap.
Aunt, Qin Shangqing should be able to come up with this amount of money, right? He was in a hurry to get married before, right? Asked Aunt Zhao. He should be able to afford it.
His shop is doing well, so he can definitely make over 100,000 a year.
He's also quite hardworking. Aunt Zhao also nodded.
Indeed, Qin Shangqing was anxious. He was 36 or 37 years old, and other people's children were already in junior high school at this age.
How could he not be anxious? Maybe there was a big customer in the store at that time. Otherwise, how about we just follow Shaoyi's advice and give him the cold shoulder for a while?
Aunt Zhao said tentatively, as for this woman, you can't be so aggressive, otherwise it will lose your value.
Chapter 555, Self-Media Help? No thanks, so they decided to give me the cold shoulder for a while, waiting for me to get anxious and come back with gifts to apologize?
Shangqing had just completed a business deal and almost burst out laughing when he heard what the system said.
Yeah, they say women shouldn't be pushed around, or it'll make them look cheap. The system also laughed so hard that it fell backwards, holding its belly. Then just chill. I'm very busy with business. Shangqing didn't care at all.
In order to save money, the original owner didn't hire an apprentice in the store, so he worked alone.
It was really tiring at the end of the day. The enemy didn't move, and I didn't move either.
2 more days passed like this. At noon that day, the program team called again.
Hello, is this Mr. Qin Shangqing? We've contacted your father in the United States and are planning to film a program about going home. We'd like to invite you to participate.
The appearance fee is 20,000 yuan. You dialed the wrong number.
My father died a long time ago. Shangqing hung up the phone directly. He's busy, don't call me. He doesn't want to acknowledge his father. He's living a good life, why should he acknowledge his father?
That's not his father. On the other end of the phone, Wang Xian's face turned very ugly as he heard the beeping sound coming from the microphone.
Brother Wang, what's wrong? That kid still refuses to agree?
A man next to him came over and asked. Wang Xian nodded with a sullen face. He also felt a little strange. That guy is uneducated and makes a living repairing cars, so why is he so difficult to deal with?
He's not even interested in 20,000 yuan?
He had met many difficult people before, but usually, these poor guys would cooperate if given a few $1,000s. Why was this guy so unyielding? He didn't want to waste such good material. The cross-border father-son relationship is a hot topic. Not seeing each other for many years, cultural conflicts, living habits, airports, just throw these tags on it and it will definitely attract a lot of clicks. With one set of operations, you can edit more than a dozen videos and maybe even make a small documentary, which will make you famous. His eyes gradually became hot. Book 2 tickets for me, and I'll take someone there in a few days. Shangqing thought that his refusal was obvious, but he didn't expect that 2 days later, a lively young man and a man in a suit would come to the store. Mr. Qin, we are Xiao Wang helping the program team. When the energetic young man saw Shangqing, he greeted him directly. He had a gentle and honest smile and looked very friendly. Wang Xian, Shangqing narrowed his eyes. He had been following the Xiao Wang Bang Bang account on the internet for a long time, and this face looked very familiar.
Didn't I tell you that?
I have no interest in filming a show, and my father died a long time ago.
This is what my mother told me.
His attitude immediately turned cold. The energetic young man and the man in the suit looked at each other, their expressions somewhat solemn.
Mr. Qin, we're not making this up. The man's name is Zhou Jiangwo.
He went to the United States to start a business 30 years ago, but it failed. He felt ashamed to return home, so he's been wandering around the country. He knew your mother's name, Qin Shangyao, and he also remembered your birthday as December 5th, so he shouldn't be wrong. If you have any concerns, you can do a paternity test first.
Our program team can pay for it.
Wang Xian tried his best to persuade him.
Right. Even for filming, we still give appearance fees. 20,000 is a lot.
Just fixing a tire takes half a day, and it's only 30 or 50. It's better to participate in the show and earn more than 20,000 in a day or two.
It's more cost-effective.
The man in the suit also spoke, and he even took out 2 pieces of paper from his bag with a sincere look on his face.
Mr. Qin, look, we've drafted the contract.
As long as you sign it, you can get 10,000 yuan first.
We are very sincere.
Shangqing glanced at the man in the suit and vaguely felt something flickering in the man's sleeve.
TSK, has this been filmed?
These people will do anything to get traffic. His expression changed, and he leaned back in his chair leisurely. I don't think it's necessary, he said slowly. My mother passed away a long time ago. She told me about my father's death a long time ago.
My last name is Chin, which explains everything. As for the paternity test, I have no obligation to cooperate.
I can't just ask someone to tell me I'm their father, or that they're my father, and then I have to go through the paternity test.
If that were the case, I'd be so busy.
After saying that, he stood up, looking as if he was not going to entertain you. After hearing these words, their expressions changed slightly.
How could this person be so difficult to deal with? He still refused to film even for 20,000 yuan. The man in the suit looked at the energetic young man, and after getting his nod, he spoke solemnly again.
How about this, Mr. Chin? We'll increase the appearance fee to 50,000 yuan.
This should be fine. Your store definitely doesn't make 50,000 a month. I don't believe you won't be tempted.
After saying that, he took out a pen and made some changes on the contract, and then stamped the altered part, and then looked at Changqing again with confidence in his eyes, but Changqing's performance obviously disappointed them both, but he shook his head calmly.
I'm sorry, I can't accept this invitation. I'm not interested in such a boring show.
Besides, 50,000 yuan is nothing. My shop can easily make 300,000 or 500,000 a year.
He boasted without blushing, which made the two guests stunned. This little shop is making so much money.
If that's the case, I really don't care about the appearance fee of 30,000 or 50,000. This is a difficult situation. At this time, someone came to repair his car, and Changqing saw him off directly.
I'm busy now, please help yourselves.
The two men left in confusion, and Changqing started working. Of course, his shop can't make 300,000 or 500,000 yuan. Although the location is pretty good, the shop is small after all, and he is the only one there. He can't handle too much work if there is too much to do. However, this does not prevent him from bragging. After all, bragging is not illegal.
How can I possibly get you to appear on camera for 50,000 yuan? Changqing sneered. Chapter 556, Self-Media Help? No thanks, 5, that guy must think the money is too little.
In the hotel, Wang Xian's face turned red with anger, and he said to the man in a suit next to him who also looked angry.
Didn't you say that guy only graduated from junior high school?
Why is he still so difficult to deal with?
The man in the suit couldn't figure it out either.
His investigation information showed that the boy had indeed graduated from junior high school and started doing odd jobs everywhere. Later, he worked as an apprentice to learn car repair for several years before finally opening a shop.
Maybe he really thinks the money is too little. How about we add a little more?
He asked tentatively. Wang Xian's face immediately darkened.
More money?
That would cost him his life. Although traffic can make money, who would complain about little money? Besides, buying plane tickets costs money.
Go see if you can mobilize other people to persuade him.
Oh, and you said before that he's been obsessed with that widow he went on a blind date with recently.
Go find her.
Wang Xian pondered for a long time and finally said this. You take care of this matter, I'll go back first. He doesn't want to stay in this small county town anymore. Changqing naturally expected that the other party would not give up so easily. In the original plot, he had to go through a lot before finally agreeing.
However, he did not expect that the other party would still find Zhao Xiaoyi. Is this the inertia of the plot? He's not married yet, he's just on a blind date. It's really incomprehensible. So, you're saying that if I agree to participate in the filming, the betrothal gift can be reduced to 150,000?
Changqing crawled out from under the car and asked with some confusion. He was smelling of gasoline and was dirty at this time.
Zhao Xiao frowned and took a step back.
Yes. He's your father after all, and this is a very hot topic with a lot of people paying attention online.
We can also broadcast it live then.
Oh, so that's the plan. Changqing understood. He thought that the other party had promised to give Zhao Xiao money, probably the 50,000 yuan. So I reduced the betrothal gift to him by 50,000 yuan.
This is really a flexible betrothal gift. I said, that's not my father. My father died a long time ago.
He also frowned and explained.
How can you not even recognize your own father? Zhao Xiaoyi's expression was a little exaggerated, and she looked heartbroken. We are planning to get married. I hope you are a filial and responsible man. How can you be like this? Chan Chun wanted to laugh after hearing these exaggerated lines.
Was this recorded again? In the original plot, Zhao Xiaoyi recorded a lot of videos and posted them online, which helped her gain a lot of fans. How come you're doing this kind of thing before you even get married?
I'm busy and don't want to talk about this right now.
Please help yourself.
Changqing didn't want to say more.
He was indeed busy and had no time to chat with her. You, Changqing, I really misjudged you. Zhao Xiaoyi stomped her feet and turned away. In the evening, Changqing finally saw the short video platform posted by Zhao Xiaoyi, and the title was very explosive.
What should I do? I met a low-class guy on a blind date.
Not only is he unwilling to pay the bride price, but his father even left him wandering the streets. A short recording of the conversation between the two was also played below, especially the sentence Changqing, I misjudged you, which was amplified, resounding, and seemed extremely firm. The comments were very heated, and they were all scolding him.
What a utter scumbag. Has the traditional virtues of the Chinese nation been abandoned? This kind of person is definitely a domestic abuser. Sisters, run. Even his own father doesn't care. Sister, you are so real. You dare to go on a blind date with him? Run away on the train at night. Hurry up. Aha, I'm so angry. Ladies, don't give in. Men like this deserve to be single for the rest of their lives. Below, Zhao Xiao also responded. Hey, he looks quite honest. He's 37 and has never been in a relationship. I didn't expect he would be such a person. Then, naturally, Chang Qing was scolded again. The system also read these comments and its face became twisted with anger. Host, fuck her. This woman is obviously not a good person. It was so angry that its belly bulged. No rush. Chang Cheng put his phone down and said, it's not hot enough now. Since he wanted to fight back, timing was of course extremely important. He knew this better than anyone else. If the timing was wrong, not only would the effect be reduced, he might even hurt himself accidentally. If the timing was right, he could get twice the result with half the effort. He knew that Zhao Xiaoyi posted these things not only to attract attention to herself, but also probably had something to do with Zhao Xian. She was trying to force him to submit. You think you can force me to submit just by doing something online? You think I'm too naive? He sneered and simply turned off his phone. In the next few days, things developed as he expected, and the account that Xiao Wang helped also got involved. First, Zhao Xiaoyi accidentally let it slip in her reply to the comments, mentioning that the father of the person involved had contacted Xiao Wang for help. Later, many netizens went to Xiao Wang Bang's account to verify the matter, and Xiao Wang Bang had to come out to clarify that this incident did happen. Xiao Wang also said in the video that he understood Mr. Qin's resentment towards his father. After all, his father had not been around for so many years, and the lack of family affection had caused his character to be somewhat extreme. But he also said that bridging the family ties was the purpose of his creating this account, and he would do his best to help the father and son eliminate misunderstandings and achieve true reconciliation. Finally, he recalled his experience in the orphanage and said that what he looked forward to most was the presence of relatives, which is one of the reasons why he is so passionate about this kind of public welfare. Chang Qing. The acting was quite realistic, but it still doesn't work. He simply refused to participate and even turned off his cell phone to avoid being harassed by enthusiastic netizens. Perhaps it was his cold attitude that made Zhao Xiaoyi angry. She didn't even contact him for the next 2 weeks. She really cooled down. Chang Qing certainly didn't care. He worked and lived according to the original owner's schedule. It was quite comfortable. It's much more comfortable than getting married and raising 2 naughty kids. As for being scolded online, please, he doesn't care at all. He even stopped shopping online recently and refuses to accept any express parcels to prevent some kind-hearted, good, and filial people from mailing him dead mice, razor blades, etc. After all, we cannot overestimate the rationality of netizens. Standing on the moral high ground to criticize others is what everyone loves to do. This took another week. Chapter 557, Self-Media Help? No thanks. 6. Zhao Xiaoyi finally couldn't sit still anymore, so Chang Qing met the blind date again. Do you still want to get married? She stared at Chang Qing, her slightly wrinkled eyes revealing a hint of sarcasm for no reason. It was noon at this time and there was no work to do, so Chang Qing was sitting and drinking tea. Hearing this, he simply waved his hand. I don't think we're suitable, so I don't want to marry you. You can leave now. I'm going to ask Aunt Zhao to introduce me to someone unmarried. What? Zhao Xiaoyi almost thought she'd misheard. With Qin Shangqing's qualifications, he still wanted to find someone unmarried? It was hilarious. Qin Changcheng. She became furious in an instant, and her voice became extremely sharp. But Chang Qing didn't react at all. He even curled up the corners of his mouth and smiled. I don't mean anything else, I just think you're too good for me, you should find another job. Having said that, he squinted his eyes and looked down on Zhao Xiaoyi. Zhao Xiaoyi was indeed angry. She pointed at Chang Qing and started cursing. Qin Changcheng. You were the one who begged me to marry you. Who the hell do you think you are? You actually look down on me. I'm telling you, there are so many people chasing me. The line stretches from here to Paris. Just wait and see what kind of person you'll marry. After saying that, he didn't even want to look at Chang Qing again, and turned and left. In the evening, Chang Qing saw the video she posted again and saw her wiping her tears with a tissue. Copywriting, the blind date guy below is so annoying that I dare not go out recently. How can there be such a person? The comments below are even more interesting. Some people said to call the police, some people were indignant and said, girl, I'm here to protect you. You said, I'm going to kill that guy. Just bully him because he doesn't know how to use the internet. Chang Qing directly registered an account and posted a comment in that video. Zhao Xiaoyi, aren't you afraid of going to jail for spreading rumors? You used beauty filters on the video so hard that you can't even recognize your 2 sons. Why are you pretending to be a young girl? When did I become entangled? He also directly posted the video recorded when Zhao Xiaoyi came in the afternoon on his own account. Of course, this was recorded by the system, there are sounds and images, but no beauty filters. All of a sudden, the internet exploded.
Fuck, the male lead is here himself. Ha ha ha, time to eat melon, time to eat melon.
Damn, that's the heroine.
She looks like that without beauty filters.
Ha 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 ha.
I wonder if the guy who was on the list of the plane the day before yesterday has run away.
Ugh, what a jerk.
A mother of 2 sons, yet she's still lying online.
How disgusting. I'm the top guy on the list, pay me back.
It is impossible to pay back the money, but I will inevitably be scolded. Zhao Xiaoyi had no idea Chongqing actually recorded a video.
She thought that guy never went online.
She saw him busy all day and never saw him use his phone.
How could he secretly film something? Ah. I'm so pissed.
She smashed the phone directly, scaring her 2 sons so much that they couldn't even breathe.
Xiaoyi, what happened to you?
Your phone costs over 2,000 yuan.
If you smash it, it will be useless.
Mother Zhao walked over with a distressed look on her face and picked up the phone with the broken screen.
You don't understand. Stay out of my way.
Zhao Xiaoyi rushed out the door with red eyes. She wanted to question Qin Changqing why he said nonsense on the internet. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the store, Changqing was not there, so he closed the door directly. The original owner worked very hard every day in order to marry a wife and raise children. He didn't have that idea, so of course he had to rest on weekends. Of course, he was not just resting, but went to a car shop in the city and picked up a car worth more than 100,000 yuan.
If you have that money for the betrothal gift, you might as well make things easier for yourself.
Driving the car and feeling the cool breeze blowing in from the window, Changqing took a deep breath. Perfect. Host, Zhao Xiaoyi is waiting for you at the door of the auto repair shop.
Do you want to hide? When you are almost home, the system will pop up a reminder. Hide? That's totally unnecessary.
Changqing stepped on the accelerator and went straight to the door of the repair shop. The boss is not here, come and get the car repaired tomorrow. Zhao Xiaoyi was squatting there in a daze, thinking someone came to repair the car, so she walked over and said something. She was always polite to others. The boss is here. Changqing opened the car door, took a step with his long legs and stepped out. Today he was wearing clean casual clothes. He was tall, and although his appearance was average, he still looked quite imposing when he jumped out of the car. Zhao Xiaoyi didn't connect him with the dirty Qin Changqing for a moment. She was stunned for a moment, and then she became angry.
Why didn't you consult me when buying a car? Also, where did you get the money? Isn't it just enough for the betrothal gift?
This self-righteous attitude is really impressive, and Changqing feels it is an eye-opener.
Zhao Xiaoyi, what does my buying a car have to do with you? Why do I have to ask your permission?
It's only natural for me to spend my own money.
Even the emperor can't interfere, so how can you interfere? He closed the car door, leaned against the car body and shouted, very rudely. Zhao Xiaoyi didn't expect that the taciturn Qin Changqing would be so sharp. She was so angry that she couldn't breathe.
She rushed forward to hit someone, but Changqing naturally wouldn't let her hit her. She grabbed her wrist and gently pulled her forward a dozen steps. Strong women of the new era should just stay home and take care of their kids instead of embarrassing themselves.
With all those wrinkles on your face, you still dare to ask for a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift?
Look at my car, which is worth over 100,000 yuan.
Does it have any wrinkles at all? It's as smooth as a mirror.
He stroked the car body with one hand inside. By the way, don't bring those 2 bastards of yours near me.
It makes me sick just looking at them.
They're like fat pigs and have no manners.
I'm afraid I'll just hit the accelerator and kill them.
Changqing went all out and was not polite at all. Zhao Xiaoyi was so angry that she was fuming, but there was nothing she could do now.
She couldn't hit anyone at all.
Okay. She pointed at Changqing, his body trembling.
Just follow your car. I want to see how you live. My car is a new model this year.
It's definitely better than living with a 30-year-old car like yours. Changqing refused to suffer any loss and started to curse directly. Zhao Xiaoyi was so angry that she burst into tears and ran away covering her face. Changqing's mocking voice could be heard from behind. TSK, you cry so ugly. Wow, she couldn't help it any longer, and she wailed and quickened her pace. After returning home, he was so angry that he didn't even eat dinner. He called Aunt Zhao and scolded Changqing for 2 hours.
Anyway, I won't consider that rubbish anymore. He's a complete scumbag.
Aunt Zhao, introduce me to someone better than him, preferably a CEO. Aunt Zhao was comforting her, but she felt speechless at the same time. My God, don't you know that you have your own conditions? You are not young anymore, you have a lot of wrinkles around your eyes, and you have 2 children to raise, not to mention that there is no CEO in this small county. Even if there is a CEO, would he really choose you to be his scapegoat? Even Qin Changqing is considered one of the better off people on the list. However, although she thought so, she did not say it out loud. After all, women need to save face, and Aunt Zhao understood this.
Xiaoyi, don't be impulsive.
It's normal for 2 people to have some conflicts when they are together. You just need to be considerate of each other. Don't worry, Aunt Zhao asked him to apologize to you. But as soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Xiaoyi's voice became even louder.
Apologize? What's the point of apologizing? He even called me an old bitch. Anyway, I absolutely don't want him anymore.
After saying that, she hung up the phone angrily. Aunt Zhao was also bewildered.
Chang Qing called Zhao Xiaoyi an old bitch? That couldn't be right. Wasn't that guy crazy about wanting to get married? Xiaoyi was still pretty, so it wasn't that bad to give it a call and ask. Chapter 558, Self-Media Help?
No thanks. 7. Yes, I scolded her. On the phone, Chang Qing directly admitted the matter.
She was too controlling.
We hadn't established anything in our relationship, we hadn't even held hands, and she got mad at me for buying a car, so I got mad too.
But you can't curse people even if you're angry.
Aunt Zhao became anxious when she heard this.
How could this conflict, which was so serious, be resolved? Just scold me if you want. I don't want to get married anyway. Chang Qing's tone was relaxed, without any sense of urgency, which made Aunt Zhao even more anxious. Hey, Chang Qing, please don't say anything angry. What man doesn't want to have a woman?
He can take care of her in her old age and maybe have children with her.
Don't be impulsive. TSK, trying to trick him into taking over?
No way, Chang Qing just spoke frankly. Aunt Zhao, my conditions aren't that bad. I didn't have a car before, but now I've bought one. I own a house and a car, so finding a first marriage shouldn't be a problem. Aunt Hong came to my place yesterday and said she wanted to introduce me to her niece who's just 30 years old. Why would I need someone like Zhao Xiaoyi to take care of 2 children? On the other end of the phone, Aunt Zhao was stunned when she heard this. How come this kid has become so smart? Xiaoyi is a college student. Auntie Hong's niece is still an undergraduate student, which is better than a junior college student.
Xiaoyi makes tens of thousands of yuan a month running a clothing store.
Come on, I've checked with all the clothing stores in that area, and they're all losing money. I heard Zhao Xiaoyi still owes quite a bit on her credit card. Aunt Zhao stopped talking. It was over. Everything was rejected, all her anger was directed at Aunt Hong. This was stealing her business. It must have been the old woman who broke the news and told the truth about Zhao Xiaoyi. On the other end of the phone, Chang Qing's voice was still coming, with a hint of sarcasm. I see, Aunt Zhao, you're not really looking for a partner for me.
You're trying to trick me. Don't try to find me a partner in the future.
Then there was a beep from the receiver and the other party hung up. This business is gone. Aunt Zhao was extremely heartbroken. In the evening, Zhao Xiaoyi naturally released another video, dissing Chang Qing from beginning to end again, but this time not so many people supported her. After all, the top brother on the list had run away. Of course, some people also expressed their support, saying that Chang Qing was not a good person and that he didn't even care about his own father, so he must be a heartless person. This gave Zhao Xiaoyi some inspiration. Yes, that guy doesn't even care about his own father, which goes against the greatest morality, filial piety. After all, in this place, the word filial piety can crush a person to death. Anyone can accuse others based on the righteousness of filial piety, and often there are countless supporters.
You bastard. You don't even care about your own father. You really have a bad conscience.
Looking at the comments from netizens, she continued to curse Chang Qing with gritted teeth. There was no way. Chang Qing's words were so hurtful that they were almost tearing off her face.
How could she bear it? At this time, the phone suddenly rang. The caller was Mr. Liu, the man in a suit from the program crew. What are you doing? Didn't you say that guy would listen to you? Why hasn't he been able to fix it for so long?
When the call was connected, the tone of the person on the other end was not very good. Zhao Xiaoyi was very angry, so she spoke in an aggressive tone.
Who do you think you are? I don't want the 50,000 yuan, okay? You came to me because you couldn't handle it yourselves. Do you think I care about those tens of thousands of yuan?
Mr. Liu, if you don't want to, why are you so happy to agree? However, perhaps realizing that his attitude just now was indeed a bit bad, he lowered his tone. I'm sorry, I was in a hurry just now.
But, is Chang Qing so difficult to deal with now? Do you have any other solutions? He was also a little anxious.
Wang Xian was pushing him very hard. He had already prepared the trailer video and was waiting to post it to attract traffic, but the protagonist's side was not yet settled. How the hell is this going to work?
I have no other choice.
Zhao Xiaoyi lay down directly. Since he hadn't scolded her like that, she wouldn't go to him again with a shameless face. Zhao Xiaoyi, was also a beautiful girl with her own pride, and now, even if Chang Qing gave up all his wealth to apologize, she would not accept it. Women don't worry about getting married, only men do. This is a view she firmly believes. In the following days, Chang Qing met the man in the suit several more times. He raised the price of appearance again and again, finally reaching 100,000, but was still rejected.
Mr. Liu, I've said it again and again that I have no interest in this boring game of recognizing relatives. If you keep harassing me, I'm going to call the police.
Chang Qing frowned, his aura somewhat powerful. This made Mr. Liu, who thought he had seen some big scenes, feel a little guilty.
We just want to help you. He also didn't expect that such a mechanic would be so stubborn.
Increasing the price to 100,000 was already his maximum authority.
Ordinary people would have gotten it long ago.
It was just a matter of shooting a video and a few days' work, but this guy just refused to agree. Alas, I have to find another way. After returning to the hotel, he reported to Wang Xian, who was speechless after listening.
You won't agree even with 100,000? What kind of people are these? Come back first, and we'll think of other ways.
After pondering for a long time, he said this. Thus, Changqing lived a peaceful life for a long time, but he works from Monday to Friday and rests as usual on weekends, driving around the city. He lives a very leisurely life. Anyway, there are no parents or relatives nagging about getting married, so the original owner was just anxious. Now that Changqing is no longer anxious, he is naturally at ease.
It's just a life choice, why treat it as a necessity?
Sometimes, he couldn't help but sigh out. If the original owner could remain calm, think calmly, and investigate more, she would know that what Aunt Zhao, the matchmaker, said was not credible, and that Zhao Xiaoyi was a complete trap. Anyone who takes it will be a sucker.
Chapter 559, Self-Media Help?
No thanks. 8. He was not in a hurry, and Zhao Xiaoyi was angry, but she was not in a hurry either. But Zhao Xiaoyi's mother and father are anxious. Their daughter and 2 grandchildren are eating and drinking for free at home, and their clothing store is closed.
Now they are doing live broadcasts on the internet every day, saying that they want to make a lot of money. In the end, I didn't make any money, but I spent a lot of money on promotion.
Zhao Xiaoyi. Can you please stop talking on your phone and take care of your 2 kids? Mother Zhao was busy picking vegetables, and the 2 naughty kids were playing mischief beside her.
Even as a kind grandmother, she couldn't stand it anymore.
Oh, Mom, I'm putting on makeup and getting ready to go live.
I need to make money.
I have so much credit card debt to pay off.
Every time I go live, people send me flowers.
What's the point of sending flowers?
What you lack is money. Flowers are money.
1 flower costs 10 cents. Zhao Xiaoyi felt that her mother was really an old-fashioned person who had no idea about the things in the modern internet society. Seeing that her explanation didn't make sense, she was too lazy to say anything.
Okay, go and do your thing. Don't delay my work.
This infuriated Zhao Ma.
What are you talking about? I'm subsidizing your food and lodging, and I'm still interrupting your work?
She walked up and slapped Zhao Xiaoyi on the head.
Your business?
Zhao Xiaoyi, let me tell you what business is. Taking good care of your 2 kids is business.
Finding a proper job is business. Finding someone to marry is business.
Instead of just living off your parents, Mom. Zhao Xiaoyi was applying lipstick when she was slapped and her face was stained with lipstick.
Can you please be reasonable? I'm not a parasite.
This is just temporary.
I'll move out once I make some money, okay?
I don't want to live in this shabby building anymore. My live broadcast is not good, it has something to do with this bad environment. Mother Zhao really had no choice but to leave in anger. She immediately called Aunt Zhao to urge her to find a partner for her daughter.
Hey, her aunt, is there still a chance for that Changqing you mentioned last time?
No, find another one for Xiaoyi. Age doesn't matter, as long as he has a house. Alas, her brother is getting married too, and there's really no room at home. Mother Zhao complained that the old couple had been laid off a long time ago, and old Zhao now only did odd jobs and did not make much money a year. The house for their son's wedding had not been delivered yet, so they would have to live at home first. With the addition of their daughter and her 3 daughters, there would be no room for them. Aunt Zhao also felt helpless. Changqing had the conditions calculated, but your daughter was very high profile. Now that you have offended her, it will be difficult to find someone else. Most men of this age are divorced, and many of them have children.
How could they be willing to marry a woman with 2 sons? The key is that Zhao Xiaoyi doesn't have a proper job and doesn't make any money.
If they marry her, they will have 3 mouths to feed. Who can handle it? There aren't many fools out there, and when you finally meet one who suddenly comes to his senses, you don't seize the opportunity. According to him, the woman should have coaxed the man into marriage from the beginning, and then made all the demands after marriage.
But he ended up making so many outrageous demands at the beginning. Who can he blame if these demands are not met? Forget about Changqing, he's already made his promise.
I have a few other men who might be interested, but they're a bit older. There's a 47-year-old divorced man whose son has already graduated from college and is looking for a younger woman.
There's also a 50-something widowed man whose son is in the US. Ask Xiaoyi if she'd be willing to meet them? Mother Zhao was stunned. What? What kind of gods are these? Looking for a partner.
And a young one. She wanted to refuse as soon as she opened her mouth, but when she turned around and saw her daughter talking nonsense in front of the screen, blood rushed to her head.
See you. Her aunt, please make the arrangements.
I'll make sure she shows up on time. She gritted her teeth and agreed. Zhao Xiaoyi was quite happy when she heard that there was another introduction. Her mother did not specify the conditions, but only said that Aunt Zhao introduced a better man and asked her to dress up and go to meet him. Results: as soon as we arrived at the scene, what the hell?
He was paunchy and greasy, and the first thing he said was how his son was. When I asked, he said his son had graduated from university and was working in a big city, earning a staggering 20,000 yuan a month. Are you going on a blind date for your son? Zhao Xiaoyi asked with some confusion. How is that possible? I'm going on a blind date myself. Don't worry, my son is very filial. If I ask him to call me mom, he won't hesitate. The greasy man with a big belly said proudly. Fuck you. Who wants to be your son's stepmother? Zhao Xiaoyi was so angry that she overturned the table on the spot, but she didn't expect that the greasy man was not a pushover either. He turned around and ran away. As a result, when she had to pay the bill for the table full of dishes, the restaurant waiter refused to let Zhao Xiaoyi leave. Zhao Xiaoyi reluctantly swiped her credit card for several hundred yuan, and her face twisted with anger. What's wrong with Aunt Zhao? Did she mistakenly identify the father and son, thinking her son was looking for a partner? I rushed to the next location in anger, but it turned out that the person was even worse than the first one. He claimed to be in his 50s, but his head was completely bald. Grandpa, are you arranging a blind date for your grandson? Zhao Xiaoyi really couldn't believe it. What old grandpa? Call me old baby. It was obvious that the old man was good at surfing the internet, and he was very humorous when he spoke, but Zhao Xiaoyi almost vomited. Come on, those are just online complaints, okay? This old man took it seriously. The old man was quite talkative and his family was well off. He said he was a retired oil worker and earned 7,000 yuan a month. His son was in the United States and sent him money every month, so it was no problem for him to earn over 10,000 yuan a month. He also said that he keeps up with the times, is into short videos and Weibo, and travels every year. He has no financial problems and no major issues in finding common topics. It's okay to take care of 2 children, sister. You are so young and in good shape. I will definitely take good care of you. As the old man said this, he put his hand on hers, which scared Zhao Xiaoyi, but the old man seemed fine and asked with a smile. You're so young, you can definitely still have children, right? Then we can have another baby. I have 2 apartments anyway, so I can accommodate both. Give birth to you, you big-headed ghost. What kind of people are these? They are far worse than Qin Changqing. It must be Aunt Zhao who did it on purpose. She didn't want to stay any longer, but this time he learned his lesson, controlled his temper, and did not overturn the table. On the way back, she called Aunt Zhao directly to question her. What? Didn't your mother tell you about their situation? I told her the truth. She said as long as there's a house, you can move out with the kids. Although these 2 people are not young, they both have houses and are financially well off. If they were really old men on the minimum living allowance, I wouldn't introduce them to you. It's actually related to my mom. Zhao Xiaoyi felt a chill running down her spine. It doesn't matter if the conditions are good. These 2 are far worse than Qin Changqing. She almost yelled, Aunt Zhao, that's right, it's because Qin Changqing doesn't think highly of you anymore, so he has to settle for the second best. She didn't say this out loud. Don't listen to my mom's introductions from now on. Even if I have to introduce someone, at least it should be someone better than Qin Changqing. Zhao Xiaoyi hung up the phone angrily, her chest still heaving. This is simply bullying. How can she, a fairy in her 30s with 2 little angels, commit herself to that old man? It's really outrageous. She was so angry that she wanted to see her wide. It just so happened that it started to drizzle at this time, which really enhanced the mood. After taking a taxi home, she had a big fight with her mother. I'm the master of my own life. Don't try to arrange my life. I don't want to arrange your life. But you are so old, living at home and not working, you are arranging my life. Her mother was so angry that she retorted directly. Okay. You're disgusted with me, aren't you? I don't want parents who favor boys over girls. I'm moving out tomorrow. Zhao Xiaoyi was so angry that her whole body was shaking, but the 2 little bastards seemed not to notice anything and were still having fun. Chapter 560, Self-Media Help? No thanks. 9. Changqing naturally also heard that Zhao Xiaoyi had moved out. That's how it should be. How can a strong woman stay at home and rely on her parents for support? He laughed. In fact, the housing prices in this small county town are not expensive, and renting a house only costs 5,000 or 6,000 yuan a year. Therefore, Zhao Xiaoyi chose to rent a well-decorated apartment in a residential complex. She even used her credit card to set up one of the rooms as a studio specifically for live streaming. She was full of confidence. Because she had some interactions with the account that Xiao Wang helped, she had gained some popularity. In addition, after purchasing several waves of promotions, her fans had increased from a few hundred to a few thousand. This is a good sign. If this continues, the revenue will increase from a few thousand to tens of thousands, then to hundreds of thousands, and finally to millions. By then, one live broadcast will be enough to make hundreds of thousands, which is much better than Qin Changqing repairing cars every day in a dirty way. She didn't want to bother with those parents who favored boys over girls. Humph, don't even think about borrowing money from her in the future. But when she actually did it, she realized how difficult it was. Without their mother to watch over them, the two children were very naughty and often yelled at to the point of breaking down. They even broke into the camera from time to time when she was live streaming, laughing, and making noise, although, since Chongqing exposed her last time, she no longer deliberately creates a single persona. But it's not okay with the child being so noisy. The child was naturally beaten up and never dared to enter the live broadcast room again, but she found that the popularity was getting lower and lower. Hey, after broadcasting for a few days, I lost a lot of fans. It seems that this won't work if it doesn't attract attention. She let out a long sigh, but there is not much popularity to be gained in this small place. Everyone is just living their life as usual, and there is not even much news happening. She is a little worried. Although she turned on the beauty filter, she felt that she was good looking. But who doesn't look good when doing live broadcasts? Appearance is no longer the focus of the competition. After all, everyone who opens a live broadcast has high looks. It's even difficult to become famous by performing any talent. The key is to have explosive points and be popular. The more I think about her, the more worried I feel. On the other side, Wang Xian was also worried. He was extremely worried. Who is Qin Chongqing, anyway? Why is he so stubborn? Even after being offered 100,000 yuan, he still refuses? Old Zhao, contact Mr. Zhou and have him call and persuade his son that returning to China is the best arrangement for him. He will definitely agree. A middle-aged man next to him nodded and took out his cell phone. Wang Xian's eyes flashed. He was almost losing his patience. If this doesn't work, he will just mobilize public opinion. He hopes that kid will be sensible and not push into that step, otherwise, it will end badly. So, Chongqing, who was on vacation, received a long-distance call. Hello, are you Qin Chongqing? I'm Zhou Jiezu. It was obvious that the voice on the other end was a little nervous, and he introduced himself directly. Zhou Jiezu? Chongqing was slightly stunned. Wasn't this the original owner's biological father who had never taken any responsibility? Why did he call him directly? He soon understood that it was Xiao Wang who was helping the program team with the arrangements. I'm Qin Chongqing, but I don't know any Zhou Jiezu. If you're okay, I'll hang up. Don't. An anxious voice came from the microphone. I am your biological father. I failed in my business in the United States, so, okay, it's this line again. Chongqing didn't want to hear that, so he interrupted him directly. My father died a long time ago, so don't just recognize a son randomly. To be honest, the probability of Wang Xian being your son is higher than mine. After all, he was an orphan since childhood. My mother said in person that my father died in an accident. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Jiezu, who was wrapped in a dirty quilt, was stunned when he heard this. Wang Xian? The man Xiao Wang helped? How could he be his son? He was so rich and even offered to pay for his plane ticket back home. If he was his son, that would be fantastic. Unfortunately, no. I remember your mother's name was Qin Shangyao. We were in a relationship before, and I even held you in my arms when you were born. Come on. Don't recognize a random son. Mr. Zhou, if you want to solve the problem of retirement, go to the government, or even go to Wang Xian, but don't come to me. We have no relationship, understand? We can do a paternity test. Zhou Jiezu was anxious. Did his son's words mean he didn't recognize him? What should he do? Was he going to starve to death on the streets of America? He didn't want that. He wanted to return home. Fuck you. You bastard, you're shameless even if you're given the chance, huh? You pull anyone off the street and force them to go for a paternity test with you? Don't bother me anymore. Chongqing was furious. What kind of class was this? He even wanted a paternity test. He had never seen such a shameless person. He hung up the phone directly and blocked the call. It's really endless. It's so annoying. After learning the result, Wang Xian was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. Send it. Send the finished preview right away. Oh, Xiao Zhang, write a short essay about how Qin Chongqing didn't want to acknowledge his biological father. Remember to make it explosive. We'll buy a trending search and push it to the top. His eyes were red and his look was fierce. It was the first time in all his years in the industry that he was so angry. Qin Chongqing. If you don't cooperate with me, don't blame me for being rude. And Lao Lu, contact that kid's previous blind date, Zhao Xiaoyi, and ask her to cooperate. Okay. After the instructions were given, Wang Xian sat in the chair behind his desk and gasped for breath. It was really infuriating. Chongqing didn't know that he was in trouble again. When he woke up from a nap at noon, he found that there were more than a dozen missed calls on his mobile phone and a dense network of WeChat messages. He picked it up and saw that he had become a trending topic. After reading a lot of content on the internet, he finally figured out what was going on. It turned out that it was Wang Xian who took action. The essay clearly accused him of being unfilial, saying that filial piety is the foundation of a country, and that parents give life and people should be filial to them. He also said that there are many people who yearn for family affection but don't have it, and some people don't know how to cherish it.
He even mentioned his name directly in the essay. The trailer of the video is even more explosive. The video starts with a scene of a dirty old man rummaging through a trash can on the street. The voiceover expresses doubts, asking why this man looks Chinese and has fallen to such a state. The video then goes on to a one-on-one interview with him. During the interview, the elderly man explained that he came to the United States to start a business for the well-being of his wife and children. He initially earned some money and sent it back home, but later lost everything due to a partner's departure and the economic crisis. He was also deeply in debt. To avoid burdening his family, he chose to continue working hard here. However, his situation deteriorated, and he felt too embarrassed to return, so he has been wandering ever since. Finally, the interviewer asked him if he missed his family, and the old man shed tears. Yes. Countless people were moved, and the messages all said that the old man had a hard time. They also said that those who dared to do bad things in that era did not do it for their families. However, everyone has different lucks. Some people succeed, but we cannot blame the losers. Others expressed their deep sympathy, saying that the old man had fallen into this situation for his family, and now his family should express some gratitude, especially when they learned that he still had a son. They even said that the son should take care of the old man in his old age and see him to the end of his life. This is a righteous cause and basic morality. Chapter 561, Self-Media Help? No thanks. 10. Changqing was very angry when he saw this. These moral hypocrites are really infuriating. They talk without any worries, especially Wang Xian. What was he trying to do by making such a big scene? Was he trying to force him to submit? It seems that I have to teach him a lesson. He muttered to himself. Later, he saw that Zhao Xiaoyi also posted a video. In the video, she testified as an acquaintance that he, Qin Changqing, was the man on the blind date. He had no filial piety at all. He opened a car repair shop and bought a garage, but was unwilling to provide for his father who had worked hard for most of his life. Not to mention, because of this popularity, there were quite a few comments, which increased her fan base. Even his personal account was completely dug out by the resourceful netizens, and the comments below included all kinds of advice and curses. Qin Changqing, look at the video of Xiao Wang helping out. He's just an outsider, but he cares about your father more than you do. Aren't you embarrassed? If you have any conscience, take the old man back and settle him down. Don't pretend to be dead. This kind of unfilial man deserves to die. Fortunately, the young lady didn't end up with him, otherwise she would be doomed. Changqing ignored the various insults from netizens. He understood that netizens were irrational. So, he just pinned an announcement, live broadcast at 8 o'clock in the evening, giving a complete explanation of the relevant matters. This caused an uproar on the internet. Are we going to start a fight? Time to eat melons, grab a seat first. How dare you do this live stream? Take the old man back first. He's so pitiful. It brings me to tears. Don't take sides yet. Maybe there will be a reversal. There have been quite a few reversals recently. Zhao Xiaoyi also saw Changqing's message, and she became excited instead. If a fight breaks out, it will cause a lot of heat. Anyway, she is extremely convinced that Zhou Jiezu must be Qin Changqing's father, and Xiao Wang will not speak nonsense without evidence. You can take advantage of this popularity. Wang Xian naturally also saw the news about Changqing, but he was not panicked at all. At worst, we can just do a paternity test. To be honest, he can basically confirm by looking at their facial features that the two are father and son, as they do look somewhat similar. With the development of technology, blood ties cannot be denied. This wave of traffic is sure to come. At 7:50 in the evening, many netizens were waiting. This is a real-life ethical drama, and everyone wants to watch it. Please move aside, melon seeds, peanuts, and your feet in the front row. Hey, where's the anchor? Come online quickly. I'm waiting to see your excuses. Xiao Wang is a big account holder. He won't say anything without evidence. I believe Xiao Wang. There was a lot of discussion on the screen, but Changqing ignored it. He turned on the camera on time at 8 o'clock. Everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and then a face appeared on the screen. Wow, is this the anchor? He has thick eyebrows and big eyes, but he doesn't look like a bad person. What era is this? Can you still judge good or bad based on appearance? Being unfilial is the worst kind of bad. Changqing took a quick look and saw that the number of people had reached over 100,000. It seemed that Xiao Wang had indeed helped to hype up this matter, and it was attracting a lot of attention. Dear netizens, I'm Qin Changqing. Today's live broadcast is mainly to answer everyone's questions. Let me put it this way. I've never done a live broadcast before. If you have any questions, please type them on the screen. I will answer them one by one. He acted very calmly. Although his Mandarin was not standard, it was clear enough, which surprised everyone. Wang Xian naturally also followed Changqing's live broadcast. He originally thought that a mechanic would be speechless in front of the camera, but he didn't expect that the boy had clear logic and performed well, which made him feel a little uneasy. But when he thought of the backup plan of paternity testing, he felt relieved. Believe that technology is never wrong, and standing on the moral high ground will always lead to victory. On the other side, Zhao Xiaoyi was also watching Changqing's live broadcast. She didn't pay attention to the language expression, but just thought that Changqing seemed to be good-looking, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He wore a white shirt today, and his temperament was very different from his usual car repair appearance. Although he didn't look like a gentleman, he was surprisingly handsome, especially his spirit and energy made him stand out from the crowd. That's strange, Changqing has already started answering questions from netizens. His answers are just like his dress, concise and efficient, which has reduced the number of netizens scolding him. Question, Mr. Qin, is the Mr. Zhou that Xiao Wang mentioned your father? Changqing answered without thinking. No, my mother told me when she was alive that my father died when he was very young and she watched him being buried, so Mr. Zhou couldn't be my father. This answer obviously did not satisfy netizens, and someone immediately asked. Then why did you reject Xiao Wang's suggestion of doing a paternity test? Changqing smiled and asked back. If you were walking down the street and a stranger came up to you and said you were his son and wanted to take you for a paternity test, would you do it or would you call him crazy? This makes a lot of sense, and netizens were all silent. Obviously, being in a different place, they would probably just think the other person is crazy. Question, a young anchor said that she had a blind date with you and that you were a bottom-up man. What do you think? I've already said this before. This was just a failed blind date. I don't want to talk about it any further. Question, do you think Mr. Zhou recognized his son randomly? Changqing frowned and thought about this question for a while, then smiled. I'm not sure what Mr. Zhou is thinking, but I think the probability of Wang Xian being his son is probably greater than the probability of me being his son. After all, I can be sure that my father is dead, but he can't. There was an uproar in the live broadcast room. Many people are fans of Xiao Wang Bang, and after hearing what he said, they really started to think about it. Xiao Wang has talked about his life experience, saying that he grew up in an orphanage and has expressed his desire for family affection on many occasions. This state has also attracted a lot of fans for him. What the host said makes sense. Maybe Mr. Zhou is really Xiao Wang's father. I remember Xiao Wang's last name is the same as the director of the orphanage. Some netizens were unknowingly led astray and started thinking along the lines of Changqing. This made Wang Xian, who had been in the live broadcast room, anxious, and he spoke directly. Qin Changcheng. Just because you don't want to acknowledge your father, you can just say whatever you want? Do you know that filial piety is the foundation of our lives? A single stone caused 1,000 ripples, and the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Chapter 562, Self-Media Help? No thanks, 11, here he comes. Xiao Wang is here too. Streamer, please invite Xiao Wang to the microphone and have a direct conversation. Exciting, exciting. Get on the mic. Xiao Wang is a big anchor. It's an honor for you to come to your little live broadcast room. Hurry up, open the microphone if you have the guts and speak directly. Some of Xiao Wang's fans advocated for him to go on the microphone. Changqing was not vague and directly took up the microphone. Qin Changcheng. Your slander is totally unreasonable. Fine. You said Mr. Zhou is my father. I dare to go for a paternity test. Do you dare to go? Do you dare? As soon as Xiao Wang came on the microphone, he used a big move to bring netizens back to their senses. Yes, there's also paternity testing. The power of technology is limitless. With just one test, it's clear at a glance whether a child is father or son. Everyone looked at Changqing, waiting for his reaction. Wang Xian thought Changqing would panic immediately and escape from the live broadcast, but he was disappointed. Changqing just smiled indifferently. I'm not afraid of anything, but I don't have the time. If you're willing to pay for lost wages, I can go with you. Then he smiled again and said to netizens. You're walking down the street, and a stranger asks you for a paternity test. Isn't it unreasonable to ask for some lost wages? Without waiting for netizens to answer, Xiao Wang spoke directly. I'll give you 100,000. That's enough. He expected that Changqing would also ask for a high price, so he simply opened a high price. This way he would appear generous and attract a wave of fans. It would not be a loss this time, seeing that the number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 500,000, he was very excited. It is true that there is passion only when there is conflict. If he had directly agreed to recognize the relationship, it might not have become popular. 100,000 was certainly enough. Changqing didn't hesitate, he just took out the card. How about, Mr. Wang, transfer the money first? Xiao Wang didn't expect that he would ask for money directly, but at this time the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. He took out his mobile phone, transferred 100,000 yuan neatly, and then showed everyone the transfer record. Okay, the day after tomorrow, we'll pick him up at the airport and go directly to the appraisal center. He had it in mind, the airport live broadcast would generate some traffic, the appraisal center would generate some, and then when the results came out, he would generate some more. He would make at least hundreds of thousands of dollars, a sure win. No, it's none of my business to pick someone up. You can designate an authoritative identification center, and I'll personally go there to provide the biological samples. I'll be there when the results are released. As for the rest, I'm sorry I can't accompany you.
Changqing shook his head and refused. What about the airport scene where the father and son hug and cry? He doesn't want that. How comfortable it is to lie down at home. Wang Xian didn't expect that Changqing would not go to the airport. This would reduce the popularity a lot, but he couldn't say anything in front of netizens, so he had to grit his teeth and admit it. Only when the time comes can we make the scene bigger. He thought so. At that moment, the two of them directly identified an authoritative institution for paternity testing in front of the netizens in the live broadcast room on the microphone, and the live broadcast came to an end. Paternity testing is also a hot word, which made this matter a little bit popular on the search. Changqing didn't know whether Wang Xian spent the money, but he didn't care. The more lively it is, the more interesting it is. TSK, another $100,000, not bad. As soon as the live broadcast was turned off, he just lay on the sofa like a boneless fish, too lazy to move. There are always people rushing to give me money, and I can't spend it all. Fortunately, I didn't marry Zhao Xiao, otherwise the money would not even be in my pocket. Thinking of the miserable condition of the original owner, Changqing felt relieved again. On the other hand, Zhao Xiaoi was so angry when she saw Changqing got 100,000 yuan effortlessly in the live broadcast room. That bastard is so cunning. If he had agreed to her advice directly, she would have gotten the money. But he refused to agree at that time. As a result, he agreed again after receiving a large sum of money. That guy just wants money. What an ungrateful thing. She gritted her teeth in anger when she thought about how she had only earned a little over 300 yuan in a week of live streaming, which was not even enough to cover the equipment costs. It's not hot enough, she must go to the city airport in 2 days. This wave of popularity has something to do with her. She can take advantage of it and gain some fans. However, it takes several hours to get from this small county town to the city, and it is really inconvenient without a car. Her eyes lit up as she thought of Changqing's new car. I called him again. What? You want to borrow my car? Changqing was shocked when he heard this request. This woman is really brave. Wasn't her scolding last time harsh enough? I'm picking up your dad for you. What's wrong with using your car? On the other end of the phone, Zhao Xiaoi was very confident. Changqing hung up the phone directly and blocked her number. This woman's train of thought is so strange that it's impossible to explain it clearly to her. Zhao Xiaoi only heard a beeping sound from the phone. When she called again, she found that the call was completely disconnected, and she knew that she had been blocked. Humph. If you don't want to lend it to me, then don't. When the paternity test results come out, let's see what you'll do. She cursed angrily, took out her cell phone and contacted other enemies. Changqing really hadn't thought about what to do. He wasn't anxious at all and even worked normally for the past 2 days. On the third day, Wang Xian started a live broadcast at the airport. Changqing went to the live broadcast room early to take a look and found it very lively. A group of people, not sure if they were Wang Xian's hired internet trolls or spontaneous enthusiastic netizens, were holding signs and banners. It says, "Welcome home, Mr. Zhou." Hey, what would be the reaction of these netizens if Zhou Jiazhu went to their homes? Changqing asked the system with a smile. The system froze for a moment. No one is willing to take care of a stranger who has no relationship with them, right? It thought for a while and said, yes. But these netizens think that the original owner should take care of such a father who is essentially a stranger. This is really unreasonable. This time, the plane had arrived. Zhou Jiazhu walked out of the passage, followed by a young man, who should be the person Xiao Wang helped to invite. Changqing noticed that Zhou Jiazhu's suit was newly bought and didn't fit him well. Although his hair was shaved, his wrinkled face looked very old, and his eyes were vague, making him look a little shrewd. This old scumbag deserves his downfall. He sighed. However, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room immediately improved. My eyes are filled with tears. Mr. Zhou has been wandering in the United States for many years and is finally home. I am grateful to my country and to Xiao Wang for his help. The old man looks quite handsome in a suit. He must have been a handsome guy before. Damn America. It has ruined the old man's life. Qin Changcheng. Look at you, are you still a human being? Your father finally returned home, and you didn't even go to pick him up. Xiao Wang, my big king got 10 sets of big swords. I love Xiao Wang and got a submarine. Many netizens also sent balloons and hearts, and the popularity of the live broadcast room soared. Chapter 563, Self-Media Help? No thanks. 12. Changqing didn't feel anything when he saw himself being scolded. Instead, he sighed with interest and said that the IQ of netizens this time was really not good. In the picture, Wang Xian, dressed in casual clothes, walked up to Zhou Jiazhu and hugged him. He also asked Zhou Jiazhu several questions facing the camera. Do you miss your motherland? Do you miss your son? The answer is of course yes. Then, Wang Xian considerately made an excuse for Changqing, saying that he was unable to pick someone up because he was busy with work. There was another sigh in the live broadcast room. Xiao Wang was so gentle that it brought tears to my eyes. Of course, Changqing was dragged out and whipped again. Qin Changqing, look at this. Little Wang is even more filial to his parents than a biological son like you. At this time, Zhao Xiaoi also entered the screen holding a mobile phone, and then Wang Xian introduced her, saying that this girl was the blind date partner who almost married Qin Changqing.
She was a kind person and had repeatedly advised Qin Changqing to be filial and to take the elderly back. The live broadcast room was once again filled with a wave of touching emotions. Someone also pointed out that this young lady is also an anchor. Brothers, please follow her. Such a kind person deserves to be loved. Changqing laughed out loud when he saw this. That he even saw Zhao Xiaoyi's eyes turn red, and she called him Uncle Zhou. She also said that Qin Changqing had grown up and told him not to worry. It was rare that she didn't say anything bad about him. However, Changqing was not moved. This was to establish the image of filial piety and respect for the elderly. In his heart, he had cursed him hundreds of times. Because of this wave of popularity, Zhao Xiao's fans increased again, reaching more than 20,000. She was so happy that of course she wanted to continue to ride on the popularity. So I followed him to the appraisal center in the city. Netizens were all looking forward to Changqing's appearance. The live broadcast room was very lively. They wanted to see the father and son meet each other, but unfortunately they were destined to be disappointed. Changqing went there yesterday, registered his information, and left biological samples. Of course, he also took videos of the whole process in case of emergency. When everyone followed the live broadcast room to the identification center, they were told by the staff that Mr. Qin had already been there yesterday and left a sample. Naturally, there was a lot of disappointment in the live broadcast room. This Qin Changqing is really too much. Uncle Zhou has come all the way back to China, and he's not willing to see him? I'm so angry. How could such a cold-blooded person exist in this world? He's truly a lowly man. No wonder he's almost 40 and still can't find a wife. Who would dare to live with such a cold-blooded animal? Changqing noticed that one of them was suspected to be Zhao Xiaoyi's second account, but he didn't dwell on it. Just watching the live broadcast and having fun.at the scene, Wang Xian fulfilled his promise and generously drew a tube of blood. Qin Changqing, I will keep my word and give you the results when the time comes. I hope to see you here. He shouted to the live broadcast room, then turned the camera to Zhou Jiazhu and asked, are you looking forward to seeing your son? Zhou Jiazhu also has some acting skills. His eyes became red on the spot and he squeezed out a few tears. Son, Daddy regrets missing your growth. Please give me a chance to make it up to you. Netizens were all moved. Changqing was also very moved. Yes, I will definitely give you the opportunity. Zhao Xiaoyi also seized the opportunity to show herself. She held up her mobile phone and sent it over, saying with tears in her eyes that although she had no fate with Mr. Zhou's son, she was willing to do her bit to help. It would take another week for the results to come out anyway, so she was willing to take the old man to the county town where Qin Changqing was. She even waved her hand and said that she would cover all the expenses. Good man. Jaicho was immediately moved to tears, and netizens were also deeply moved, and his fanbase increased significantly. Changqing was also very moved. He immediately locked the door of the shop and the house, and carried the car to another place. Damn, this woman is really sick. He was not surprised. The woman would definitely live broadcast the whole process of bringing Zhou Jiazhu back. In order to gain popularity and attract attention, she would definitely bring him to the door of his store. I'll just run away and see what you'll do. He lowered the rolling shutter, put up a notice saying the owner was going on a trip, and then drove away. The paternity test could have been expedited, with results available within 24 hours, but they chose to wait, stirring up public opinion. It's really troublesome. In fact, it was just as he expected. The development of things was even more dramatic than he expected. Zhao Xiaoyi boasted that she would pay all the expenses to take Zhou Jiazhu on a tour of his hometown, but she found herself extremely short of money. Naturally, the first thing she thought of was to ask Changqing for money. Hey, Qin Changqing, your father is in the county town, and I'm taking him back to visit his hometown. As a son, shouldn't you show some appreciation by giving him some money? She changed her phone number and called Changqing. I suggest you ask Wang Xian for it. After all, he did a personal appraisal. What if it turns out to be his father? Changqing stopped the car on the side of the road and spoke leisurely. How is that possible? Uncle Zhou is not Wang Xian's mother's lover. Who knows? Changqing hung up the phone and offered a one-stop blacklisting service as well. Zhao Xiaoyi was so angry that she thought about it and actually called Wang Xian, because they had cooperated on this matter and were somewhat familiar with each other. Wang Xian, I'm taking Jaicho on a tour of his hometown. You have people following and filming the live broadcast anyway, so you have to pay for it. We can't ask her to pay for it all, but Wang Xian is as smart as a dog and will not agree to this request. You made such a boast in front of the internet, so of course you paid for it. You can't just act cool and attract fans and then ask me to pay for it. Then don't send anyone to follow us. Zhao Xiaoyi was also angry. Okay, I'll withdraw my people. Wang Xian didn't buy it at all. Oh, by the way, I have to tell you that Mr. Zhou has a lot of illnesses. If he faints while shopping, you have to take him to the hospital. Of course, since you were so kind, you will definitely do that. After saying that, Wang Xian hung up the phone. It doesn't matter whether he follows her or not. As long as Zhao Xiaoyi is still live streaming, this matter will be hot and brewing. He doesn't care at all to sit back and relax. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Xiaoyi was stunned when she heard this. Is Mr. Zhou actually ill? And judging by what Wang Xian said, he seems to be seriously ill. Isn't this a fucking time bomb? She wanted to call Chang Qing right away, but she had been blocked and couldn't get in touch with him. Moreover, I have already made a promise in front of hundreds of thousands of netizens, so I can't go back on my word. I can only pray that Mr. Zhou can survive this week. She used her credit card a lot and even borrowed some money from online loans to raise enough money for the trip. In the future, when I have more fans, I will definitely double and triple the money I earned back. Zhao Xiaoyi raised her hand to encourage herself.
Chapter 564, Self-Media Help?
No thanks. 13. Zhao Xiaoyi's journey to becoming a saint was indeed not smooth. The first hurdle was the obstruction from her parents, especially Zhao's mother. When she learned that her daughter had taken in an old man to the rental house, she was so angry that she came to the door and cursed at her. Isn't this a disgrace?
With no relatives or friends, taking care of an old man?
This daughter isn't even that good to her parents. Of course, Zhao Ma was furious.
Zhao Xiaoyi, are you capable of taking the old man home? Are you capable of opening the door? You have no shame, but your father and I still have some dignity. Look at what you have done.
Zhao Xiaoyi had just painstakingly prepared a table full of barely presentable dishes, and had just opened her phone to prepare for a live broadcast. She had even thought of the theme. It would be the first meal that she would bring home to Mr. Zhou, so that he could feel the warmth of his hometown. As a result, he was obstructed by the scolding outside. Zhou Jiezu looked embarrassed, and his hand that was picking up the food shrank. He looked at Zhao Xiaoyi pitifully and said nothing. However, Zhao Xiaoyi became angry immediately when her live broadcast was interrupted. She quickly walked to the door, opened it, and looked extremely ugly.
Don't you dislike me eating free meals at home? Don't meddle in my affairs.
She spoke very aggressively, and Mother Zhao was heartbroken.
You fool. What will others think if you bring a strange old man home?
And you don't have to spend money on food and drink.
Where are your 2 sons?
At this time, the sound of a child crying was heard from the room.
Grandma, Zhao Xiaoyi's face changed.
Before she could stop Zhao Ma, she rushed into the house and opened the locked door. The 2 little brats with crying faces immediately threw themselves into Zhao Ma's arms and sobbed.
Grandma, Mom locked us in the house and didn't let us make any noise.
The little guy complained directly, and Mother Zhao was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Zhao Xiaoyi hurried to explain.
I'm about to do a live broadcast, and the kids are messing around and delaying my money.
It is true that this table of delicious food cost a lot of money, and the live broadcast scene should be warmer. If the 2 children are frantically picking up food from the table, the audience's viewing experience will be too bad, which is not conducive to establishing the character.
Live broadcast, that's all you know.
Zhao's mother was so angry that she wanted to find a policeman to beat someone up, but there was no one at home. She pushed the child into Zhao Xiaoyi's arms, rushed to Zhou Jiezu, pointed at his nose and cursed.
Old man, I don't care if you want to harm others, but don't blame my daughter. Go find whoever's father you are, and get out of here right now.
As he said that, he rushed forward, grabbed his sleeve and dragged him out. It has to be said that Zhao Ma burst out with all her strength at this time.
Zhou Jiezu's sick body, which had been wandering for many years, really couldn't bear it.
He staggered after being pulled and his whole head began to feel dizzy. He looked at Zhao Xiaoyi, and was about to say something when his body suddenly shook and he fell to the ground. Mother Zhao was so frightened that she quickly let go and took 2 steps back. At the same time, Zhao Xiaoyi screamed and hurried forward to check. She was very panicked because Wang Xian said that Mr. Zhou was ill and needed to be taken good care of. As a result, he fainted. Mother Zhao was so frightened that her face turned pale, but she did not forget to blame her daughter.
Look at you, who did you bring back? Is he made of paper? I didn't hit him.
Zhao Xiaoyi was also very upset and was furious when she heard her mother say that. You didn't hit him, but you pulled him.
Could you please not be so reckless?
It's over and now the outdoor live broadcast cannot be carried out and he has to be sent to the hospital. Mother Zhao had never expected this to happen, but she couldn't lose face in front of her daughter.
It's all because of you that you're meddling in other people's business.
You brought such a paper-made person into my home.
I'm so angry.
If it weren't for you, stop talking.
Zhao Xiaoyi yelled angrily, if he dies here, you'll go to jail. Ha!
When Zhao Ma heard the word jail, her mind froze for a moment, and she was truly terrified.
Then, rushed to the hospital. The 2 quarreled and called Zhao's father to send Zhou Jiezu to the hospital.
As a result, the examination fee alone cost several thousand yuan, and there was no medical insurance, so he had to pay for it. I swiped my credit card with all my might, only to find a ton of issues.
To sum it up, it's terrible. I need regular medication and maintenance.
How can you, as a child, take care of an elderly person?
With all these illnesses, didn't you come to the hospital for a checkup earlier?
The doctor frowned and looked at Zhao Xiaoyi with a very condemning expression. Damn it.
Zhao Xiaoyi was so angry that her liver hurt. What was going on?
The saying losing both the wife and the army was referring to her. I was hoping to capitalize on the hype and make a statement, live streaming for a week to gain followers, but the result? I ended up in the hospital. Hearing the doctor's tone, she realized that she would have to pay tens of thousands of dollars for hospitalization, which would not be reimbursed at all, and her legs immediately went weak. Mom, go find Qin Changqing right away and tell him that his father has suddenly fallen ill and ask him to pay the money to take care of his father. Zhao Shaohui anxiously pulled her mother's hand. Only at this moment did she feel how warm her mother's hand was. It was like she was grabbing the last straw. Mother Zhao was also anxious, and her eyes lit up immediately when she heard this. Anyway, no one knew that it was her who caused the illness, so it was just a good opportunity to find that person's son, and it was only natural for the son to treat his father. Okay. Mom will go right away. She walked out impatiently, because she was worried that she would not be strong enough on her own, so she called Aunt Zhao to accompany her and prepared to go to Changqing's store to persuade people with emotion and reason. Her aunt, Xiaohui, also has good intentions. She has never been able to let go of Qin Changqing, but he is determined. So when she saw Mr. Zhou's story online, she felt sympathy and wanted to help mend the relationship between father and son. Maybe they can rekindle their relationship. But Mr. Zhou fell ill right after arriving here. The doctor said it would cost tens of thousands of dollars, which she couldn't afford. So she had no choice but to find Qin Changqing. Mother Zhao looked anxious, and Aunt Zhao beside her was sweating when she heard it. The two rushed to Changqing's shop, and unexpectedly closed. There's a notice at the door. Aunt Zhao took a closer look. I'm going on a trip, and my return date is uncertain. She read it out word by word, and saw Zhao Ma collapse on the ground with tears in her eyes. Mother Zhao was desperate. It's over. The hospital is pressing for payment. She knows in her heart that it was her fault for pulling the trigger. The old man hasn't woken up yet. If the payment issue is not resolved, she will definitely not be able to escape once he wakes up and testifies. She will have to pay compensation. I just suddenly lost my temper and couldn't control myself. At this moment, she wished she could chop off the hand of the person who was pulling her, and she cried so miserably. Sister, Qin Changqing can run away like a monk, so you can just pay for it first, and then ask him to pay it back when he comes back. She thought it was no big deal, but Mother Zhao didn't think so. Firstly, she would have to borrow money to pay it forward, and her son was about to get married. The family was under great pressure, so borrowing money was difficult. Secondly, if she paid it forward, Qin Changqing would definitely not pay it back when he came back and asked the reason. The excuse was ready. It was her who caused the injury to break out. No, I can't advance the money. Call him. I just called him, but his phone is turned off. Aunt Zhao frowned. She was a little confused about the situation. A businessman actually turned off his phone. It was as if he had expected something to happen and was hiding on purpose. Call another number. Zhao Ma said again. It's turned off. It's no use calling from another phone. Chapter 565, Self-Media Help? No thanks. 14, there was no other way. Zhao Ma could only return to the hospital in a daze. She didn't dare to just throw the man into the hospital. If she was really sued, she might even have to go to jail. What? Qin Changqing went on a trip? And he said he has no idea when he'll be back? After hearing what Zhao Ma said, Zhao Shaohui's expression completely collapsed. How come this guy always ran away so promptly? He couldn't get through on the phone and he was not even in the county town. She thought of some other ways, but couldn't contact Changqing at all. Finally, she called Wang Xian. Mr. Zhou is ill and is now receiving treatment. Beep, beep, beep. I was hung up immediately, and I was blocked if I called again. Oh shit, she was so angry that she started cursing. What kind of people are these? Don't they have any sense of responsibility? Aren't they afraid that if Mr. Zhou dies, everyone will be in trouble? Wang Xian is really not afraid. Her Zhou Jizu was picked up by Zhao Shaohui in front of so many netizens. It was her fault for not taking good care of him. If anything really happened, it would be her responsibility. Moreover, for Wang Xian, the moment the paternity test results came out, the traffic of this matter reached its peak, and it was time to start the next story. Life or death had nothing to do with him, since the paternity test was already being done. Maybe even if he died, he could make big news. His eyes flashed. Besides, even if Zhao Shaohui wanted to find someone, she should have found Qin Changqing. Why did she call him and ask him to pay? He didn't even follow the filming, so what was the point of paying? Changqing was currently staying in a homestay in the city, lying on the rocking chair on the large balcony, feeling the mountain breeze and the beauty of nature. On the small table next to me, a pot of tea is emitting wisps of white smoke. So, in the end, Zhao Shaohui still paid for the hospitalization? He looked at the system next to him, which was laughing so hard that tears came out, and his brows relaxed. Yeah, her credit card is almost maxed out. Ha 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 ha. Then why doesn't she do a live broadcast? She got sick during the trip and had to pay for her treatment, so shouldn't she have some fun? Changqing was a little confused. Hee, that's naturally because Zhou Jiazu's injury flared up because his mother pulled him and he fell off the stool. Changqing understood what I said. He was worried that the matter would be exposed later and the traffic would backfire. Did you record the video of Zhao Ma pulling Zhou Jiazu? He asked the system. No. The system immediately glared at him.
He just loved eating melons, but he didn't have the hobby of filming everywhere. Well, that's it. Chang Qing was relieved. On the other hand, Zhao Xiaoyi, who had paid tens of thousands of yuan, was heartbroken. She felt that she was really unlucky. Having such parents was only making things worse and was simply harming her. Fortunately, 2 days later, Zhou Jiazu woke up. When he learned that it was her who paid the hospital bills, he did not blame her. He even said considerately that when he recovered, he would ask his son for the money and he would definitely return it to her. This deeply moved Zhao Xiaoyi. Mr. Zhou was indeed a good man. People who had been abroad were different. They were gentlemanly, considerate, and good at talking. Since Mr. Zhou said he didn't blame her, she became bolder and started broadcasting directly in the hospital, live-streaming the process of accompanying the patient. It just so happened that netizens were waiting to see the expressions of the overseas wanderers returning to their hometown, and as soon as the show started, a large number of people flocked into the live broadcast room. Oh, the show is finally on. I've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted. What tourist attraction is this? Hey, why is it in the hospital ward? This is the ward. Look at the headline upstairs. Mr. Zhou has a sudden illness, and the anchor is accompanying him. This young lady is so beautiful and kind-hearted. I'm so touched. At XXXXX, can you give this young lady a good person award? I'm so sorry. Mr. Zhou fell ill right after returning to China. Can he speak? Let him say a few words. So, Zhao Xiaoyi turned the screen to Zhou Jiazu lying on the hospital bed. Netizens only heard the thin old man cough twice and then laughed. It's just some old ailments, nothing serious. I just need to take better care of myself and not drink alcohol. Hee, luckily Xiaoyi is here, otherwise, it would be hard to see everyone this time. His speech won favor. Ha, the old man is so optimistic. He really has been in the United States for more than 10 years. American humor is great. Xiaoyi? The old man calls her that with such affection. He's such a gentleman. Don't mess around with the CP. Mr. Zhou is decades older than the anchor. Don't be so excessive. Netizens were making fun of her, but they were not restrained in their words. Zhao Xiaoyi blushed when she saw these comments. She glanced at Zhou Jiazu on the bed and happened to meet his gaze, so she quickly turned her head away. In addition to the hot discussion, many netizens were also very diligent in sending gifts. To catch up with this wave of popularity, they really gave a lot of gifts. After the live broadcast, Zhao Xiaoyi looked at the backstage and found that she had earned 50,000 yuan in one live broadcast, which was enough to cover all the medical expenses. That's great. I wish Mr. Zhou could always participate in the live broadcast. Zhao Xiaoyi couldn't help but sigh like this. Unfortunately, Chang Qing will be the one who gets the benefit in the end. The old man is so popular that if that guy starts a live broadcast for a year, he will probably make millions. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. How could that guy be so lucky? That's millions. Her dream is to make a lot of money. Xiaoyi, how is the live broadcast going? Zhou Jiazu looked at Zhao Xiaoyi sitting in a daze beside the bed, reached out and covered her hand, and asked kindly like an elder. Zhao Xiaoyi only felt a heat on her hand, and a rough big hand covered her. She subconsciously wanted to pull her hand away, but she didn't know what she thought of, and finally did not move. He just raised his head and looked at Zhou Jiazu. The effect is good. Thanks to Uncle Zhou for coming out. The old man is really my lucky star. Although she is already a middle-aged woman, Zhao Xiaoyi has never suffered any hardship. She has fair skin and even a light in her eyes. Zhou Jiazu's heart skipped a beat when he met her gaze. He was originally an old scumbag, so he was naturally good at dealing with women. He immediately clenched his hand and directly grabbed Zhao Xiaoyi's white palm. Xiaoyi, I'm only 54. Don't call me old man. It makes me look old. Zhao Xiaoyi didn't expect him to be so bold. Her face turned red like a ripe apple. She didn't know what to say. She pulled her hand back and ran out quickly. She felt her whole body getting hot. Chapter 566, Self-Media Help? No thanks. 15. In the following days, Zhao Xiaoyi live-streamed every day and the popularity was quite good, especially when Zhou Jiazu appeared on the screen to speak. The popularity reached its peak and people kept sending gifts. Although the profit was not as much as the first day, I still made nearly 200,000 yuan after a few days. Ha, I really did make a lot of money. Zhao Xiaoyi was ecstatic, but when she thought about the fact that Mr. Zhou would be taken away once the paternity test came out, she felt disappointed. It would not be so easy to make money in the future. Or, just agree to it? She thought about how Zhou Jiazu confessed his love to her yesterday and was rejected by her, but then I thought again, Mr. Zhou was still quite a gentleman. He didn't curse like Chang Qing did. Even when he was rejected, he maintained his good manners. He is indeed worthy of being an old gentleman who returned from abroad. Moreover, during these days of getting along, she found that Zhou Jiazu was very good at talking, and many of his words could touch her heart. He was like another me in the world, making her silent heart feel a sense of resonance. To be honest, when Zhou Jiazu was young, he was naturally good-looking.
Although he had been wandering in the United States for many years, he was not short of food, so he was not as skinny and dead as the homeless people in China. Moreover, before returning to China, he was arranged by Xiao Wang's helpers to have a hairstyle, so he actually looks quite good. If you say I'm moved, that's definitely not the case, but then she thought of the two old men her mother had introduced to her some time ago, and they didn't look as good as Uncle Joe. As for his old age and illness, that is Qin Changqing's business and it is not her turn to be responsible. But she can still continue the live broadcast with Mr. Zhou, which is a big deal. 200,000 a week. How much would that be in a year? Probably tens of millions. She looked at the number of fans on her account, which had grown to 100,000, with determination in her eyes. There are always sacrifices to make money. If you can't even make this little sacrifice, how can you make big money? And he also thought that if Qin Changqing knew that he was with his father, his expression would definitely be very interesting, which would be really interesting. The heroine in the online novel was reborn to marry the original protagonist's uncle, but she married his father directly. She is still the heroine. Zhao Xiaoyi felt that this was a good way to vent her anger and make a lot of money. Jizu, I agree to your request. Back to the bedside again, she finally spoke her mind with a blushing face. Zhou Jiezu's expression was stunned for a moment, and then he showed ecstasy. Xiaoyi, do you really not mind that I'm older than you? He looked nervous, like a young man who was just beginning to feel sympathetic towards his lover, which actually made Zhao Xiaoyi laugh. No. I don't mind. And I think we should get married right away, otherwise your son might not agree in the future. Zhao Xiaoyi acts decisively. The two hit it off immediately. Zhou Jiezu had not obtained an American citizenship in the first place, and his household registration was still in his hometown, so he went to apply for a new ID card. The two of them secretly got the certificate the day before going to the city. The moment he walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhou Jiezu was a little dazed. He was just a homeless man in the United States, but when he came back, he was able to make money by live streaming and even marry a young wife. It's really a big profit. Hometown is still the best, and the motherland is still the best. Even the old scumbag couldn't help but express such emotion. Zhao Xiaoyi was also very excited. At this moment, she was looking forward to meeting Changqing. That kid will definitely have a funny expression when he finds out I'm his stepmother. Moreover, she felt that she could definitely make a lot of money, 200,000 a week. Tens of millions or even hundreds of millions were not a dream. She wanted to live in the best house, go to the city, or even go abroad, and live the life of a lady. The two smiled at each other and hugged each other. Changqing naturally also got the news, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground while he was driving. What did you say? Zhao Xiaoyi and Zhou Jiezu are married? He slammed on the brakes and pulled the car to the side of the road. This is so fucking exciting. He had to stop the car and slow down. Yes. The system also showed an expression of incomprehension. Zhao Xiaoyi doesn't even like you, the host, but she actually likes that old man. It's really infuriating. It said. What are you talking about? I just don't like her, okay? Changqing was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It's no wonder that the system can't understand. How could it know how fanatical people can be in pursuit of profit? After all, humans are animals that like to speculate, and they are extremely arrogant. They always think that they are that special person. For example, if you get 100 million but there is a 98% risk of death, there will still be people who think they will be the lucky 2%. Forget it, let them be. There will be a lot of fun to watch then. Evergreen doesn't matter this time. He didn't want to bear the living expenses and medical expenses of that old scumbag. The important thing was to live his own life well. However, since the results of the in-person appraisal are imminent, those two should be on their way to the city. IT could make the scene more lively. Changqing took out his phone and called Zhao Xiao's mother. Hello, this is Qin Changqing. Did you know that Zhao Xiao is married? He went straight to the point on the phone. Qin Changqing? Marriage? These words made Zhao Ma stun for a moment, but she soon realized it. You're getting married? Why didn't you tell us? Are young people so unreliable? They got married without even giving a betrothal gift. She felt betrayed. How could her daughter be so ignorant? She used to know to ask for a betrothal gift. No. A series of no's came over the phone, and it seemed that the other party was denying it very eagerly. It's not me who's marrying your daughter. It's Zhou Jiezu, the old man Zhao Xiaoyi brought home. They've already got the marriage certificate. Changqing's voice was calm, but Zhao Ma was like being struck by lightning, and her whole body became Spartan. Zhou Jiezu? That old man? The sick one? The next moment, she burst into a shocking roar. Zhou Jiezu! I will never let him go. And Qin Changqing. He's your father, and you don't do anything about it, just letting him hurt people like this? She couldn't help but curse. Changqing was too lazy to explain and just hung up the phone. It was fine as long as the news got through. The truth about whether he was a father or not would soon come out. Chapter 567, Self-Media Help? No thanks. 16, at this time, the Zhao family, because she had to take care of the patient, Zhao Xiaoyi's two children were taken back by her mother. They were making a fuss at the moment, and when they heard Zhao's mother's loud yell, the two noisy little brats were so scared that they dared not speak loudly. Mr.
Zhao happened to be at home that day. When he heard the roar, he walked into the house with a frown on his face. What are you arguing about? Don't scare the child. Your daughter is married to the old man in the hospital and has already obtained the marriage certificate. Mother Zhao held her cell phone in one hand and waved the other anxiously. That's impossible. Zhao's father immediately denied it. He knew Zhao Xiaoyi's temper very well and knew that she was a bit arrogant. Call your daughter, he said. So, Zhao Xiaoyi, who was rushing to the city, received a phone call. When she saw that it was her mother calling, her face changed and a bad premonition came over her. Mom, I'm going to the city. What's the matter? She calmed down and answered the phone. Tell me. Tell me the truth. Are you married to that Zhou Jiazu? Mother Zhao's words were filled with exasperation. She had asked someone to introduce a few older men to her daughter before, just to stimulate her, but she didn't ask her to really find an old man. If I really find an old man, where will my family's face be? Moreover, this is the time when my son is getting married. If something like this happens, all the relatives will be embarrassed. Zhao Ma was so domineering that she frightened Zhao Xiaoyi. She hadn't told anyone about this. How do you know? She asked subconsciously. It's over, this is real. Mother Zhao felt like the world had collapsed, and she immediately started crying and cursing. Zhao Xiaoyi, why are you so confused? You know that the old man is sick. You still have 2 children to raise. Are you trying to kill me and your father? Can't you think about us too? Mother Zhao burst into tears. Father Zhao, who was standing beside her, naturally understood what she had heard. It was actually true. His face immediately darkened. He snatched the phone away and started cursing. You unfilial daughter. Why didn't you discuss such a big thing as marriage with your family? Where are you now? Get back here right now. Divorce now. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and his voice was so loud that it shook his eardrums. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, the 2 children quickly ran out to play and didn't dare to stay in the room. Zhao Xiaoyi disagreed. They hadn't bothered her much before, but now she was 35 and couldn't make her own decisions? They were already angry when they kicked her out to live alone, and now they were scolding her for getting married? What do you know? Jia Zhu is very popular now, a big internet celebrity. We made hundreds of thousands of dollars just by live streaming together for a few days. She glanced at Zhou Jiazu next to her and slightly reduced the amount of money she earned. Hundreds of thousands? This actually shocked Zhao's parents, but the old man is ill, and hundreds of thousands of dollars may not be enough to treat his illness. This daughter is still confused. Come back quickly. You can't let this happen to me. Dad Zhao gritted his teeth, but she was rushing to the city at that time, so how could Zhao Xiaoyi go back? The results of this paternity test would cause a lot of buzz, and she might gain tens of thousands of fans. She couldn't miss it. Don't mind my business. She said that and hung up the phone. She even turned off her phone for fear that they would call again. Dad Zhao stared at the hung-up phone and almost died. What should we do, old Zhao? Mother Zhao looked worried. Let's go. Take the kids and go to the city. Father Zhao stood up. This matter couldn't end like this. The old man must pay the price for deceiving his daughter. Okay, let's go. Mother Zhao also stood up angrily. Xiaoyi, don't worry. Once everything is clear, I'll have my son drive us home and I'll explain it to my parents in person. Zhou Jiazu held Zhao Xiao's hand. As expected of an old scumbag, he called people of the same age mom and dad without hesitation. Zhao Xiaoyi also felt strange when she heard him calling mom and dad, but it was not the right time to talk about that, so she nodded. At this time, the car had already entered the highway. The chartered driver listened to their conversation and looked back several times. However, he was obviously worldly wise and said nothing. The scenery outside the car window kept receding, and the sounds of insects and birds came into her ears from time to time, making Zhao Xiaoyi feel irritated. This minivan is really uncomfortable to sit in. When she comes back, she will take Qin Changqing's car directly. She will act like a stepmother and see how he can still act so arrogantly. She felt secretly cruel. On the other hand, Wang Xian didn't know that Zhou Jiazu was married to Zhao Xiaoda. He is also on the way now, and has already set up a live broadcast room. The title of today's live broadcast is The Mystery is Revealed, and the mystery of his life is cleared up. Mr. Liu, a man in a suit, was driving the car in front, looking relaxed. He could also feel that Wang Xian in the back row was also in a relaxed mood, because he was even humming softly. CN, this is such a big event, we will definitely make a lot of money. He said. Of course, I've never been wrong. Wang Xian smiled crookedly. I heard that several TV stations have come to join in the fun. It wasn't such a big scene before. The man in the suit also laughed. Ha, those guys look down on internet celebrities, saying we're not regular soldiers, yet they still want to ride on our popularity. It's ridiculous. Wang Xian curled his lips. He has been in the industry for many years and has received a lot of criticism. What he hates most are those big TV stations, which always accuse internet celebrities of trying to gain popularity, and they will do anything to get their way. Didn't you see the results? He helped so many people, he's reconciled so many family conflicts. He's helped so many people realize their dreams of reunion. As for earning some traffic, that's what he deserves. He has a team to support, too. Take this time for example. Without his dedication and hard work, how could Mr. Zhou return to China to reunite with his son and enjoy his old age? Alas, it's so hard to be a kind person among the people. Some people only see how much money they make, but don't see how much they put into it. He had a noble sense of doing a great cause that was not understood by some people. However, Qin Shangqing had caused him a lot of trouble this time, and things had become more complicated. He couldn't just let him go like that. He's just a mechanic. Who does he think he is? He actually refuses to cooperate with his work. They even forced him to draw a tube of blood, which was totally incomprehensible. Well, I'll follow up on how filial he is to Mr. Zhou when the time comes. A son cannot be unfilial to his elders. His eyes flashed. We can make more videos later, and I believe Mr. Zhou will be happy to cooperate. That's a good idea. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed to him. Not only could he continue to gain popularity, but he could also make Qin Shangqing suffer, and perfectly vent his anger at being rejected at that time. Qin Shangqing, the online society is more complex than you think. Wang Xian felt even more refreshed. He leaned back against the chair, squinted his eyes, and felt like he was floating. The man in a suit who was driving saw that his boss seemed to be taking a break, so he tactfully turned off the music in the car. No! Don't turn off the music, change it to something more exciting. The squinting young man suddenly spoke. Okay. The man in the suit responded with a laugh. It seemed that the boss was in a good mood indeed. Chapter 568, Self-Media Help? No thanks. 17, Changqing was not driving fast. He was not in a hurry to do the live broadcast and was not in a hurry at all. He even got off the car to eat at a farm restaurant on the way. By the time he arrived at the appraisal center in the city, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Just got off the bus. Wow, there were quite a lot of people there. Countless of them were live streaming with selfie sticks, and there were also professionals carrying guns and cannons. Qin Shangqing is here. Someone shouted, and many people rushed towards him. Several microphones and countless mobile phones were almost stuck in his mouth. Damn, do you have to be so exaggerated? It's like he's having a meet and greet with a big internet celebrity. But he's not an internet celebrity. Mr. Qin, what are your expectations for the results of this paternity test? I don't know who is asking the question. This issue needs to be discussed. Shangqing straightened his expression. I didn't have high hopes for the outcome, as I was completely caught in this mess and dragged into this series of troubles. To be honest, my auto repair business has been affected during this period, and the loss has reached at least 500 to 600 yuan. Puff. His words were broadcast through countless live broadcast rooms, causing laughter. 5 or 600 yuan? Is 5 or 600 yuan considered money? Ha, what a petty bourgeois mentality indeed. Oh, his income is not good. I am worried whether he can take good care of Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou is not in good health. Oh no. I actually hope Wang Xian is Mr. Zhou's son. With his moral standards, he will definitely allow Mr. Zhou to enjoy his old age. This Qin Shangqing is really stubborn. He still refuses to admit it. Mr. Zhou even shared photos of his youth during his last live broadcast. To be honest, he looks about 50% to 60% like you. Most of these netizens have been following the incident for a long time, and many have also watched Zhao Xiao's live broadcast during this period, so they have a rough guess about the relationship between the few people. Shangqing naturally couldn't see the comments from netizens. After answering a few questions briefly, he pushed everyone away. The truth will be revealed soon, and I will be freed from this matter soon. Please pay attention to the incident itself. He said this and walked forward. There was a large platform there, and the steps were crowded with people. Because this incident had caused such a big stir and was considered a major public event, the appraisal center attached great importance to it and even sent a director to read out the results in public, which was also an explanation to the public who were paying attention to the matter. Wang Xian naturally agreed with this, as it would create a dramatic effect and maximize traffic. Shangqing didn't care. He had a plan in mind and was not panicked at all. At this time, he squeezed in and saw a middle-aged woman in a white coat standing on the stage. She was thin and weak, wearing a pair of glasses, and had a scholarly demeanor. She was holding 2 bags in her hands, which were the identification results. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at the bags. There were 2 people holding cameras standing next to the woman, probably to record the result directly. Oh, I thought you didn't dare to come? Shangqing heard a sarcastic voice coming from the side. Needless to say, it was Wang Xian. He was still dressed in casual clothes, looking very friendly. The man in a suit next to him was also smiling, and both of them looked confident. Since I'm involved, I have to see it through to the end. Shangqing replied casually, and then he felt 2 burning gazes falling on him. He turned sideways and saw Zhao Xiaoyi and Zhou Jiezu. Although the 2 were not holding hands, they were leaning against each other and looked very close. When the so-called father and son made eye contact,
countless cameras and mobile phones started clicking, almost causing them to catch fire. Evergreen Zhou Jiezu seemed to want to say something, but Chang Qing had already turned his gaze away, and he was annoyed by the sight of the old scumbag. And naturally, this scene was also broadcast by countless mobile phones that were broadcasting live, causing a wave of condemnation on the internet. I thought a meeting between father and son would be at least somewhat touching, even if they didn't cry. I didn't expect Chang Qing to be such a cold-blooded person. Look, even old man Zhou's eyes are red. Aw, what an unfilial son. If I were there, I would definitely give him a beating. He's such a disgrace. What's that expression on his face? Is he dismissive? Even if your father wasn't there in your life, it was an accident, and he didn't want to. Don't young people these days know how to be considerate of their elders? Let's wait and see the result. Maybe they really aren't father and son. Bah! How is that possible? When has Xiao Wang ever missed a chance to help? And have you seen photos of Mr. Zhou when he was young? He looks quite similar. The traffic of major live broadcast rooms has increased, and the discussion is even more heated. Zhao Xiaoyi is closest to Zhou Jiezu, so she is the first to see the moon. Her live broadcast room is the most popular, and she is so happy that her mouth is almost grinning from ear to ear. If it were any other time, she would have said something back at Chang Qing for this attitude, but today she didn't have time to pay attention to him as she was paying attention to the live broadcast room. The anchors had originally wanted to show a dramatic scene of the father and son meeting, but this was the end? Everyone was inevitably a little disappointed, but soon, everyone's disappointment passed because the woman in the white coat was going to announce the result. She just raised her hand and the scene immediately became quiet. These are two reports. One is the paternity test result between Mr. Qin Changqing and Mr. Zhou Jiezu, and the other is the personal test result between Mr. Wang Xian and Mr. Zhou Jiezu. Both are completely unopened. She held up the report and read it in front of the camera, then asked two audience members to check it and sign as witnesses before taking it back to the stage. This process was quite similar to what happened in real life, and Changqing nodded secretly when he saw it. He knew that many people were watching him, wanting to see if he would be nervous or worried, but everyone would obviously be disappointed. There was only a hint of impatience on Changqing's face, as if he was just a passerby who had gotten into trouble for no reason. On Wang Xian's side, the man in a suit was also broadcasting live with his mobile phone. Another person had come here a long time ago and was now filming with a camera. The live broadcast room was also extremely lively. Xiao Wang is in a good mood today. I even saw him smiling. It turns out that helping people is the happiest and most meaningful thing. Ha, when did Xiao Wang miss it? An unfilial man like Qin Changqing should be judged by traffic. Xiao Wang, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Anchor, when you announce the results, remember to give that scumbag Qin a shot. I want to spit at his expression. Chapter 569, Self-Media Help? No thanks. 18, Wang Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Changqing. Seeing that his expression did not change at all, he did not take it seriously. Oh, ignorance is bliss. He doesn't even know what kind of life he will face in the future. Wang Xian sneered and looked at the white coat being unpacked on the stage. The expressions of the others also became nervous. Countless shots switched between Changqing and Zhou Jiezu. Many people were looking forward to seeing something different. Zhou Jiezu seemed very excited, his eyes were red, his body was trembling slightly, and he was even so nervous that he held Zhao Xiao's hand next to him. Well, this is a normal reaction. On Changqing's side, all the anchors watching shook their heads slightly. He was indeed a cold-blooded guy. He didn't look nervous or excited at all in this situation. The reactions of netizens who watched the scene through various live broadcast rooms were similar. Everyone came to the same conclusion, that is, Qin Changqing was indeed an emotionless scumbag. You forget it. Let's wait for the results. The first one will be the appraisal results of him and Mr. Zhou. Let's see how he can deny it then. On the stage, the female doctor has already started reading. When a professional read a professional report, there was naturally a lot of terminology at the beginning. Netizens couldn't understand it, and Changqing couldn't understand it either. Everyone was confused until the end. When she said the 4 words identification opinion, everyone was shocked and the result came. The screens in all the major live broadcast rooms were instantly blank, and everyone looked at the people on the screen nervously. The female doctor's voice was clear and loud, coming out clearly from the screen. Based on the existing data and DNA analysis results, and excluding identical twins, close relatives and other external interference, we do not support the claim that Zhou Jiezu is Qin Changqing's biological father. Wow, there was an uproar at the scene and in the live broadcast room. How is this possible? This is impossible. Many people simply didn't believe this result. Could it be that Xiao Wang was mistaken? How could this happen? Xiao Wang had never made a mistake before. On the other side, Zhou Jiezu's face also changed drastically. This result was really unexpected. His expression was broadcasted through Zhao Xiao's live broadcast room, but netizens were so surprised at that time that no one paid much attention to it. Jez, are you okay? Zhao Xiaowei quickly reached out to steady him. She was also extremely shocked. Qin Changqing was not Jiezu's son? This was too funny, but then she panicked again. If Jiezu didn't have a son, what would happen to his illness and retirement?
Would he have to rely on her? That's it. No, there should be a turning point. There is still a paternity test, she comforted herself. Did you remember it wrongly? Wang Xian is your son? She asked Zhou Jiezu in a low voice with anticipation on her face. Zhou Jiezu was in great confusion at this time and dared not say anything, but he knew his current situation. He had no insurance, no income, and was in poor health. If he didn't have a son, this woman might not be able to control him. Maybe I remembered it wrong. He looked at the second identification result that was being unpacked on the stage like a man who had fallen into the water. No matter who it is, he just wants a son to take care of him in his old age. If it is Wang Xian, it would be even better because he is richer and more willing to spend money. Over there, Wang Xian's face turned pale. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. The plot was completely different from what he had expected. How could Qin Changqing not be Zhou Jiezu's son? Zhou Jiezu himself said his mother's name. He himself said that he had a son with that woman, and they look somewhat alike. How could this happen accidentally? At this time, his live broadcast room was also full of questions. Xiao Wang actually made a mistake? How is that possible? Is Qin Changqing really not Mr. Zhou's son? Then Qin Changqing's previous impatience is understandable. This has nothing to do with him, and he has caused so much trouble for no reason. Qin Changqing has been scolded as an unfilial son for so long, and his relationship is just a misunderstanding? This is too funny. Someone couldn't help but speak up for Changqing. Oh, why is he in trouble? Xiao Wang paid him 100,000 yuan in lost wages, which is enough for his small shop's profit for a year. Some of Xiao Wang's fans immediately refuted. Right. Xiao Wang is not a god, so it's possible that he made a mistake. But he compensated the man for lost wages, so he didn't lose anything. That's right, give me 100,000 and you can scold me. I'm willing to be scolded. Ha. A group of fans cleared the venue, and the voices defending Changqing immediately disappeared. Maybe you forgot that Xiao Wang also kept a sample? Let's wait and see the results, there might be a surprise. Someone said this, and everyone fell silent again, looking at the picture on the screen. On the stage, the female doctor started reading again. The same professional terms and the same lengthy content made everyone feel drowsy. However, this time, it was obvious that the female doctor understood what everyone wanted to hear. The time spent on the professional terms was significantly shortened, and it wasn't long before they reached the part about the identification results. Based on the existing data and DNA analysis results, and excluding identical twins, close relatives, and other external interference, it is supported that Zhou Jiezu was Wang Xian's biological father. There was silence in the audience. The screens in all the major live broadcast rooms were also completely blank. Everyone was completely stunned. What kind of twist was this? It was even more exciting than reading a novel about a tomato slapping you in the face. For a moment, everyone was shocked and didn't know how to react. I just said that I was caught in an unprovoked disaster. This has nothing to do with me at all. There was silence, and Changqing's voice suddenly rang out. He took 2 steady steps forward, and immediately all eyes and cameras were focused on him. Today, he was dressed more casually, with a jacket and jeans, which gave him a somewhat wild vibe. Now, the truth has come out, and it turns out that this matter really has nothing to do with me. However, I still want to say a few words here. Congratulations to Mr. Zhou and Wang Xian on their reunion. Mr. Wang, I'm sure you didn't expect that you would find your father while helping others. What do you call this? He suddenly clapped his hands. Yes, this is called good deeds being rewarded. You've done so many good things, and now good things have happened to you. This is all blessing. Everyone applaud and congratulate the reunion of father and son. Changqing's tone suddenly became excited and he took the lead in applauding. The applause at the scene was like thunder at this moment. Countless people in the live broadcast room were moved by these words. My heart is filled with tears. Good deeds are rewarded. Helping others while helping yourself. Xiao Wang is so lucky. Look at Mr. Zhou, he's almost moved to tears. After years of wandering, who would have thought he'd be reunited with his son? And Xiao Wang has also been lonely since childhood, but he has a kind heart. It turns out that God has rewarded his kindness. I didn't expect the story to be so complicated, but I'm very satisfied with the ending. I hope Mr. Zhou can live happily for the rest of his life under Xiao Wang's care. Well, I'll definitely be happy. Chapter 570, Self-Media Help? No thanks. 19, Wang Xian and his team are all Spartan. What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to be about making some traffic? Why is there an extra dad? This is impossible. This must be a mistake. He yelled with his face flushed, quickly stepped forward and snatched the paternity test report, turning to the last page, which clearly stated that it supported the paternity relationship. No. I've been an orphan since I was a child. It's impossible. Impossible. He yelled a little madly, leaving the people present and in the live broadcast room a little confused. Isn't Xiao Wang the most filial son and the one who likes happy endings the most? Why did he react so strangely when he found his biological father? Doesn't he want to recognize his father? No. Netizens love to see happy endings where helping others ultimately helps themselves. I don't agree with that. The female doctor in the white coat was naturally unhappy when she saw him deny the results of her own center. She frowned and refuted him directly. Mr. Wang, our center is the most authoritative institution in this area. This matter has attracted special attention, so we are extremely careful. There is absolutely no mistake. The parent-child relationship is confirmed. However, Wang Xian just turned a deaf ear. He raised his head, looked at Changqing with red eyes, and questioned in a hoarse voice. You're the one who did this, right? You didn't want to take care of the sick Zhou Jiezu, so you did this, right? This made Changqing laugh. Look at what you said, Mr. Wang. Uncle Zhou is your biological father. How can it be my turn to take care of him? Isn't this a slap in your face? As he said this, he looked at Zhou Jiezu again. Come on, Mr. Zhou, recognize your son. Mr. Wang is very successful in his career. I heard he has already earned tens of millions of dollars. Tens of millions? Zhou Jiezu's eyes lit up. Although he was also confused about the result, he didn't care who his son was. As long as he had a son, his retirement would be guaranteed. He didn't expect that it was actually Wang Xian. He felt like he was hit by a pie and was so happy that he almost fainted. When he heard about the tens of millions in assets, he had no doubts in his heart. That's right, Wang Xian is his son, it's set in stone. Son. He suddenly burst into a terrifying cry, and quickly took 2 or 3 steps forward to hug Wang Xian in his arms, as if he was holding a huge piggy bank, with considerable strength. I felt very close to you since the first time I saw you. You were so kind to help me get home, which made me feel even more surprised. I never thought that we would have a father-son relationship. Oh, whoa, the audience was excited. This was the family reunion scene that everyone loved to watch, with tears, howling, and touching moments. Sparks flew from the on-site cameras, mobile phones and cameras. There were even more shouts and non-stop rewards in the live broadcast room as Zhao Shoyi's eyes were red at this moment. She never expected that Jiezu was actually Wang Xian's father. This was such a pleasant surprise. So, she is now Xiao Wang's stepmother. Xiao Wang Bangmang is a big online program with tens of millions of fans. This marriage is really worth it. At this moment, she felt that she had crossed the class barrier, and looking at Qin Changqing again, he was like an ant. Everyone was very happy, very moved, and their eyes were red. The only sad one was Wang Xian. He was held in Zhou Jiezu's arms in a daze, feeling the rotten smell. He felt his heart churning and wanted to vomit. Let me go. I'm not your son. He whispered through gritted teeth, but how could Zhou Jiezu let go at this time? He had finally found protection for his back half, so of course he had to hold it tightly in his hands. CN, I know you have some misunderstandings about Dad, but Dad will definitely make it up to you in the future. Don't you long for family love the most? I will give you the unique family love in this world. Wang Xian rolled his eyes when he heard this. Longing for family affection is just a human nature, right? Who the hell thinks they are completely independent and suddenly wants to be supported by their parents? This is simply unscrupulous. He struggled hard and pushed Zhou Jiezu away. I'm not your son. Your son is Qin Changchang. Don't look for me. He almost roared. Others may not know, but he knows that Zhou Jiezu's illness costs tens of thousands of dollars a month for treatment and medicine, and if the condition worsens, he will need surgery, which will cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. The most important thing is that the patient needs care. If he recognizes this person as his father, he will be accepting a heavy burden. He cannot do such a stupid thing. Moreover, he doesn't think that Jaicho can always get attention and make money through live streaming. Netizens are the most fickle species, and traffic is like a gust of wind, which will be gone in a moment. CN, the paternity test results are out. Zhou Jiezu staggered, his face was badly injured, which made everyone feel distressed. They looked at Wang Xian with condemnation. How can you treat an old man who just recognized his son like this? Wang Xian. You treat your own father like this? You're helping other families reunite. Can't you set an example and be filial to Grandpa Jie? Zhao Shaoi stepped forward and supported the staggering Zhou Jiezu, pointing at Wang Xian and cursing. You know what, it really is like a mother scolding her son. It really feels good to accuse others from a moral high ground. Even Changqing feels good watching it. He took 2 steps forward and spoke earnestly. Mr. Wang, I know you might be a little excited at the moment, but the test results are here, in black and white. Blood ties can't be erased. Get along well with Mr. Zhou. Everyone is watching. He was laughing to death in his heart. These were the exact words Wang Xian said to the original owner in the plot. Now he sent them back exactly as they were. It was really refreshing, especially when he saw Wang Xian's face turning blue and white. The smile on his face became even bigger. Get along well with Mr. Zhou.
As for the care issues, someone will help you. Changqing glanced at Zhao Xiaoa and walked out of the crowd under Wang Xian's puzzled gaze. The matter here is over, he should withdraw. After walking just a dozen steps, I ran into Zhao Xiaoya's parents. They were rushing towards the side with their two little brats.
Hey, Qin Changqing, is Zhao Xiaoyi here?
Zhao Ma had seen Changqing before, so she quickly stopped him and asked.
What does this have to do with anything?
Changqing pushed his hand away with one hand.
Zhao Xiaoyi and Zhou Jiezu are both here.
Besides, old man, Zhou Jiezu has nothing to do with me.
His son is also there.
Changqing pointed at the crowd and turned away with big strides behind him. He could hear Zhao's father's earth-shattering roar.
Zhou Jiezu. You're so old, half a foot in the ground, and you still dare to seduce my daughter? Chapter 571, Self-Media Help?
No thanks, 20, ha ha ha, today is so lively, eat all you can eat melons.
The sky was clear in the afternoon. Changqing was driving on the way back.
Soothing music was playing in the car, just like his mood. Hearing the system sound, he turned off the music.
This guy was always startled after coming back from eating melons. What's the matter? Did Aunt Zhao accept this son-in-law? He asked with a smile. Guess? The system kept the question a secret. With your performance, I can only guess and accept it. Changqing laughed. TSK, boring. The system leaked in a second. It's very simple. Parents can never prevail over their children. Besides, Zhou Jiezu's status is different now. He is Wang Xian's biological father. Wang Xian is a man with a lot of money.
He explained as he went along. It's just like how women don't mind rich, older men.
Women's parents don't really mind either.
Money can neutralize other worries, and that's its charm. But I'm afraid Wang Xian won't give up and will go to other appraisal centers for appraisal.
Xiao Tongzi, you keep an eye on it.
Changqing said again. Don't worry, I have the latest technology from the future. I can guarantee that their blood relationship between father and son will be as strong as it can be. The system's chest patted loudly. Changqing was naturally confident about the system's capabilities. Without saying anything else, he stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed towards home like an arrow. Just as Changqing was rushing home, the excitement in front of the appraisal center had already ended. Zhao Xiaoyi was finally pulled back by her parents. Zhao's father and mother said that he could marry their daughter, but the procedures could not be neglected. The betrothal gift had to be given, the wedding ceremony could not be missed, and a house had to be bought, a big one, because there were two little brats at home. Zhou Jiezu had no choice but to look at Wang Xian. This rich son had become his support, and he was not too worried that he would not give it to him.
After all, this son was an internet celebrity.
As long as he wanted to make a living on the internet, filial piety was a must. Of course, this assumes that there is no doubt about their father-son blood relationship.
What are you looking at me for? I don't believe you are my father. Let's go.
I want to go to another institution for identification. Wang Xian said unhappily. He felt that he was really unlucky.
Why did this matter go so wrong?
Qin Changqing had been unwilling to cooperate before, but when he was willing to cooperate later, he was asked to participate in the identification. As a result, it just happened that Qin Changqing had no blood relationship with him, but he became his son instead. How the hell is this possible? It must be that Qin Changqing who did this. He must expose this conspiracy and send Qin Changqing's father back. At this time, Wang Xian no longer dared to look at the information on the internet, because he knew that the information on the internet must have exploded. In fact, just as he expected, the internet was already in an uproar. Some people envied Mr. Zhou for finally recognizing his son,
some were moved by this happy ending, and some doubted Xiao Wang's performance. Hey, isn't Xiao Wang a fan of happy endings? How come he's not happy about finding a father? How funny. Exactly.
Looking at his expression, he clearly shows disgust.
Do you think he will abuse Mr. Zhou? Oh, you still feel sorry for old man Zhou?
He got married not long after he came back.
His parents made a scene, it was quite lively.
Oh, it's that little anchor from my hometown who I wanted to take him on a tour with. The old man is still as charming as ever.
Your circle is really chaotic. Uncle Zhou is now considered an internet celebrity of some magnitude. Together with his young wife and Xiao Wang, they are considered a whole internet celebrity family. Wow, it's going to be exciting in the future.
Another day passed. Wang Xian was stunned by the 3 paternity reports in front of him. He felt like his whole world was about to be turned upside down. How is this possible? All 3 appraisal reports actually supported his parent-child relationship with Zhou Jiezu.
Son, blood ties cannot be erased. Although Zhou Jiezu didn't quite understand what was going on, this result undoubtedly gave him a reassurance. He even took pictures of several results before leisurely facing Wang Xian. Cian, you have to believe in science.
In fact, besides Qin Shangyao, I've dated many girlfriends here, maybe your mother is one of them.
Alas, I never thought that we would be reunited one day.
Wang Xian remained silent. He even began to doubt his life. Could it be that he was really the son of one of this old scumbag's ex-girlfriends, and then irresponsibly thrown into an orphanage? Maybe it's possible. In that case, his luck was too bad. He had grown up successfully, but ended up having to support an extra father? He even started to worry that the so-called mother would come over after hearing the news. What the hell is going on? He was living a good life on his own, but now he has another tie sway pressing down on him and another burden on his back? At this moment, he felt that his life was bleak.no. He couldn't accept this situation, at least legally. He has nothing to do with Jay Cho, as he is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. Thinking of this, Wang Xian gradually gained confidence. He raised his head and looked at Zhou Jiezu with cold eyes. I grew up in an orphanage. Don't think you can bind me with just a few appraisal reports. And don't follow me anymore. Aren't you married? Go find your wife and let her support you. Meeting Wang Xian's cold gaze, Zhou Jiezu couldn't help but shrink back, but he quickly mustered up his courage. We did an appraisal, and the law stipulates that biological children have the obligation to support their parents. Regardless of whether I support you or not, you have to support me. Pooh. After hearing this, Wang Xian spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground. You bastard. What kind of father are you? You're still talking to me about the law. I'm not afraid. Go ahead and sue me if you can. If he hadn't seen that the old man was ill, he wouldn't have been able to resist kicking him directly. What the hell, you still want him to take care of you in your old age? I do have some money, but that has nothing to do with you. I'd rather pay someone to chop you up than give you any money. Do you understand? Wang Xian stood up and said viciously. Also, don't talk nonsense online, otherwise, the probability of getting into a car accident when you go out will be very high. He threw down these words, stood up and walked out of the hotel. This happy ending story plan was a complete failure, and he didn't want to stay in this city any longer. Zhou Jiezu didn't expect his son to be so cruel. What he said was like a knife stabbing into his heart, but he was really scared. Rich people are unreasonable. It is not impossible for them to find a few desperate criminals to cause a car accident. He sat slumped in the chair for a long time before he stood up. Luckily I'm married and have somewhere to go. As for retirement, it seems I'll have to think about it in the long run. However, when he thought about the demands for dowry, house, etc. put forward by Zhao's parents, he felt a little overwhelmed again. Never mind, let's go back first. Chapter 572, Self-Media Help? No thanks. 21, Changqing arrived home early. Reading the discussions on the internet these days has become a source of happiness for him. The twists and turns of this matter are too big, and many people are paying attention to it. Naturally, many small anchors want to take advantage of the popularity and stay here to follow the filming. As a result, many things were exposed. Oh my god, Wang Xian actually didn't believe the appraisal results he commissioned and took Mr. Zhou to another institution for appraisal? Hey, it seems Wang Xian left with his team, and he didn't take Mr. Zhou with him. Nonsense, Mr. Zhou is married and has a wife in this small county. Who would be willing to go with his son? But didn't Uncle Zhou, the father-in-law, ask for a betrothal gift and a house? Shouldn't Wang Xian buy them for his father? Uncle Zhou doesn't have the money. If you ask me, Xiao Wang has it tough too. He was raised without parents since he was little, but now that his career is on the rise, he has to pay a dowry to his dad, buy a house, and get married. Ha ha ha, this is fucking ridiculous. Ha ha ha, your description above made me laugh, ha 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 ha. To be honest, I don't want to have a father suddenly appear at my age. However, I do like watching other people recognize their fathers, ha 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 ha. Upstairs, you have a very bad conscience. Changqing also roughly pieced together the course of events from the information on the internet. It seems that Wang Xian left on his own, and Zhou Jiezu had no choice but to return to the county town. I'm afraid it's going to be quite lively now. Changqing remembered that the law stipulated that husband and wife had an obligation to support each other, so he would not divorce Zhao Xiao at this time. Zhao Xiao had no choice but to go to Wang Xian. Well, I'll go online more often in the future and watch the big family ethics dramas around me, ha 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 ha. He couldn't help laughing. The subsequent trends are also similar. When Zhao Xiaoyi saw Zhou Jiezu coming back alone without getting any money, she got angry on the spot. It was only natural for a son to provide for his father in his old age. How could Wang Xian, an internet celebrity, dare to be unfilial? She thought this was simply too much. What are you afraid of? You should be firmer in your tone. Your son is a celebrity, so he must be afraid of the repercussions. She looked at Zhou Jiezu with sidelong eyes. But, he said if I affected him, he would have someone chop me up. Zhou Jiezu shrank back a little. He was really scared of this woman when she became aggressive. Now that he is old and lacks physical strength, facing this 35-year-old woman, he feels that he has the will but not the strength, so he can't raise his head. You believe this? We live in a society ruled by law. Zhao Xiaoyi didn't believe it, so she directly called Wang Xian using Zhou Jiezu's cell phone. Wang Xian, your father is in poor health, and you're just going to abandon him like that? Do you believe I'll expose you in the live broadcast? First, take out 5 million and settle your father down.
This is what a filial son should do.
On the other end of the phone, Wang Xian almost laughed out of anger.
5 million? Do you think my money was blown by the wind? Zhou Jiazhu never raised me. He is your husband and the father of your son. You are the ones who are responsible for him. Don't even mention exposing it online. Go ahead and expose it. I'll be waiting. I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to playing with traffic.
After saying that, he directly blocked the phone. Wang Xian is not stupid. He knows that this is a bottomless pit.
If you give today, you will have to give tomorrow. It is endless and you will never be satisfied. So, it's better not to give it in the first place. At worst, there will be some fuss. He is not afraid. No one knows the internet better than him. Good, good. This son is tough. Zhao Xiaoyi's eyebrows were crooked with anger. She's not afraid of being exposed, right?
Then give it a try. She went straight to the air that evening. In the live broadcast room, she pulled Zhou Jiazhu and cried with tears and snot, telling him about Wang Xian's unfilial and ruthless behavior.
Father and son just recognized each other. He left his biological father and went away without giving him a penny. Not even money for travel expenses.
Zhao Xiaoyi cried and wiped her tears with a tissue. Zhou Jiazhu next to her had red eyes and wiped his eyes from time to time. My child has grown up, and he may still feel resentment towards me.
I don't blame him. I have no regrets in my life just to be able to see him. Chang Qing was also watching the live broadcast.
Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but sigh that this old Bai Lian acted quite realistically, and netizens were also upset, but this time it was not one-sided. After all, Xiao Wang still had a lot of fans, so once everyone started arguing, it was a mess and the situation became chaotic.
Old man Zhou is so pitiful.
After so much effort, the father and son were reunited, but Wang Xian didn't want to recognize him at all. Not to mention giving him money, he should at least be nicer.
He should at least send the old man home. That's right.
Wang Xian advises others to be good people, but he himself is unfilial. I even scolded Qin Shangqing before. Now it seems that he really suffered an undeserved disaster. At Xiao Wang, please help me. Wang Xian, please step up and respond.
How are your father's affairs going? Stop focusing on other people's happiness and focus on your own affairs.
Some people pointed the finger at Wang Xian, and naturally his fans and internet trolls were unhappy and began to refute.
Haha, what can a paternity test prove?
Xiao Wang grew up in Jiangnan province and his living place has nothing to do with Zhou Jiazhu.
How could he be his son? Even if they are related by blood, Zhou Jiazhu has never fulfilled his responsibility to raise him for a single day. Xiao Wang grew up in an orphanage, and the orphanage is his guardian. He has no obligation to provide for Zhou Jiazhu's retirement. Then Zhou Jiazhu is just an old scumbag. He was irresponsible before, and now he's getting married. Have you ever seen a man who asks his son to give money to buy a house, give a betrothal gift, or get married? Would you be willing to support an old man like that?
The two sides argued fiercely, and some people kept asking legal experts to explain whether it was necessary to provide for the elderly in this situation. Then a legal expert spoke. As a result, in this situation, the biological father really needs to be provided for in her old age. As long as the child is not adopted and a legal adoption relationship is not established, the child's obligation to support her parents is not premised on the parent's obligation to raise the child. Coincidentally, Wang Xian was not adopted but grew up in an orphanage, so if he really sued in this situation, he would not win. The legal expert's words naturally caused an uproar among netizens. Is there such a thing?
Chapter 573, Self-Media Help?
No thanks. 22. Some people applauded, saying that Mr. Zhou at least gave his son life, and it is his duty to provide for his son in his old age and hardship. Some of Xiao Wang's fans also said that Mr. Zhou is not a responsible person at all. He abandoned Wang Xian, and now he still needs him to support him in his old age. This is totally unfair. Then someone argued that the principles of fairness and justice do not apply to human relations, and that loving and helping the elderly are traditional virtues. Some people also say that repaying evil with kindness is to accumulate blessings for oneself.
Wang Xian has done so many good things, so why is he so harsh on his father? Shouldn't he set a good moral standard and respect his father? Well, the public opinion grew louder and louder, and finally Wang Xian had to come out and respond. He posted a long article, which basically said that he just couldn't accept it at the time, and he was reflecting on it during this period. In the end, he decided to take on the responsibility of a son and take care of his father in his old age. At the end, he also sincerely apologized for occupying internet resources recently and asked netizens to supervise him. However, he also said that his father is now married and he will provide financial assistance, but as for the betrothal gift, house, and the like, that is not his responsibility. This made sense and many people could accept it, so the online public opinion gradually died down. But Zhao Xiao couldn't accept such a result. She was looking forward to relying on this son, but in the end he only gave the old man a few thousand yuan a month for living expenses, and she had to go to him with a bill for reimbursement for hospitalization. Wouldn't this kill her?
She still has 2 children to support. She made some money from live streaming some time ago, and she bought a nice car directly and took out a loan of hundreds of thousands of yuan. As a result, her son doesn't recognize his stepmother. Not only was she unhappy, but Zhao's father and mother were even more angry. Damn old man, still living in their daughter's rented house, is this called marriage? It's almost like a live-in son-in-law, but who would want a sick, 50s old man as their son-in-law? This is simply unbearable, but what could she do? Zhao Ma went to make a scene twice, and Zhou Jiezu fainted and was hospitalized. It was so agonizing that she was scared. Now I don't dare to speak loudly in front of Zhou Jiezu, for fear that he will fall down again accidentally, and going to the hospital will cost a lot of money. So they directed their firepower at Zhao Xiaoa. My daughter, you are still young. Wang Xian is obviously not an easy guy to deal with. He won't pay much. Don't waste time with this old man. Divorce him and find another one. The whole family took turns to persuade her. At first, Zhao Xiaoyi disagreed because she could make some money from live streaming. But gradually the popularity of live streaming faded, and the two people's daily complaints made many people irritated, and their income was greatly reduced. She became impatient. Finally, she filed for divorce, but she still used some strategies and did not break up directly. Jiezu, let's get a divorce. We can't live like this anymore. Our income is decreasing day by day. If we get divorced, you can go live with your son, and life will definitely be better there. Go live with Wang Xian? Zhou Jiezu had never thought of this idea. That guy is not easy to deal with. It's okay to ask him to give some money, but if he really falls into his hands, he would worry about his safety. Besides, he couldn't bear to part with such a young and beautiful wife. No, I won't agree. We've only been married for half a year. I really love you, Xiaoyi. No matter how much they tried to persuade him, he refused to agree, and Zhao Xiaoyi had no other choice. This is what the law of this country stipulates. Divorce is very difficult. Even if both parties agree, there is a cooling off period, which is very troublesome. If one party disagrees, then it's over. Divorce is impossible. Zhou Jiezu was clear about one thing, and he would never agree no matter what. Zhao Xiaoyi didn't dare to use force. If something happened to her with this illness, she wouldn't be able to handle it. So, the days went on like this, but she was extremely upset. Since she couldn't make money from live streaming, she could only think of ways to get money from Wang Xian. Zhou Jiezu's chance of getting sick gradually increased. He went to the hospital frequently, and every time he went to the hospital, he spent a lot of money. Even from time to time, he was cheated again and asked Wang Xian for money when he lost money. This made Wang Xian feel miserable. If they don't give them money, they will go online to complain, saying that he is unfilial and post various bills. This time, the righteous netizens came into play. Many people went to his account to persuade him, saying that his father was the one who gave him life, and he could not just ignore him when he was sick. Xiao Wang, you are a role model for everyone, and you have to take good care of your father. Over the years, he has spent millions on this. The most annoying thing is that because of their disturbance, it has become a little difficult for him to develop his career. After all, it has more or less affected his reputation. In addition, similar anchors on the internet are also rising strongly, and his competitive advantage is getting weaker and weaker. What the hell is going on? When he received another call from Zhao Xiaowa asking for money, he was so angry that he smashed the phone. What kind of father is this? He never gave him a penny and spent millions of his money, but it didn't bring him a good reputation. Instead, his reputation gradually weakened. No. He made up his mind directly anyway. His career as an internet celebrity has already plummeted, so he really just gave up and saw what they could do. The result was that Zhao Xiaoyi and Zhou Jiezu filed a direct lawsuit, and the court ruled that he had to support his father. This incident has triggered memories of many netizens and caused a small stir on the internet. Ah, isn't that Xiao Wang who helped Xiao Wang? He was sued by his own father because he refused to support his father? Hush, his father is not easy to deal with. He married a young wife and has 2 stepsons. He has spent a lot on his wife and stepsons in the past few years. Isn't it all given by Xiao Wang? Oh, pitiful Xiao Wang. Who is Xiao Wang helping? I've only heard of Xiao Li helping. Unfortunately, even this little bit of popularity is fleeting and cannot bring any benefits. Even Zhao Xiaoyi is too lazy to do a live broadcast to get some attention. The court's decision must be executed, but Wang Xian didn't have much money at this time. His career as an internet celebrity had almost ended, and his team had long been disbanded. As a result, the quality of life of Zhao Xiaoyi's family was greatly reduced. Originally, they had no habit of saving money. When they had money, they spent it lavishly, like wealthy idlers. Now that the standards have been lowered, no one is used to it. Mom! Didn't we agree to travel to Bali this summer? I even promised my classmates that I would bring them postcards. Why aren't you going? During meals, the eldest son complained. Dad! Why don't you ask brother Cian for money? Isn't he very rich? The youngest son also said this, his eyes looking at Zhou Jiezu. In the past few years, Wang Xian has given a lot of money, which has made the 2 brats have a good impression of Zhou Jiezu, and they even call him dad. What could Zhou Jiezu do? He could only call Wang Xian.
How many times have I told you, I'm out of money?
Wang Xian's voice on the phone was filled with fatigue. Being an internet celebrity is a job for young people. After a gust of wind, the previous wave will be washed onto the beach by the next wave.
He really doesn't have much money now. 50,000, just give me 50,000.
Mainly because Dad's old illness has come back and the doctor said he needs to be hospitalized.
No.
The other party hung up the phone directly.
Chapter 574, Self-Media Help?
No thanks. 23, time flies, and several years have passed in the blink of an eye. Changqing's business was doing well and he made some money. He no longer repaired cars himself, but instead hired a lot of people to do the work. He did not move to any other place, but lived in the small, shabby county town where the original owner lived. Life is pretty comfortable. Over the years, many people have introduced him to potential partners, but he has rejected them all. We are just passing through this world, so just enjoy your life. Changqing knew that Zhou Jiezu and Zhao Xiao had moved to the city for a few years, but later, for some reason,
they moved back. Hey, it's just that I can't get any money from Wang Xian.
Always pay attention to their system explanation. Changqing, it's been more than 10 years now. This is normal, as the vitality of internet celebrities cannot last for more than 10 years. For some reason, Wang Xian has become increasingly suspicious of his father-son relationship with Zhou Jiezu recently, especially after his child was born. He had a feeling that it was God's will and wanted to do another paternity test. So, he personally went to the small county town that he had never been to, and met Zhou Jiezu again, whom he had not seen for many years. This time, Zhou Jiezu was already in his 60s, but because he had not had any worries in recent years, his health seemed to be better than before. His two stepsons are already grown up, and their attitude towards Wang Xian was not very good. In the past, they were the most enthusiastic in calling me big brother, but now that they have no money, they don't call me big brother anymore. Zhao Xiaoi is also in her 40s and has maintained herself quite well, but to Wang Xian, his heart was bleeding, because this family had been living off his blood for so many years. He didn't waste any words and just spoke directly. The birth of the child has made me even more suspicious of the authenticity of the paternity test results. I want to do another paternity test to confirm my parentage. Everyone was stunned. After all these years, why are you suddenly doubting it? But he insisted again and again, and even said that if I didn't do it, he would not give me a penny anymore. There was no other choice, so the family went to the appraisal center again. Zhou Jiezu was naturally not worried. 3 or 4 test results all supported the paternity relationship back then. Could it be possible that blood mutation could occur now? DNA is not so easy to change. Wang Xian, who is now in his 40s, paid for expedited treatment and got the results within 24 hours, but the result is shocking. Do not support Zhou Jiezu as the biological father. After receiving the report, Wang Xian looked at the line of words identification result, his hands trembled violently, and tears welled up in his eyes.
Ha 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 ha, I knew it. Beside them, Zhou Jiezu and Zhao Xiao were both shocked. Son, what's the result?
Zhou Jiezu moved closer, but saw Wang Xian suddenly take several steps back, immediately distancing himself from him.
I'm not your son. Zhou Jiezu, you've lied to me for so many years. Now the identification results are here, clear as day. It must be that Qin Changqing. Yes, it's him. He teamed up with you to cheat me. You should compensate me for my losses over the years.
Wang Xian seemed to have cleared the fog, and suddenly everything in front of him became clear. He pointed at Zhou Jiezu and Zhao Xiao, his tone extremely excited. More than 10 years, he raised a whole family of vampires. He must take back what belongs to him. At that moment, in front of several people, he contacted a lawyer.
I must sue you and make you spit out everything that belongs to me. Zhou Jiezu and Zhao Xiao were both shocked. How is this possible?
We had it appraised many times back then, and asking them to pay back the money now is impossible.
The money has already been spent. This? Is there something wrong with this appraisal?
Zhou Jiezu said hesitantly. He was also confused. When the results first came out, he was still a little skeptical, but over the years, when he received money from Wang Xian one by one, he was convinced that this was his son. But now, why has it changed again?
Wrong. It can't be wrong.
I want to sue directly and apply for a judicial appraisal.
Wang Xian was shaking with excitement.
At this moment, he didn't believe that he would make any mistakes. The things he had always suspected were developing in a direction that was favorable to him, so of course he had to seize this opportunity at all costs. He even wanted to find Qin Changqing immediately, throw the appraisal report in his face, and tell him that he should be the one to provide for Zhou Jiezu's retirement. Thinking of this, he even felt a sense of relief from years of frustration, but when they found Changqing that day, they discovered that things were not that simple.
What? You said you're not Jay Chow's son? Well, what does that have to do with me?
It was still the same auto repair shop, but the store had expanded 3 times. When Wang Xian found Qin Changqing, he was drinking tea in the office on the 2nd floor, looking relaxed, comfortable, and without any worries. Wang Xian couldn't believe his eyes. This guy seems to be younger than he was back then. However, what he said was still as infuriating as it was back then.
It has nothing to do with you? You are supposed to be Zhou Jiezu's son.
You should be the one taking care of him in his old age. I've spent millions over the years, you should compensate me for it all.
Wang Xian's face was distorted, and he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "No, no, no." Hearing what he said, Changqing just shook his head. "I have no interest in your family conflicts. Whether you are his son or not is a matter between you and him. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, I don't want to participate in your appraisal games anymore. If you want, you can call everyone in the country and have them appraised one by one. I won't accompany you anymore." After saying that, he stood up.
"Please, Mr. Wang, stop making trouble here and deal with your father-son relationship properly."
He actually sent the guest away directly. Chapter 575, Self-Media Help?
"No thanks." 24. Wang Xian suddenly became speechless. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but quickly became dejected. Back then, he could use traffic and public opinion to force people to do paternity tests.
Now he is just an ordinary person.
If someone refuses the test, he has no way to stop it. He was angry, but helpless, and his face turned the color of liver.
"Do you want me to call someone to carry you out?" Changqing frowned. "Need not."
Wang Xian gritted his teeth angrily, and the taste of rust instantly spread in his mouth. "I can walk by myself."
He turned around angrily and strode out. When he reached the door, he suddenly heard Changqing's voice. "I say, if you hadn't brought that old scumbag back to China, I'm afraid everyone would have had a lot less trouble, right?"
The voice was sarcastic and playful.
Although it was not overbearing, it struck Wang Xian's heart. He staggered and left without looking back. How could he not regret it? He'd regretted his meddling countless times over the years. How much better it would have been to just let that old scumbag die on the streets of America. He never would have been forced into that position, roasted on the moral grill, but it was too late. The person had been brought back, so much money had been spent, and the career was gone. What else can I do? It's a rare opportunity now, so of course we have to get rid of it quickly. Changqing watched Wang Xian leave in a hurry, and suddenly he shouted a system. The system popped up immediately. Hee, after all these years, I didn't expect that Wang Xian would still go for the appraisal. I forgot to keep an eye on him. It touched its head, feeling a little embarrassed. The work is not done well. Changqing said with a smile. "Oh, host, this job spans too long. How can I keep an eye on him every day? I thought it was over long ago." The system came over and pressed his shoulders in a servile manner. "That's more like it." Changqing narrowed his eyes. The system, which was thinking of continuing to quibble, said, "Subsequent development naturally has nothing to do with Changqing." Wang Xian was determined to sue, and then he underwent a forensic appraisal, which confirmed that there was no parent-child relationship. So he asked for compensation. But the other party has no money to pay. He even sued several institutions that conducted the appraisal that year. When they all claimed that they were not wrong and were only responsible for the samples of that year, more than 10 years had passed and the investigation was very difficult. The case was eventually left unresolved. However, his relationship with Zhou Jiezu was confirmed, that is, they were no longer related and he no longer needed to spend money on retirement. As for compensation, if the other party has no money, there is nothing you can do but swallow your anger. The lawsuit went back and forth for more than a year, but in the end no satisfactory result was reached. Wang Xian went back with an unhappy look on his face. These days felt like a dream. He felt that from the moment he brought Zhou Jiezu back to China, his fate seemed to have taken a different direction. On the train back, he had a drowsy dream. In the dream, Zhou Jiezu was Qin Changqing's father, and he didn't even participate in the paternity test. Helping a homeless old father in the United States reunite with his son earned him a lot of traffic and took his career to the next level. He doesn't need to pay child support, doesn't have the trouble of having a so-called biological father, and doesn't have to deal with a stepmother who cries on live broadcasts from time to time. His life is going very smoothly. Even after that incident, he did several major things that caused a huge response in society and received high praise from the official media. A few years later, when his career as an internet celebrity went downhill, he chose to join the official media and start a second village for his career. In the dream, he was full of energy and had a smooth journey with almost no setbacks. Even the wife he married was not his current wife, but a beauty at a radio station. She was at the peak of her life. What was the day of Qin Changqing's dream? It seemed like he married Zhao Xiaoyi, then divorced her to take care of Zhou Jiezu. He even had his work occasionally neglected, and was exposed online by netizens who were watching him, and was scolded as an unfilial son. He remembered that after he became successful, he would occasionally see such revelations on the internet, but the popularity was not high at that time and did not attract his attention much. This time, the train entered the tunnel. With a clang, he woke up. Wang Xian suddenly opened his eyes, breathing heavily and sweating profusely. Is this what his life should be like? He began to doubt it, but soon, he smiled bitterly again. It was just a dream. Get out. Get out of my house. There was a loud roar, and Zhou Jiezu's hands started shaking with fear. He looked at the young man in front of him who had grown into a big man with fear in his eyes. That was his stepson. When he came to this family, he was only 8 years old. Now he is almost 20 years old and half a head older than him. Xiaoyi, he turned to Zhao Xiaoyi for help, but saw her just turn her head away and Zhou Jiezu's heart sank immediately. Are you trying to get rid of him because he's broke?
Impossible, this is his home, and he bought this house with the money he asked Wang Xian for. He gritted his teeth and looked determined. I raised you. Your mother and I are husband and wife. I won't leave. This is my home. Pooh. The young man spat out heavily. You old bastard. You're just trying to flatter yourself. My mom raised us brothers, what does that have to do with you? Doesn't she deserve a salary for taking care of you all these years? Hiring a nanny would cost several thousand a month. The young man refused to give in and his arguments were very logical. Xiaoyi, tell me, am I part of this family? Zhou Jiezu didn't expect that this bastard would be such an ungrateful person. He looked at Zhao Xiao with tears in his eyes. She was his wife who he lived with day and night, and she must have some feelings for him. However, he was disappointed the next moment. Zhao Xiaoyi didn't even bother to look at him. My son is right. It's been hard enough taking care of you these years. Xiao Kong has a girlfriend now, and he needs a house to get married. There's no room at home. You should rent a place. I'll have my children pay for the rent and hire a nanny for you. Zhou Jiezu is not stupid. It would be difficult to move back after moving out. Of course he would never agree, but he disagreed. The other party had many ways to treat him. They could either hide his medicine, or not cook at home every day and eat out with the whole family, or simply leave him alone without anyone at home for many days. Verbal ridicule and abuse were unavoidable, and within half a year, Zhou Jiezu could no longer bear it. There are 3 of them against 1, how can they win? He moved out very reluctantly, but life was not easy after moving out. I did hire a nanny and pay rent at the beginning, but it was all gone within half a year. Even that 3 evil women sold their previous house and disappeared without a trace. His life was in complete turmoil and he couldn't go on. So he called Wang Xian again, but was scolded as soon as the call was connected. You old scumbag, you deserve it. You cheated me out of so much money and you still have the nerve to ask me for money? I'm not your son. If you want to find someone, go find Qin Changqing, he is your son. After saying that, he hung up the phone immediately, and anyone who called again would be blocked. Changqing finally met Zhou Jiezu again. He was thin and shivering. He came to his shop to complain that his family had not had enough to eat for a long time and had no money to buy medicine. Laugh Uncle Zhou, what does it have to do with me if you can't eat? If you want to beg, you have to go to a restaurant. I'm a car repairman, but I don't have any food to give you. However, he turned his gaze. I can give you an idea. You haven't divorced yet, right? You raised those 2 stepchildren. Go to the neighborhood committee, and then sue them in court. I guarantee they'll make every possible arrangement for you. I have 2 sons and a wife, so I won't go hungry. These words made Zhou Jiezu's eyes light up. He kept saying that Changqing was a good person, thanked him again and again, and left. Later, he did file a lawsuit. The court ruled that Zhao Xiaoyi had an obligation to support her stepson and that her stepson also had an obligation to support her. They initially avoided the ruling, but Zhou Jiezu directly applied for compulsory execution. They had no choice but to take him in and take care of him. However, I don't know how well they are taken care of. Changqing no longer paid attention to other things. He never married in this world, but his life was always comfortable. Even when he was in his 60s or 70s, he still looked very young and drove around China. He lived until he was over 90 years old before he chose to leave this world. Chapter 576, Virus Doomsday, A Loving Family, 1. When Changqing, you're taking a leave of absence. Remember to clean up and empty the trash cans. Changqing opened his eyes and found himself in a new world. At this moment, a slightly plump young man, carrying a bag, pushed open his door and gave him instructions in a rather impatient tone. Lu Cheng's face clearly showed that he looked down on his roommate. Seeing that Changqing didn't say anything, he even snorted. Hey, I'm talking to you, do you hear me? His tone rose slightly. I'm on sick leave, so of course I need to get some rest. Besides, sanitation isn't just my responsibility. How long has it been since you last cleaned? Changqing felt a little dizzy and irritable. When he saw that fat face standing at the door, he felt upset and spoke rudely. Lu Chang was stunned. Did this guy take the wrong medicine today? How dare he confront him? This has to be taught a lesson. His face changed and he walked over quickly, about to push Changqing, but he was grabbed by the wrist and twisted lightly. Ouch! Severe pain instantly spread throughout his body. His mind went blank for a moment, and he cried out in pain. Changqing did not let go, but instead exerted a little force, twisting Lu Chang so hard that he fell to his knees on the ground, with cold sweat breaking out on his head. What do you want to say? He asked coldly. No, nothing. Just rest well if you are sick. Lu Chang gritted his teeth, the hairs on his back stood on end. How did this guy become so strong? He was going to kill me. Brother Changqing, I still have to go to work, can you please let me go first? He stammered for mercy, feeling confused and panicked. Fortunately, the next moment, he felt his hands loosen and he fell to the ground with a plop. Hearing the words get out, he didn't care about anything else and rolled out, not forgetting to close the door gently when leaving. TSK, you're such a coward, yet you still bully others. Changqing sneered and lay down again. System! He shouted. Hey, host, you were so awesome just now.
The system flattered at the speed of light. Show me the plot, oh. Shangqing began to check the plot. The original owner's name was Wen Shangqing. His life could be said to be a life of bullying, short and miserable. When he was 7 years old, his parents died in a car accident, leaving behind a house and hundreds of thousands of yuan in compensation. He was young and naturally incapable of managing the properties, so his grandparents naturally became his guardians. They moved from the countryside to the county, saying that it would be more convenient to take care of him, but the grandparents are old, they have 2 sons and 4 or 5 grandchildren, so it is naturally impossible for them to focus all their attention on the original owner. Uncle Wen's family wanted to start a pig farming business, but they didn't have enough capital, so they lent out part of the compensation money. Uncle Wen's family wanted to build a house, but they didn't have enough money, so they lent out another part of the compensation money. Aunt Wen was sick, so they lent out another part. It seemed that since the death of the original owner's parents, the Wen family had suddenly had more places to spend money. There were a lot of big and small problems, and in less than 2 years, hundreds of thousands of compensation money was borrowed and nothing was done. In the end, the original owner did not have enough money to go to school, so his grandparents showed their spirit of hard work and rented out their house, and moved into a cramped one-room farmhouse with the original owner. They told others that it was not easy to take care of their grandson, and even took the original owner to the neighborhood committee in school to cry about the difficulties and ask for tuition reduction. This made the child, who was very concerned about his reputation, feel very inferior, and his originally good grades gradually declined. In this regard, grandparents can only blame. We've all worked so hard, and if you don't study hard, how can you be worthy of us? They even said that if your grades are so bad, you shouldn't study in the city. It's the same to study in the countryside, and you can save more money. Of course, the original owner was not happy about this. He had lived in the city since he was a child and was not familiar with the countryside at all, but his opinion was useless because the guardian had the final say. Besides, his grandparents had created a good image in the outside world. Everyone knew that their son and daughter-in-law had died, and it was very hard for them to take care of their grandson. The original owner reported it to the teacher, but was indeed criticized. Children, don't worry too much about material conditions. Hard work is a good quality. Your grandparents have worked hard enough to raise you. Even at their age, they still make scallion pancakes and sell them every day to raise money for your tuition. Don't you have any filial piety? Returning to your hometown doesn't necessarily mean you can't succeed. I, the teacher, passed the exam from my hometown. As long as you work hard, everything is possible. What else could he do? He could only move to the countryside with his grandparents in a depressed mood, but the country school was not simple either. His cousins were there, and they were his playmates since childhood. Here, he was often bullied. He was pushed and pulled in class, and bugs and mice were stuffed in his backpack. All kinds of methods were used. These relatives' children thought that his arrival took away their grandparents' love, and even thought that he was taking advantage of their family by living with them and eating all the meals they provided. So, they hated him very much. This time, the original owner was too lazy to complain to his grandparents because he knew it was useless. His grandparents were relying on their other 2 sons to support them in their old age, so how could they blame their children? The original owner's grades got worse and he became withdrawn. After finally graduating from junior high school, he was admitted to a technical school. However, his cousins who bullied him were admitted to high school and took different paths. This time, the original owner was 15 years old and sensible. He wanted to take back the house that had been rented out and live in it himself, since the technical school was in the county town anyway. However, he did not expect to be unanimously opposed by his grandparents. It's 2,000 yuan a month, and it's all in their hands. How can we let him take it back? They cursed the original owner for being unfilial. They also said that the original owner was a disgrace to his parents by applying to a technical school and was not worthy of being a member of the Wen family. Why did he want to take back the house and live in it himself? It was their son's house, and it was their house too. My uncle, my younger uncle, and my aunt were also there to persuade me. At that time, the original owner was only 15 years old and had some ideas, but he had no idea about all the twists and turns. After all the trouble, not only did he not get the house back, but he could not even attend technical school. His grandparents were not going to pay for it and had to fend for himself. What's the point of studying at a technical school? You'll still have to work after graduation. It's better to go work now and earn a little more money. No skills. The original owner suffered a lot while working. He was inferior and cowardly, and was bullied everywhere. He shared a house with his co-workers and shared the rent, but he still had to take on the work of sweeping the floor and taking out the trash. Sometimes they even threw the work of washing clothes to him. However, he had to hand over part of his meager salary to his grandparents because they asked him to give them some pension money as well. After all, that was part of his parents' responsibility. Chapter 577, Virus Doomsday, A Loving Family. 2. If that were all, it wouldn't be the most tragic thing. One day later, a meteorite fell to the earth, a deadly virus infected the world, social order collapsed, and humans fought against each other. The viral infection turns 99% of humans into zombies. They lose their humanity and only have the urge to eat.
If they are bitten or scratched by them, there is a high probability that they will be assimilated and become soulless monsters. The government is ineffective, management is dysfunctional, and panic is spreading in everyone's heart. What is even more despairing is that the industrial chain has completely disappeared and the food supply has been completely cut off. In that era, families had no habit of storing food, and the survivors soon fell into difficulties. Going out to forage has become the behavior with the highest mortality rate. The scattered survivors attempted to organize and band together for warmth. However, amidst the chaotic order, the evil of human nature erupted, with many seeking lives for limited resources. The thrill of unleashing their instinctive desire for destruction became addictive, and some even began to take pleasure in bullying the weak. The original owner was lucky enough not to turn into a zombie immediately, but he did not survive long in this apocalypse. Here I have to talk about the zombie situation in this world. They are created when humans are infected with a foreign virus, and the virus drives the dead bodies to further spread the virus. The newly transformed zombies retain almost all human activity abilities, and can run and jump, and their speed is not slow at all, but the dead are dead after all. Their body systems have decayed. As time goes by, the fascia required for movement rots, and their movement ability will gradually decline, becoming sluggish and eventually turning into a pool of bones. However, this process takes a long time, and during this process, countless humans have to go out to find food due to lack of food, which leads to the continuous emergence of new infected people. Of course, official failure is also one of the reasons for this situation. After all, the initial infection base was too large, and the entire social system was paralyzed almost overnight. The official authorities almost became a mess. Apart from issuing warnings and asking everyone not to go out unless necessary, there were no rescue measures. The original owner wanted to stay there for a while, but his grandparents called and urged him to go to the school to pick up his cousins and take them back to their hometown. It is easy to imagine how risky it was to go out at this time, but the original owner was used to listening to his family. In addition, his roommates were not nice to him and wanted to kick him out, so he picked up a car from the roadside and drove to the school, where he found his cousin Wen Jensen and cousin Wen Yunbin hiding in the corner of the dormitory. At their request, he went to the girls' dormitory and rescued the goddess Jiang Suqin from their fellow village, and then took a few people to the countryside. After all, at this time, the countryside is sparsely populated and safer. Along the way, the group encountered many problems. When they met other classmates, Jiang Suqin wanted to help, and her cousins also supported her. Of course, the original owner was still the one who did the work. Before leaving the city, Jiang Suqin insisted on going to find her best friend first. This would require a long detour and was extremely unsafe. Of course, the original owner did not agree, but Jiang Suqin was used to being willful, and at this time she actually snatched the steering wheel from him. During the struggle, a car accident happened. The original owner was thrown out of the car, and several zombies pounced on him. The people in the car were scared silly. Not only did they not help, but they stepped on the accelerator and ran away. The original owner just watched them leave while he was drowned in a group of zombies. The story doesn't end here. The death of the original owner gave a great shock to the people in the car at that time. Wen Jensen, Wen Wenbin, Jiang Suqin, and others felt guilty, and in the days that followed they changed their previous willful behavior, as if they had grown up overnight. After returning to the village, they organized the survivors and, with the support of their families, took advantage of the vast land and sparse population in the countryside to build a simple doomsday protection fortress and survive to the end. They even built a cenotaph for the original owner, thanking him for promoting their growth. A year later, most of the infected people were corrupted, humans finally made a comeback, and government agencies were re-established. Only then did people discover that there was such a paradise in that rather remote village. When Jensen and others were named as people who moved the nation, and the media praised them as a few little kids who saved the entire village. Of course, at the end of the story, Jiang Suqin still chose Wen Jensen, and the two held a grand wedding and received blessings from people all over the country. This time, the original owner had already become a pile of bones, so the original owner's existence was to rescue them, and then die to promote their growth? After watching the plot, Changqing's fists were stiff. What kind of logic is this? Why should their growth be at the expense of others? And they even built a cenotaph for them? It's ridiculous. The main reason was that when I saw this, I immediately became angry, and what grandparents were those? The original owner was also their grandson. They didn't even consider him at all and even took advantage of his filial piety to force him to go to school to save people. It's simply insane. Changqing hates those elders who are biased without any bottom line, especially the original owner's grandparents. They are clearly extremely selfish people. When the original owner's parents were alive, they called him a good grandson, but when the original owner's parents died unexpectedly, they changed their attitude. Just looking at people like that makes me want to stab them, let alone the little Virgin Mary Jiang Suqin. In other novels, she would definitely be the first to die. The plot is so unpleasant. Changqing frowned deeply. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Host, we won't save anyone this time. The original owner's wish was to live a more selfish life. Seeing that its host's face turned red with anger, the system quickly came over and blew on him. Changqing nodded. He inherited the original owner's memories and emotions, so he naturally knew that the original owner was like this because his parents died early, which led to his lack of security and a longing for family affection. His grandparents were his closest relatives, so he cared more about what they said, and now, Changqing doesn't have that idea. What annoys me the most are those biased old men and women.
I can't help but kick them when I see them.
In the final analysis, these people are just sucking the blood of the original owner.
None of them is good. Good people are often bullied, each of them is like a scoundrel.
It seems that this world is bound to be full of violence. Changqing rubbed his fists and broke his joints until they made a crackling sound. Since the end of the world is coming anyway, there is no need to talk about morality and laws. He decided to use some violence to resolve the matter as quickly as possible. Fortunately, there are no superpowers in this doomsday, and only 1 year has passed. The key is to find a place to stay. Chapter 578, Virus Doomsday, A Loving Family. 3. Changqing began to think about how to take refuge. There are no superpowers in this world, which means that ordinary people are at an absolute disadvantage when facing zombies.
After all, zombies are just virus-driven corpses with no fear or pain. Moreover, the virus cannot make zombies live forever.
As corpses, they will also decay, and when they decay to a certain extent, they will lose their ability to move. This undoubtedly gave humanity an opportunity. Even if only a small number of humans survived, it was possible for them to develop again.
Obviously, staying alive during this dangerous period is the best option. But where should I go? Go back to the village and live with my grandparents, uncles, and other relatives? That idea definitely won't work. Then I will be cheated to death by them. Should I go back to the rental house and hide there?
That's not safe either. He remembered that the original owner's house was in an old neighborhood and the facilities were not very good.
Moreover, by then most of the households would have turned into zombies.
In the early stages, the zombies' mobility was similar to that of humans, so it was not safe. He calculated the time and found that there were only about 10 days left until the end of the world, so he had to make arrangements as soon as possible. Well, there are still a lot of things in the space, but I need to replenish some in this world so that I won't have any in the future.
I definitely can't do this job anymore. I have to quit and run away. Problems with the house? He frowned and thought about it. The house was currently rented by his grandparents to a distant relative.
That family was also a swindler. They had once offered to buy it at half price, just to take advantage of it. Now, it's not impossible to sell it. After all, he needs money and time is urgent. Fortunately, the original owner's parents registered the house in his name. However, the property certificate is kept by his grandparents in their hometown, so I have to go back and get it. Changqing carefully integrated the information and drafted a preliminary action plan. As for saving people, he didn't want to think about it anymore. What mattered was living his own life. After thinking for a few hours and taking out a pen and paper to slowly write down several pages, he felt a little relieved. As he felt sleepy, he simply lay down and continued to sleep. He slept until dark and only then did he feel a little clearer. I had just gotten up and walked to the sofa in the living room to lie down, ready to order some takeout when I heard footsteps outside the door. It seems that my roommates are back from get off work.
He looked at the time.
It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, which was the time when people in the factory were getting off work. The original owner shared the house with 4 co-workers. In addition to the fat man Lu Chang who had troubled him in the morning, there was also a couple Moron Lei and Chang Yiro, plus a young man Zhao Ruob. Actually, the 4 of them had a pretty good relationship, but the original owner was timid and couldn't fit into their circle, and was often ordered around to do this and that. The sound of the door lock turning was heard. Changqing was too lazy to move, so he took out his mobile phone, checked the food delivery platform and ordered some fried noodles for himself. Snap, the lights in the living room were turned on, and 3 men and 1 woman walked into the living room chatting and laughing. They were stunned when they saw Changqing lying on the sofa. The fat man Lu Chang shrank back and took half a step back.
Hey, brother Changqing, it's so late and you haven't cooked yet?
The girl in a white dress and canvas shoes showed a surprised expression when she saw Changqing lying on the sofa. This guy used to be the most diligent. He would cook for himself at home and even cook their own meals.
That's why they didn't eat in the cafeteria and just waited to go home. After all, the cafeteria was full of pig food, which was terrible to eat. Changqing looked at them with some confusion. Didn't the fat man tell them what he said? It's possible.
They were all young people, and it's possible that they didn't tell anyone because they wanted to save face after suffering a big loss. However, he would have to say it again himself. He was very familiar with the people in front of him. The girl who was speaking was Chang Yiro. She had fair skin, was tall, and looked quite gentle. Speaking of which, Chang Yiro was the original owner's goddess, and she was also a well-known beauty in the factory. However, of course she looked down on the original owner, and instead threw herself into the arms of the original owner's roommate Moron Lei. This time, Moron Lei, who was tall and long-legged, was holding the girl's slender waist with one hand and looking at Changqing with a leisurely expression. Every time he smiled, he had a victorious expression. Standing next to Moron Lei were 2 young men, one fat and one thin.
They were his other 2 roommates, Lu Chang and Zhao Ruo.
I've already ordered takeout. Changqing raised the phone in his hand. Xiao Main. He showed no intention of moving and continued to lie there steadily.
Seeing this state, several people frowned. You don't even know how to throw away the trash can when it's full? You just lie there all day?
Zhao Ruo was the first to lose his temper.
He took 2 steps forward, pointed at Chang Cheng and questioned him. Lu Chang's expression changed, and he seemed to want to reach out and grab Zhao Ruo, but in the end he shrank back and did not move. The other two also looked like they were enjoying the show, and had no intention of trying to stop the fight. They knew that this fight would definitely not break out, as Chang Cheng was just a coward who would become weak when scolded. Chang Cheng looked at him and narrowed his eyes. This Zhao Ruo was as thin as a bamboo pole, but he was very cunning. He had cheated the original owner many times in the past, and now he dared to point at him and question him. It's not okay not to teach him a lesson. He has a lot of things to do, but he has no time to engage in intrigue with his roommates. So Chang Cheng didn't respond, but just glanced at him and slowly sat up. Hey, what's your attitude? Seeing Chang Cheng's indifferent look, Zhao Ruo got angry instead. He took a step forward and almost poked Chang Cheng in the face with his finger. He was not afraid of this coward. Besides, Brother Lei and Brother Chang were right behind him, so this guy definitely didn't dare to make a move. As he thought about this, his expression became even more stern. Just as Zhao Ruo was about to open his mouth to accuse him, Chang Cheng moved. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhao Ruo's palm. With his other hand, he picked up the fruit knife on the table and cut it without hesitation. The sudden change happened so quickly that the people behind him barely had time to react and were so frightened that they stepped back one after another. Zhao Ruo was so frightened that he screamed. He quickly pulled his hand back, but he was a step too slow and a big cut was left on the back of his hand. He retreated several steps to the wall before sitting down on the ground, gasping for breath, covering the wound with one hand, and blood dripping bit by bit. That guy really wanted to cut off his hand. He was still terrified at this moment, but fortunately he had retreated quickly, so only a cut was made. Chapter 579, Virus Doomsday, A Loving Family, 4, When Chang Cheng. Do you want to die? Morong Lei was obviously the boss among the group. His expression changed, but he didn't back down in the end. He took a step forward, looking fierce on the outside but weak on the inside. He saw clearly just now that when Chang Cheng was serious. If Zhao Ruowan had retracted his hand, half of his palm would have been cut off, so he took a step forward and did not dare to get too close to Chang Cheng. The fat man Lu Chang's face changed drastically and he took a step back. Chang Yuro was so frightened that her face turned pale and she shrank back outside the door. I want to die. Chang Cheng grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth. I think you all want to die. He raised the fruit knife in his hand at an angle. Half of the blade was stained red, and blood was gathering at the tip of the knife. After a while, it condensed into a drop and fell to the ground in front of him with a drip. When has he ever been threatened? He's always the one threatening others. All right. Host, well done. The system suddenly jumped out and shouted, its voice filled with excitement. To deal with such bullies, you must fight back directly. Others didn't see it clearly, but it saw it clearly. The host loosened his grip on the guy's hand at the critical moment, otherwise he would have chopped off half of his hand. This time, the atmosphere on the field had become solemn. Morong Lei looked at Chang Cheng, but found that his hand holding the fruit knife was still as steady as a rock. He couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Did this guy take the wrong medicine? Or did this honest guy suddenly explode? He was a little undecided. Ahem, we're all co-workers, why are you so angry? Lu Chang suddenly forced a smile and squeezed his fat body forward. It's just taking out the trash, I'll do it. The atmosphere on the field relaxed. He was really a little afraid of that guy. He had just received a good beating in the morning, and now Zhao Ruo was stabbed again. It seemed that he was very angry. Don't push him into a corner at this time, otherwise he might really hurt him. After saying that, he pulled Morong Lei's sleeve again. Brother Lei, don't worry about it. We are all brothers. I took out the trash today. He walked up, picked up the trash bag and was about to leave. Morong Lei's expression relaxed when he saw someone trying to smooth things over. To be honest, he felt a little uneasy at that moment. Just when he was about to back down, he heard Chang Cheng speak again. He said, from now on, sweeping the floor and taking out the trash will all be your responsibility. Several people's expressions changed, but they only heard him continue speaking. Also, I bought all the cooking utensils and rice and flour. No one is allowed to touch them, or I'll chop him up. Call. He threw the fruit knife in his hand, and it flew past Morong Lei's face and stabbed into the door behind him. Morong Lei also screamed and turned to run. He touched his face and felt blood on his hands. He didn't know if it was from the dagger or his own blood, which only intensified his fear. Lu Chang was also frightened by this. He picked up the garbage bag with both hands and ran out quickly. Zhao Ruo and Chang Yuro had already retreated outside the door. The four of them ran downstairs directly, and only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Chang Cheng had not caught up with them. Damn it! Call the police. Call the police. That guy is crazy. He really wanted to chop off my hand just now. Zhao Ruo covered his right hand, grimacing in pain. Yes, let the police take him away, otherwise we won't dare stay here tonight. Chang Yuro also covered her chest with her hands, her face pale. This time, her hunger was completely scared away, and she felt her heart pounding as if it was about to jump out of her chest. Lu Chang looked at Morong Lei without saying anything. Morong Lei's face was pale. He hadn't expected Chang Cheng to actually throw a fruit knife at him. Didn't that guy want to work at the factory anymore? And wasn't he usually the most timid? How could he suddenly become so bold?
It was like he was crazy. Could it be that he has some mental problem? He was startled, but he had heard of news reports about honest people who suddenly exploded and killed several people. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he pondered for a moment and then expressed his thoughts. Calling the police is probably useless. Zhao Ruo, your injury isn't even a minor one. When the police come, they'll just criticize you, and you'll end up offending that guy. He felt that this guy must have been holding a grudge for too long, and he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He didn't notice this before. It seems that he has to give in and apologize. Even after he calms down, he will still be a coward by nature and cannot change. Just let him go like that? Zhao Ruo was obviously at a disadvantage and felt very dissatisfied. Ha! Morong Lei sneered, that kid must have been really frustrated and exploded. Don't worry, he's a coward at heart. Let's first. He lowered his voice and said a few words, and smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Changqing didn't care. Seeing that they all ran out, he continued to sit on the sofa and browse his phone. He looked at the original owner's bank card. There was only more than 5,000 yuan in the card. This was because he had just received his salary at the end of the month. According to the original owner's style, he would give out 2,000 yuan to his grandparents for their retirement in a few days. It's simply beyond evaluation. He sighed, you won't be able to save any money this way. How can you be confident without money? Money is a man's courage. People without money are just timid. There is nothing you can do about it. This time, his takeaway arrived. He was a little hungry, so he put the dish on the table and finished a bowl of fried noodles in no time. Just when I was lamenting that one portion was not enough and I was only half full, the door opened. Several roommates appeared in front of Changqing again, this time with flattering smiles on their faces and fruits, barbecue, and beer in their hands. Brother Changqing, we brothers have let you down before. This time we have reflected on it. We are all good brothers living under the same roof. There is no need to make such a fuss. Morong Lei had a happy smile on his face. He waved his hand and several people behind him came forward and put the food in their hands on the table. Come on, let's all get drunk and forget our old grudges. We won't stop until we're drunk tonight. That's right, Brother Changqing, Euro had some misunderstandings about you before, but now it seems that Brother Changqing is the most manly. The men were all about the same age. Changqing was actually quite young, but at this moment, they all called him brother, and their attitude was unbearably humble. Changqing watched their performance coldly. He didn't know what they were up to, but that didn't stop him from not believing a word they said. The guy who had just been beaten up by him now came towards him with a smile. Even a fool could tell that he had no good intentions. Okay. He suddenly smiled and sat up. Then let's not go home until we're drunk. Several people looked very happy and quickly and attentively set out the barbecue and poured wine. Come on, let's drink and forget all grudges. Morong Lei raised his glass in a rather heroic manner and sang and drank loudly, as if the previous conflicts had never happened. Come on, drink it in one gulp. The others also hurriedly raised their glasses. Someone saw that Changqing's quilt was empty and hurried to add more wine. Are you trying to get me drunk? Changqing narrowed his eyes. This is getting a little funny. His mental strength is incredibly strong, and alcohol can't numb him. Chapter 580, Virus Doomsday, A Loving Family. 5. Outside, the lights were gradually dimming, but inside the room, the incandescent lights were as bright as day. The 4 bedrooms and 1 living room were not crowded for 5 people, but now that they were all gathered in the living room, it seemed a bit cramped, but the young people in the living room were very enthusiastic, shouting, eating barbecue and drinking. This was definitely a rare occasion for the original owner, because his roommates never invited him to activities. But for Changqing, this was not a rare occasion, as he had eaten many more delicious foods than this. However, he didn't care. Instead, he ate and drank with them with great interest. The barbecue seemed to be bought from a famous stall nearby, and it tasted pretty good. As for alcohol, there were both white wine and beer. However, he took a sip of the beer and put it down. It was the white wine that surprised him a little. In the original world, there was also fermented rice wine. Xianxiang Yulu has always been a good treat for guests. There are various brewing techniques, and some even add various magical herbs to make the fermented rice wine have special effects. Some can even make people drunk for 3 years, which is quite amazing. Changqing had also drunk wine in other worlds. The winemaking skills in some small worlds were uneven, and the wine produced was bitter and not very concentrated. However, he did not expect that the wine here was actually quite good. It took a sip to the throat, and the base color was mellow, with a long aftertaste, which was surprisingly very distinctive. When his roommates saw him drink several glasses of white wine in a row, they all looked happy. Brother Changqing has a good alcohol tolerance. Come on, I'll fill your glass. After that, several people took turns to toast each other enthusiastically. This is Yu Ro's first time drinking with Brother Changqing. I didn't expect him to be so alcoholic. Come, let me toast you. Chun Yuro's face was red. She was not very good at drinking, and now she was a little drunk. Morong Lei glanced at his girlfriend but didn't stop her. With him around, what could go wrong? Changqing also accepted all the drinks and drank the whole glass, which caused another round of applause. Half of the wine was drunk and the barbecue was almost finished. Changqing's face turned slightly red and his eyes began to wander, as if he could not handle the alcohol.At this time. Several people were a little tipsy, but they were even more energetic. Brother Changqing has a good alcohol tolerance, come on, keep drinking. Changqing shook his head, and his tongue seemed to be a little bigger.
No, there's no more food. It's not satisfying enough. Huh? No more food?
They realized they had been eating for so long and were almost done with the barbecue.
They were feeling a bit dizzy and their minds weren't working as well as they thought. How can we fail at this moment? If there's no food, keep ordering. Moron Lei took out his cell phone and was about to order takeout, but Changqing snatched it away. I'm here. I'm going to have a great time today.
He clicked something without knowing what it was, then swiped his phone towards Moron Lei's face.
Ding. Payment successful. Come on, keep drinking.
Before Moron Lei had time to read the payment text message, he was dragged away to continue drinking soon. After a few drinks, he completely forgot about the matter. An hour later, the delivery man rang the doorbell.
Hello, this is Yupin Pavilion Delivery.
The door was opened and the smell of alcohol immediately filled the room. With just a casual glance, the delivery man saw 4 people lying in the living room. Only the young man in front of him had clear eyes and was not drunk at all.
Thank you very much.
Changqing thanked him politely, took the food and put it back on the table. Start. He kicked the 4 people who were drunk as hell and continued eating. Well, the most expensive ones are indeed the most delicious.
While eating, the doorbell rang again. Hello, Ken Chicken is delivering food. Thank you very much.
After a while, the doorbell rang again. The food delivery went on like this until 2 in the morning, but Changqing, who had been eating for 5 or 6 hours, didn't even feel bloated. Finally, after finishing the last chicken leg, he stretched and stood up. I also had to help my roommates back to their rooms.
I'm such a good roommate.
He was even considerate enough to take off all their clothes. The system watching all this, it's numb. Early the next morning, a woman's sharp scream suddenly broke out in a rental house somewhere.
Lu Chang, I'm going to sue you for rape.
Chang Yuro ran out of Lu Chang's room at the very edge naked, her face full of panic. I in the room, Lu Chang was still confused. From the next room, Chang Yuro's even more heartbreaking screams were heard again.
Brother Lei, you and Zhaoru. Lu Chang, who was still sleepy, quickly put on his pants and came over to take a look. Oh my god, Moron Lei and Zhaoru were lying together naked, even with their hands and feet on each other. The scene was simply jaw-dropping. Brother Lei. Zhaoru.
He quickly shouted, and then saw Moron Lei slowly open his eyes. The next moment, he made a strange cry that shook the roof tiles, and slapped Zhaoru directly in the face, waking Zhaoru up.
Zhaoru. Why are you in my bed?
He roared, reached out and touched his crotch, and then felt a little relieved. Then he saw Lu Chang wearing only underwear and Chang Yuro naked, and he became even more Spartan.
What's wrong with you guys?
He pointed at Chang Yuro and Lu Chang, who were still standing there in a daze, and his voice broke.
Brother Lei, he raped me.
Chang Yuro finally reacted and covered her face with her hands and cried.
I don't.
Zhao Chang quickly defended himself and said that he really did nothing, but Moron Lei was irrational at this time. He suddenly jumped up and punched Lu Chang in the face.
Damn it. You bastard. You dared to touch my girlfriend.
His eyes turned red with anger, and he punched down nonstop, making Lu Chang scream. Although he was big in build, he was just fat, and he usually followed Moron Lei's lead, so he really didn't have the courage to fight back.
Brother Lei, I was drunk yesterday.
Lu Chang covered his face and defended himself.
Even if you're drunk, you can't fucking do that. Moron kicked him to the ground and suddenly felt his stomach churning. While he lay down on the edge of the bed and started vomiting.
Due to the hangover and the violent beating he had just done, his stomach felt like it was churning and he felt very uncomfortable.
Fuck, Brother Lei, this is your own bed. You are responsible for cleaning it. Moron Lei spoke while vomiting. Lu Chang's fat face wrinkled into a ball.
Washing the quilt was a troublesome thing. Now he didn't dare to let Changqing do it, so he had to wash it himself. Vomit, a sour and foul smell instantly filled the room, and everyone quickly put on their clothes and ran out. Chapter 581 Virus Doomsday, A Loving Family, 6. Half an hour later, the 4 of them gathered in the living room, all with sad looks on their faces. Chang Yuro put on her clothes, lowered her head and sobbed. Is that the guy? Zhao Rua pointed at the room where Changqing lived, and a look of fear flashed across his face. They looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. If it were in the past, they would have rushed in and questioned them, but after experiencing the shock of yesterday, they didn't dare to do that now. They looked at the door vigilantly, as if there was a flood or a beast behind the door.
I was really drunk yesterday and didn't do anything.
Lu Chang made a bitter face and tried to defend himself, but was glared at twice by Moron Lei. Zhao Rua had a band-aid on his hand and remained silent. He didn't expect that he would lie naked on the bed with Brother Lei, but fortunately, nothing happened. Brother Lei's hatred was taken away by Zhao Chang, and he didn't get beaten. Thinking of this, he glanced at Chang Yuro, who was crying and her chest was heaving. He felt strange in his heart, not knowing whether to be relieved or regretful.
Lu Chang was lucky, and ended up lying with Chang Yuro.
To be honest, Chung Yuro is pretty and has a good figure, and many men in the factory have been attracted to her, and they are of course no exception. It's just that Moron Lei is more powerful, and they follow Moron Lei's ass, so they have the desire but not the courage. Moron Lei's face turned red with anger. He had just vomited and now felt his head was swollen. Seeing Chung Yuro sobbing and his two younger brothers who were at a loss, he also felt a heart attack. What the hell is going on? Everything was going so smoothly before, and now, just one day later, everything seems to be going wrong. Zhao Rua, tell me, what impression do you have of yesterday? He asked, directly. I was completely drunk yesterday and have no memory of it at all. Me too. Seeing Moron Lei's gaze drifting over, Lu Chang quickly replied. Oh shit. Moron Lei kicked the table in anger. Don't they have any tolerance for alcohol? They're all drunk as hell? What can people like them do? At this moment, a cell phone suddenly rang under the sofa. Damn, why did my phone fall under the sofa? Moron Lei's face darkened and he quickly bent down to pick up the phone. The caller ID showed that it was his supervisor. Xiao Lei. What's wrong with you guys? It's almost 10 o'clock and you haven't come to work yet? Do you still want to work? The supervisor's voice on the microphone was so stern that it frightened everyone. We'll be there soon, right away. Moron Lei glanced at his roommates in front of him and nodded repeatedly. Hurry up. If you don't want to do this, get out. The supervisor's cursing voice was heard, and the faces of several people changed. Drinking will delay things. Damn, he actually slept until 10 o'clock, but then he thought that when Changqing in the room hadn't woken up yet, and they felt a little comforted. It seems that guy is even more drunk. Unfortunately, they were also drunk yesterday and some of the plans were not implemented. After hanging up the phone, I wanted to check the time, but when I saw the consumption text message on my phone, my face froze as if the screen was paused. Consumption of more than 4,800 yuan. Fuck, did we eat so much yesterday? He shouted out. When a few people came over to take a look, their faces turned strange. Moron Lei felt like his heart was bleeding. It was only a month's salary, not even that much, and it was gone without a trace. What the hell is going on? My girlfriend got up in the morning and slept in her buddy's room, while I was lying naked with my buddy, and it still cost so much money. I agreed to give that guy a try. Why do I feel like I'm the only one who suffers? He felt very upset, but he didn't dare to go directly to Changqing for trouble. You two, each of you, give me 1,000. He said viciously to the two younger brothers in front of him. No. Lu Chang, you have to give me 2,000. After saying that, he looked at Chung Yuro again. The meaning was very clear. Lu Chang slept with his girlfriend. Although there was nothing substantial, he still had to compensate him more. Lu Chang and Zhao Rua were also feeling pissed. You came up with the idea to play a trick on others, but ended up hurting everyone, and now you have to pay for it. You can't even describe how upset you feel, but facing Moron Lei's pressure, they didn't dare to say anything. They just took out their mobile phones and transferred money to each other, and the matter was settled. Let's go to work and don't call that kid. Moron Lei stood up and said through gritted teeth that this was the only small form of revenge he could think of. Unfortunately, working is not his means of revenge. Changqing doesn't care about working. Why should he work when the world is almost over? He slept until noon, ate a takeaway and went to the factory to resign. I'll have $200 deducted from my salary for being absent this morning. The supervisor was a burly middle-aged man wearing glasses. His face fell when he saw Changqing. Changqing's expression remained unchanged. I want to resign. I'm quitting this month. Please give me the deposited salary. His matter-of-fact attitude made the supervisor laugh. When Changqing, do you think this factory is a market? You can come and go as you please? If you want to leave, just pack up and leave. No way you're asking for your salary. He placed the notebook in his hand on the machine next to him, and his momentum rose twice. This was his common tactic to scare the factory workers. Once used, the workers would become intimidated and would either offer cigarettes to curry favor or flee, never daring to mention salary again. However, this trick obviously didn't work on Changqing. He even smiled and walked forward with his hands in his pockets. Oh, is he going to offer me a cigarette now? The supervisor sneered inwardly, but he didn't expect that the other party would suddenly jump up the next moment, pressing one hand directly on his head, pressing his head against the rumbling machine next to him, with such great force that he had no time to react. The supervisor subconsciously reached out with his other hand, but was caught by him again. He put his hand behind his back and felt the other party twist it lightly. His whole hand felt like it was broken and he felt a sharp pain that made him dare not move for a moment. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. He cried out in pain hurriedly at the heat wave from the machine running less than 20 centimeters in front of him hit his face, and sweat broke out on the supervisor's forehead. If the other party moved forward again, his head would be blown off. The other people in the workshop were also shocked by the noise and for a moment they forgot to react. By the time everyone stood up, Changqing had already said a few words to the supervisor's ear and then let him go. I can't lose a penny of my salary. I want to see the money within 3 hours. Everyone only heard these words, and then saw the young man who had just caused a big commotion turn around and walk out of the workshop. The supervisor's face was now pale with fear, and even his legs were trembling slightly. He took out his cell phone, trembling. Of course, they didn't want to call the police, but they just paid Changqing the salary in advance.
What are you looking at? Get back to work.
Noticing the curious looks of others, he raised his head and cursed loudly, his voice trembling unconsciously. But fortunately, the residual influence was still there, and others did not dare to say anything more, and order was quickly restored in the workshop. Chapter 582, Virus Doomsday, A Loving Family, 7, Bite. Changqing was walking on the road when he heard his cell phone ringing. He took it out and looked at it, then he smiled. 4,000 yuan salary will be directly deposited into the account.
Hey, host, what did you just say to that supervisor?
You scared him like that. The system suddenly appeared, flashing with a light blue light.
I just reported his home address and his child's school. It's not scary. Changqing smiled gently, demonstrating destructive power and threatening weaknesses is crude but effective.
The end of the world is coming, and Changqing is too lazy to worry about it. He will use whatever means are simpler. He will take back what he needs to take back. Don't waste a lot of time and end up being unprepared for the end of the world. Host, where do you want to take refuge in the end times? The system asked in a jumpy voice. Of course. Changqing raised his eyebrows and smiled, keeping it a secret. You'll know when the time comes, system. On the way back, Changqing specially had a meal at a certain Western restaurant brand that the original owner had always wanted to eat. Pa, it's far worse than the Yupin Pavilion dish I ordered last night. He vomited it out after taking just one bite, which attracted everyone's attention. Some people couldn't help but feel that he was so pretentious in his work clothes.
Why are you pretending? You're just a factory dog.
Changqing heard the man in the white shirt next to him mutter something to the girl's laughter. The two of them glanced at him and burst into laughter. If he usually doesn't bother to deal with such things, now that the end of the world is approaching, who should he indulge? He didn't say anything, just walked over with the plate and poured a drink directly on the man's head. You fucking, the man wanted to stand up and teach someone a lesson, but Changqing smashed a plate on his head. The plastic plate was not very strong, but he used his strength skillfully, and the man's head went straight through the plate, as if he was wearing a scarf. The man's female companion screamed in fright, and everyone was stunned. Where's the security? Where's the security? Call the police. Call the police. Amidst the loud shouts, Changqing started running. Everyone saw a figure flash before their eyes and ran dozens of meters away. When they looked again, he had already disappeared around the corner.
We are young now, and we have a lot of hot temper.
An old lady shook her head inside. The man in white shirt who was hit was naturally very angry and called the police, but it was not a big deal and he was not even injured. Instead, they went through all kinds of record keeping for a long time and then let him go back to I was so angry that I couldn't sleep all night. Of course Changqing was fine, he went straight to sleep as soon as he got home. Maybe because his cold had not fully healed, he felt particularly sleepy. Fortunately, he had cleaned up his roommates first, and everyone was very quiet. No one dared to disturb him. Even Lu Chang, who usually loved to play music loudly at night, put on headphones, which greatly improved his level of civility since he had quit his job anyway. Changqing spent the next 2 days wandering around the city to get to know the situation. He found that although this was only a small town, its geographical location was good, close to the sea, and the economy was developing well. There were many enterprises, and even the rural areas were developing well, with basically every family building a house. Those relatives of the original owner are not short of money either. They have to covet that little bit of compensation. They are used to taking advantage of it. On the third day, guests arrived around 7 or 8 in the evening. The takeaway ordered by Changqing had just been delivered when there was a knock on the door. Changqing opened the door and his eyes suddenly lit up.
Isn't this the original owner's grandmother and cousin? Salary is paid at the end of the month, right? Where's the money?
The original owner's grandmother was an old lady in her 60s who looked very capable. At this moment, she stretched out her wrinkled hands, looking as if it was a matter of course. My cousin Wen Yensen wore a pair of glasses. Although he was wearing a high school uniform, he was nearly 1.8 meters tall, 4 or 5 centimeters taller than the original master.
He looked very intimidating standing there.
This is one of the guys who killed the original owner.
Host, hurry up and kill him.
The system suddenly appeared again, extremely excited, with a ball of blue light floating around, almost blinding Changqing's eyes.
Don't get excited. Sooner or later, we'll have to take action. Changqing raised his eyebrows. What?
Grandma Wen thought he was talking to her, and her face immediately darkened.
What are you excited about? Give me the money. You little bastard, save the money for me. I'm going to use it to find you a wife.
We're all doing this for your own good. Grandma Wen started going through the process, yelling and shouting. This trick works very well. This farmer's house is not soundproof. It was also time to get off work, and there were many neighbors. The original owner was most afraid of losing face if a quarrel arose, so in such cases, he would just pay money to avoid disaster. But Changqing was unmoved. He even turned around and closed the door. Bang! A loud bang exploded beside her ears, and Grandma Wen was so shocked that she almost staggered. This is going to be a rebellion. This guy is rebelling. She shuddered and sat on the ground crying. Oh, heaven, oh, earth, my grandson is so unfilial. We worked so hard to raise him and provide him with education. He was in high spirits, and his voice was extremely penetrating and carried into the house, but Changqing's expression did not change at all. Instead, he sat on the sofa with great interest, opened his mobile phone and started watching videos. He even connected it to a speaker and continuously transmitted the video to the outside of the house. Move and hit. The music is very exciting and it makes people feel very excited when listening to it. This time, a lot of people had gathered at the door. This place was near the factory and all the people living here were factory workers. Everyone had seen the original owner's grandmother and had had several fights with her. Seeing this scene again, they couldn't help but show sympathy on their faces. We all work in a factory, so we naturally know that we don't have much money per month and our own expenses are tight. Now, someone comes to ask for money, but what can we do? They are our elders and they have the moral high ground. Moron Lei and his companions had just returned from dinner. When they saw the scene at the door and heard the rhythmic music in the house, their faces twitched involuntarily. In the past, they would have thought that Changqing would not be able to hold on for long and would have to pay, but now, they just silently lit a candle for the old lady. That guy has gone crazy. They heard that even Supervisor Song Baopi was scared to the point of nearly peeing his pants. How can a normal person not be afraid of crazy people? At this time, they didn't dare to go in, so they just stood and watched from a distance. Old lady Wen cried for a long time and was almost out of breath, but the door still showed no sign of opening. Some neighbors couldn't bear to watch it anymore and walked forward to help the old lady up. Boom boom boom, there was a knock on the door. Changqing, your grandma has been calling at the door for a long time. Please open the door. We are all family. If there is anything, let's discuss it together. Everyone wants to be a smooth talker and a good moral person. The others also stared at the door, wanting to know how the person inside would react. Tap tap tap, there were footsteps coming from inside the house. That's right, young people shouldn't be willful. The neighbors smiled. Today was another day of successfully reconciling conflicts. Chapter 583, Virus Doomsday, A Loving Family, 8, with a creak, the door was opened. A hand stretched out, and before anyone could react, it pulled the man in, and then the door slammed shut again. Huh? Everyone let out a series of exclamations. The next moment, a heart-wrenching howl was heard from the house, making everyone's scalp tingle. Suddenly, everyone panicked. Even Grandma Wen stopped crying, her face changed, and no one knew what had happened inside. Wen Yensen's expression also changed. This isn't right. When did Wen Changqing become so violent? That coward is finally going to explode. He had a vague feeling that things were getting out of control. Murder! Murder! Call the police! The screams in the house continued, and everyone finally reacted and took out their cell phones to call the police. Hey, don't play together, it will occupy the line. I'll do it. Someone stood up and shouted, then made a call. Almost an hour later, the police finally arrived. The screams in the house stopped at the right moment, as if nothing had happened. Where was the murder? A square-faced policeman asked with a frown. Before anyone could say anything, the door suddenly opened and the neighbor walked out. There seemed to be sweat on his forehead and his face was extremely pale. You killed someone? No, nothing happened. He shook his head quickly, emphatically denying it. This made the police even more suspicious. When they walked into the house, they saw a young man sitting on the sofa, chewing biscuits one bite at a time. Apparently, nothing happened. The police carefully checked several rooms and then became angry. Who made a false police report? Don't you know that police resources are limited? No one dared to speak, even the neighbor just now lowered his head. The policeman left angrily, and the onlookers looked curiously at the neighbor who had just been dragged into the house. However, the man who was usually very gossipy lost his curiosity at this moment. He looked into the house with a look of fear and left in a hurry. Careful people noticed that his legs were shaking when he walked and his pants seemed to be wet. What on earth is going on? Everyone was confused. Changqing came out at this time. He didn't look at old lady Wen, but stared at Wen Yensen with a stern gaze. Cousin, you cheated my parents out of their compensation, and you still dare to ask me for money? Without waiting for Wen Yensen to speak, he threw a punch and knocked Wen Yensen, who was 4 or 5 centimeters taller than him, to the ground. Not only did you cheat my parents out of compensation, but you also made me drop out of school to support your education? I even got into number 1 middle school. Wen Yensen was completely bewildered. How could this guy be so strong? And when did he ask for his son's education? What the hell was going on? You clearly, Wen Yensen, who was admitted to a technical school, struggled to explain himself, but was punched in the face by him, and his glasses flew off. Yeah, I've always been top of the class, but I have to work, while a loser like you can go to high school. Changqing's fists were swung loudly, hitting Wen Yensen so hard that he held his head in his hands. He didn't even have a chance to defend himself. He had fought with this guy many times before, but he had never lost. He didn't expect that he would be completely unable to fight back today. Grandma Wen was so frightened at this moment that it took her a long time to react. You unfilial thing! She cried out and rushed forward to pull him, but was kicked in the waist and immediately fell to the ground. Murder, murder, call the police. She cried and shouted, her heart was extremely panicked. She could no longer feel her lower body and was afraid that she would become paralyzed, but he had just been reprimanded for making a false report to the police. Who would dare to get into trouble at this time? After all, this was not his own business. He could just watch the fun. Moreover, to be honest, everyone felt uneasy. That kid seemed to be completely crazy. He might have a mental problem. It is irresponsible for a mentally ill person to kill people. Who would dare to joke with his own life? Hey, Mrs. One, how can you bully a child like this? You're occupying his parents' house and not letting him go to school? It's so pitiful. You guys are driving me crazy. The neighbors' persuasive voices mixed with Wen Jensen's pleas for mercy reached old lady Wen's ears. She was extremely angry, but she was in good health from being used to farm work and could not faint. Stop fighting. She begged for mercy, screaming, fearing that her eldest grandson would be beaten to death. Fortunately, the beating of Changqing did not last too long. It stopped after about 10 minutes, without even a trace of breathing. Go back and prepare the money, the compensation for my parents, the property ownership certificate of the house, and the rent for these years. Not a cent can be less. I will come to get it in 3 days. If I don't see those things, Changqing paused, his face instantly turned terrible. He walked over and kicked old lady One in the waist again. She immediately cried out in pain. You all must die. His expression was sinister and crazy, and scared old lady One so much that she stopped crying. She quickly became frightened and pulled up the bruised Wen Jensen and ran. It was not until she ran more than 10 meters that she realized that she could feel something below her waist. Host, well done. Back in the room, the system popped up again. Just a trial run. Changqing waved his hand. Who can't pretend to be crazy? This world is afraid of those who don't care about their lives. To deal with these scoundrels, you have to be more scoundrel and crazier than them, follow their path and leave them with no way out. However, Changqing was still rational. Although he hit hard, he controlled the strength, which only caused pain. But if you really counted it, it was not a big injury. Of course, some shocks are inevitable. Hey, host, do you think they will pay you back? The system is a little curious. Ha, never mind him, just get the message across. Changqing didn't care, the economy has been developing well in recent years. To be honest, those families are not short of money, but they are used to being greedy. They are reluctant to spend their own money and have to be greedy for other people's money. They also feel that if other brothers borrow money, they will be at a disadvantage if they don't lend money. Their original words were, "This is something I borrowed from my parents, it has nothing to do with you, your family's compensation is with your grandparents, you can ask them for it yourself." They shirk responsibility and act like a bunch of clumsy people, leaving no one to be done. Such family affairs are difficult to handle even with prosecution, and are time-consuming and costly, with no good outcome in the end. Only by showing desperate ruthlessness and scaring them can you get what belongs to you. Changqing has already made plans to make a big fuss when he gets home. Damn, the food is cold. After beating up a few guys, I was starving, so I went home to eat, only to find that the takeaway I ordered was completely cold. There was no other way. Changqing had to light the fire, heat up the food, and barely make do with the meal. Chapter 584, Virus Doomsday, A Loving Family. 9. It is better to do it sooner rather than later. The next day happened to be the weekend, so Changqing drove to the countryside early in the morning and drove for 2 hours before arriving at his hometown. Although it was a rural area, the construction was quite good, and most of the buildings were two-story buildings. He followed his memory and came to the house where his grandparents lived, and the whole family was waiting for him. My grandparents, uncles, aunts, cousins, are all here. You little bastard, you even dared to hit your grandmother. I'll beat you to death for being such an unfilial son. As Changqing just walked in, he heard a loud shout, and a teacup flew towards his head with a clang. He slightly turned sideways, and a cup of hot tea hit the door behind him. It broke into pieces with a clang. He said nothing, but turned around and closed the door silently. Where's the money? You borrowed the compensation from my parents. Pay it back now. Changqing turned around, glanced at everyone, and spoke the key points. Uncle, you borrowed 90,000, my uncle 40,000, and my aunt 50,000. He leaned against the door and calculated the bill directly. This was really a bit of a blow to the lungs, and everyone's faces darkened. My dad borrowed it from Grandpa, so he should return it to Grandpa. What does it have to do with you? When Jensen stood behind his father and roared when he saw Changqing, he thought of the beating he received last time, and he felt a little uneasy. But when he thought that the other party was alone, he felt more confident. Changqing's face turned cold. He took a step forward, only to see when Jensen's face stiffen and he quickly shrank back. TSK, why bother pretending if you don't have the guts? Changqing sneered. Uncle Wen frowned when he saw how useless his son was. Wen Changqing, do you know that assaulting someone is illegal? Last time, your cousin was severely injured and had to stay in bed for over 10 days. Just based on this, I can send you to jail. His eyes became fierce and he shouted at Changqing. That's right. You even kicked your grandmother.
This is simply treason.
In ancient times, this would be punished by being thrown into a pig cage. Uncle Wen also joined in. At first, give someone a scary shout to weaken their momentum. This method is useless against Changqing. He had a way of beating people. It hurt, but it wouldn't cause serious injuries.
He knew this very well.
As for the outrageous words, this wasn't ancient times. Even if it were ancient times, he wouldn't care about them. Uncle, he simply took a few steps forward, pulled out the chair where his cousin was sitting, and sat down. When the fall happened so suddenly that my cousin had no time to react and fell flat on his butt. His face flushed, but he saw that Changqing didn't even look at him, as if the action just now was not done by him. He just looked at the adults with a grim look.
Don't you want to pay back the money? And I told you before, the property deed and the rent, are everything ready?
After the two questions, the atmosphere became even more solemn. When Grandma Wen saw Changqing approaching, she hid behind him. However, Grandpa Wen had never seen how powerful he was, and when he saw him being so aggressive, he was so angry that he blew his beard. Bang, he slammed his hand on the table.
You little bastard, it's not your turn to make decisions about family matters. With so many elders here, how dare you speak so arrogantly?
I lent them the money, I rented the house, and it's my son's house.
Don't I have the right to dispose of it?
After he finished speaking, he gasped even more, unfilial son, unfilial son.
Second brother, open your eyes and look at your son. He even kicked your mother.
The performance really looks like that. The aunt beside him quickly tried to calm him down. Grandpa, don't be angry, drink some tea and calm down. Then he glared at Changqing and said, look how angry you made your grandfather.
Why don't you apologize quickly?
Changqing just looked at them coldly. His anger was growing.
What kind of people were these? They were trying to show off their skills in front of him?
And from the looks of it, not only were they not going to pay him back, but they were also trying to intimidate him. This is simply hilarious. How could he possibly take this kind of loss? The situation was at a stalemate for a while. The old man coughed for a long time, but when he saw that Changqing didn't move, he simply stopped coughing, but his face turned really cold. Seeing his stubborn attitude, the other people were also furious. A little kid was causing such trouble.
There was a lot of work to do in the fields and everyone was very busy. After a while, and Wen finally sighed.
Changqing, we know you're unhappy, but we did borrow the money from your grandfather, so we should pay it back to him. Also, this house is your father's legacy. Your grandparents have the right to inherit it. If they want to rent it out, that's their freedom. She spoke kindly, but there was no sign of relief in Changqing's expression. That house was written in my name long ago, so it can't be considered an inheritance.
Changqing sneered, stood up, walked to the door and locked it. What are you going to do?
Wen Yansen, who had just been beaten a few days ago, was startled and asked quickly. Then he couldn't help but curse himself. The other party was just one person. What was there to be afraid of? When Changqing, you're already an adult, you should understand things.
Grandpa Wen also shouted loudly. I'm naturally sensible.
Since you don't plan to pay me back, then don't leave. Changqing curled his lips into an evil smile. Everyone's face changed, but before they could react, he had already approached and punched Uncle Wen on the head. When Uncle Wen was about to fall, he immediately pulled out the stool from under his butt and smashed it directly on Wen Yansen's head behind him with a bang. Crazy. The scene instantly became chaotic. Uncle Wen and Aunt Wen rushed forward to pull the man away, but he grabbed their heads and slammed them hard. Boom, a muffled sound was heard, and the two men immediately fell to the ground in a daze. Cousin Wen was not very old, but he was so scared that he ran out the door. However, before he took a few steps, he was kicked in the waist and hit the LCD TV in front of him. Crash. Things were divided into pieces. The sudden change happened so quickly that no one could react. Apart from Changqing, the only ones left standing on the field were Grandpa Wen and Grandma Wen. Grandma Wen was already trembling with fear, and the scene of that day was still vivid in her mind. Crazy. She pointed at Changqing and sat down on the ground. Grandpa Wen stopped blowing his beard and just stood there like a fool. It took him a long time to react. Murder! Just shouted twice. Bang, his head hit the chair, his body went limp, and he fainted on the ground. Chapter 585, Virus Doomsday, A Loving Family, 10, Host, what about you? The system ran out tremblingly, looking at the group of people lying on the ground, and clicked its tongue. Don't worry, I controlled the strength, everything will be fine. Changqing tied up the whole group of people and then took out all kinds of knives from the kitchen. Anyway, the catastrophe is going to happen in 2 days, so he is not worried about anything happening. Half an hour later, in the living room, everyone looked at Changqing in horror as he was playing with the bone-cutting knife in front of them. His body was shaking and his blocked mouth was making whimpering sounds. Changqing was leisurely playing with the bone-chopping knife in his hand. He even found some snacks and beer in the refrigerator if beer is a good snack to go with wine. Alas, if you had just paid the money back, everything would have been fine, but you forced me to do it. Okay, you've driven me crazy. He took a sip of his wine and fed himself a peanut, chewing it with a loud crunch. If anyone has something to say, just blink. I am a reasonable man. He knocked on the table lightly, making a tinkling sound. Everyone felt their scalps tingling, as if he was going to smash someone's skull in the next moment.
Well, uncle, do you have something to say?
Changqing saw that everyone's eyes were blinking, so he decided to start with Uncle Wen. Call. Uncle Wen, who had just had the rags taken off, immediately gasped for breath, and the fear in his eyes could not be concealed at all.
I'll pay you back, right away, I just beg you to let me go back.
As soon as he finished speaking, Wen and Uncle Wen nodded frantically, obviously agreeing with him. They were really scared. This guy doesn't look strong, but he's so strong.
I can't fight back at all.
And he must have gone crazy.
He dares to hit anyone.
Killing is definitely not a problem for him. Money is not as important as life.
That's right.
Changqing smiled politely.
Grandpa and Grandma, what do you say?
He looked at Grandpa Wen and Grandma Wen. The old man and the old woman shrank back when they saw his gaze.
With something stuffed in their mouths, they naturally couldn't speak and could only nod frantically. This is what a loving family looks like. Changqing took out his mobile phone and asked them to transfer money.
The families were actually in good conditions and had built big houses. It was not a problem for them to pay back tens of thousands of yuan, but they just didn't want to pay it back. But he was so scared at this moment that he didn't dare to say anything more.
He transferred the money tremblingly.
Also, please compensate me for the rent you've been paying for occupying my house over the years.
Evergreen molars.
Okay, I'll give it all to you. After paying the rent according to the market price, Changqing instantly had more than 200,000 yuan in his account, which was not a lot, but not a little either.
Now, can you let us go? Uncle Wen pleaded in a trembling voice, your aunt is still at home. I said I would go back today.
The other people immediately looked over with pleading eyes. Grandma Wen and Aunt Wen cried even more sadly, shedding tears silently. Sure. He suddenly smiled and walked over with a knife in hand. Uncle Wen quickly stretched out his hand to help the other party untie the rope that tied him up, but he didn't expect that the next moment, a knife flashed and stabbed directly into Uncle Wen's heart, save he was immediately frightened to death, and Grandma Wen fainted. But the strange thing was that as soon as the tip of the knife touched the skin, Changqing's hand holding the knife paused.
You're not easily frightened.
He suddenly grinned, looking extremely strange. Crazy, this guy has gone crazy.
This is the same thought of several people at this moment.
He is simply a psychopath that he really dares to kill people. Everyone was trembling with fear, but the next moment they saw Changqing cut the rope tied to Uncle Wen's hand with a knife. I'm only taking back what I deserve.
Don't meddle with my own affairs. Otherwise, not only you but others might get into trouble.
After saying that, he threw the knife away and walked out. As the footsteps gradually faded away, everyone in the room felt alive again. Oh my god, that guy really wanted to kill someone just now. How dare he? Don't you have any moral awareness or legal awareness at all? Crazy, really crazy. This is what everyone thinks. Uncle Wen, who had been to the gates of hell, was completely limp, sweating profusely, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. He breathed hard, and his chest heaved violently. Even when Jensen, who boasted of having seen some big scenes, was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground with his legs weak. Host, I didn't expect someone like you to be so soft-hearted. On the way out, the system popped up to express its feelings.
Someone like me? Changqing raised his eyebrows.
Cough. The system immediately started coughing continuously. Host, are you going to go shopping? It's a very abrupt change of subject. Changqing had become accustomed to the system popping up to complain from time to time, but he didn't care. He spent the whole time thinking about what he should buy to get through this difficult time safely. The future plot of this world keeps emerging in my mind. A catastrophe is coming. The virus has transformed most people. Power, water, and internet are cut off, and the shortage of daily necessities is the first problem faced by the survivors. In the early days, basic facilities such as power networks were still usable, but as time went on, these infrastructures gradually became ineffective due to lack of maintenance, and humans were in a de facto isolated state. Of course, these are not what he is worried about now. The most important thing is to solve the problem of food and drink. In the first 6 months, half a year later, the zombies became corrupted, and humans began to move around again, making a comeback. If you can survive half a year, you can continue to survive. Host, now that you have money, I suggest you buy a car so that you can go out more conveniently.
I suggest you don't suggest it.
There will be cars everywhere. Just drive it. Changqing refused directly. System, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when Changqing drove back to the rental house, and he scared several roommates who were eating in the living room.
Changqing brother, didn't you move away?
Moronlei's tongue was tied. Changqing took a look at the melon seeds, beer, and barbecue on the table and immediately understood. Well, this is to celebrate his moving away. You're celebrating too early. I do have to move out, but it will be in a few days. He said this and returned to his room amid everyone's shocked expressions. On the way, he had already figured out how to avoid the disaster, that is, rent a cruise ship and escape directly to the sea. Zombies can't swim, so it will be safe to live on the sea. He also checked online and found that there were cruise ship rental companies near the coast, which mainly rented them for weddings, and the cost was about 30,000 yuan a day. However, this was nothing to him.
He only had to pay a deposit of hundreds of thousands of yuan and the balance would be paid later, and then comes the end of the world, who will come back to collect the balance. This is just a free cruise. It was a genius idea. He couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. However, before that, he had to sell the house first, get the money, and take away all the things that belonged to him. He couldn't let those guys get away with it. Chapter 586, Virus Doomsday, A Loving Family. 11. In the evening, he looked up some more information and made a relatively complete shopping list. Although there were quite a few things in the space, he still needed to buy more. It was not a good thing to live off the savings. The next day, he left home early, contacted the tenant, and went to the housing management department together to transfer the property neatly. After getting the money, he went directly to the cruise ship rental company. Although there were only over 400,000 yuan on the card, he was full of aura, and his style made him look as if he was worth hundreds of millions. So, Mr. Wan, you don't need any staff, right? The manager felt very strange after hearing Changqing's request. I would like to remind you, sir, that you cannot drive a cruise ship by yourself. You need a relevant driver's license to drive. Changqing certainly wanted to drive the cruise ship himself, but he didn't have a driver's license yet, and it was too late to get training and certification now. But staff are definitely not needed, as it would be troublesome if it turned into zombies. No, we can just stop at the port. My girlfriend's birthday doesn't need anyone else present. I mainly need to set the scene in advance and make it romantic. Changqing made up an excuse and then saw the manager's expression of understanding. Oh, so that's it. Mr. Wen is really willing to do this. He took Changqing to the site for a look and signed a lease contract with him. In the contract, the manager also specifically stated that since there were no staff, any damage during the handover would have to be compensated according to the market price. Changqing naturally had no objection to this. He had no intention of returning it, let alone handing it over. This is not a large cruise ship with several floors, but just 2 floors. Fortunately, it has all kinds of facilities, so living on it is quite comfortable. He was not vague and signed the contract neatly, paying a deposit of 100,000 yuan directly. Then, under the satisfied look of the manager, he went to prepare other things. Next is shopping. Considering the need for space, he directly rented a large RV as cover. Mr. Wan, is this you? The 200 Kenkenji family buckets you ordered are ready and will be delivered soon. Please keep in touch. Hello, Mr. Wan. You need to order 200 barrels of purified drinking water, right? Okay, we'll register it and arrange for delivery soon. Mr. Wan, this is the Little Red Bull Hot Pot restaurant. You want to order 100 servings of quick frozen hot pot, right? Okay, we can deliver it quickly. Are you sure you want to buy so much rice, flour, and oil? And all this instant noodles and dried vegetables, too? It was the first time for the supermarket manager to see an individual customer directly want to buy goods worth 50,000 or 60,000 yuan, and they were all daily necessities. He looked suspicious. What kind of prodigal son was this? It wasn't like we were experiencing food shortages these days. Could it be that these days, otakus have become so accustomed to not leaving the house for years? Sure. Changqing scanned the card and paid directly. Send it as soon as possible. Afterwards, he ran to the vegetable wholesale market and bought a lot of vegetables, including carrots, radishes, potatoes, and other products that can be stored for a long time. He also bought a lot of them and had them all delivered to the address of the RV. Of course, these things were just taken out of the car for show. As soon as the people left, he waved his hand and put them into the space. He spent 3 days and spent all the money in his pocket. This time, there was only 1 day left until the doomsday in the original plot. He was too lazy to check out, so he just packed up a little and left the rental house where he had lived for more than a year. From the excited looks in his roommate's eyes, he could guess that they were going to celebrate again tonight. Enjoy the last carnival. He chuckled secretly and left without looking back. As he closed the door and left, he heard deafening cheers erupting from the living room. That guy finally moved away. Come on, I'll treat everyone to a barbecue tonight. Morong Lei couldn't help but burst into laughter. He took out his cell phone and started ordering food. Brother Lei, do we need some more wine? Lu Chang couldn't stop the smile on his face. He glanced at Chun Euro inconspicuously and said, "Get the hell out of here. What are you thinking? From now on, we brothers will never drink together." Morong Lei started cursing. Order a drink, order a drink. Zhao Ruo quickly tried to smooth things over. Chun Euro was also in a good mood. When that boy was around, Brother Lei would have been a little depressed. Now, seeing Brother Lei's high-spirited look, she felt that life would soon return to the way it was before. Brother Lei is still the eldest brother, and she, Chun Euro, is still the eldest sister-in-law. There was joy here, but it was a bit deserted on Changqing's side. He took a taxi directly to the port and boarded the cruise ship. In order to hide his identity, he even got some flowers, candles and other things to make it look like he was setting up a confession scene. The wind was quite strong at the dock at night, but the interior of the cruise ship was peaceful. This special cruise ship is specifically for rental. Although it is not large, it is decorated in a very modern way. It has guest rooms, bars, KTVs, and even a small square with exquisite decoration on the deck.
All living facilities are very convenient. Young people sometimes rent such cruise ships for several days to express their love, get married, or even celebrate their birthdays. They can play around near the coast with a group of friends and experience a different way of life. Changqing made a special check and found that the cruise ship was fixed with cables. As long as the cables were untied, it could be sailed away directly. He did not plan to go far. He just wanted to leave the port and the land and drift on the sea. After half a year, everything would return to normal and there was no need to take too much risk. As for food, half a year is only about 200 days, and what he prepared is more than enough, and can even be left for the next world. Well, it's just a little deserted. Lying down in the guest room, looking at the sea level outside which was gradually getting darker, Changqing sighed, but it doesn't matter. In the world of immortal cultivation, one can be in seclusion for several decades.
It's nothing. Only by enduring loneliness can one live well.
According to the plot, the apocalypse should come tomorrow night without any warning.
The timing is perfect, and everything is ready.
Feeling a little tired today, he took out some breaded chicken legs, nibbled on them, and prepared to go to bed. Unexpectedly, the phone rang just as I lay down.
You little bastard, you prodigal son.
Why did you sell our house for half the price?
Do you know that it was your parents' hard work?
Oh wow, it's my dear grandma. Did she hear the news that he was selling the house, and her heart was bleeding, so she couldn't help but call him and teach him a lesson? I have to say that this old woman is quite courageous. However, Changqing also understands that some people are like this.
Their thinking is rigid.
They always think that their elders are on the moral high ground and that the advantages of the elders will never disappear.
Even if they have suffered countless losses, they can still rely on their seniority.
It has to be said that this mentality is still very strong.
I can sell it if I want, it's my house anyway.
Changqing was bored, so he just turned on the sound system. Chapter 587, Virus Doomsday, A Loving Family, 12, Your House, the old woman screamed.
Do you know how much you're going to lose if you sell it? Don't you want a house when you get married? Do you know you can get over 1,000 yuan in rent a month?
If you don't manage a household, you won't know how expensive oil and rice are. You'll regret it later.
TSK, this old woman actually had some earnest words in her words. Changqing wanted to laugh.
Grandma, I won't get a penny from you being the boss.
It's better to sell it. I can get a little bit. For me, every penny I get is a profit.
These words were a bit heartbreaking. It seemed that the external speaker was on, and Changqing heard Grandpa Wen's angry voice coming over.
When Changqing, we treated you like our grandson, so we didn't call the police. That time you beat someone up at home is enough to send you to jail. Don't think we're afraid of you.
Changqing also heard some noise over there, and guessed that those uncles were there. It seemed that they had recovered and were speaking so rudely. He laughed in his heart, but it had no effect on him.
He even found it very funny. I'm just trying to take back what's mine.
If you make a big fuss, you'll be embarrassed. As for calling the police, I'm not afraid, okay? Please call the police immediately.
Let's go to the police station and tell them how you bullied an orphan like me.
He was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water and refused to give in at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard from the microphone that the person on the other end was breathing heavier, and it was obvious that he was very angry.
Changqing, Grandpa and Grandma are concerned about you.
Where will you live after you sell your house? You need a house to get married now.
You are ruining your future.
It was Aunt Wen's voice. Besides, it's not safe for a young person like you to carry so much money.
Take the money back and let your grandparents save it for you.
You can withdraw it when you get married and buy a house.
We are a family and it's normal to have some conflicts, but we still have to work together, right?
This was so fucking funny that Changqing couldn't help but burst out laughing. You are still using this kind of conciliatory tactics, seeing that force is not available. Are you using family ties to kidnap someone?
That's really nothing new.
I don't believe a word you say. Besides, I've already used up all my money, so don't even think about taking my money. After saying that, he hung up the phone and blocked the other party's number. Just about to put down the phone. Drop. WeChat messages showed that he was pulled into the loving family group. Changqing. What's this for? Is the whole family going to teach him a lesson? In the past, the original owner worked honestly and paid back the money every month, but no one invited him to join the group. He made a scene, got back what belonged to him, and now he has the right to join the family?
This is really ironic, Uncle Wen said. Changqing, we know you're resentful, but we've already paid you back. You're still young, so don't be too willful. What will you do if you squander all your family fortune?
Aunt Wen, Changqing, you can be angry with us, but Grandpa and Grandma took you to school.
Even if they don't ask you to take care of them in their old age, you should still show them the respect they deserve, right? You just hung up the phone?
Where did your studies go? Grandpa Wen also sent several voice messages, but Changqing was too lazy to click on them. He looked through the group members and found that his cousins and others were all in the group, but they were young and didn't say much. Uncle Wen, we're going to the city next year to find that family and ask them to make up the full payment.
Why don't you come too?
We, the Wen family, can't afford to suffer such a huge loss. Selling at half price means a loss of over 200,000 yuan.
If you don't feel bad, Grandpa and Grandma will. Ah.
Are you coming to the city to find a buyer and cause trouble? Seeing this, Changqing understood. So she wanted to get her partner's money back.
Was she trying to get him to help her?
Impossible, however, this is quite interesting. In the original plot, this family was a distant relative of Grandma Wen, but they were on the same side. The original owner wanted to take back the house, but they said that they had signed a 10-year lease contract and the original rent was 1,500 yuan. But they told him that the rent was only 1,000 yuan, and it was given directly to the grandparents every month, making a fool of the original owner. Now they were about to fall out? He didn't mind adding fuel to the fire.
It's your ability to get it. Anyway, I don't want the money.
After saying that, he turned off the phone. On the last day of the apocalypse, Changqing didn't go anywhere. During the day, he would bring out a lounge chair, bask in the sun on the deck, drink some iced drinks, and let the system help broadcast the process of the Wen family going to that family to ask for money. The result is, of course, obvious. The two groups almost got into a fight and argued for a whole day without coming to any conclusion. The buyer naturally said that the house had been transferred and was his house. There was no need to pay extra money after the transaction was completed. Since the Wen family could not gain the upper hand in this regard, they could only approach the issue of family ties. They insisted that the child was ignorant, the house price was far below the market price, and everyone was a relative, so they should be compensated appropriately so that they could get along better in the future. But I didn't expect that when I was negotiating the rent before, the other party called me a relative so enthusiastically, but now when I asked him to pay the additional rent, he actually refused to acknowledge me.
Relatives? What kind of relatives are we? We are not even remotely related.
Besides, even brothers should settle accounts openly. This house belongs to Wen Changqing, and he's an adult, so he can make the decision. The transaction was completed legally.
What are you guys making a fuss about?
The man of the house looked at him sideways and refused to admit it.
Didn't I say that? The kid is too young.
He's immature. Aunt Wen started to speak, but before she could finish, the man of the house interrupted her.
What's the point of being mature or not? He's an adult, so he'll naturally think of it.
Besides, if he doesn't sell the house, he won't get any rent, and if he sells it, the money will go into his pocket. The whole family was quarreling at home and he was too lazy to give face to the other party, so he just exposed the other party's secrets.
What are you talking about? We are keeping it for him. Grandma Wen shuddered with anger. Why was everyone talking about this?
They weren't some evil grandparents, they were only doing it for the good of the child. However, the other party obviously saw through everything and burst into laughter when he heard this.
Ha ha ha, old woman, do you believe what you said?
When Changqing was originally studying in the city, but you guys sent him to the countryside.
He didn't even finish high school and started working. Are you doing this for his own good? Saving money for him?
You're just bullying him because he has no parents. Now that he's grown up, it's only natural for him to manage his own house.
What's there to make a fuss about? If you really want him to regret it, why doesn't he come here himself? Go away, go away. Don't hang around in my house. It's annoying to see you.
As he said that, he walked forward and pushed the person out.
What are you doing? This is our house. Grandma Wen shouted. Bah! My house. Do you want me to see the deed? If you don't leave, I'll call the police.
The hostess was also angry and took out her cell phone to call the police. This time, the Wen family members were frightened and were pushed out. Bang! The door slammed shut behind them, and the Wen family members frowned at each other.
Chapter 588, Virus Doomsday, A Loving Family, 13, What Should We Do?
Grandma Wen was at a loss. She wondered why crying and shouting didn't work so well recently.
Looks like we have to find Changqing.
This is his house.
Uncle Wen pondered for a moment and said.
Let's find a hotel to stay in first, and then go to his factory to find him. The family spent hundreds of dollars to stay in a hotel, which made Grandpa Wen and Grandma Wen very distressed. They couldn't help but scold Changqing 100 times.
Bah! It's all that little bastard's fault for being so ignorant. We wasted our money. When the mortgage payment is due, you can hold on tight. No matter what, you can't give it to him.
Uncle Wen's face also looked unhappy. The guy's phone was turned off and I couldn't get through to him. It was tiring running back and forth, but when he thought about the hundreds of thousands of dollars in mortgage payments, he felt a little more motivated. But when their family found the factory and learned that Changqing had already resigned, Uncle Wen couldn't help but curse angrily.
What the hell is that bastard doing? He's not even doing his job properly. This is so unfilial. The family waited until evening until their roommate came home from get off work.
When they asked, they found out that Changqing had already moved out. Now, no one could keep a straight face anymore. Grandma Wen even started scolding in front of Moronlei and other roommates.
Oh my god, how could such a scourge appear in our family? He even sold the house at a low price and ran away. Why doesn't such a person die early? He is simply harming others by being alive.
She cried and wailed, and when she turned her eyes, she saw Moronlay and the others standing there awkwardly, and she became angry at them.
You all live together, but you don't even know where he went? You really don't care about your roommates? Are young people nowadays so inhumane? A series of questions made Moronlay's face change. Damn it, what does this have to do with him? He will be happy only when that devil leaves.
Why do they care where he goes? He was not in a good mood, and his expression changed immediately.
Get lost. Old man. Who do you think you are? Don't tell me you're not my grandmother.
Even if you were, I'd still scold you. As he said that, he picked up the broom and drove them out. There was no other choice, so the Wen family had to stay in the hotel that night and plan to look for Changqing the next day. They even brought Wen Yensen and Wen Yunbin, who were studying in the county, to have dinner together and discuss countermeasures, but even though they are young, they have no idea how to find people. They just said to call the police or record a video and post it online, using public opinion to find the person. However, it was getting late and it would take time to do all these things, so the whole family finally decided to walk around the city and ask around tomorrow. Of course, Changqing was
cursed a lot during this process. What a damn thing. It has no rules and can't be found even when it's needed. It deserves to be hacked to death on the road.
Of course Changqing will not die, and he has no intention of dying. There are so many people cursing him, but it is useless. Hearing the system's description of the family's frustrated look, he even found it quite amusing, so he drank a glass of wine with it as a snack. He laughed even more when he heard that they were planning to go to the street to distribute flyers to find him tomorrow. The end of the world is coming tonight, so there's no need to hand out flyers tomorrow. In the plot, these people all live in their hometown in the countryside, where the land is vast and the population is sparse, so the safety factor is relatively high. Now they are all in the city, and they don't know if they still have the same luck as in their previous life. Have Wen Yensen and Wen Wenbin returned to school? He asked the system.
Yes, in high school, it's pretty good to be able to go out and have a meal. The system curled its lips. Well, now the Wen family is completely separated to Grandpa Wen, Grandma Wen, Uncle Wen, and Aunt Wen lived in a hotel in the city. Uncle Wen, and Aunt Wen stayed in the village, while Wen Yensen and Wen Wenbin were at school. This is going to be lively. Changqing opened his phone and clicked on the WeChat group, which contained dozens of messages tagged him. Well, let's ignore this for now. He calmly put down his phone. Haha, let's talk about it tomorrow.
Changqing cast his gaze from the deck to the ropes that secured the cruise ship. Once they were untied, the cruise ship could be driven away from the dock. It was already dark, and there was no one to be seen on this not-so-big private dock. Only a few lights were on in an office building in the distance. I guess renting a cruise ship here isn't going to be a very good business. Changqing sighed. However, it is easy to understand. Although the economy of this county town is relatively good, renting a cruise ship is expensive after all.
It is almost winter now, and your hands and feet will be cold if you go out. Who would want to go to the sea to enjoy the cold wind for no reason? I guess most of the staff are on vacation. This is a good thing for Changqing. If there were people everywhere here, it would be unsafe when the end of the world comes. On the night of the strange event, Changqing had no intention of sleeping. He set up the table and deck chairs on the deck and waited for things to happen. In the first half of the night, nothing happened. Even the wind was quieter than during the day. But Changqing knew that this was just the calm before the storm. He could already smell the sense of crisis in the air. The sky was pitch black, without even a star. Changqing immersed himself in the darkness, feeling the calm before the crisis. There was not much ripple in his heart. After all, he was already prepared. On the table, there was a TV program playing on his cell phone. He didn't really choose, and the one playing was the country's first TV station. A babbling sound came from the mobile phone microphone, and Changqing narrowed his eyes. The first half of the night was peaceful. At around 2 o'clock in the morning, just when Changqing was feeling drowsy, the sky suddenly changed. In the starless darkness, a faint red glow appeared in the sky, emitting a blood-red light, which was extremely strange. Changqing stared at the changes in the sky with wide eyes, and the sense of crisis in the air became stronger and stronger. As time went by, the red glow became more and more intense, as if the vast sky was covered with blood. Changqing also straightened up with interest, a hint of vigilance flashing across his face. What a pity, this world doesn't allow for cultivation, otherwise he would have to fly to the sky to see what was going on. He sighed. The ordinary world is inconvenient, but there is nothing you can do about it. Just live your own life well. This time, the TV station screen on the mobile phone also switched, and the original entertainment program was replaced by a news anchor. Residents, don't panic. The unusual astronomical phenomenon is caused by a total lunar eclipse and will not affect your normal life. Let me connect with Professor Wang from the Capital Institute of Astronomy to explain the situation in detail. On TV, as the host finished speaking, the picture switched to a greasy fat man wearing glasses. Hello everyone watching TV, I'm Wang Ligong, and I'm happy to answer your questions. There are many reasons for changes in celestial phenomena, so first of all, the old man, who was obviously sleepy, was talking nonsense. Changqing just listened to a few words and knew that it was complete nonsense. What kind of expert was he? He had no professionalism at all. He stretched out his hand and directly changed the program to a dance program with a young lady. Well, this one is much more pleasing to the eye. Chapter 589, Virus Doomsday. A loving family, 14. After watching the young lady dance for half an hour, he felt a little sleepy and stood up to go back. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Here we come. He quickly lay down, and the next moment, boom, there was a sound like muffled thunder outside. At that moment, he felt that the whole world was shaking, as if it would collapse at the next moment. The tightly closed windows shook slightly, making a rustling sound. It doesn't seem serious. The sound did not last long and soon calmed down. Changqing got up and looked at the sky. The sky was still stained with blood, but many lights in the city in the distance were lit. It seemed that everyone who was sleeping soundly was awakened by this. The impact here isn't as severe because we're still quite far from where the meteorite landed. If we were closer, we might have already felt the force. The system pops up to explain, meteorite? Changqing frowned slightly. It seems that this is a virus from another world. It raged for half a year and then miraculously disappeared. It was like a targeted elimination of humans. Since he wasn't sleepy anyway, he couldn't help but think more. Could it be that some higher plane, feeling that this world is overpopulated, orchestrated this accident? Or perhaps a fierce battle erupted in a higher plane, causing some fragments to be scattered throughout this world. After thinking about it for a long time without any result, he became more annoyed. Oh, why think so much? The mission isn't about saving the world, so who cares? Changqing shook his head, walked into the room, lay down, took out his cell phone and saw that there was still signal. Well, it's not boring. He looked at the online community and found that it had indeed exploded. Holy crap! Didn't the experts say it was a total lunar eclipse? Why is there an explosion? I thought it was an earthquake. You dare believe what the experts say? I've never seen such a celestial phenomenon during a total lunar eclipse. Oh my god, is the world coming to an end? Can anyone give me a clear answer? I haven't even tried strawberries yet. If the world does end, I'm going to use my credit card to eat a whole bunch of them. Does anyone know where the explosion came from? Was there another safety incident? It sounds like it's serious. May you be well. Changqing flipped through it casually and saw a statement from someone who was suspected to be near the explosion site. I'm near Jiannan. It seems like something fell, but it didn't hit the city, but in the valley over there. There are a lot of comments below the post. Many people are asking what is going on, and some are questioning whether the poster is just trying to attract attention. I'm also near Jiannan, and I can testify that the original poster is not lying. I also saw many people in protective suits going over to check. I heard that the area has been completely sealed off, so I guess there's a big problem. Fuck, don't be scary upstairs. Is this a biological weapon dropped by the enemy? Wow, my home is right near the explosion site, and now I'm not allowed to leave. I heard that someone recently went crazy and bit people everywhere, and was shot to death by those who came. It's so scary. Changqing checked again and found that the entire comment section, including the post within the post, had disappeared. It had been deleted. Regarding the topic of the explosion, only official news remains. Don't believe in rumors or spread them. Please wait for official announcement for details. Boring. Changqing was too lazy to read it. He knew that it would be difficult to wait for the official announcement. According to the plot, the meteorite did not land in just one place, but in multiple locations around the world, almost overnight, and things became complicated. System, I won't be infected too, right? He asked. That shouldn't be the case. In the plot, the original owner wasn't infected. In fact, the initial infected people were mostly near the explosion site, and it only spread globally within the next 3 days. The system has a sense of accomplishment in its explanation. Is that so? Changqing frowned and thought he naturally believed in the system's judgment, so he was not worried about his own safety. However, according to his understanding, after the deadly virus appeared, the authorities would most likely temporarily freeze social activities, which would inevitably cause great panic, and he was afraid that chaos would soon occur in the city. Forget it, let's go to bed, it's almost dawn. That night, Changqing went to bed very late, but still slept soundly. As for the Wen family, it was a night they had never experienced in their lives. The whole family booked several rooms in the hotel. They were already angry because they didn't get paid today. Everyone was very angry and tossed and turned and couldn't sleep much. As a result, there was a sudden explosion in the middle of the night, which woke up the already nervous people. At this time, when Jensen called again and talked about some discussions and concerns on the internet, now I can't sleep even more. Several people who had not slept all night received the news as soon as they got up in the morning. The authorities froze all activities and asked everyone to stay at home and not go out. The specific reason was not announced. Damn it. Everyone panicked immediately. If they weren't at home, they were staying in a hotel, so how would they eat? They asked the hotel front desk, and they were told that the community would deliver food, which put everyone at ease. At this time, Changqing, who had been silent in the group, suddenly sent a video. In the video, he was lying on a recliner, and the table next to him was filled with food, including a chicken meal and various fruit snacks. He smiled and greeted people. Everyone, I heard you were looking for me? I'm traveling on the sea. Here, let me show you the scenery. Then, the camera switches to the sea, which is a deep blue, with occasional sounds of wind and waves, creating a particularly leisurely scene. The video was only a little over a minute long, but people watched it several times. There was no way, the food was so tempting, and they were still waiting for the meal to be delivered. Uncle Wen, Changqing, where are you? Didn't the authorities freeze all activities? How can you still buy so much food? Find a way to send some to us. We're at the Xin Yuan Hotel. Antwen, Changqing, it's okay if you don't care about us. Your grandparents are here. The elderly have low blood sugar and can't starve. If you have anything, please send some over as soon as possible. Even my cousin Wen Yunbin, who had never been in the group before, sent a message. We are all locked up in the dormitory and can't go anywhere. The food served in the cafeteria is terrible, like pig food. Uncle Wen, what happened? Why is it blocked? Everything is fine at home, don't worry. Uncle Wen, at Wen Changqing, hurry up and take the food to the elders. You have so much food, you can't finish it yourself anyway. Changqing simply didn't reply and pretended not to see it. He sent the message just to make everyone unhappy, but he didn't intend to deliver food to anyone. There was a commotion in the group for a while, and when he didn't reply, someone called him again, but of course his phone was turned off. The angry family scolded Changqing harshly, especially those who stayed in the hotel were extremely annoyed. They were waiting for the community to deliver food, but a batch of dry bread was not delivered until the afternoon. Each person was given 2 pieces of bread, and they choked and rolled their eyes while drinking them in the sink. After finally getting through one day, the next day was even harder. Some bad rumors spread on the internet, but they were quickly rectified. The official announcement still asked people to remain silent and wait for further notice. However, rumors of virus infection, turning into zombies, and biting people have begun to spread in various groups. Wen Yensen and Wen Yunbin were familiar with the internet, so they naturally saw these rumors. They were scared to death and immediately called their families. However, Grandpa Wen and the others did not believe them. They said on TV that there's no serious problem. Just stay at home for the time being. Don't exaggerate. Grandpa Wen didn't care at all. Yensen, do you have rice and vegetables in the cafeteria? Can you send some over to us? This bread is like eating dirt. The old man has been eating rice all his life, and he really can't get used to not having that thing. When Yensen, the school was closed, so how could he go out? Besides, he didn't think it was necessary. What was going on now? Why was he still being so pretentious? I can't leave the school at all. I'll talk to you in a few days when I can leave the school. He replied angrily. On that day, few people in the family were happy, especially Grandpa Wen and Grandma Wen, who were cursing while eating bread, but that's not all. By evening, things had changed again. Chapter 590, Virus Doomsday, A Loving Family, 15. In the middle of the night, all kinds of strange noises were heard from downstairs in the hotel. The soundproofing of the small, shabby hotel was extremely poor, and the Wen family members couldn't sleep at all. When they looked out the window, they saw some people running like mad dogs and biting people. What the hell is going on? Everyone was stunned. Beep beep. At this time, there were a few more messages in the group of loving family. Everyone looked and saw that it was from Changqing again. Link. A large area of people infected with an unknown virus have appeared in Jiannan, and a large number of military and chemical defense personnel have entered the control area. Link. It's a mess. It's exactly like the zombies described in novels. People infected with an unknown virus bite and eat people. It's terrifying. What the hell? Everyone was confused when they saw this. What should I do? There are reports online that many people have gone crazy and bit anyone they see, and those who are bitten also go crazy immediately. Uncle Wen's hands were shaking as he held the phone. This is too outrageous. It's almost the same as what is described in zombie movies, and those crazy people are much faster than zombies. Yeah, how could this happen? Is there any official news? Everyone else looked at Uncle Wen, and at this moment everyone felt like they had suddenly lost their backbone. There's no news, just a brief announcement asking everyone to stay at home as much as possible. But we need to eat and drink. What should we do? Antwen's voice was filled with tears. Everyone else's faces were extremely grim. Isn't this going to end? Trapped in the hotel, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Quick, call Yensen and the others to see what's going on at school. Everyone became anxious and quickly called Wen Yensen. It turned out that the school was in chaos and no one dared to go out. There are already infected people in the school. They bite everyone they see. Wenbin, I and a few other classmates are hiding in the dormitory. On the other end of the phone, Wen Yensen's voice was filled with panic, which immediately made the atmosphere tense. Uncle Wen was worried about his son, but he didn't dare go out at this time. Looking out the window at the street, he could see a strange figure running by with spider-like steps. Occasionally, strange noises were heard in the hotel corridor, and they didn't dare to open the door. Stay there and wait for rescue. Uncle Wen finally said this. The only thing we can do is wait for official rescue. It's too risky to go out alone, and we might get bitten. At this time, another message came from the group of Wen Changqing. Link, official announcement, zombie response guide. Zombies?
Everyone was confused at first sight, but after clicking on the content, they realized that the official has defined the alienated existence of the infected as zombies, and the content is also extremely exciting. After being infected by an unknown virus for 5 minutes, people will be transformed into zombies. People who have been transformed into zombies can no longer be called human beings. They can be regarded as corpses with the ability to move. They are also carriers of the virus. If you are bitten or scratched by them, there is a high probability that you will become the same kind as them. There is not much information introduced, and it is obvious that the official understanding of this thing is limited. The final advice is to hide if you can, and run if you can. After reading the message, Uncle Wen dropped his phone to the ground. He then explained to Grandpa Wen and Grandma Wen, and the two old people started crying. Oh my God. I told you not to come to the city. This is a place where you will die without a burial. No. I want to go back. Even if I die, I want to die at home. I don't want to stay in this hotel anymore. Grandpa Wen even stood up and rushed over to open the door. Fortunately, Wen reacted quickly and grabbed him. Dad, you're crazy. The official advice is to hide if you can. Those monsters have no IQ and won't open the door. We're safe for now. As she spoke, she lost her confidence. But we're stuck here, how are we going to eat? Will anyone bring us bread tomorrow? Grandma Wen's voice was also trembling. I used to think that dry bread was like eating mud, but now I am worried that I won't have dry bread to eat every day. Let's wait and see tomorrow. Uncle Wen's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He tagged Shangqing in the group again and made a few phone calls, but there was no response again. The guy was like a robot, disappearing after sending a message of this night is destined to be a sleepless night. On the other hand, Shangqing was not panicked at all. He turned off his phone after sending the message. Now that the situation was in chaos, he had already untied the ropes and drove the cruise ship directly out of the dock and onto the sea 2 or 3 kilometers away from the dock. From the window of the guest room, you can see the city lights in the distance and even hear occasional strange noises. Well, he also received a call from the cruise company, probably because they discovered that he had sailed the cruise ship away from the dock, but he didn't answer the call. It's already this time, why are you still caring about those things? TSK, it's a mess outside. The system came back after a tour and said with some fear. Shangqing nodded that he knew this was just the beginning. The virus spreads extremely quickly. At this rate, it should have spread rapidly around the world through air and other media in the past few days. Then, after randomly infecting most of the population, the existing human system will completely collapse in a short period of time. Coupled with the continued spread of the virus by infected people, the total human population was reduced to near extinction in just half a year. It's hard to believe that this isn't a well-designed road. Shangqing said to himself that the zombie virus threat is the first major threat, and there will be other impacts such as power outages, internet outages, and water shortages, and some humans will die at that time. In the end, I'm afraid less than 1/10 of it will be left. However, this is no problem for him now. There are plenty of supplies in the space. The cruise ship has its own power system, so all you need to do is refuel. He has stored a lot of diesel, so it should be enough to last for a year. There is no need to worry about food, as it is enough for a lifetime. There is nothing we can do about the internet outage, but it won't have a big impact. It's only for half a year, and the actual internet outage will only last for the next few months. Everything is fine now. Have a good night's sleep. The next day, he slept until noon and opened his phone. Sure enough, there were dozens of messages in the group addressing him. Uncle Wen, Shangqing, where are you? Hurry and go pick up Yen-san and Yun-bin, their school is in complete chaos. Wen said, Shangqing, your grandparents are so worried right now. Please go to the school to pick them up. We are at the Xin Yuan Hotel. Once our family is reunited, we will go back to the village. The village is safe. Uncle Wen, Shangqing, nephew, hurry up and go. There aren't many people in the countryside, so it's safe. I've prepared a separate room for you. After you pick everyone up, let's come back together. Don't stay in the city anymore, it's too dangerous. In addition, Grandma Wen and Grandpa Wen also sent voice messages saying that everyone is a family and needs to have a sense of unity at a critical moment, and asked him to go to the school to pick them up quickly because the school is too dangerous. Shangqing was speechless. Why don't these people go themselves? It's so dangerous outside. They are worried about their own children, so they let others take the risk. It's simply unreasonable. At this moment, another person was added to the group. Shangqing took a look and saw that it was Jiang Suqin, the person Wen Yensen brought over. Well, isn't this our little Virgin Mary? The whole family is together. Chang almost burst out laughing. Wen Yensen, Shangqing, when we get here, let's bring Suqin with us. She's from our village too, so we can go back together. When Wenbin, Suqin, don't be afraid, hide first and don't go out. We will come to rescue you soon. Jiang Suqin, woo, it's too scary outside, you guys need to hurry up. Chapter 591 Virus Doomsday, A Loving Family, 16, Shangqing was so angry that he laughed. They thought he was a saint and would save people. How is that possible? It's much better to feel the cold sea breeze than to take any risks. Let's see what they can do on their own, he said to himself. Changqing certainly wouldn't go to save anyone, but he didn't mind watching the fun for this purpose. He even opened the group video directly. The members of the group only felt a flash before their eyes, and a picture appeared on the mobile phone screen. The face in the picture was Changqing. At this moment, he looked very relaxed, as if he was not bothered by any unusual changes.
Everyone, I'm at sea and can't go back.
He said something, then turned the camera, and the scene in the picture changed. The endless sea level and the clear blue sky were occasionally seen. A few seagulls flew by, making bursts of crisp calls.
Damn it, that guy is really at sea.
Everyone was stunned for a moment, but then they couldn't help but grit their teeth in anger. But I've never heard that zombies can swim.
Wouldn't it be safer to hide in the sea than in the countryside?
Hey, I just woke up.
It's too late for breakfast at this time. I was just about to have brunch together.
Changqing's voice was heard again, and the camera turned to face the table, where there was an alcohol stove and a steaming pot on it, bubbling with heat. On the side dishes, there are various common hot pot ingredients such as beef, mutton, meatballs, bok choy, enoki mushrooms, and even a small dish of spicy-looking seasoning. Holy shit. Everyone couldn't help but drool. What kind of life is this? It's even more carefree than the normal life before. Uncle Wen was fine in the countryside, as he could eat normally, but the others in the hotel and school couldn't eat or sleep well. When he saw the food, he almost bit his tongue. Grandpa Wen sent several voice messages in a row, but Changqing didn't read any of them. He stretched out his chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, chewing it with a smacking sound. It tastes pretty good. This is Little Red Bull's hot pot. It's really good. This is so fucking infuriating. Uncle Wen opened the video directly. The screen froze slightly, and everyone noticed that there was an extra screen next to Changqing's screen, and Uncle Wen appeared there with an angry face.
Changqing,
look at this. He turned the camera to face Grandpa Wen and Grandma Wen. Your grandpa and grandma haven't eaten for a whole day.
Are you so cruel? You're eating all by yourself?
Hurry up, come over here and take us all to the boat.
Grandma Wen even started crying.
Changqing, it wasn't easy for us to support your schooling. Your parents passed away early, and your grandparents saw you off before them. Who could understand the hardships you endured over the years?
Now this has happened. Grandpa Wen also looked weak.
Changqing, if you still have a conscience, come and help us. Pick up your cousins and we will all take refuge on the boat.
In the future, if you want to go to school, we will support you. Hearing their crying, Changqing laughed unkindly.
Oh, my grandparents, my uncle, he said, pulling out a tissue to wipe his greasy mouth.
How can I go out now? Haven't you read the official announcement? Hide if you can, avoid if you can.
I've already hidden myself at sea, and you still want me to take risks?
Isn't this asking for my life?
After saying that, he picked up another meatball and stuffed it into his mouth, then squinted his eyes comfortably. Everyone was looking at the scene, and they were all furious, but at this time, they were still counting on Changqing, so they didn't dare to scold him directly. Well, the main reason is that Uncle can't drive, otherwise he would have gone to the school to pick someone up.
Changqing, you are young and strong, and you can drive. There are no owners of cars out there now, so you can just pick up one and pick someone up. It's no problem. Our family is reunited, and that's the greatest happiness.
Changqing, when you were sick as a child, your aunt came to the city to take care of you. Grandpa and Grandma both have low blood sugar and can't go without food for a few days. If you still have filial piety, come and see. In a corner of the school dormitory, when Jensen and when Wenbin looked at the evergreen pictures on their phones and couldn't help but grit their teeth. That guy, everyone is starving, yet they are still eating hot pot. How come he is so lucky? Did he sell his house and use the money to go to the sea? When Jensen, who had not spoken much in the group, couldn't help it and opened the video directly. When a haggard face wearing glasses appeared in the picture, Uncle Wen almost dropped his phone.
Son, why do you look so haggard? Have you not slept well these past few days?
What he is most worried about these days is his son who is at school, but his son is too opinionated and is unwilling to video chat with him.
He just says that he is fine. You call this okay?
How can you call it okay with such heavy dark circles? Comparing Changqing in the other picture, Uncle Wen is extremely angry. The boy ate well and slept well, not worried about his safety at all.
He even looked a lot fatter than before.
But his son looked haggard and thin. This is simply unbearable.
When Changqing, look at what you have done. He couldn't help but scold Changqing. Changqing?
What the hell does this have to do with him?
Uncle, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want.
What good have I done? He replied directly. You ran to the sea to seek refuge by yourself, disregarding the safety of your family.
You are unfilial. Uncle Wen's face turned red and his neck became thick. Dad, stop talking.
When Jensen probably felt that his father was being unreasonable, so he quickly interrupted him. Then he looked at the picture of Changqing again.
Changqing, we brothers had some misunderstandings in the past, but those were minor matters. Society is so dangerous now, how can you keep hiding all the time? How much food can there be on the boat? Can you only eat it for 10 days or half a month? You still have to get off the boat eventually. But it's different in the village. Every household has stored grain in land, so they can grow their own vegetables. You don't have to worry about food. You can drive everyone back with you, and we can build a self-sufficient place. When Jensen was also a little panicked at this time, and his tone of voice became much softer. He learned from the internet that the outside world was in complete chaos, and even the living people were only a handful. Although those zombies had no intelligence, their mobility was not weak at all. They might be able to drive a car to break a path, but if they just ran away like this, they would be seeking death. Fortunately, none of my family members were infected, which is considered a lucky thing. However, if this continues, we will starve to death. It is best to leave as soon as possible. I have to say that the male protagonist still has some ideas. There are few people in the countryside and no zombies gather together. If the infected can be cleared out, there may be a chance to create a self-sufficient paradise. However, Changqing has no interest in this. So, he just raised his eyebrows, said oh, and then took the camera to let everyone see what he had piled up in the cruise ship warehouse. Then, everyone's mentality collapsed. Chapter 592, Virus Doomsday, A Loving Family, 17. Changqing turned off the video and lay leisurely on the recliner. He knew that the group would be lively for a long time. Host, you are really too crazy. You even took out all the rice, flour, oil, and other food from the space. The system clicked its tongue. Hee hee, don't tell me, it's quite interesting to watch others struggling in the water from the shore. Changqing took a long breath. The weather was already a bit cold at this time, but there was a little sunshine at noon, so it was quite comfortable outside. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to go back to the room, but took a nap on a lounge chair on the deck. System. In fact, the group is indeed very lively. After Changqing hung up the video, they almost went crazy. Oh my god, why did that guy prepare so many things? Didn't he know in advance that the virus infection was going to happen? Wen Yunbin couldn't help but say in front of the camera. Yes, that's enough for one person to eat for several years. Did you see that? He was the only one on the boat. That guy is really mean. He didn't tell us even though he knew the news in advance? Otherwise, we could have prepared things in advance and wouldn't have had to travel all the way to the city. As she spoke, Anwen's stomach growled with hunger when Jensen was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. That guy did it on purpose. He must have known the inside scoop a long time ago, so he sold his house cheaply and hid at sea. More importantly, he now feels that the sea is much safer than in the countryside. As long as there are enough supplies, he can stay there for a year or two without any worries. The jealousy in his heart rose involuntarily, and his eyes turned red. Brother Jensen, what's wrong with you? Wen Yunbin, who was hiding with him, was frightened by his expression. He quickly bumped into him and asked. Wen Changchang. He must have known the news a long time ago, but he didn't tell us. When Jensen gritted his teeth, Wen Yunbin also thought of this, but what can I do now? There are some snacks in the dormitory, but they won't last long. The two of them were not originally in the same dormitory. When something happened at night, many people panicked and ran away, so the two of them got together and found an empty dormitory to hide in. At first, both of them were lucky that they were not bitten, and they also found a lot of snacks and instant noodles in the dormitory, which could last for a few meals. And now, after seeing Changqing's life, the current life seems miserable and unbearable. Hey, I wonder how Suqin is doing. She must be scared. When Yunbin thought of Suqin in the girls' dormitory again. She seemed to have not spoken in the group. Could something have happened? This reminded Wen Jensen. He had been worrying about finding someone to help and had forgotten about Jiang Suqin. So he took out his mobile phone and prepared to make a call. Suddenly, he thought about it again and tagged her in the group. At Susu, do you have any food over there? Let's hide for now. When Changqing drives over, we can leave. Changqing naturally saw what he said, but he just smiled and did not respond in the group, because not long after he hung up the video, Jiang Suqin applied to add him as a friend. They were from the same village, so they naturally knew each other before. However, Jiang Suqin had a good relationship with Wen Jensen and others before, and had always been indifferent to the original owner. Uncle Wen has always looked at Jiang Suqin as his daughter-in-law, and occasionally invites her to his home for dinner. I didn't expect that I would add him as a friend. Of course, this is a direct rejection. You can guess what the other party will say. It's just asking him to do something. The original owner was kind, but he wasn't that kinda now. Changqing just wants to watch the fun. Well, we can only watch the fun for a while. If we wait any longer, they'll cut off the electricity and water, and then there will be nothing fun to watch. Changqing got up, went back to his room and slept until the sun set. Well, it's almost time for dinner. He got up, went out on deck, and set the table in the same manner. Then, he took a look at the group messages and found that there were indeed a lot more people tagging him. They were still asking him to save people, but the tone was better and sounded like a plea. Uncle Wen, and Wen Changqing, go save Jensen and the others. They've been hungry all day. They are your brothers. You can't just stand by and watch them die. Uncle, please, just name your price and I'll pay it, no questions asked. Wen Changqing, my dear nephew, you can't just stand by and watch them die. Your grandparents are about to faint from hunger. We treated you unfairly in the past, but we will definitely compensate you in the future. If you have any requests, please let us know. Even Jiang Suqin was speaking in the group. Adwen Chongqing, why didn't I accept your friend request? We're from the same village, we should be helping each other, why are you like this? Chongqing took a look and ignored it. He opened the video directly. It's time for dinner, let's go live. The screen flashed, and someone immediately noticed that Chongqing and the group had started the video, so they opened it and took a look. Oh, it's time for dinner. What's on the table? Chicken wraps, hamburgers, fries, and Coke. Even in the cool winter sun, you can see the food steaming. A hand reached out and grabbed a French fry, and then the crisp sound of chewing came from the picture. Chongqing's vague voice made everyone grit their teeth. Hey, I woke up from a nap and feel a little hungry. Let's have dinner. Are you eating too? The official recommendation is not to go out, but it doesn't say you shouldn't eat. Even though everyone is staying at home, you still have to eat on time. As he spoke, another hand reached into the picture, picked up the Coke cup and took a sip. TSK, cola still tastes weird in winter, let's switch to orange juice. As soon as he finished speaking, a large bottle of orange juice was placed on the table, close to the camera. This is simply mental damage. At this moment, in front of the screen, countless people in the loving family crowd were swallowing their saliva. It was okay for Wen Yensen and Wen Yunbin to have eaten some snacks, but the people in the hotel hadn't eaten for a day, and seeing these things at this time was simply deadly. Uncle Wen opened the video directly and started crying miserably with tears and snot. Chongqing, look at this, everyone, young and old, has nothing to eat. Don't you have any conscience? He turned the camera to the two elderly people who were paralyzed by hunger, and then scanned the crowd of people who looked very haggard, with a look of regret on his face. If you hadn't sold your house at a low price, we wouldn't have wanted you to suffer a loss and wouldn't have come to the city. Now you wouldn't be starving in the countryside. My grandparents also started crying beside me, and for a moment the scene was filled with evil sounds that if the original owner were here, he would have given up long ago, but Chongqing was different. Instead, he ate more happily and even hummed a tune. A babbling little tune came from the screen, accompanied by the occasional sound of chewing, which made the crying people pause. This horse can't go on at all. Wen Chongqing, you deserve to die. Uncle Wen howled and turned off the video. Chapter 593, Virus Doomsday, A Loving Family, 18, Yensen, kick Wen Chongqing out of the group. Uncle Wen shouted angrily in the group. This loving family group was created by Wen Yensen. As the group owner, he has the authority to kick people out. However, Wen Yensen does not think this is necessary. So what if that guy has food? He'll just be ostracized by everyone. He'll have to watch him get ostracized and criticized by everyone he loves, and see how long he can hold out. Dad, there's no need. Let him show off. He won't last long if he's deserted by everyone. Wen Yensen sent a private message to his father. Chongqing thought he was going to be kicked out of the group. He even planned to let the system cheat and add him back in, but in the end, nothing happened. Then don't blame him for continuing to show off. But he wasn't very hungry at night, but he still live-streamed himself eating a midnight snack. It makes other people very angry. The atmosphere on Uncle Wen's side was even more dejected. Both old men were dizzy and hadn't eaten for a day. They simply couldn't bear it any longer. Another day passed like this, and those staying in the hotel were the first to be unable to bear it anymore. They were so hungry that they decided to go out to find something to eat, even if it was just a pack of instant noodles. Grandpa and Grandma were so hungry that their legs were weak. They definitely couldn't go out. Uncle Wen and Aunt Wen went out together, but in the end only Uncle Wen came back. All I got was a box of instant noodles. When Grandma Wen saw Uncle Wen coming back alone, she fainted on the spot. Grandpa Wen's mental state was still okay, but when he saw his son's sad face, he felt a surge of despair in his heart. Your sister, before he could ask, he saw Uncle Wen nodded with a look of fear on his face. Those zombies were so scary, and they ran so fast. His voice was trembling, but his hands and feet were not slow. He boiled water in an electric kettle while tearing open a bag of instant noodles and chewing on it. Don't you know how to save her? Grandpa Wen burst into tears in an instant, and tore open a bag of instant noodles and started eating. I'm really hungry. Sadness does not affect appetite. After eating, the bad news finally reached the group. Wen Yensen was shocked when he saw the news. Didn't they tell you to stay put? The authorities said to avoid it if you can, to hide if you can, so why didn't you listen? He was really angry. Looking for food with bare hands, wasn't that seeking death? Now everyone on the internet is saying that going out means death, and that if you get caught or bitten you'll mutate in minutes. How dare you go out? What can we do? Your grandparents are starving and there's no food in the hotel room. Uncle Wen felt wronged, too. He watched his sister surrounded by zombies. How could he feel good? You all are talking without any pain in your back. When Uncle Wen from the village heard the news, he was so angry that he smashed the bowl. He started to criticize directly. Of course, the target was Chongqing. At Wen Chongqing, look at what you've done. Why didn't you go and help? Why did you hide out at sea? Your aunt's death is all your fault. Chongqing was speechless. How the hell can he be blamed for this? It's hilarious. What does this have to do with me?
It's so dangerous out there, who can I blame for not listening to official advice? And he paused, then suddenly posted a video in the group chat. At Winshashu, take a look for yourself and see who is to blame.
Uncle Wen clicked on it and saw, oh my god.
He jumped up in shock. The video content turned out to be a high-definition version of Uncle Wen and Aunt Wen looking for food in a supermarket. They saw countless zombies chasing them out from inside.
The two picked up a box of instant noodles and ran away.
The zombies were very fast and were about to catch up with them. Suddenly, Uncle Wen turned around and kicked Aunt Wen behind him, then ran away without looking back. Aunt Wen was surrounded by a group of zombies behind her and let out a miserable scream. Everyone who watched the video was stunned. This is simply murder.
Wen Xiaomei. Uncle Wen called out Uncle Wen's name in the group chat. You're a beast.
The moment Uncle Wen clicked on the video, he quickly closed it. The fear in his eyes could not be hidden. Wen Shangqing, how did he get this video? Was there a surveillance camera there, and someone posted the video online? Uncle Wen felt a chill down his spine. This time, the phone suddenly rang. He saw that it was Uncle Wen. Uncle Wen's hand trembled and he hung up the phone directly, and then immediately blocked the call. He himself couldn't accept this situation. Uncle Wen, who had just finished his meal, felt a surge of regret in his heart. He sat there silently, just letting Uncle Wen tag and curse him in the group. Grandpa and Grandma Wen don't read text messages, and Uncle Wen didn't click to watch the video for them, so they haven't hated him yet, they just shed tears beside him. It's fake, all fake.
At Wen Shangqing, where did you get this video?
After a long time, he began to deny it in the group with all his might, but words were not as powerful as videos. Others did not believe him at all, and Uncle Wen even scolded him directly. In the end, Uncle Wen became withdrawn and turned off his phone. Oh, how can I live like this? Uncle Wen looked at the box of instant noodles and saw that 5 or 6 packs were missing, and he became worried again. This won't last for 2 days. Once it's gone, he'll have to look for food again, and then there'll be no one to help him. On the other side, Wen Yansen and Wen Yunbin also saw the video. Wen Yansen was equally surprised that Changqing had such a video, and he was also very dissatisfied with his father's behavior.
Was he really going out to risk his life just to get some food?
And he even attacked his own family. It was simply insane, but Wen Yunbin felt scared. He is the son of Uncle Wen. Seeing that Uncle Wen is so cruel that he even sacrificed his aunt, he can't help but wonder whether Wen Yansen will treat him like this at the critical moment. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become alert and didn't dare to get too close to Wen Yansen. Instead, he moved to the side. Wen Yansen didn't notice this detail because he received a message from Jiang Suqin, crying that she had run out of snacks and could not survive hiding in the dormitory with her 2 roommates, so she asked him to go and pick them up and take them out. But at this time, who would dare to go out? It would be a life and death situation.
Yunbin, don't you like Suqin? They're out of food in dormitory 307. Do you want to send some instant noodles over?
He glanced at Wen Yunbin and said. Wen Yunbin was so angry in his heart. I do like Suqin, but Suqin likes you. Are you trying to get him killed? He couldn't help but think of how Uncle Wen treated his aunt.
I'm not going.
Wen Yunbin refused directly. Suqin was looking for you, not me. Wen Yansen's breath got stuck in his throat.
Okay. He laughed angrily.
I took you with me to escape the disaster.
I even shared any food with you.
Okay, if you don't go, I'll go by myself.
He packed up the snacks on the table and was about to go out.
Wen Yunbin became anxious when he saw this. If you take all the food away, what am I supposed to eat? He immediately reached out and grabbed it. You can go, but you can't take all the food with you. He was also worried that Wen Yansen would never come back. Wen Yansen bumped into Wen Yunbin, who was 2 years younger than him, and knocked him to the ground, then walked out without looking back. Hey, close the door. When Wen Yansen went out, he slammed the door loudly, which might attract zombies. Wen Yunbin quickly got up and rushed over to close the door. What he saw was a somewhat decayed face. A scream that resounded through the sky was heard, immediately causing a flurry of footsteps.
Chapter 594, Virus Doomsday, A Loving Family, 19, What? Wen Yunbin is dead?
When Shangqing woke up, he heard the system gossip. He sat up with some curiosity.
So, Wen Yansen was a bit lucky and managed to get to the girls' dormitory with food?
After listening to the system description, Changqing was secretly amazed. You can't tell, this male protagonist has a bit of a halo around him. Although the school's male and female dormitories are just opposite, there are quite a few zombies active there, but he can actually get through smoothly.
He really can't be underestimated.
Hey, system, edit the recorded video and send it to the group. Suddenly, Changqing raised his eyebrows and smiled. In the original plot, this family lived in harmony. The original owner's sacrifice made the 2 of them grow a lot. Now, no one sacrificed themselves, and the 2 of them had conflicts, which even led to Wen Yunbin's death. Although there are unexpected factors involved, it is not impossible to do something about it. On the other side, Wen Yansen, who had already entered dormitory 307, received his reward. Jiang Suqin threw herself into his arms and sobbed non-stop, which made him feel satisfied.
And the screams of Wen Yunbin in his ears seemed to have less impact. Don't be afraid. I said I would come. He put a large bag of things on the ground and reached out to pat the girl's thin back. At this moment, Wen Yensen felt like a great hero in ancient times who saved a beautiful girl, and he had a feeling of great ambition. Of course, it would be even better if the beautiful girl could marry him right there. Unfortunately, this is not convenient because there are 2 other roommates of Jiang Suqin in the dormitory. Hey, Suqin, your boyfriend is so nice. He even brought so much food. The roommates also praised him generously, and Jiang Suqin's performance of blushing and lowering her head made Wen Yensen feel that the risk was worth it. Of course. Suqin and I have had a good relationship since we were young. He spoke hurriedly. Just then, a message rang in the group. When I opened it, I saw that Chang Qing had sent another video. A bad premonition suddenly came over me. Wen Yensen didn't dare to open it, but after a while, Uncle Wen called directly. Wen Yensen. You're so damn good. You even hurt your cousin, right? You and your father really are from the same bloodline. Don't come back. Otherwise I'll chop you into pieces myself. Do you hear me? Uncle Wen was yelling and cursing, but Wen Yensen was too lazy to listen. He just hung up the phone and blocked the number. Damn, there are still scam calls at this time. I guess it's AI scam. He raised his head and spoke to several people around him who had some puzzled looks, his expression very relaxed. When Uncle Wen found that he couldn't get through on the phone, he called Uncle Wen, but of course he was blocked as well. Finally, he started firing directly in the group, scolding both of them. Chang Qing watched with great interest as Uncle Wen sent out cursing messages. It was because Uncle Wen was the youngest among the siblings and had been exposed to many new things, so his curses were never the same. He even started a video call, and Anwen came over, and they both cried and cursed together. Wen Xiaomei. Wen Yensen, you and your son are both heartless. Don't think you can get away with hiding. Sooner or later, you will die out there. God will take you away. Wen Xiaomei. You're not going to show up, right? Your wife is always at home, right? Don't think I won't cause trouble just because there are zombies outside. Your son killed my son, and I'm definitely going to get an explanation. Seeing that Uncle Wen and Wen Yensen were pretending to be dead, Uncle Wen directed his firepower directly at Anwen. Anwen and Anwen had a quarrel in the group and both of them left the group. Now she is not in the group, but she stayed at home. Uncle Wen was very angry at the time and didn't care about anything else. After cursing in the group, he picked up a knife and went out to cause trouble. Uncle Wen and Wen Yensen didn't check their phones until the evening when they realized something had happened at home. The reason was that Chang Qing had posted another video. It turned out that Uncle Wen was furious and went looking for trouble, but ended up encountering a zombie. Although he chopped off the zombie's head during the fight, he was also scratched. He actually ran to Uncle Wen's house regardless of everything. At the end of the scene, there is the strange roar of Uncle Wen who has turned into a zombie, and Anwen fleeing in panic. What kind of world is this? In the hotel room, Uncle Wen was in tears. This time, he didn't even have the mind to worry about why Chang Qing had these videos. It has only been a few days, and his sister, nephew, brother and wife have all died, and he has to endure the torture and pain of his conscience. Boss, what's wrong with you? When Grandma Wen saw her eldest son suddenly burst into tears, she was startled and wondered if something had happened again. Tell Mom and Dad if you have anything to say. Grandpa Wen also hurried over. They had not yet recovered from the loss of their daughter, and something happened to their eldest son again. I'm fine. I don't have enough to eat. I have to go look for it tomorrow. Uncle Wen wiped away a tear. On the other side, Wen Yensen was also extremely frightened. Before he could recover from the surprise of being able to live in the girls' dormitory, he saw in the video that something had happened to his mother. What made him even more nervous was why when Chang Qing still had a video, wasn't he at sea? How could there be such videos? It must be said that Wen Yensen was somewhat alert, and he even thought of many unscientific things. Could that guy have some supernatural abilities? Could it be that he had developed a supernatural power? He thought of the scenes in some apocalyptic novels and couldn't help but feel a little excited. I remember that novels all said that if you survive the infection, you will have superpowers. That guy must have been infected a long time ago, and he had awakened his spatial ability. He suddenly felt that he understood everything. When Yensen thought so, and he called and asked directly. What? Spatial power?
Changqing was confused by this question for a moment, but he soon understood that Wen Yensen had made up some things in his mind. It must be said that his thinking was still very open.
Stop pretending. Wen Yensen's tone was full of understanding, as if he had seen through everything. Otherwise, how could you have those videos?
You must have traveled through time and space.
Ha! Changqing laughed. His impression of spatial abilities was probably multiple lockers.
Traveling through space was a supernatural power, however. If the other party wants to misunderstand, then let him misunderstand. Changqing's voice suddenly became louder, and he seemed a little exasperated.
No! How can there be superpowers in this world? Ha 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 ha.
After saying that, he hung up the phone. On the other side, Wen Yensen laughed when he heard this. It was just as he expected. He checked online again, searching for specific keywords, and indeed found some seemingly plausible news. However, he had already believed it in his heart, so he naturally chose to believe the certain news. The more he checked, the more convinced he became of this fact. It seems that those who awaken first are intentionally concealing information. Wen Yensen muttered to himself.
Chapter 595, Virus Doomsday. A loving family. 20. Wen Yensen is a cautious person. He understood that high returns often come with high risks, and the risk of active infection was too great, so he did not want to take the risk. But this doesn't mean that others can't. So he told Uncle Wen about this guess. Dad, if you're infected, you might develop superpowers. There are a lot of rumors online about that. He called his father directly. Nonsense. Your aunt and uncle didn't evolve at all, they just turned into zombies. After listening to his son explain for a long time what superpowers were, Uncle Wen directly expressed his disbelief. Hey, Dad, don't disbelieve me. Then Wen Changqing must have evolved his supernatural powers and possessed supernatural abilities. Look, how did he get those videos? He must have used supernatural powers to do that. This made Uncle Wen silent. After so many things happened, his psychological endurance has been greatly improved. Since zombies can appear, it seems possible that superpowers can also appear. His expression relaxed a little. It should be a low probability event, Yensen, don't take any risks. He warned. That's natural. Wen Yensen replied immediately. However, since there is a chance to evolve, I feel a lot more relaxed. People always think that they are the chosen ones. Since Wen Changqing has evolved, it is impossible that they, who are of the same bloodline, have no chance. So, when he went out the next day, he decided to take the two old people with him. Dad, Mom, we don't have enough to eat. Let's go find some food together. It'll be good to have someone to look after us. It goes without saying that Grandpa Wen and Grandma Wen trusted their eldest son very much, and they were also most afraid that something might happen to him. After hearing what he said, they immediately agreed, and none of the three came back after this trip. This time, Changqing was too lazy to post the video. He just nodded when the system told him the situation. Wen Yensen should be going out too, right? I wonder if his luck will always be good. He was really curious. Now, where can Wen Yensen and Jiang Suqin go? Back to the countryside? But there are not as many people to help as in the original plot, and the whole family is basically dead. He knew that Wen Yensen was a cautious person and would not allow himself to be infected unless it was absolutely necessary. Just wait and see. Changqing shook the wine glass in his hand. 2 days later, perhaps because all the food in the dormitory was gone and Changqing could not bear it anymore, he received another call from Wen Yensen. You knew something happened to my dad and the others, right? Why didn't you post the video? His voice was filled with a hint of fear and excitement. which made Chongqing stunned for a moment. Is this guy sick? But he decided to tell the truth. The audience is getting smaller, and I'm too lazy to post anymore. Sure enough, you do have superpowers. The confirmation was received over there, and the voices became fanatical. Chongqing. When Yansen did go out, there was no other way. All the food was gone, so how could he continue to hide there? Moreover, after he confirmed the matter of superpowers with Chongqing, he began to have expectations in his heart. He always felt that since that boy could awaken superpowers, he could naturally do it too. He has always been stronger than that guy. However, he was prepared to go out, wearing thick clothes and carrying a chair in his hand. You all hold the chairs, so you can block any zombies you encounter on the road, he said with a serious expression. Ah, we are girls. Jiang Suqin curled her lips, looking somewhat dissatisfied. They are girls, how can they use chairs to fight zombies? Besides, there are men here. Upon hearing this, Wen Yensen's face darkened. Zombies eat girls too. He said this in a bad mood, and saw that several people's faces changed. Then let's pack up. There was no other way. When Yensen could only wait with a sour face for everyone to clean up. As a result, it took more than an hour to clean up. He watched several girls pack several large bags of different sizes, stuffing all kinds of cosmetics and dolls into them. Just take some clothes and food. He couldn't help but reminded. These are all treasures, they can't be thrown away. Jiang Suqin insisted, okay, let's see how you take it. When Yensen was silent, after a few more minutes, everything was finally cleaned up. Okay, we can go now. Yensen, please help us carry these bags. When Yensen was about to refuse when he saw Jiang Suqin's face looking like she was about to cry. He gritted his teeth and picked up 2 bags at random. There are only 2. I can't take more. I still have to deal with zombies. Several people went out with bags and bags. As soon as they reached the stairwell, a rotten face came over. Don't scream. As soon as Wen Yensen gave the order, a scream that pierced the sky pierced through the dormitory building, and the sound of countless footsteps came from all directions. Damn it! When Yensen couldn't help but curse. At this time, he didn't care about so many things. He swung a chair and knocked the zombie at the stairs to the ground, then stepped over. Hurry up and catch up. He hurried downstairs, but saw a girl sitting down on the stairs with her legs weak. Jiang Suqin and another girl supported her and did not move. Never mind. He gave another chair to the zombie who was about to get up, turned around and took Jiang Suqin's hand and was about to leave, but she refused to leave. I can't leave my sisters behind. Her voice was filled with tears. This time, countless footsteps were heard upstairs and in the corridor. When Yensen made up his mind and didn't care about anything else, he let go of her hand and rushed down without looking back in the surprised eyes of several girls. This time, when Yensen already regretted it. He should not have come to the girls' dormitory. Not only did he waste food, but everyone was so weird and failed at critical moments. At this time, he even missed his cousin Wen Yunbin. At least if he was there, the probability of both of them rushing out with chairs would be much greater. From upstairs, there were screams, mixed with curses, when Yensen ignored them all. He waved his chair and knocked down the zombies that rushed towards him one by one, and ran out without stopping. As long as we can get out of this small space and get outside, everything will be fine. He encouraged himself. He went down from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor at a fast pace, but he could no longer hear the screams from upstairs. Ha, those women have relieved some of the pressure. When Jensen sneered, he had already seen the door of the dormitory. There was a zombie in front of it. It looked like the dormitory manager. He felt confident and swept her over with a chair, knocking her to the ground. Then, he walked out of the dormitory door in one stride. Free! He suddenly relaxed. Call, a familiar face suddenly came over, the face of his dead cousin. When Yunbin, the long-faced man, came closer and let out a strange howl when he was slightly stunned. The next moment, Wen Jensen was hugged. The pain in his neck was like a drill, and sweat broke out on his head in an instant. He kicked the other person hard, but when Yunbin seemed to be unaware of the pain and still held him tightly. At this moment, Wen Jensen was a little panicked, but he still held on to hope. After all, there was still a possibility of evolving superpowers, but when he couldn't break free even after trying his best, he finally panicked. In particular, he saw several zombies at the corner, who seemed to sense the blood and were walking towards him, and he was even more frightened. Wen Yunbin, you deserve to die. With his hands held, he had no strength to hold the chair. In less than 20 seconds, he felt his vision go dark and countless zombies were in front of him. It's over, even if you can evolve your superpowers, it's useless. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Wen Changqing. He's really lucky. That afternoon, I heard from the system that Wen Jensen was dead, and the people he brought with him were all dead. Life would be boring. Changqing sighed. This time, it was only 2 weeks away from the end of the world, and the time for power, water, and internet to be cut off had not yet arrived. I didn't expect their luck to be so bad. He just did a little work, but they all failed at the start. Changqing stayed on the cruise ship for a full 6 months. He only chose to dock after seeing the message on his mobile phone that the doomsday crisis was over. In this life, he witnessed a near-extinction disaster, but he also witnessed the survivors rebuilding their lives. However, his heart remained calm.